Chapter 81, Returns, and Patronus vs. Dementors. Quinn entered the Great Hall, where the students were being directed by the prefects, head boy and girl, and the professors. The Great Hall emptied out its 4 long house tables, and the entire student population gathered inside it. Looking at the hordes of students, Quinn made his way towards the students clad in blue. Towards the gathering of the Ravenclaw house. Quinn walked at a slow pace. All the sprinting, climbing, and jumping he did at Hogsmeade had left him physically exhausted. Just a second before Quinn reached the Ravenclaw gathering, a blonde blur slammed into him and wrapped its slim arms around his waist. Oof. Quinn stumbled to his back feet, and when he looked down, he saw his dainty little employee, junior, and friend, Luna Lovegood. "Don't worry, I'm 100% fine," Quinn smiled and gently patted Luna's hair in an effort to comfort her. "I actually had a fun time. Had a delicious beverage. I even bought one for you, you know." Luna stayed like that for a moment before separating from Quinn. She wasn't done as she eyed his body to audit if there were any injuries. Her eyes caught a torn patch on his right arm, and she immediately shifted to Quinn's right and carefully used her hands to look under Quinn's torn sleeve at his skin and saw a shallow cut. Quinn sighed when Luna examined him. "Okay, I'm 99% fine. This was caused by random rubble from a building struck by an explosion spell." He took out his fake wand and cast a healing spell to heal the cut on his arm. He fixed his clothes after his healing results satisfied Luna. Quinn looked up from Luna and saw Eddie and Marcus standing a few steps away from him. "Nice haircuts. You guys look good," Quinn gave them a lopsided smile. He was happy to see both of them safe. He didn't go and check them because, first, they were in the opposite direction to Novellus Actionite's travel direction, and second, both of his roommates were inside a building, safe from stray spells. Eddie and Marcus wordlessly hugged Quinn, happy to see their friend safe. They were terribly worried and stressed when the two didn't see him in the castle when they arrived. The anxiety crept every minute they waited in the Great Hall, peeking at the entrance to see if Quinn was there or not. Quinn closed his eyes as he hugged his roommates. The tiredness was setting in, the adrenaline previously coursing in Quinn's body during his sneak attacks at the Oxyonites was now taking its toll, making him feel exhausted. "Let's make that girlfriend pact, all right," chuckled Quinn as he said the words while hugging them, eliciting laughs from the two boys. After separating from the hug, Quinn walked around the Great Hall, checking on his friends, regular customers, friendly acquaintances, and AID-related acquaintances. Starting with Ravenclaw, Quinn greeted everybody he knew in his own house. He checked on some of his juniors and peers who had come to him when they had a doubt. He went to see Katie Bell at the Gryffindor table and checked on her. Quinn greeted the Weasley twins and swept a lazy eye over the Golden Squad. At the Hufflepuff gathering, Quinn said hello to Cedric Diggory, who he sometimes chatted. He also talked to his frequent Hufflepuff customers. He made small talk before finally moving to the Slytherin table. At Slytherin, he directly went to Daphne and Tracy and saw the two girls standing with Astoria. "Are you two all right?" The 3 Slytherin girls turned to come across Quinn, who was standing there with them. "Why yeah, we are fine," Tracy spoke, still shocked at what happened at Hogsmeade. "Where were you guys during the attack?" Quinn asked as he observed the girls, looking if there were any signs of injury. "We were inside the 3 broomsticks," answered Daphne, who was, similarly, observing Quinn. Quinn sighed in relief and nodded. "Then you were in one of the safest places in Hogsmeade." Astoria tilted her head and questioned Quinn. "A pub is the safest place at Hogsmeade. What makes you say that?" Quinn chuckled and tossed a chocolate cube towards Astoria, who caught it and wondered how did Quinn suddenly make chocolate appear in his hand. "The pub is usually filled with adults, so there surely were plenty of wands to protect students," Quinn explained, smiling as he saw Astoria observing the chocolate in her hand and glancing at Quinn's hand. Apart from Madame Rosmerta's 3 broomsticks, Aberforth Dumbledore's Hogshead Inn would be the safest place in Hogsmeade. Nay, Hogshead beats out the more busy 3 broomsticks. The clientele of the Hogshead is much more interesting than the one of the 3 broomsticks. The people who visited Hogshead liked to keep their faces covered, and the inn was famous for being shady. If someone hostile entered the place, then they would face a barrage of spells from the clientele who liked to spend their time quietly and without disturbance. "Where were you? Were you near those men?" Daphne inquired in worry. Quinn laughed and waved his hand to dissuade their worries. "Fortunately, and weirdly, I didn't come across a single of those rowdy characters that used to visit Hogsmeade today." Quinn raised one finger and added, "I did come near an exploding building wall, so maybe that counts." Daphne's and Tracy's eyes widened as they immediately looked to see if Quinn was injured. "Did you get hit?" Tracy asked with worry heavy in her voice. "Nope. Not a single scratch." Quinn rotated on the spot to show them that he had no injuries on his bodies. "I bounced the second the wall exploded." Right into the opposite direction. He extended his hand forward. Quinn's chill attitude made the girls feel relieved. They put their worries aside and calmed down. How did you toss me this chocolate? Did you have it already in your hand? Astoria was weirdly interested in how Quinn gave her chocolate without taking anything out of his clothes. Quinn chuckled and showed the younger Greengrass his empty hands. Then, he extended her hand behind her ear, and when he pulled his hand back, there was a chocolate cube in hand. Like this, he smiled, wiggling his eyebrows. Astoria took the chocolate from Quinn's hand with a surprised expression and blurted in amazement, "Now, how did you do that?" "My apologies, little lady. But a magician never reveals his secrets." "Huh? What do you mean?" asked Astoria in confusion. She didn't recognize the famous phrase. Quinn just laughed and didn't reply, which confused Astoria even more. That day, the students were allowed to return to their regular lives after professors did a roll call and made sure that no student was missing. Everybody was relieved to know that no student was missing after the terrorist attack. They learned the full details of the incident the following day when the morning owl raid brought the newspapers to the students and professors. 2 people dead, 11 Novellus Oxyonites caught by the Aurors, and 8 of them were found incapacitated when the Aurors found them, littered across Hogsmeade. Then there was a section on the mysterious invisible vigilante, who aided in stopping the terrorist group before the Aurors arrived. The newspapers portrayed a positive image of the invisible vigilante, a hero who helped the public and then vanished without claiming any credit. The Aurors put a message in the newspaper asking for any information about the invisible vigilante. They were after this invisible vigilante for having used harmful magic in public. Quinn, who read the newspaper, faintly smiled when he saw that the Aurors had no clue regarding his identity. He didn't care about his image in the newspaper. The invisible vigilante wouldn't be making an appearance anytime soon. But he did keep clippings from the Quibbler magazine, which did a whole article on the invisible vigilante's identity. It was an entertaining read with a whole lot of wild theories. Heck, even Luna asked Quinn for his opinion on the future articles on the invisible vigilante since she was a co-writer on the future articles on the invisible vigilante. Quinn enthusiastically helped her by suggesting more theories far away from the truth. Scene break. Good people of Hogwarts, welcome to yet another entertaining game of Hogwarts Quidditch. We are here to watch an exciting game between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Quinn sat behind the microphone in the commentator's seat, smiling at the crowded stands with a beaming smile. A smile that didn't match the weather. The noise of storms thundered above in the dark sky. The gray clouds darkened the usually bright sky that appeared in the morning time. By popular demand, I, Quinn West, have returned as the commentator. First of all, I would like to thank you all for the support you people showed to me. Your push to have me as the commentator made me wonder if I should do this for a living. Quinn heard a few chuckles at his back. He turned to see Lily Potter, Phileas Flitwick, and Aurora Sinistra laughing at Quinn's words. Now, I know the weather today is not optimal for you viewers. The visibility might degrade, and it might hinder the viewing experience. But do not worry. I am here with a solution to this very problem. Quinn rubbed his hands as he could feel the scent of money tickle his nose. Even though no one could see his face from a distance, he still put on his best sales smile and announced. Brought to you by AID Productions. Rainoscopes. Eyewear, vision aids that will help you enjoy the game as clearly as in a well-lit, cloudless day. The revolutionary goggles are fitted with the latest perception-enhancing magic, allowing you to adjust the brightness of your vision. They elevate the experience by increasing visibility no matter what the situation. They are impervious to rain or even hail, and over that, the Rainoscopes include zoom capabilities that will allow you to look up super close, like if you were right there in the sky with the players. Mr. West, you aren't allowed to sell products without permission, McGonagall's stern voice traveled throughout the stadium. Everybody heard Quinn chuckle, and then him talking to McGonagall, "Here you go, Professor. This one's for you, free of cost. Please, wear it and decide whether this is a gift to the sport of Quidditch or not." There was a brief moment of silence as everybody in the stands carefully listened, waiting for McGonagall's response. "Oh, things have gotten clearer. Oh, so this is how you zoom. Oh my, this is impressive. What a handy tool." Quinn immediately turned his face to the microphones and said with enthusiasm. "People of Hogwarts, you've heard it. The premier Quidditch nut, Madame McGonagall, the Scottish dame, has approved the Rainoscope. You know it when you hear the praise in her words. The Rainoscope is revolutionary, and unlike the traditional omnioculars, you don't have to keep holding them in your hands, just put them on your eyes and forget they are even there. The light goggles won't be a hindrance in any way, so you'll be able to enjoy your snacks. Even hold hands, or hold banners and flags for your teams. Now it was time to open the stores and start selling those babies. Quinn looked over the stands and saw that his salespeople had entered the stands just as he had instructed them to. You can buy the rhinoscopes in the stand since, as I speak, the hard-working volunteers are roaming the stands for your benefit. And for my benefit, Quinn's thoughts went unheard as he smiled, golden galleons shining in his eyes. Buy the rhinoscopes as soon as possible because we only have limited stock. Remember, these kinds of opportunities only come once in a lifetime. And every Quidditch game going forth, Quinn laughed devilishly in his mind. So buy the handy goggles and stand out from your fellow students with a fashionable Quidditch accessory. Quinn stood up from his seat as he swept his eyes throughout the stands. He was pleased to see that students were buying his merchandise. Mr. West, please get back to Quidditch, said McGonagall with a sigh, a little embarrassed for losing herself moments ago. Quinn beamed at the deputy headmistress and grinned, of course, Professor. Turning back to the field, Quinn noted that the players were entering the Quidditch field. At the same time, he looked up at the sky and observed that the storm was getting stronger. Is it possible to even hear me? Wondered Quinn. He decided to spruce up magic on the microphone so everyone could hear his voice. Quinn's fingers wrapped around the microphone and pumped magic into the magical microphone. He could feel a faint thrum of magic in it, which brought a smile to his face. The players have entered the field. The game is about to start, so grab onto your rain covers and get ready to see some dangerous flying, especially with all this rain. Oh, boy. Let's hope people crash. Quinn's voice reached every corner of the stadium and even the players themselves, who couldn't even hear the crowd's cheer. Mr. West, warned McGonagall at his back. So, as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, Oliver Wood, Cedric Diggory, and Harry Potter have entered the field, so grab the rhinoscopes and zoom on them. Mr. West. Anyway, I don't have to tell you what to do. Go crazy, said Quinn very quickly. He finally took a deep breath and roared, let the game begin. As Quinn announced the start of the game, the players took off into the air. Quinn himself turned back and gave a thumbs up to Lily Potter with a goofy smirk since she had yelled to her son. Lily Potter sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Appearance-wise, her son, Harry, was a copy of her husband, but on the inside, Harry had plenty of things that reminded her of his godfather, Sirius Black. James had spent his entire school career chasing after her, but Sirius had been famous for being a flirt with any girl that caught his attention. She didn't want her son to copy his godfather's behavior while he was in school. The game continued as the sky got darker and darker. The rain started to pour heavily. It was growing harder for the broom riders to maintain a grip on their brooms. The players felt very cold and numb, the rain was leaching any enthusiasm to remain on the field. The visibility got so low that players bumped into each other, without knowing if it was a teammate or an opponent. After half an hour under the pouring water, anyone who had rhinoscopes saw that Harry Potter had abruptly gone up, his broom climbing up the sky. He rose above the other players, gaining altitude against the pouring rain. Quinn's eyes widened when he recalled the events of this game. Quinn killed the magic in the microphone, turned back towards the teachers, and said, "You might want to release your Patronuses towards the sky. Potter is gaining altitude. I'm pretty sure that all the Dementors are just above the stadium, with the stands filled with happy people." At once, the teachers' eyes widened. They bolted up from their chairs, looked at each other, whipped out their wands, and shouted at once. Expecto Patronum. Multiple corporeal Patronus shot out from their wands. Silvery guardians climbed up towards the sky. Quinn was about to return his attention back to the sky, but then he heard the groaning of a chair and felt some magic. He turned his face to the other side and saw Albus Dumbledore dressed in dark blue robes, standing up from his chair. In the current weather, his robes looked closer to black than blue. Oh, he is mad, Quinn thought, seeing the darkened face of Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster looked madder than Quinn had ever seen him. There was pure fury etched on his face as he raised the death stick towards and shot his Patronus towards the sky, brighter than every other professor's Patronus. The silver phoenix rose, spread its wings, and flew up towards the hundreds of Dementors closing on Harry Potter. Quinn raised his head and saw the Patronuses dancing around Harry Potter, protecting him from the large horde of Dementors while Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus went after the Dementors with a vengeance, chasing them away from the stands and Hogwarts in general. But, it seemed that Harry was flying in the rain, and the remote contact from the 100 Dementors before the Patronus got to his aid was enough to make him lose consciousness. The Seeker let go of his broom and started to fall towards the ground. Harry's falling off his broom, he's coming down. Quinn warned the professor so they could slow Harry down and stop his fall. I shall take care of Harry, alerted Dumbledore the other professors. A blue light was cast from the Elder Wand. The spell darted towards the falling body of Harry Potter and slowed him down, decreasing his speed. Harry came to a complete stop on the ground of the Quidditch field. Quinn stared at the unconscious boy before catching with his eyes the smiling figure of Cedric Diggory and the golden snitch in his hands. Oh, Hufflepuff won the game. Of course, no one heard it because Quinn had cut the magic of the microphone. Chapter 82, Fifth Element, Upgrading, and Giant Squid. Quinn sat in the most comfortable chair he had ever sat in. Everything from the seat height, width, depth, tilt, backrest, lumbar support and recline was perfect as far as Quinn was concerned. The materials used in the chair, armrest, and headrest were the best he had ever experienced. For the person who rarely sat in chairs with backrests, this was heaven in a room because Quinn's body was feeling comfort all over. Pulling back a little, Quinn, in his chair, was in a simple room with a fireplace and a small library. There was a small table beside Quinn's chair with a candle lamp on it providing light. The room screamed of being Quinn's comfort zone. The chair was facing the fireplace and Quinn closed his eyes. His eyes were darting underneath his closed eyelids. Diving into his mind, he saw himself, standing in his mindscape, his eyes looking around the mindscape, watching something only visible to him. Many magical cultures used to talk about 4 classical elements. Classical elements were typically referred to as water, earth, fire, and air, which were proposed to explain the nature and complexity of all matter in terms of simpler substances. Ancient magical cultures in Greece, ancient Egypt, Persia, Babylonia, Japan, Tibet, and India had all similar lists, sometimes referring in local languages to the air as wind. These different cultures and even individual magical scholars had widely varying explanations concerning their attributes and how these theories related to observable phenomena like magical cosmology. Sometimes these theories overlapped with mythology and were personified in deities. Some of these interpretations included atomism, the idea of tiny, indivisible portions of matter. Other interpretations considered the elements to be divisible into infinitely small pieces without changing their basic nature. The trials of time and advancement had tested these beliefs in magic, and many magical cultures still believed that these 4 elements made up the entire material world. Quinn didn't believe in classical element theory because he knew about modern atomic theory. However, he didn't consider the non-magical theory of matter to be the complete and correct interpretation to be the base of all matter because atomic theory didn't take magic into consideration. He had also given the 4 classical elemental theories a thought, and he wondered if air, water, earth, and fire were magical equivalents to gas, liquid, solid, and plasma. But Quinn's interpretation was shot down after reading about the classical elemental theories from all the cultures. While states of solid, liquid, gas, and plasma shared many attributes with the classical elements of earth, water, air, and fire respectively, these states were as such due to the similar behavior of different types of atoms at comparable energy levels. Not because they contained a type of atom or building block or a type of substance. But in the classical elemental theory, Quinn had found something interesting. Something that he personally believed to be true. Many cultures that subscribed to some form of the classical elemental theory believed in the existence of another element. The non-magical scientists disregarded the 5th element through experimentation. The 5th classical element, known as ether, also spelled ether, aether, or the other name, quintessence, the material that filled the region of the universe above the terrestrial sphere. Quinn believed the 5th element to be magic itself. The 5th element, that was present everywhere, something that the non-magical weren't able to find because they weren't capable of finding it. It wasn't in their heritage to find magic. The prevailing axiom regarding magic was that it was present in living beings. It was present in magical humans, other magical species, magical flora, and fauna. Magic was present inside those who were capable of possessing it. The modern magic scholars didn't believe that magic was omnipresent in the environment around them and that magical-enabled species were magic generators. Magic was a supernatural force present inside select beings that allowed them to change aspects of the world at a fundamental level. But Quinn thought differently. He believed that magic was omnipresent and that the 5th element that was apparently disproved even by the magical communities was indeed genuine and was magic. While Quinn didn't have conclusive proof about this theory of the 5th element being the magic force, he did have abstract evidence and reasons to believe in the 5th element. The reason he believed in the 5th element being magic and that it was omnipresent was the existence of poltergeists. A poltergeist was an indestructible spirit of chaos. They were like ghosts and haunted one specific place at a time. But unlike ghosts, they weren't alive before they died. A poltergeist didn't have a living part in their existence. They were immortal, beings that never had died and never would, as an immortal entity was never alive to begin with. Thus, poltergeists weren't born from anything and just manifested into existence. Humans, animals, plants, and a lot of other species reproduced through procreation. Even the Dementors divided to create another one of themselves. But poltergeists didn't come from their own species. They weren't born through reproduction but formed out of nothingness. Quinn believed they were from magic, and when certain conditions were met, it would trigger the magic in that place to give birth to a poltergeist. The sole existence of poltergeists made the base of Quinn's belief in the presence of an omnipresent element which he considered being magic. Because if magic wasn't omnipresent, then poltergeists wouldn't be able to manifest into this world. Whether Quinn was right or wrong was far in the future. But right now, Quinn was using the idea of an omnipresent element that existed everywhere in the universe to improve his occlumency. According to Alan, Quinn's defense aspect occlumency was useless if someone could get past his primary and secondary shields without him noticing it. If a stealth infiltration was successful, then Quinn was screwed because beyond that point. The solution to that problem was to add extra features to his occlumency defenses. To detect any foreign mental attack that got past Quinn's shields, Quinn came up with an idea and decided to fill his entire mindscape with an omnipresent substance. Something like the fifth element from the classical elemental theory, but its base properties were to combat foreign mental magic. Quinn had drafted a timeline to set up the invisible yet omnipresent mental element that would elevate his occlumency defense to another level. The first part of the process was to fill his entire mindscape with an invisible matter. The challenges of this stage were that Quinn's mindscape didn't have definite dimensions. It was an infinite space that stretched in all directions, so Quinn needed to figure out how to fill an infinite space with an omnipresent matter. The second challenge was to make the matter invisible in nature, that wouldn't be visible to anyone or anything that tried to enter his mind. He had given a thought to turn his entire mind invisible to anyone looking for it, but Quinn wasn't even sure how to do that. He had tried to make his shields work like an invisibility cloak, but that didn't work because Quinn couldn't figure out how to hide something that was so clearly supposed to be present inside of him. Plus, a mindscape was too complex and heterogeneous in nature for Quinn to hide. But in the case of the omnipresent matter, it was homogeneous in nature and relatively uncomplicated enough for Quinn to make things work. Back to the challenge to add the invisible matter to his mindscape, which stretched infinitely in all directions. Instead of taking the approach of filling a glass with water, Quinn decided to add the invisible matter into the very essence of his mindscape. To add the presence of the invisible matter into the very genetic/source code of his mindscape. In the months he had been in Hogwarts, Quinn was able to complete this process. He was able to add a naturally existing matter to his mindscape. His mindscape now had an omnipresent matter, encompassing everything from his both replicas to the empty that extended infinitely. "Oh yeah, I can feel it," sighed Quinn. He could see and feel the addition to his mindscape. "Yeah, this will work, won't it?" The first challenge is over, but this is just the start. Quinn moved his eyes around, moving his body to see in every direction. Now I need to make it completely invisible to any mental probe. The second challenge to Quinn's plan of developing his defense was to make the matter invisible to any mental probe. He needed the attackers to be unaware that there was something that was watching them. The motive to do this was to make them drop their guard. Quinn wanted to make them believe that their job was done, and now they didn't need to be sneaky and careful. One of the things Quinn had learned from the second vault was that you couldn't defend against something you didn't know about. So if his attackers didn't know about the invisible matter, then they wouldn't be cautious against it, making the job of the omnipresent matter easier. "This is going to be so difficult," whined Quinn in a sing-song voice. Making the matter invisible to the attacker meant that he needed to be better than them. He needed to outskill them and cover all bases so the invisible matter wouldn't show up on any legitimacy detection probes. "This is going to be another repeat of my detection layer training." Quinn licked his lip and exhaled a deep breath. "This will be a huge part of my next few months." Quinn had developed his detection layer by testing it against various legitimacy attacks, actively trying to detect masked legitimacy attacks until his detection layer was strengthened enough to do it passively. "This time around, it will be the opposite," mumbled Quinn to himself as he waved a hand through the air of his mindscape. "I have to develop the matter to the point that an attacker won't be able to detect it. Last time around, it was seeking from hide and seek. This time, it would be hiding from hide and seek." When this part of the upgrade was completed, the next part would be the actual defense, where Quinn would change the nature of the invisible matter to hinder foreign mental magic. That would turn the very environment of Quinn's mindscape into a defensive asset. And Quinn had already started on the preparation for the development of a lethal environment. The mental representation of Quinn closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, the sight had changed. Now he stood in the emotional core of his mind. It was an extensive network of small point lights connected to each other. A network that spanned many kilometers if taken in scale to the small mental representation of Quinn. Every tiny point light was some emotion related to an event in Quinn's life. And because of the continuity in a person's life, every event was connected to other events, creating an extensive network. This place differed from the emotional representation that Alan had visited to check on Quinn's emotional status. This was the full expanse. If someone gained access to this part of Quinn's mind, they would have complete control over Quinn's emotions. "Phew, I forgot how time-consuming constructing this was," sighed Quinn with a sense of achievement, his hands resting on his waist as he admired his work. There was a cover over the expansive network of emotion that Quinn had spent his entire life feeling. It was the same graphene-inspired defensive layer that Quinn used for his normal defensive layer, which covered his Mindscape. 10 layers of interconnected hexagons made a solid cover, proven to work against legilimency attacks. Quinn's primary and secondary defensive shields were over 100 layers and 50 layers thick respectively, so this shield looked very thin in comparison. But this defensive shield had an additional feature that the original defensive shields didn't have. Faint radiation in the shape of circular waves radiated from every vertex of the expansive hexagon matrix. Thousands upon thousands of vertices radiated a mild radiation, which created a protective layer of radiation that covered the shield layers. All 10 protective layers had the same feature, so that resulted in 10 layers of radiation. "This is working splendidly," whispered Quinn, his work brightly reflected in his eyes. "This proves that I can replicate this with the invisible matter." The radiation was a legilimency-inhibiting application of a clemency. Its sole purpose was to degrade the mental probes, such that the probe got weaker as it made its way through the layers of shields. Plus, the strength of the radiation got stronger as the probe made its way deeper into the shield because the layers of radiation piled on. "Even if I stop now, I can add this to my main shields, and this would push them to another level, a qualitative change." A smile made its way onto Quinn's face as he thought about the future of his defensive shields. "Now, I need to figure out how to add this to the invisible matter. I have to think of a name for the invisible material. I can't keep calling it invisible matter. The radiation shields were a proof of concept, but to add this effect to the invisible matter was another challenge that Quinn needed to study up on and figure out how to do. Just thinking about it gives me a mental boner. A whole Mindscape turned into an active radiation zone. Yeah, Quinn repeatedly nodded his head with an excited smile on his face. "This is going to be my greatest work. Ooh, I can imagine it, the legilimens entering my Mindscape and immediately getting hit with radiation, and from a source that they can't see. Yeah, I knew this would be good when I figured it out." Slowly the mental attack would crumble and snuff out like a candle flame in a windy night. Quinn made a fist and closed it with a snap, squeezing it tight as if crushing something in his grasp. Scene break. At the snowy lakeside of the Great Lake, Quinn stood staring at the lake's surface, wondering about the third vault and Neptune. It is definitely Neptune, the god, and I am sure the clue is definitely related to the Great Lake. Would I have to venture out of Hogwarts via the waterway? While building upon the third vault being in water theory, Quinn found out that the Great Lake was connected to the ocean through underground waterways. When he thought more about this information, it made sense because next year when the Triwizard Tournament was held at Hogwarts, the Demstrang ship had emerged from inside the lake, and with this piece of information, it made sense. It is also most definitely referring to water, muttered Quinn, his hands behind his back as he looked at the snow near his feet. "I can swallow it, and I can drown in it, which is most probably the meaning of devour in the riddle." But there was still something that was missing, and it stopped Quinn from finalizing his reasoning. What the hell is Neptune's bane? This is tied to the Forgotten Dome. I need to know if I am going in the same direction, grumbled Quinn, kicking the snow near his feet. Deep in the bane of Neptune's home. The riddle pointed to Neptune's bane, not Neptune himself, but Quinn still hadn't been able to pinpoint the identity of Neptune's bane. The home of Neptune's bane, it could be possible that the bane's home wasn't in the Great Lake or in water at all. Neptune's enemy might not live in water, it could be somewhere entirely else, and Quinn was thinking about this all wrong. Who or what is the bane? The sound of splashing water gained Quinn's and brought him out his thoughts. He looked up and saw a large tentacle coming out of the water. "The giant squid," mumbled Quinn, looking at the tentacle of one of the Great Lake's residents. Giant squids could reach tremendous sizes and are one of the largest living organisms on Earth. It was strongly suspected that giant squids had magical powers, but there was no evidence because the gigantic cephalopod never showed any signs of performing magic. It was difficult to study the creatures because they were very hard to find and rarely made appearances. The ones that did make the rare appearances attacked those who witnessed them. This particular giant squid was inhabiting the Great Lake on the grounds of Hogwarts Castle, a castle full of children, and it was only allowed to do so because it was a semi-domesticated giant squid. It was very docile and helpful to the Hogwarts students, such as when students fell into the lake during the first-year boat ride, it immediately pushed them safely back into the boat. The squid was also known to have played with students, such as when Fred Weasley, George Weasley, and Lee Jordan tickled its tentacles as it was lying partway out of the lake. And to have accepted food from students, such as when it received toast from Harry Potter. Quinn smiled when he remembered that despite the generalized fear of the giant species, a chocolate frog card for Hogwarts' beloved giant squid. The bane of ancient mariners and students at Hogwarts should the latter decide to go for a dip in the lake. Quinn stilled and stuttered as he recalled the chocolate frog card description. Partly because he just found the word bane, but partly because of an absurd yet heartbeat-fastening thought that struck Quinn. Neptune, mariners, giant squid, throaty whispers escaped Quinn as he stared at the giant tentacle. Quinn recalled a description of a legendary monster. A highly popular mythological animal, a legendary sea monster of gigantic size and cephalopod-like appearance, dwelling off the coasts of dangerous waters and terrorizing nearby sailors. The beast that made water travel difficult, scaring the people from setting sail in the vast water. Indirectly reducing Neptune's role in Roman religion because they feared the water. Things started to click inside Quinn's mind. He couldn't believe that the creature in front of him was Neptune's bane. It fit, but at the same time, it seemed absurd. Bloody hell, bloody hell. Bloody hell. Quinn yelled with an astonished expression as he set a palm over his forehead and used his other hand, all fingers pointing at the lone giant tentacle. A large quantity of water splashed everywhere as the giant squid whipped its tentacle against the lake's surface. This is not a giant squid. This is a bloody kraken. **********. Quinn West, M.C. Bloody hell. Hogwarts giant squid, peace-loving, kraken. Fiction-only reader, author, release. The Kraken. Chapter 83, First Expedition, and Guiding Growth. I need to rethink my life choices, sighed Quinn as he walked towards the Great Lake. It was the start of January, and Quinn had just returned to Hogwarts after the Christmas break. The weather was the coldest of the year. Snow was falling almost constantly, and it covered the entire landscape around Hogwarts in white. In that heavy snow, Quinn was out of the warmth of the castle. He was about to start his expedition to the landlocked, freshwater lake that served as a natural reserve for magical marine creatures. Why am I going swimming in January? Muttered Quinn to himself as he stomped his foot on the ground. Half a dome of the earth arose from underneath the white snow. Why couldn't it be April or later, or any time that is warmer? Then, the water would feel nice. Quinn removed the many layers of clothes he was wearing and stuffed them into a small string bag with a minor expansion charm cast on it, leaving behind a pair of swimming trunks on his body. He tightened the string to squeeze shut the opening and stuck it to the inside surface of the dome. With a tap, the half-dome closed itself to form a full dome. Surrounding snow climbed the earth dome, covering it with white to camouflage it into the snowy surroundings. This is cold, Quinn breathed the chilly wind and exhaled icy mist. His skin was covered with goose pimples. However, Quinn wasn't shivering, nor were his teeth chattering due to the cold. Despite not having cast heating charms on his body, Quinn was used to this level of cold because he had suffered worse in the icy vault. Even though he used blood magic in the vault, he could still feel an amount of chill, so this wasn't that big of a deal to Quinn. Let's do this. Quinn rubbed his hands to generate heat as he waded into the water. Oh yeah, now this cold, he felt the cold water against his skin, searing as though it was fire and not icy water. Quinn sucked in a sharp breath when he felt the chill from the water before his condition returned to normal as heating charms worked their charm to warm up his body. The icy water wasn't cold enough to warrant the use of blood magic. Blood magic was to deal with cold that could literally kill you within minutes. As Quinn walked into the lake, water rose and the depth of the lake increased. Just when the water was at his chest level, a bubble appeared on the lower half of his face, forming a mask covering his nose, mouth, cheeks, jaw, and extended down to his neck. For his first deepwater expedition, Quinn had cast a bubble head charm that produced a bubble around the caster's face, giving them a continuous supply of oxygen and allowing them to breathe where they could not otherwise. Submerging himself into the water, Quinn pushed himself off the stone floor and dove into the lake. The bubble head charm did its work and Quinn was able to breathe normally. Silence pressed upon his ears as he soared over a strange, dark, foggy landscape. He could only see 10 feet around him so, as he swam through the water, new scenes seemed to loom suddenly out of the oncoming darkness, rippling forests, tangled blackweed, wide plains of mud, littered with dull, glimmering stones. He swam deeper and deeper, out toward the middle of the lake. His eyes widened, and he stared through the eerily gray-lit water around him and the shadows beyond, where the water became opaque. Small fish flickered past him like silver darts. Once or twice he thought he saw something larger moving ahead of him, but when Quinn got nearer, he discovered it to be nothing but a large, blackened log or a dense clump of weed. Light green weed stretched ahead of him as far as he could see, 2 feet deep, like a meadow of very overgrown grass. Quinn was staring unblinkingly ahead of him, trying to discern shapes through the darkness, and then, without warning, something grabbed hold of his ankle. He twisted his body around and saw a grindillo, a small pale green-skinned, horned water demon, poking out of the weed, its long fingers clutching tightly around Quinn's leg, its pointed fangs bared. Quinn sighed under his protective bubble, and a burst of magic from Quinn's foot blasted the tiny water demon away. A small group of grindillos emerged from the weeds and tried to latch onto Quinn, but they crashed into an invisible shield before getting blasted off like the first one. The tiny water demons didn't seem to understand the situation from watching their brethren getting blasted off, as more and more jumped out of the weeds, trying to latch onto Quinn. Their target stood still in his spot and continued to eject them far away from him, pelting them with magic as their green skins grew angry red patches. Quinn didn't run away from the waves of grindillos and just kept shooting at them like it was some fun game, and the tiny suckers kept coming out of the weeds, trying to get their tiny claws on Quinn. Haha, this is fun. It's like a first-person shooter, chuckled Quinn under his protection. He continued to shoot at them for a couple of minutes before the grindillos understood what was happening and stopped attacking Quinn. They retreated back into the weeds and froze, peeking at him with their leafy green eyes. Quinn swam away, and after swimming for a while, he turned full circle in the water, the silence pressing harder than ever against his eardrums. Quinn knew he must be even deeper in the lake now, but nothing was moving but the rippling weed. I am lost, thought Quinn, and decided to swim to the surface to gain a sense of his location. Swimming up to the surface, Quinn saw he had swum further to the south and away from the castle. He had moved towards the Hogsme train station and the dock from where the first-year students boarded their boats to get to the castle. I need to swim westwards, said Quinn, moving his hair out of his face. Quinn had observed the kraken's tentacles, and he was able to deduce that the kraken's main body hung out somewhere to the castle's west. Quinn had given the giant squid being a kraken theory a thought while he was home. True giant squids, genus Architeuthis, 1, were deep-sea dwelling creatures and cannot live in freshwater, such as inland lochs in Scotland. It would not be able to stand the sunlight, pressure, salinity, or lack thereof, of the water, the space, or the lack of food. At one point during the books, it was fed bread, which it could not digest. Giant squids also had very tender skin that would break if touched, but the cephalopod giant living in the Great Lake could push out children who fell into the lake. This meant that the Hogwarts giant squid was of a magical species, and the kraken was exactly the creature that would match the magical counterpart of the non-magical giant squid. Lucky that this one isn't a violent ship-sinking monster but a semi-domesticated, peace-loving school pet that loves to chill, thought Quinn as he dove back into the water and headed west. This time around, Quinn swam a bit higher over the weed to avoid any more grindillos that might be lurking there. He swam on for what felt like at least 30 minutes. He passed over vast expanses of black mud now, which murkily swirled as he disturbed the water. Ugh, this is getting tiring, thought Quinn. He started to feel tired. He had already been swimming for over 50 minutes. I need to learn magic that makes swimming easier, or at least I need to make some diving fins, thought Quinn. Then, he stopped swimming for a second and looked at his feet. The next second, he conjured a pair of swimming fins on his feet. Alrighty, that was easy. Good job. Another 10 minutes and Quinn finally caught a glimpse of the kraken's tentacle. The giant and long tentacle laid on the lake's bottom floor and covered a large surface area. He swam up to create some distance between him and the tentacle and slowly swam forward, watching as the tentacle got thicker and thicker. Merlin's beard, what I saw outside of the water was just the tip of the iceberg, wasn't it? As Quinn felt amazed by the side of the kraken's tentacle. The end of said tentacle slowly rose and crept in the water, moving towards the tiny human who had gotten deep into its territory. And just when it got near Quinn, the tentacle sped up and moved in for the grab. What? The dash. Quinn, who was busy being amazed at the kraken, suddenly was in the tip of the tentacle in his peripheral vision. The kraken was trying to wrap its tentacle around him, it was trying to trap him. On instinct, Quinn released a magic force field shield which covered him 360 degrees. At first, the tentacle wrapped gently around the shield, but the next second, Quinn felt a tremendous force exerted from the tentacle as it tried to tighten its wrap around Quinn's safeguard. SHIT. The force field shield strained as Quinn pushed more magic into the force field shield, trying desperately to maintain the structural integrity. The kraken, who had spotted a tiny human in its territory, wanted to grab him, but it was confused because something was stopping his tentacles from reaching him. It took the kraken a few seconds to realize that the tiny human had magic around, so it stopped trying to reach the human. What felt like an eternity of struggle to Quinn was just 3 measly seconds before the squeezing force vanished. Quinn opened his tightly shut eyes with heavy breathing and he felt himself move. Afterwards, he saw that the tentacle wrapped around his shield was lifting him up. What is it doing? Where is it taking me? The tentacle took Quinn out of the water. The force field, which was still active, trapped the lake water inside the force field. From outside, it looked like the tentacle was holding a sphere of water with Quinn inside. I need to get away, thought Quinn. He immediately deactivated the force field, and immediately Quinn dropped down towards the water. The tentacle was holding onto the force field, so when Quinn released the magic, the water inside with Quinn slipped away from the tentacle's grasp. Unfortunately for Quinn, the kraken was one step ahead of him. Another tentacle was waiting for him in the water. The second tentacle rose from the lake's surface and captured Quinn in one of its suction cups. Because of the sheer size of the kraken, the suction cups lining its tentacles were huge. Quinn was swallowed inside the suction cup. He was trapped to his neck inside the suction cup. Foo dash. Arg. Quinn struggled against the kraken's bounds. He wanted to get out of here and was really tempted to use magic to tear through the kraken's flesh. The only thing holding him back was because even though the kraken had trapped him, it was only trapping him and not choking him out. Plus, the kraken's reputation for decades was one of a friendly and peaceful creature. The kraken's tentacle moved in the air and stopped right over the lakeside. The suction cup holding Quinn released its hold and unceremoniously dropped him onto the ground like a sack of potatoes. Quinn immediately stood up and vigilantly stared at the retreating tentacle. He was sure that the tentacle gave him a wave as it returned inside the water. What in the world just happened? He wasn't sure what happened. Quinn had swum for close to an hour, and just when he finally reached the kraken, Neptune's bane, he was caught and ejected back to the land. Looking around, Quinn found he was on the lakeside, which was near the herbology greenhouses. My clothes bag is in the opposite direction, grumbled Quinn as he peered at the opposite bank of the Great Lake. I don't want to walk. I am so tired. With slumped shoulders, Quinn dried himself off the lake water. He conjured clothes over his body and started the long walk towards the other side of the lake to get his clothes back. Damn it, that was humiliating, thought Quinn as he walked. He was thinking about what to do next. From today Quinn had understood that if he got too close to the kraken's body, it would eject him out of the lake. If he wanted to get to the vault, then he would have to get past the kraken. I need to be faster, he thought based on today's events. First, I can't spend half an hour just to get near the kraken. I need to find a way to get there faster than before. Second, I have to gain control while I am inside the water. The kraken has too many tentacles, but I have the size advantage. I'm shorter, so I can evade him. To do that, though, I need to gain speed and nimbleness in my swimming. The gears in Quinn's mind turned as he pondered what magic would help him out in this situation. Water magic is definitely a plus, nothing better than water magic inside water. I could probably use it as jets to increase my speed so I can move much faster. It will also improve the things I can do while I'm under the water. As long as the kraken doesn't have water magic capabilities, then I will be able to outmaneuver past him. He brushed a hand through his hair and prayed. Let's hope that whatever the vault is, it's inside some kind of building or room because I don't want to work on the vault while continuously evading the kraken trying to get me out of water. The next part of the problem was Quinn surviving under the water. A human being like himself wasn't meant to stay in the water for extended amounts of time. Sure, he was athletic enough to swim for a long time, but if he was going to stay deep beneath the surface, then it would become dangerous. The bubblehead charm is not durable enough, it might break if I'm not careful. I can't take that kind of risk, speculated Quinn and cracked his neck as he continued to walk. I need to find another source of oxygen. This one will need to be more durable and needs to last as long as I need. Quinn had some ideas on achieving the solution to the oxygen problem, but it would need some study and research because his method required some finesse and delicate magic work. This is going to be a fun year. Scene break. It was late at night inside Quinn, Eddie, and Marcus's dorm room, and all three residents were ready to go to bed. Quinn, do you have any idea about the ministry notice? Asked Marcus from his bed. I heard someone talking about a notice. Do you have any idea what it is about? Quinn, who was reading a book on transfiguration from the Caribbean region, closed his book and turned his face towards Marcus. It's about Hogsmeade. The attack by the Novellus Oxyanites triggered the ministry, so they are taking some precautions, answered Quinn. Then, he got up from his bed. He walked to his study table in his dorm room and opened a drawer. He took out a sheet of paper. This is a copy of the notice, informed Quinn as he walked towards Marcus' bed to hand him the paper. Elliot had sent him the copy of the notice by the Magifax installed at the West Manor. The ministry notice was accompanied by a letter. The letter advised that if Quinn wanted things from Hogsmeade, then he should preferably get them by mail order, and if he absolutely needed to visit Hogsmeade, he was to keep his visits short as possible. Marcus received the paper and read the ministry notice. By order of the Ministry of Magic. We have the duty to inform you that, until further notice, Dementors from Azkaban will be patrolling the streets of Hogsmeade every night after sundown. This measure has been put in place for the safety of the Hogsmeade residents and will be lifted when the ministry brings the terrorist group going by the name of Novellus Oxyanites. It is therefore advisable that you complete your shopping well before nightfall. Happy and prosperous New Year. Eddie also got curious, so he got up from his bed and walked over to Marcus's bed. He took the notice paper after Marcus was done reading it and read it. Are they serious? Eddie asked as he dropped the notice on Marcus' bed. They are putting Dementors in Hogsmeade. Isn't that a little too much? What is wrong with appointing some Aurors in the village? I guess they were thinking that if Dementors patrolled Hogwarts, then why not Hogsmeade, speculated Quinn, shrugging as he spoke. It will not be good for business, though. Marcus, who heard Quinn's answer, asked a question in response. Do you think the Ministry is still restricting the DMLE? By placing Dementors at Hogsmeade, are they trying to keep the Aurors away from the case? Marcus recalled the talk he and Eddie had with Quinn regarding the friction between the Ministry and the DMLE. This situation, to Marcus, that is, allowing Dementors to patrol Hogsmeade, seemed like the Minister's faction was still trying to restrict Aurors office's movements. Quinn plopped himself down on Marcus' bed and said, I'm not sure if this is because of politics or because of the Dementors themselves. Dementors? What do they have to do with this? Asked Eddie, confused. The situation was because of the Minister's faction and the DMLE. He couldn't see how the Dementors fit into this situation. The Dementors feed off from the positive feelings. I don't know their level of sapience, but it is clear that they are sentient enough to taste and sense fear, as they are drawn to it and the promise of positive memories, continued Quinn. They obeyed the Ministry of Magic for years because, in guarding Azkaban, they were provided with the sustenance of any remaining hope or happiness from the prisoners. But now a lot of them are away from their food table, Azkaban. And Dumbledore doesn't allow them inside the castle, so they must have been growing restless for some time, furious at his refusal to let them inside the grounds. So I suppose the Ministry is trying to appease the Dementors by allowing them to patrol Hogsmeade at night. Marcus rubbed his temple and sighed. This is also confusing. Some of the conversations that Marcus, Eddie, and Quinn had this year were politics-related, and those conversations made both Marcus and Eddie increasingly involved in politics. Both of Quinn's roommates had started to think about the Ministry and what was happening around them. Quinn personally had seen both of his friends exchange thoughts on articles they had read in the newspaper and talk about things they hadn't addressed before. And the divide in the Ministry due to the Novellus Oxyonites was at the forefront in many of their conversations. Why don't you write letters to your parents? Write to them asking what they think about the current situation, suggested Quinn, while trying to provide them a way to gain more insight on the topic. Of course, I'm not saying to follow whatever they say. Just hear whatever they have to say and think about how you feel about it. Look up for more facts and get a complete picture. Maybe, then, you will be able to get a clear picture that would erase any confusion. Quinn was trying to make his friends people with critical thinking, people who weren't like the sheep that abounded the British Magical Society. He wanted them to be freethinkers, and, given the situation, having them form their own political views was a good start. People like Albus Dumbledore had an image in the public's mind that bordered worship. It made people trust him without giving it a second thought. And one thing George had taught Quinn was that blind trust was just like nails, the longer you have them, the more dangerous they get. Quinn didn't want his friends to become like the sheep that was everybody. He didn't need yes-men around him who just followed whatever he said. While that sounded good in a way, Quinn wanted the people with whom he interacted to be winners and not losers who couldn't think for themselves. Eddie and Marcus nodded at Quinn's suggestion of writing to their parents, and that brought a smile to Quinn's friends. It was a start. Chapter 84, Interactive Learning and Illusion of Help. Humming a pleasant tune, Quinn walked towards his office, ready to start another shift of quality consultation. I wonder how many will come today, wondered Quinn, thinking about what kind of problems he would get to see today. On an average day, Quinn would get maybe 2 to 3 customers. They would bring their problems to him, expecting a solution. Let's hope that some of them are non-homework-related problems, sighed Quinn, hoping that something interesting would come along. Homework-related requests consisted of Quinn giving homework-related resources to the clients and charging a few nuts for the information. The problem with this kind of problem was that there was no margin for getting students under his debt. He couldn't do their homework for them as that would attract unwanted attention from professors, and second, he didn't want to do people's homework. Quinn reached the office door and twisted the doorknob to open the door. He already knew that his assistant was already in there, so he didn't bother reaching for the key. When he opened the door, Quinn saw Luna sitting on his office barstool behind his table with a client sitting in front of the table. The chime above the door rang, alerting the occupants of Quinn's entrance, causing both of them to look at him. He greeted them. Good evening. Luna, who had her wand tucked behind her ear, waved a hand to Quinn and greeted him back. Good evening. The client simply nodded when he saw Quinn but didn't verbally greet him. Quinn nodded back in response before silently walking to the workshop door and entering the workshop after unlocking the door. He didn't take over the conversation from Luna and let her deal with the client as talking with people was what he had hired her for. He set his book bag down and removed his robe. Luna knocked on the door before entering the workshop. He has brought an interesting request, informed Luna, twirling a few strands of her hair with her fingers. Quinn had told her to call him if the request was interesting. It had taken some time before Quinn successfully taught Luna what he meant by interesting, but eventually, Quinn and Luna came to the same page on what interesting meant. All right, I'll be there, replied Quinn and asked a question. Are you done with your homework? I'm done, responded Luna in a sing-song voice. I just need to bottle the potion in a vial for the class. Excellent, praised Quinn before asking. What about my assignments? How is the progress on that? Ever since Quinn had hired Luna, he had been giving her topics to study every week. Sometimes it would be theory, other times it would be practical. He had given her easy study topics, asked her to practice spells until she got used to them, or long-term projects like growing herbs and keeping track of their progress. He had been giving her fun stuff like treasure map hunts and riddles, just like Friar gave him, but in place of deadly vaults, he had been placing mystery objects around the castle that Luna needed to find and figure out how to solve/open them to get the treasure inside. Every mystery object would require some kind of transfiguration, charms, herbology, or potion brewing to open, making learning more fun for the quirky and eccentric Luna. Quinn wanted Luna to learn and utilize more magic because teenage years were the age where magic grew more rapidly, and he wanted Luna to take advantage of it. He understood that people wouldn't go to the extremes like him by exhausting his magic core every day, but he could make sure that Luna would use more magic while making it fun. All the assignments and projects that Quinn gave Luna were interconnected with each other. Quinn had planned out things so when she completed her 5th year, Luna would be done with her NEWT level education in all subjects other than care of magical creatures practical portion, as bringing creatures into Hogwarts was a hassle. But if Canon Luna was anything of reference, then he was sure that his Luna would somehow cover that portion on her own. On top of that, he intended to closely monitor her progress to see if Luna was progressing faster because if she showed more interest in learning, he would put in extra things that he thought she would learn and things that Luna would find interesting. He didn't burden her with complicated things beyond her level or dump lengthy assignments which would eat away all her time. But he wanted to make sure that Luna would complete her NEWT education by the end of her 5th year because, by that time, Quinn would be at the end of his 7th year, and that meant graduation, aka, he would be leaving Hogwarts. NEWT level education by the end of the 5th year wasn't much of a challenge because a 5th year student with a wand did have enough focus ability to perform all the 7th year magic there was in the curriculum. And with Quinn making study plans fitting to Luna's needs and aptitude, he was sure that not only would Luna understand NEWT level topics, but she would also have better magic capacity and control than her peers. Luna twirled on the spot and smiled in a fun way. I'm still working on the blank parchment and riddle that you gave me. Quinn smiled as he thought of the riddle and blank parchment. The blank parchment was a secret treasure map, and the riddle was the clue to a potion that would make the treasure map visible and another indication that would give her a clue on how to open the mystery object that he had hid. I see. Well, keep working on it, said Quinn, ruffling her hair. Now that he had caught up with her, Quinn asked, so what is he here for? Luna's answer put a smile on his face. Now that is an interesting request, all right, smiled Quinn. He knew exactly how to solve the client's problem, but he wasn't expecting this particular request to come through his doors. He walked to the office and looked at the client as he sat down on his bar stool behind his desk. Mr. Longbottom, you have brought one interesting request. Tell me, what made you request something like this from us? On the client's stool sat Neville Longbottom, round-faced, short, chubby but not overly fat, brown hair. The Longbottom child was clumsy, forgetful, shy, and many considered him ill-suited for Gryffindor House because he seemed timid. He was the other child who qualified to be the prophecy child in Sybil Trelawney's prophecy as he was the child of the Longbottom couple, who had defied Voldemort thrice. Fortunately, Voldemort had decided to target the Potters first and had said in Harry Potter's fate to be the chosen one. I keep forgetting the password to the common room. So I write the passwords on a piece of parchment in case I forget it, but one of the prefects caught me as I was looking at my note. Neville's timid voice narrated his story. He was looking down at his lap as he spoke, not making eye contact with Quinn. He dragged me to Professor McGonagall, and she scolded me for writing the password. Then when I returned to the common room, everybody was laughing at me. Neville looked like he was about to cry. Quinn could literally see tears pooling at the edges of his eyes. So you have come to me, a Ravenclaw, to help you with the Gryffindor common room pass dash. Neville's ears reddened as he heard Quinn's words and cut him by standing from his bar stool and sputtered, I'm sorry, this was stupid. Please, excuse me. I will leave. Quinn raised his hand with a smile on his face and stopped Neville, not at all, Mr. Longbottom. You have a problem, and you came to us to get a solution. We strive to solve any problem, so no, this isn't stupid. He gestured for Neville to return to his seat. Please take a seat. I believe I can solve your problem. Neville blinked a couple of times at Quinn before sitting down. This time he made proper eye contact with Quinn, his eyes flashing with hope. As you said, you always forget the common room password. There is nothing wrong with that. Quinn reassured Neville that this was something very commonplace. I'm sure a lot of your housemates also forget the password and have it written down somewhere. The prefect who caught you might have been having a bad day, and if not that, then we both can agree that he is a jerk. Bad-mouthing a third person behind their back, especially if that person wasn't well-liked, was a proven way to improve relations between two people. Quinn was using it to make Neville feel comfortable and assert that he wasn't at fault. From what I know, Gryffindor common room password changes once every 3 weeks. Correct? Neville nodded in response to Quinn's question. Of course, Quinn already knew that. He knew that Gryffindor and Hufflepuff common room passwords changed every 3 weeks, while the Slytherin common room password changed every other week. He had recon long enough to figure out the change schedules. And you sometimes forget it, so you need a way to remember it. That is what you are asking me, correct? Quinn didn't even go in the direction where Neville didn't forget the password, as that would be a lengthy process that Quinn didn't want to overtake. When Neville nodded, Quinn continued, "Excellent, I have just the solution for you. It will allow you to keep a secret copy of the passwords with no one ever finding out. There will be no parchment trail, you just need to make sure that you are alone when you look at it." Quinn stood up from his seat and spoke, "Please wait a moment, and I will be back with the solution." He left Neville behind in the office and walked into the workshop. Inside the workshop, Luna was lying on the floor intently staring at the riddle parchment. The parchment was levitating above her, with Luna's wand in her hand. As Quinn walked to a potion cupboard, he stared at Luna. It looked like she didn't notice Quinn walking as she kept staring at the parchment. She's weird, thought Quinn with a smile on his face. Quinn opened a cupboard and searched for a potion vial. It was one of the potions that he had learned to brew before Hogwarts. He brewed it because it sounded fun, and he had all the ingredients lying around. Ah, found it. Taking a vial of inky black potion out of the cupboard, Quinn walked to another part of the room, stepped over Luna's body, and opened a drawer to get a thick calligraphy brush. Once again, Quinn stepped over Luna's body and walked outside to the office, and instead of sitting on his bar stool behind the table, Quinn sat beside Neville in the other client's stool. "We're ready," said Quinn as he set down the potion vial and calligraphy brush on the table. He turned to face Neville and started. "All right, before we start, I would like to explain what is this about in case you don't want to go through this." Quinn needed consent before he did anything, he didn't want complaints after he was done. "So this potion is a type of ink that is used on the skin. It is generally used by healers to mark parts on a patient's bodies if ever needed," explained Quinn, picking up the vial off the table. "But this is a little different recipe. I changed the recipe so that the ink sinks into the patient's body. That way, if the healer has drawn too many lines, they could hide some lines to avoid clutter. You know, small improvements to increase ease of use." Quinn lifted the sleeve of his left hand and placed a finger on his forearm. "I'm going to stain a patch of your forearm in this ink and then change it so that it will read the Gryffindor common room password. When you need the password, you can make it appear, and when you're done, you can hide it." Quinn looked up at Neville and asked, "Any questions?" "Will it hurt?" asked Neville with a wince in his voice. "Not at all," assured Quinn as he picked up the calligraphy brush from the table and showed it to Neville. "I'm going to use this brush to paint some ink on your arm. It might tickle, but after that, you won't feel anything. It won't hurt even when you make the ink appear or when you hide it." Neville looked relieved to hear that it wouldn't hurt. Neville thought that Quinn was a cool person, and he didn't want to cry in front of him. Plus, there was that other girl inside, and if he cried she might come out and see him cry. "We need a code word to make the ink appear," said Quinn. He wanted a code word that would reveal the password. "Tell me, Neville, what is your favorite tree, herb, plant, or any flora?" Neville tilted his head confused, wondering why Quinn was asking like this but answered nevertheless. "Chamomile." "Excellent, then that will be your code word," clapped Quinn, smiling at Neville. He knew Neville was a herbology lover, so assigning the code word as Neville's favorite plant would make sure that Neville would never forget it. Or I could have just used his name as the code word, but that is so boring, thought Quinn before speaking. "Now, let's get started and ink your forearm. Lift your sleeve and hold it in place." Quinn uncorked the vial and dipped the calligraphy brush into the vial. He waited as Neville clumsily pulled up his sleeve and awkwardly held it in place. "All right, let's begin." Quinn removed the brush from the vial and gently painted a stroke back and forth, drawing nothing in particular and just trying to put more and more ink on Neville's hand. After half a minute, Quinn felt that the ink was enough for any phrase that would be chosen as the Gryffindor common room password. "I think this is enough," said Quinn as he placed the brush on the table and pulled out his fake wand. Placing the wand tip on the inked area, Quinn fake chanted, "Immutatio." The ink moved on Neville's skin and took the form of the words, "Facta, non verba dot." As Quinn removed the wand tip to observe the result, Neville asked with his jaw open in shock, "How did you know the password?" That isn't something you should waste your time thinking about, Mr. Longbottom. Some things aren't meant to be known, and this is one of them. Sometimes not knowing is better. Knowledge can turn into a curse if you're not careful. Quinn's voice was smooth and had a slower than usual flow to it, which made his words sound silky. It stopped Neville from trying to continue the questioning. The Gryffindor gulped while nodding, deciding to forget he had asked that question. Please take out your wand and place it on the inked words, instructed Quinn. Neville used the hand holding his sleeve to take out his father's wand, giving Quinn the chance to magically fold Neville's sleeve properly, unlike the awkward crumpled way Neville had done. Say chamomile to set it as the code word, said Quinn as he once again placed his fake wand tip on the inked words. Neville nervously placed his wand beside Quinn's and spoke, chamomile. The ink flashed, affirming that the code word was set, and immediately the ink disappeared as they sunk into Neville's skin, leaving behind no signs. Try saying the code word to see if it is working, instructed Quinn. Neville spoke, chamomile, with his wand tip pressed against his skin, and the words, facta, non verba, appeared on his skin. Neville's eyes flashed with happiness as he repeatedly spoke, chamomile, making the words appear and vanish on his skin. Thank you, said Neville, a smile on his face. He was relieved that now he wouldn't have to keep a parchment with the password written on it. He could just whip out his wand and would have the password on his hand. No worries. But you will have to come back every time the password changes so I can modify the words. Plus, this ink will slowly dissipate from your body, so you need to come back here to refill the ink. Neville nodded without any discomfort or reluctance. He was ready to come here as long as he was able to keep the password in his hand. What do I have to pay? Asked Neville. He was so happy that he was ready to empty his pocket money into Quinn's hands. Oh, about that, no need to pay me anything, smiled Quinn as he stood up with Neville following him. Quinn extended his hand for a handshake with Neville and spoke. I scratch your back, you'll scratch mine. This was just me helping you out, so when in the future I need your help, help me out. You'll help me out, right, Neville? Neville repeatedly nodded as he spoke, of course, I will help you. I will help you with anything. This is great, thank you. Thank you so much. No worries. Come back anytime you want, said Quinn with a kind and helpful smile. After Neville left, Quinn cleaned up things and sat behind his table, thinking about Neville Longbottom's request. While it seemed that Quinn had helped Neville with his request, the truth was that Neville was no better than before he entered the AID offices. Quinn hadn't helped out Neville one bit. What he had provided was just an illusion of help. Neville was now looking at his arm instead of paper. He could still very well get caught if he was careless and someone saw him revealing the password on his arm. Plus, now, Neville was under the assumption that he would have to return to AID offices to reset the password and refill the ink in his arm. Neville had gone from simply writing the password on parchment, which he did on his own, to writing the password on his arm, which required Quinn's assistance. Quinn, of course, knew all this, and despite that, had chosen to use such a solution. No. To better phrase it, Quinn had given Neville the solution, knowing that it wouldn't help out Neville. Quinn wanted Neville to retain the problem and repeatedly return to his office to avail his services, as that would enable Quinn to increase the amount of help he handed out to Neville. A day would come in the future when Neville would feel that he had gotten so much help from Quinn that he wouldn't be able to refuse anything that Quinn asked from him. Quinn sat on his bar stool, looking at where Neville had sat as he tapped his fingers on the table. Eventually, a soft closed-mouth smile made its way to Quinn's face. Like a spider watching a butterfly flying towards its web. Chapter 85, Aquatic Showdown, and Exposed. Sitting by a bank in the Great Lake, soaking his feet in the cold water, Quinn readied himself for another deep dive into its depths. It had been a few weeks since Quinn had tried to get close to the Kraken. He had been practicing his swimming near the surface, away from the Kraken's main body. He had been practicing his magic so that when he did approach the Kraken once more, he wouldn't be helpless. Well, I'm not exactly helpless. I could injure it and take my chance. Yeah, but that would probably not go my or the Kraken's way, grumbled Quinn, while swinging his soaking feet in the lake water. Quinn was sure that he could reasonably injure the Kraken. Last year, while under the Sin Curse, Quinn had learned a lot of destructive magic and had practiced it even more. The Room of Requirement had dealt with a lot of abuse from Quinn, who had a penchant for destruction. So Quinn was sure that if he turned his magic against the Kraken, he would make the legendary monster feel a lot of pain and rip and detach at least one of its tentacles from its body. But at the same time, Quinn wasn't sure what he would do when it came to defending. The water was the Kraken's territory, his home ground, and Quinn was an outsider, playing an away game, which meant that Kraken had the field advantage. Quinn had done some mental simulations, that is, he had imagined how things would go if he fought the Kraken. In lots of them, he ended up crushed by a Kraken's tentacle or eaten by the Kraken or being repeatedly smacked into the lake bed till he was broken and dead. I wanted to say that our battle would be legendary, smirked Quinn but sighed while shaking his head. Alas, it won't happen, but, maybe. Nah, it won't happen. Quinn stood up and walked into the lake, water climbing up his body as he waded forward. When his feet no longer touched the ground and had swum a distance from the shore, he stopped himself from floating and let himself sink into the water, disappearing from the surface. In the deep blue and somewhat murky green, he closed his eyes and held his breath. Afterward, Quinn brought his hands to the sides of his neck and sunk deeper into the water. Magic flowed in his body and thrummed as it showed its charm. Quinn opened his mouth and let water flow in, and a few seconds later, bubbles emerged from beneath Quinn's hand. He opened his eyes and put away his hands from his neck, which revealed 3 large slits just below his ears, flapping in the cold air. Gills were a respiratory organ found in many aquatic organisms that extracted dissolved oxygen from water and expelled carbon dioxide. Gills were tissues that were like short threads, protein structures called filaments. Each filament contained a blood capillary network that provided a large surface area for exchanging oxygen and carbon dioxide. Human transfiguration was a sub-branch of transfiguration and a kind of transformation where one transfigures human body parts or an entire human being into another form. Human transfiguration on oneself was an arduous process because you added organic parts to the human body that weren't part of the original human physiology. If not performed correctly and carefully, then the caster would be in a world of complications. Adding gills to himself for oxygen and carbon dioxide exchange under the water was a simple enough idea that Quinn borrowed from Harry Potter and Victor Crumb's performance in the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry had used gillyweed, a magical plant, to achieve underwater breathing. When eaten, it gave the consumer gills, allowing them to breathe underwater and webbing between the fingers and toes, allowing them to swim underwater with ease. Victor Crumb chose to attempt human transfigure on himself and tried to transform himself into a shark but managed only to transfigure his head. Still, it worked well enough for him to reach the merpeople village because the shark head had gills that allowed him to breathe underwater. So Quinn combined both of those examples and gave him a pair of gills without turning into another species. He studied the anatomy of the gills from multiple aquatic species before he was able to clearly understand how the gills worked. From there on, Quinn had to transfigure gill structures with filaments that had a blood capillary network. He connected those capillaries to his own natural blood vessel network. Finally, he blocked his windpipe so that the water wouldn't go in his lungs and diverted to the gills, completing an artificial aquatic respiratory system in his body. The first gulp of icy lake water felt like the breath of life. He took another swallow of water and felt it pass smoothly through his gills, sending oxygen back to his brain. The oxygen circulation was established, and Quinn's body got a healthy dose of oxygen from the water. All right, everything seems to be working fine, thought Quinn, in taking more water to suck the oxygen out of the liquid. The gill flaps closed when Quinn took in water, and his mouth shut when the gill flaps opened to let out the water. Good, let's go. Quinn's magic leaked into the surrounding water, causing it to react with a short wave of vibration before it settled down to normalcy, but Quinn knew that it wasn't back to normal. With a single thought, the water reacted and pushed Quinn forward. He left behind a jet of water as Quinn's speed in water increased, and he zoomed across the lake towards the largest resident of the area. If you looked closely, it'd be possible to see Quinn covered in a teardrop-shaped envelope of calm water, as the turbulent water around that stable envelope made Quinn move inside the lake. After practicing for a few weeks, Quinn had learned a lot about using water magic to practice underwater swimming. Quinn had found that he needed to maintain calm water around him, as steady and stable water was ideal for proper oxygen circulation. The turbulent water hindered Quinn's ability to take in water, so to solve that, he tried many options, like covering his face with stable water, but that failed the integrity test and would turn turbulent after a certain speed. After many tests and configurations, Quinn had found that covering his entire body with a teardrop-shaped stable water cover was better, as not only did it pass the integrity test, it also spared Quinn's body from the water resistance he experienced while learning how to use water magic for swimming. Hydrodynamics for the win, smiled Quinn as he exerted more magic, pushing his speed up as he moved towards the Kraken. What previously took tens of minutes of physical swimming, now with the help of water magic, it took under 5 minutes for Quinn to start from his usual starting point to where the Kraken usually resided. There it is, thought Quinn as a tentacle entered his sight. Quinn stopped at a distance away from the tentacle and took a moment to form his plan. This would be his second encounter with the Kraken, although this time his goal was to at least make sure that the Kraken didn't touch him. That was all he wanted to accomplish today. Let's start. Quinn cracked his knuckles underwater, and the water once again formed a teardrop around Quinn. Quinn, then, contracted his body before extending it straight and shot himself towards the Kraken. Immediately, the Kraken's tentacle twitched as it felt a tiny human moving towards him at a faster speed than before. The next second, 2 tentacles rose from the lake floor and shot towards the smaller figure in the water. Quinn, who registered the twin tentacle pincer attack, immediately shot upward to avoid a tentacle. The next second, though, the other tentacle went upon Quinn, ready to grab him. Oh, no, I'm not going to the surface soon, thought Quinn. The water magic showed its maneuverability advantages as the teardrop cover narrowed. Water forces from different directions came into play, and Quinn moved towards the incoming tentacle, intending to escape its grasp with an aggressive approach. Quinn and the tentacle close onto each other, and at the last second, Quinn spun around the cylindrical body of the tentacle, leaving behind coils of water propulsions around the tentacle's body as he zoomed forward. Yes, celebrated Quinn as he put in more magic into speed and zoomed towards the Kraken's main body while intending to see its face. But the thing about tentacles is that they don't work like hands, they weren't single-jointed limbs and could fold and turn at any point of their length. And the Kraken knew it better than anyone else. So when Quinn escaped its first attempt, both tentacles immediately moved, turning towards Quinn and darting with speed to catch up with Quinn like homing missiles. Quinn, who was zooming forward, felt something behind him and saw that the tentacles he dodged were once again on his tail, and they were much faster than Quinn, so the distance was shortening as he watched them. He knew running away wasn't going to work for long, so he decided to use another branch of magic, a magic that had a massive advantage in his current situation. Turning his body towards the tentacles while still moving away from them, Quinn took a deep breath of water and called upon his magic. The magic from his magical core shot out into the water and waited for Quinn to give the command. Quinn waited, he waited for the tentacles to get closer and closer to each other as they moved nearer to Quinn, patiently watching for the right moment. When they were just about the distance Quinn wanted them to be, he dwelled deep into his memories. Ice. That single word brought him the memories of the chilling freeze of the icy vault, all the time he had spent in the area, feeling the cold seep into his bones. Just for the moment, Quinn felt that he was back in the icy vault, working on the snowflake icicle, trying to get inside the vault. Ice. With that thought, the magic got the command it was waiting for, and it made the wish come true in reality. Ice bloomed in the Great Lake, two giant bands of ice formed around the two tentacles, working as cuffs when the ice from the band shot towards each other, meeting to lock the tentacles with each other, causing them to slow down and snatch against each other. In an environment where water was everywhere, where the base material for making ice was in so much abundance, Quinn's ice magic worked with greater ease. He was able to push it to greater heights than he had ever reached. More and more ice bands formed around the surface of the tentacles, weighing them down as they locked them to each other. With a smirk on his face, Quinn raised an arm up, and a gigantic upward curving ice barrier formed just as a third tentacle tried to capture Quinn from above. Ha! I was expecting that, reveled Quinn as he made a fist with his raised hand. The third tentacle, which collided with the barrier, started to freeze as ice formed on its surface, climbing up at an alarming rate. But the next things Quinn saw wiped the smirk off Quinn's face. The initial two tentacles, sinking down because of the ice, moved and tugged to opposite sides. Immediately, there were cracks and crevices appeared in the ice constraints. Quinn's eyes widened as he saw the cracks in the ice. In response, he concentrated his magic to fill those cracks with more ice. But as he did that, he felt something on his side, and when Quinn moved his eyes to the side, he saw a fourth tentacle darting towards him. Motherfuck dash. Quinn tried to curse as he formed an ice sphere around him, and just as the ice sphere was about to complete, the collision with the fourth tentacle happened, sending the ice sphere with Quinn inside rushing to the opposite direction. Shit, he shouted, but underwater all that did was to create a gurgle. The whirling ice sphere stole Quinn's balance, and he tumbled inside for a good couple of seconds before he exerted magic and dissolved the ice sphere, leaving Quinn's body flailing. It took another few seconds before Quinn could regain balance, but he was still moving uncontrollably. Turning back to the direction he was drifting in an attempt to stop himself, Quinn came into another shock. Crap. Scene break. The Slytherin common room was a dungeon-like room with greenish lamps and chairs. This dungeon extended part way under the lake, giving the light in the room a green tinge. The room had lots of low-backed, black and dark green, button-tufted, leather sofas, skulls, and dark wood cupboards. One of the wooden tables had a wizard's chess set on it. The common room was decorated with tapestries featuring the adventures of famous medieval Slytherins. It had quite a dignified atmosphere, albeit quite a cold one. Daphne Greengrass, her sister, Astoria Greengrass, and Tracy Davis were sitting in there. Tracy and Astoria were playing a game of wizard's chess while Daphne was reading a book. There was no one else in the spacious area. So except for the occasional crosstalk between Tracy and Astoria, the only sounds in the room were the ticking of a clock, moving of chess pieces, and turning pages. The three occupants were comfortable in the room's tranquility until a heavy thump broke it. All three girls jumped in their chairs and looked at each other before hastily looking towards the source of the shattering thump. The three girls saw a person pressed up flat against the glass panels that showed the underwater view of the Great Lake. Tracy blinked a couple of times, squinted her eyes to thoroughly look at the person, and her eyes opened when she recognized the person. Quinn. The Greengrass sisters' jaw dropped when it clicked in their minds, and now they could see that the man dressed only in shorts was the Ravenclaw, and their friend, Quinn West. "What in Slytherin's name is he doing there?" asked Astoria as she moved towards the glass panels. "Are those slits on his neck?" pointed out Daphne when she noticed his gills. Tracy and Astoria turned to Daphne and looked at her with a face that said, "That is the first thing you notice." Quinn, who was on the other side of the glass, opened his eyes to see his 3 Slytherin friends. The 3 girls watched as Quinn's eyes widened when he noticed them. They saw his jaw drop in shock and then the banging of his head against the glass. Quinn slapped his hand against the glass, and they saw the reddish-yellow glowing words form on the glass. "Not a word to anyone." After a moment, another line formed below the first line. "Not a word." The words stayed there for a few seconds before they disappeared, and the girls saw Quinn push against the glass and swim away. "He didn't say goodbye," commented Astoria as Quinn disappeared away from their sights. This time the older girls looked at Astoria and made faces that said, "That is what you say first." Quinn's sudden visit surprised the 3 girls enough for them not to notice that he didn't have a wand in his hand. At least then, that is. Scene break. Quinn didn't encounter the Kraken during his journey back to the shore. Just before he got out of the water, Quinn's transfigured gills disappeared, and so did other modifications. He brought his face out of the water and took a couple of deep breaths through his mouth till his lungs were once again filled with oxygen-rich air and performing as normal. Walking out of the lake, Quinn laid down on the ground and groaned for a good minute before opening his eyes and sighing. "I just wanted a peaceful year, and now this happens." While he was sure that Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria wouldn't speak about it to anyone else, he didn't want them to know. A secret was strongest when only one person knew about it. Quinn had no plan of telling them anything about the vault or what he was actually doing there, but he was sure that he was going to have a talk with them. "I need to think about what I am going to tell them." Quinn sighed, and then his mind went back to today's encounter with the Kraken. "Damn it, that Kraken is a toughie. The number of tentacles is just not fair. I need to get more practice," sighed Quinn before some other things. "I need to change some things. Yeah, definitely change some things." The second encounter with the Kraken ended up a failure. Chapter 86, Hosting the Slytherin 3, and Wormtail. The thing about the ambience of the AID office was that the room was designed to make the people who came in feel comfortable. The entire room was set up to create a comforting and inviting environment. It had a lot of elbow room to make the clients feel that the room was spacious and not stuffy. At the same time, the number of knickknacks, decor, and paintings gave the illusion of being in a small space that made the room feel cozy and safe. The walls were painted in a light blue to make the clients more agreeable and relaxed. The plants placed in the room were carefully chosen to provide a fresh aspect to the ambience, making the room feel more organic. The room's entire purpose was to make the person who came in feel comfortable enough to open up about their troubles. To provide a safe space that put them at ease. And the things that tied at everything in the room were the main focus in the room, the host, the person who owned and operated the place. And currently, that host was totally focused on maximizing the comfort level of the people sitting in front of him. "Please make yourselves comfortable," stated Quinn with a calm smile on his face. "Do you girls want something to drink? I have butterbeer, gilly water, soda, or milkshakes. I have lots of fruits that you can choose from." The eyes of 2 of the 3 girls sitting in front of Quinn shined. They spoke up. "I want a butterbeer," asked Tracy with a shine in her eyes and joy in her voice. She had some butterbeer for the first time at Hogsmeade and enjoyed it very much. So when Quinn offered, she jumped at it. "Gilly water, please," replied Astoria from her chair, looking at the various knickknacks and paintings. The third girl sighed at her 2 companions before replying. "Nothing, thank you." Quinn stood up from behind his desk and walked to his workshop. When he came out with a bottle each of butterbeer and gilly water. "Daphne, are you sure you don't want anything?" asked Quinn as he put down the chilled bottles on the coasters on the table in front of Tracy and Astoria. "I can brew a pot of tea if you don't want something cold. I have a variety of tea leaves that you can pick from." "I would like to know what were you doing in the Great Lake?" asked Daphne, making clear eye contact with Quinn. "Straight to business." "I can respect that," said Quinn sitting back down on his bar stool. "Ahem, what I was doing in the Great Lake. Well, I was swimming," replied Quinn after clearing his throat, hoping that this would clear every doubt. But Quinn knew that he was kidding himself. In late January, persisted the blonde Greengrass, with a tone laced with skepticism. She didn't believe Quinn would go for a simple swim in the icy waters. Quinn matched eyes with Daphne and answered with a straight face. "Yes, one warming charm, and I was all set for a nice swim." What about the gills beneath your ears? Why were you using magic that isn't taught until the 6th year? Asked Daphne, pushing for more information when she heard the short answer from Quinn. Quinn snorted and scoffed at those words. He bragged with self-confidence laced in his tone, I'm the smartest student at Hogwarts. Year restrictions have never stopped me and never will. I wanted to go deep diving, so I gave myself a pair of gills, nothing complex. He took out his fake wand with his right hand and waved it to perform magic on his left hand. The digits of his left hand twitched, lengthened a bit, and gained another joint. Flexing his fingers, Quinn showed the girls his fingers with 3 interphalangeal joints and a thumb with 2 joints. I have enough mastery over magic to perform partial human transfiguration over limited parts of my body, boasted Quinn. Even if he was boasting, Quinn was still holding back what he was capable of. He was more advanced than what he was letting on. Now that I think about that, I need to improve on that thing, thought Quinn. He needed to make certain changes before he went back for another confrontation with the Kraken. The younger Greengrass was holding the bottle of gilly water with both her hands and was looking at the bottle's label when she asked, Then why did you crash into the glass? All 3 girls remembered the shocked expression on his face when he was pressed against the glass. Quinn was clearly not expecting to be there nor wanted them to see him, so something had happened when he was swimming, and with a storious question, all 3 stared at Quinn, expecting an answer. The little one knows how to talk. Of course, that would turn in the other direction, thought Quinn with a straight face before speaking. I kind of got flicked by the giant squid when I was running away from a flurry of grindillos. The giant squid took me by surprise, so I ended up casting a spell at it, and then it flung me away with its tentacle because of that spell. To keep his story believable, Quinn decided to stick to the facts that he had experienced. He regularly met grindillos while he practiced his water magic and ran away from them to practice his speed, and the Kraken did push him away because of the ice magic. By spinning his actual experiences into fake explanations, Quinn was making sure to establish a believable story, plus it allowed him to present it believably and confidently. And since this could be seen as dangerous, I asked you 3 not to tell anyone, finished Quinn, rolling his eyes as he air-quoted the word dangerous. Quinn was handing the girls the initiative, but anything that followed was under control. He waited for any question because that allowed him to answer questions they bothered to ask and not anything extra that he might speak about if he took the lead. Can we also go swimming? That would be fun, suggested Tracy, thinking about playing in the water, having fun. Quinn grabbed the opportunity when he saw it and steered the conversation in the presented direction. Sure, I can teach you a simple bubblehead charm that would allow you to breathe underwater, but whether you're able to learn it, it is up to you. And if you guys do learn it, let's do this when the weather gets warmer, I don't want you guys to get sick. But you went for a swim in the cold, why not us, whined Tracy, slightly frowning towards Quinn. It will take you a lot of time to learn the bubblehead charm if you are able to learn it. The spell is a 6th-year charm, reasoned Quinn, ignoring the glare from Daphne. He knew the glare was because he had just said that year restrictions didn't hinder him, and now he was saying that they wouldn't learn it because it was a higher year spell. If you want to go for a swim at the surface, that doesn't warrant the bubblehead charm. The water is freezing, you know, even with the warming charm, you still feel the cold against the skin. Believe me, most people don't like it. I didn't mind it, but I'm not sure if you'd like it. Quinn wasn't lying about the cold against the skin. He felt the bitter chill against his skin the entire time he was inside the lake. Quinn didn't heat the water envelope around him to make himself comfortable because he just didn't mind the cold and was used to it, but not all could stay in that cold. While saying that, the workshop's door pushed open, and Luna came skipping out with a large sheet of old parchment in her hands. I did it, she exclaimed, looking at Quinn, unrolling the parchment and showing a detailed map drawn on the parchment. It was mud-rue-based ink. It reacted with Pidecori and a Fey-Meg-Tarring potion. Luna giggled as she pushed the parchment near Quinn, showing it to Quinn. The blonde Ravenclaw wasn't even looking at the 3 Slytherin girls. Quinn took the map parchment from her and gave it a look over. From Luna's excited reaction, Quinn knew that she had gotten the correct potions and herbs. He still observed the parchment to judge the quality of her brew, as he wanted to determine her progress in potion brewing, and he was pleased to see that she had done a more than decent brew for her first time brewing the potion. Good job, Luna, praised Quinn, smiling at the parchment before smiling at his friend/junior/assistant. And you are right, it was Pidecori and a Fey-Meg-Tarring potion. It was in the riddle. It was so clear when I finally noticed. You hit it so cleverly, beamed Luna, swinging with joy in her spot. She was so happy that she couldn't contain herself. Quinn handed the map parchment back to Luna and spoke, how about you go and explore with the map? Revealing the map was only step 1, you still have to find the treasure. Really, exclaimed Luna, but then she looked back at the workshop and spoke. Her voice didn't have as much excitement as before, but I still have to clean up the equipment I used. Quinn chuckled and responded, I will clean it. You go and have fun. Luna squealed and gave Quinn a tight hug before turning to the office entrance. She was about to rush out when she saw that Quinn had company. "Hi," greeted Luna when she saw the three girls, immediately following the greeting with, "Bye." And with that, she rushed to the door. "Don't run in the hallways," shouted Quinn just before she exited. "Okay," was all Luna said before she was gone. Daphne, who had turned her head to look at Luna, who had rushed out, turned it back towards Quinn and inquired, "She wasn't there the entire time?" "Oh yeah, she's been spending a lot of time in there, brewing potions," answered Quinn as he walked back to his bar stool after closing the workshop door. "And why does she brew potions in there and not in the potion wing?" asked Daphne, looking between the workshop door and Quinn. The potion wing in Hogwarts were multiple classrooms with potion workstations where students could practice potion brewing. "Oh right, not many people know it, but Luna is my employee. I hired her as my assistant," answered Quinn. He was still smiling because of Luna's progress with the learning quest he made for her. "She gets to use the space behind the wall." "What is behind the wall?" Astoria chirped in, curiosity evident in her eyes as she looked at the workshop's red door. "That's a secret," smiled Quinn in response. Many people had asked Quinn about the area behind the wall. And all of them had different ideas about what was behind there. Some thought it was a storage room because Quinn brought out their orders from inside, others assumed it was empty because they never saw Quinn go back there. Now some people like Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria knew that there was at least a potion workstation inside. But no one except Quinn, Luna, Ivy Potter, and whoever she told knew what was inside. "Oh, come on, tell us," inquired Tracy. Now that Quinn refused to tell them, it stirred her curiosity. "Maybe another day. I'll give you a tour of what is behind the wall. I will say this, though, behind the wall, you'll find something enjoyable and of your liking," grinned Quinn, enjoying himself as he increased the allure of the unknown place behind the glass wall and watching how the three girls became even more curious. Tracy and Astoria shifted in their seats, while Daphne narrowed her eyes at the red door. The three wondered what there was inside and had a mental image of what was behind the wall. "Phew, at least now they aren't thinking about what I was doing in the lake," sighed Quinn, feeling relieved that he was successfully able to divert the whole situation. "I somehow need to thank Luna and her timing. What does she like?" "Ah, she likes to paint." "Okay, then I need to find out what kind of paints and brushes she uses and get a new assortment for her." To make sure that they don't return to yesterday's incident, Quinn shifted the topic of conversation. "So Astoria, tell me what Daphne is like at home." The younger sister's eyes shined as she opened her mouth, and things flew out. The older sister was quick on the outtake and tried to stop her sister. Tracy and Quinn sat back and laughed at the sisters. Scene break. In a cursed building that looked like no one had occupied for years, as there were broken windows, stripped paints, exposed bricks and cracks creeping across the outside, making the building unpleasant to the eye. If the building's facade was in bad shape, then the inside was worse. There were broken tiles, paint falling from every wall, exposed pipes, broken and left behind furniture, mold, and spider webs in every corner. The insides were so dusty and covered with fallen building material that no patch of the floor was empty. It was a building that even the most impoverished squatters would avoid. In that same building lied a man, a dangerously skinny and skeletal-looking man. The man looked sickly and pale like he hadn't eaten properly in months. The man was exceedingly short, no taller than the average 13-year-old child with pale grubby waxy skin, small watery eyes, a pointed nose, sunken cheeks and eyes, yellow teeth, and a balding head of reddish hair. If someone looked at the man at the very moment, they would think that the man was a corpse that had died in the building. But the man was no corpse, this man was the greatest betrayer in recent history. Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew was called by some of his former friends as Wormtail. He began attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in 1971 and was sorted into Gryffindor House after the sorting hat pondered over which house he belonged in for over 5 minutes, a true hat's tall. During his years at Hogwarts, he became one of the Marauders. He was best friends with Sirius Black, James Potter, and Remus Lupin, and together they created the Marauders map. During the First Wizarding War, Peter was a member of the Order of the Phoenix but became a spy when he got forced into joining Lord Voldemort. He was made the secret keeper for the Potters when they went into hiding with the Fidley's charm. But he betrayed James, his wife Lily, and their children Harry and Ivy to Lord Voldemort, leading this to the death of Euphemia and Fleamont Potter, the parents of James Potter. After Voldemort's fall, he tried to fake his own death and frame Sirius for betraying Fleamont and Euphemia, as well as for his own murder and those of the 12 Muggles he killed during his escape. But Sirius Black was sharper and more magically capable than Peter and saw through the deception and caught the rat. Peter was arrested by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and sentenced by Barty Crouch Sr. to life imprisonment in Azkaban. He was charged of 12 crimes of murder with the killing curse and for giving the information about the Potters' whereabouts, which lead to their death by the hands of Lord Voldemort. Peter was placed in solitary confinement at the mercy of the Azkaban guards, the Dementors. But the rat was persistent and had cockroach-like tenacity. The tenacity to live could not be detected by the Dementors but still allowed him to maintain a sense of self and regain enough strength to transform into his animagus form in his cell. Since Dementors have difficulty sensing the less complex emotions of animals, he could remain relatively unaffected as a rat. It was not trouble at all to the immortal guards, though, since they thought it meant he was losing his mind like every other convict in their custody, including Bellatrix and some of her fellow Death Eaters. Peter spent 12 years living in his animagus form in Azkaban. Just a few months ago, he seized an opportunity and became the only known person to escape the prison unassisted. He did it by transforming into his animagus form of a rat. The decision to escape after 12 years of imprisonment was the news he had heard from the guards. A new terrorist group had been causing chaos outside in the real world. The group had caused stress on the Aurors office to deploy Aurors to patrol Muggle areas to guard the unaware Muggle population from any surprise attacks. For the first time in a long time, Wormtail mustered whatever courage he had and decided to escape the hell of the place he was living. The motivation of that escape wasn't to better his own life but to make someone else's life miserable. In his 12-year incarceration, his former friend, Sirius Black, had regularly visited him to gloat and give him regular news about how great his and his other friends' lives were. Peter couldn't help but hear what Black would tell him about the fame, prestige, and happiness they had gotten after the war. He bragged about how everyone knew about them while he was dumped there in filth, forgotten by everyone. In 12 years, Peter developed an obsession and hateful loathing towards his former friends. He hated Sirius because of his regular visits and hated James and Lupin because they didn't even bother to visit him. He thought that the latter two couldn't even be bothered to visit him because of their glamorous lives. Obsession wasn't something that Dementors could detect, and that was why he kept his sanity even when the Dementors sucked everything worth living for out of him. So for the first time, Peter took action without knowing what laid in his future. He escaped Azkaban to get back his former master to the top so that Voldemort would burn down his former friends to the ground and he could be there as Voldemort did it. He didn't know if Voldemort was even alive, but spending a lot of time in Azkaban with nothing but his thoughts made him convinced that Voldemort was still alive. The sole aim of his life became to see the Black, Potter, Lupin, and therefore the Order of Phoenix to be destroyed. He wanted anyone who opposed Voldemort to suffer because it was their fault that Voldemort had fallen and robbed him of a glorious future. In the broken-down building, Peter Pettigrew opened his gaunt eyes and in them was a strong fire of hatred. Chapter 87, Third Encounter, and Failed to Succeed. After spending a few hours every day underwater for months inside the Great Lake, Quinn had gotten used to the water so much he felt it was just another part of his life. Everything, from moving his body underwater to how to breathe with gills, had become natural to Quinn. He no longer felt that water was outside of his comfort zone. Just 2 weeks ago, he had been smacked by the Kraken and had ended up revealing himself to Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria. But with some work and luck, he had been able to put that incident behind him. Now Quinn was ready to get another dig against the Kraken. Within 2 weeks, Quinn had done more practice with water magic and human transfiguration, and he had become better at both fields. His progress with human transfiguration was clearly visible in his body. Previously Quinn had had 3 pairs of gills that allowed him to breathe underwater on his neck and underneath his ears. But now he had a more complex underwater respiratory system. Instead of the 3-neck pair of gills, Quinn had made himself a more extensive system, with another 6 pairs of gills on his chest placed between the opening of the bones in the rib cage, connecting them to his lungs. Inside his body, Quinn had opened up his windpipe to let water in and had layered his lungs to prevent them from getting irritated and protected both the bronchus, bronchioles network and alveoli branches from getting in contact with water. He had transformed his lungs into a water chamber where water could enter from his windpipe, reach the lungs, and exit through the gills, leaving behind oxygen in his blood. What prompted this change was that Quinn's body was large and needed more oxygen. Quinn had noticed that when he tussled with the Kraken he was getting out of breath, as he moved rigorously in the water and used a lot of magic. Even though Quinn was using water magic to move around, there was still a physical aspect to his underwater swimming. During his skirmish with the Kraken, Quinn had to make lots of movements quickly in a short amount of time, which left him feeling out of breath. That induced him to gulp down a lot of water to gain the sufficient amount of oxygen. It took some practice and reading, but Quinn managed to get it done, and even after performing crazy moves underwater, he didn't feel the lack of oxygen in his body. And now that he was ready, Quinn cruised towards the Kraken's primary location, while speeding at a velocity faster than the last time he had tried to get past the Kraken. This time, I need to find a sign of the area where the third vault is kept, thought Quinn as he pumped more magic to increase his speed. It's going to be different this time. And things turned out to be different. Just as Quinn was about to reach the point where he could usually see the Kraken's tentacle, instead of seeing a tentacle laying on the lake bed, Quinn saw two tentacles moving directly towards him. "Oh, shit," screamed Quinn in his head as he saw the Kraken taking the initiative in their third meeting. Punching the proverbial brakes, Quinn commanded the water to come to a stop and immediately swam upwards to avoid the two tentacles. That was Klaus Dash. His thoughts of relief shattered when Quinn saw 5 more tentacles appear in his zone visibility and zoom towards him. "Oh. You've got to be kidding me." Quinn's magic thrummed into life as more and more of it was released into the water, bringing the water under his control. With the water at his service, Quinn swam at faster and faster speeds, making tight breaks in water and maneuvering sharp direction changes on the dime, all in the attempts to stay away from the grasp of the Kraken. "Damn, I wasn't expecting Dash," thought Quinn, dodging another tentacle jab. Such aggression and momentum from the Kraken. As 7 tentacles wriggled and moved in the water, trying to catch something much smaller and weaker than them, Quinn was getting more confident in his ability because he wasn't feeling the pressure like the last time. "Let's drop some freeze in here," thought Quinn as ice magic made another appearance, and walls of ice manifested from the freezing of the lake water, held in place by Quinn to deflect and block the tentacles that were getting a little too close for comfort. But because of the speedy casting of magic while evading the continuous and tenacious attack of the tentacles, Quinn could only create ice walls that could stop a tentacle once, and a second hit would cause them to crack and break. "I need to find an opening to dive in closer," planned Quinn as he shifted to his left, avoiding an incoming tentacle, simultaneously creating 2 ice walls to block 2 tentacles. One ice blockade for the tentacle coming from the left and the second wall for the tentacle that he had just dodged, which was coming back from his back. Quinn swam up before the ice walls broke and alertly looked for an opening while still keeping an eye on the tentacles because while he was successfully evading the Kraken's grasp, Quinn didn't know when the tables could turn. "There it is," yelled Quinn as he saw an opening straight ahead. All the tentacles were far enough for Quinn to sprint full speed and without getting caught by them. Just to be sure, he barraged a near 100 ice spheres in all directions in an attempt to stall the tentacles. "Go!" With a mental yell, Quinn zapped forwards, but not even 3 seconds in his full-speed swim sprint, 2 new tentacles appeared in front of Quinn. Hell no. Quinn had enough and clapped his hand in front of himself, and immediately the surrounding water with Quinn in the center turned black. Waves and waves of black erupted, covering everything in inky black. He had released so much magic in a low-costing color change spell that it was slightly visible on the Great Lake surface if someone was paying attention. To make sure that he didn't get in contact with tentacles by accident, Quinn dropped down to the lake bed and started to swim close to the surface. "The damn Kraken took me by surprise." Quinn wasn't a great fan of his current situation. He had been avoiding both of the actions he had just taken because of the disadvantage that they put him in. Turning the water into a color that reduced visibility did provide Quinn cover from the Kraken, but it also heavily reduced away his own ability to see in the water. Plus, Quinn wasn't sure if the Kraken had some form of water perception. If it did, then his effort was a waste. Second, Quinn avoided swimming close to the lake bed because it took away his ability to move downwards. He had been staying a good distance above the lake bed because that allowed him to move in any direction, a 360-degree movement possibility. But now, with him swimming so close to the lake bed, Quinn had lost a variety of evading options. "Don't let it find me. Don't let it find me. Don't let it find me," repeatedly chanted Quinn in his mind as he carefully and silently swam forward. 3 tentacles suddenly came from above and stabbed the ground behind Quinn. "Did it find me? Did it find me? Did it find me? Did it find me?" Shit. He didn't know if Kraken had locked onto his position, so Quinn did what he felt right in the moment and kicked up the speed and darted forward, throwing zigzags every few meters. Quinn could hear the sounds of the stabbing of the ground by the tentacles. This told Quinn that Kraken had a vague idea of his location, but that piece of information wasn't favorable to Quinn, so he kept going, and finally Kraken's body. This was the first time in his months of starting his dives that Quinn had seen the Kraken's main body. It remarkably looked like a squid with an elongated tube-shaped body, large yellow eyes, skin that certainly didn't match a typical squid's skin. It had that hard and rough texture, unlike the squid's soft outer layer. There were so many tentacles coming out of the Kraken's body that Quinn couldn't tell how many did it have. One thing that Quinn did notice was, it wasn't going serious against me. Even though Quinn couldn't count or even see the number of tentacle bases, he knew that there were far more than the Kraken had used on him. Kraken's eyes met with Quinn's, and at that moment, he studied Kraken's eyes. In those eyes, Quinn saw no hostility or anger of any kind. All he could discern in the holy yellow eyes was curiosity and interest towards Quinn. The Kraken saw in Quinn's eyes fascination, interest, and slight concern. The Kraken clearly had an idea of what the tiny human wanted. The tiny human child clearly wanted to get to the place that it was hiding. It knew that this human child knew of the place that it hid beneath its body. The Kraken knew of the vault because it knew everything about its home. The Kraken was the oldest of all living inside the Great Lake. The Kraken could be the apex predator if it wanted to be and wipe every being in the lake, but it didn't. All it wanted to do was to live its life peacefully. Even the colony of militant merpeople avoided the Kraken because of fear and respect. Decades ago, it had come through the waterway connecting the Great Lake to the ocean and ever since lived inside the lake. During its time here, it found about the place that he now guarded. The vault wasn't much to someone as great as itself. But to the little human children that came to the castle every year, it was dangerous. It had taken upon himself from getting humans inside there. It wanted to protect human children. So when this little child was clearly trying to get inside the dangerous place, it stopped the child twice, but here he was coming for the third time, and he had almost slipped away this time. The beast and the human stared at each other for a moment of peace and stillness before the game of cat and mouse started again as tentacles rose to catch Quinn and Quinn took off with water magic. Quinn, who had gotten so close to the Kraken, looked for a gate or entrance of some kind. He had gotten so close and wasn't going to let this opportunity pass away. It doesn't matter if the Kraken likes it or not, but I am going in there, thought Quinn as he dodged tentacles that seemed to increase in number and increasing the difficulty by another level. Where is it? Where is it? Quinn swam at top speeds around the Kraken, trying to find the vault and avoiding the tentacles at the same time when he came across a clearly carved design into the lake bed. Upon a closer look, Quinn was that it was some kind of tunnel partially blocked by the Kraken's tentacle. That is it. That must be it, smiled Quinn and immediately shot towards it in an attempt to get inside. Yes, celebrated Quinn when he saw within touching distance of the tunnel. But then his body snapped to stop, and Quinn clearly felt something wrap around his leg and pull him back. The Kraken had got Quinn's legs with one of its tentacles. "No," yelled Quinn into the water, but no voice came out. All he could do was see the tunnel getting distant from him as the Kraken's tentacle pulled him away. Scene break. On the lakeside, Quinn laid on the ground watching the afternoon sky. The Kraken had dropped him on the shore immediately after his capture. Quinn had been caught inches away from the tunnel and dragged away from the prize he was seeking. For the third time, Quinn had been bested by the Kraken. Both parties didn't want the other to get hurt and had taken the lethality out of their moves. And in that playing field, Quinn had been defeated thrice. Currently, Quinn was feeling a deep sense of failure. The goal line was in front of him, and he was about to reach it, but then he literally was thrown out of the race. The reason for that unusual sense of deep failure was because of the last year's events. Last year, Quinn had been taken over by the sin curse and taken for a ride that he clearly didn't sign up for. Even though Quinn had come out stronger on the other side, but the truth was that the second vault had utterly defeated him without even giving Quinn a fighting chance. He was defeated before he even knew the fight had started. So to make up for that humiliating defeat, Quinn wanted to cruise through the third vault and show that the results of the last vault were not his top ability and that the icy vault wasn't a fluke. He wanted to crush the third vault without breaking a sweat. But even before entering the vault, Quinn had been thwarted thrice. No. A barely audible whisper escaped Quinn. Quinn got up from the ground and stood up straight, looking at the lake with a straight expression, but there was a fire in his eyes. Failure isn't the opposite of success, spat out Quinn with heat in his voice. He turned away from the lake and walked some steps away before turning back to face the lake and cracked his neck. It's a part of success. He ran towards the lake, and as he ran, gills appeared on his neck and sides of his chest. Quinn jumped into the lake, and the second his body was fully inside the water, he opened his eyes, and the water surrounding him heard the command of magic. A calm envelope of water formed around Quinn, but outside of that water envelope, the water roared with energy. With a single thought from Quinn, he shot forward with full speed towards the Kraken. Not towards the Kraken, thought Quinn. He wasn't going towards the Kraken. The Kraken is a stepping stone. I am going towards that tunnel. I am going towards success. Within a few minutes, Quinn reached the Kraken's tentacles, and instead of going straight for the tunnel, Quinn landed on the lake bed, closed his eyes, and raised his hands. Failure he was feeling. Determination to get past the Kraken. Anger of failing to get past the Kraken thrice. Serenity he felt in the current moment as he focused on his magic. Resentment towards the Kraken, who blocked his path. Excitement of having his goal so close. Every emotion Quinn felt mixed together and touched his magic. The failure of the second vault wasn't a worthless experience. It was one of the most important events of Quinn's life. And right now, Quinn was going to use what he had learned in that failure. All sound vanished for Quinn as he opened his eyes and casted the magic. The Kraken, who had just sent the human child away, frowned when he felt the child return and was about to once again throw him out of his house when it felt a tingle through the water. It felt magic. A lot of magic coursing through the water. The Kraken could tell that the magic was from the human child, and the second that thought flashed through its mind, the Kraken saw. The mighty beast of water watched as the water around its skin turned to ice, covering his body in ice. Within a blink of an eye, the front side of the kraken was covered in thick ice. The kraken was confused because it felt no pain or discomfort from the ice. All the ice did was cover his body. But then the kraken understood the reason for the ice as the blanket of ice suddenly pushed against its body and dislodged its body from the lake floor, pushing him up to make him tumble. The tiny human child was pushing with ice so that he could get inside the dangerous place. It wasn't going to let him go in so easily. The kraken tried to break the ice, but another layer of ice would replace the cracked layer. No matter what the kraken tried, the ice reappeared thicker than before, and eventually, he was pushed and tumbled over to his side, leaving the tunnel to the dangerous wide open. Quinn lowered his hands with a deep exhale of water before jumping with water magic his movements, and in one leap, he was beside the tunnel with the carvings around the edges of the entrance of the tunnel. He gave the fallen kraken one final look and saw that one of the tentacles had risen and was making its way towards Quinn. A smirk appeared on Quinn as he waved the tentacle goodbye while jumping down the tunnel, leaving behind the fallen kraken. Chapter 88, Entering the Third Vault. The tunnel leading to the third vault was a long one. While falling through the tunnel, Quinn estimated that the depth was at least 30 meters. He could see light at the end of the tunnel, but the passage to that light was dark, making it hard for Quinn to see anything other than the end he was swimming towards. Thus, the second Quinn entered the tunnel, he lit up his surroundings to observe, not because he wanted to have some light as he was half falling half swimming to increase his falling speed, but in case there was something of interest and importance on the tunnel's walls. The result he was able to glean at, as he passed the stone walls, was that the tunnel walls were smooth and clean. There were no signs of any markings or etchings that gave any information about what was to come. Quinn felt relieved and worried while swimming through the tunnel. He was relieved because there was no extra information that needed to be memorized on the fly before exiting the tunnel, and he was worried because he was once again stepping into the unknown with no idea of what would come. He was sure that whatever came was related to water because it was what he had interpreted from Friar's riddle. So he ramped up the water magic around him and got himself ready as he closed in towards the light at the end. The thing at the end of the tunnel wasn't what he was expecting. Quinn was expecting there to be water when he exited the tunnel, but the reality was 180 degrees different. The moment his head exited the tunnel, his breathing hitched because there was no water outside the tunnel. He couldn't get any more water inside his body through his mouth. The second he came out of the tunnel, Quinn's pupils narrowed because of the sudden cut from an oxygen source. His respiratory system was magically transformed to work inside water, but that also meant that his natural respiratory system was reshaped and, thus, he couldn't exchange gases from the air. Quinn gasped for a solid 2 to 3 seconds before his mind caught up to what was happening, prompting him to reverse all the transfigurations in his body and went back to his human respiratory system. The water from his lung cavity was immediately gathered up and vanished so that there wasn't any fluid buildup, and when everything was cleared, Quinn took deep breaths through his mouth to get the airflow going. The erratic gasping subsided, and Quinn went back to breathing through his nose. Recovering from the sudden surprise, Quinn noticed something unnatural in his current position. His eyes widened when he saw that his arms were resting on the rim of the tunnel. "I was swimming down, right?" asked Quinn to himself. Quinn had swum into the tunnel down from the lake bed and expected to emerge from the other end, like falling down from a ceiling vent. But instead, he climbed up from a manhole in a road. He stretched his hand to push himself back and looked below to see that he could still see the lake end of the tunnel. "Okay, this is freaky and really interesting," commented Quinn. He then decided to get out of the tunnel. He placed his hands on the rim of the tunnel and pushed himself up out of the water. Standing on the edge of the tunnel, Quinn looked down, and even now, he could see the other side of the tunnel that opened up in the Great Lake. Quinn just needed to jump in the tunnel and sink or swim down to come out of the lake bed of the Great Lake. "How did they do this?" remarked Quinn, looking at the dull stone cave, briefly looking for signs. "This cave is upside down. So cool. Did gravity somehow switch without me knowing? Water does mess up with gravity perception." Holding his chin with his hand, Quinn speculated, "or is the tunnel some kind of portal, and I am in a separate dimension? Ho, I will need to see what this is all about." Quinn wasn't planning to research further this topic before completing the vault, because if the tunnel was indeed a portal, then messing with it could end up damaging the portal, and in turn, destroying the only known way to the third vault. After admiring the magical phenomenon, Quinn roamed his eyes all over the cave. Starting from the tunnel, Quinn noticed that not a single drop of water from the tunnel made its way into the stone cave itself. The tunnel was filled with water to the brim, but not a single drop had splashed into the cave after Quinn had pulled himself into the stone cave. "There is some kind of anti-water ward in here," observed Quinn as he looked at the dry cave floor and then looked down at his body. Not a single drop of water could be seen on Quinn's body. Combing a hand through his hair told him that even his hair was dry as if he had never swum his way into the cave. Yup, a version of anti-water ward, confirmed Quinn as he examined the credibility of his speculation by dunking his hand into the tunnel and pulling it back to see that not a single drop of water had made its way into the cave on his hand. Does it mean I can't sweat in here, or do the hydrophobic properties only extend to the lake water? Scanning the other parts of the cave, Quinn looked up and examined the light source that illuminated the entire stone cave. It was a lode of crystal sticking out of the roof, scattering soft water blue light all around the stone cave. A natural luminescent mineral crystal, and a blue one at that. Blue ones are so rare, slightly gasped Quinn. He had seen luminescent mineral crystals in his travels but had never seen the particular shade of blue like the one he was looking at right now. The luminescent mineral crystal could be replicated with alchemy, but because the alchemists were rare, artificial crystals weren't widely available. The people who hired alchemists didn't ask for glowing crystals when they could have an alchemist produce other, more significant things. Maybe I could make some of them for the living hall, murmured Quinn, thinking about how the living hall would look like in the light of a luminescent mineral crystal. Nah, I should make runic lights for the entire manor. At least that way, they could be turned off when not needed. Strolling away from the tunnel, Quinn wandered towards the part of the cave that had a room-wide, 3-step short staircase. The stone steps on the floor acted as a divider inside the cave. The cave before the steps was like any stone cave you could find in the wild, but the area after the steps was definitely man-made. Instead of the rough walls and ceiling of the first part of the cave, the second part of the cave had no partition between the walls and ceiling. All the surface part floors were melded together to form a dome. And at the furthest end of the dome, there was a triangular opening in the dome wall. Similar to the tunnel, it, too, was filled entirely with water. And just like the tunnel, there wasn't a drop of water spilled out of the triangular opening, despite the triangular opening standing vertically to the floor. Slowly descending the short steps, Quinn came across some movement because of the triangular entrance. The second Quinn stepped down for the last time, the stone sunk at some places to form engraved words in the wall. Large engraved words formed above the entrance to form the words Poseidon's wrath Words appeared on the left side of the entrance. Beware, challenger. Enter the entrance and you shall feel the wrath of God. This is not for the soft-hearted and weak. Think before entering because God's fury doesn't have eyes. Another set of words appeared on the right side of the wall that said, The trials are long and arduous. To understand the law, you, brave challenger, will need some aid. Wish it upon the water, and you will return to the safety, away from peril. Fluidly an orb of water came out of the water inside the triangular entrance and gently floated towards Quinn. It stopped a short distance away from him. The orb of water emitted faint magic. Quinn noticed that the words were on the right side of the wall. In addition, he could tell that this orb of water was the aid he was told that he'd have in the words engraved on the right side of the wall. He walked around the water orb, observing it and carefully casting some magic to see what kind of magic was used inside the water. After some deliberation and internal debate, Quinn confirmed that the water orb wasn't harmful to him. No harm in giving it some help, shrugged Quinn as he stepped closer to the orb and gracefully lifted his right hand towards the water orb and gently touched the water orb with his index finger. The water orb shone faint blue before the water rippled and went inside Quinn through his finger. Whoa. Hey. Whoa. Flippin' hell, exclaimed Quinn as he watched the water get sucked into his body, followed by a brief spike of light on his inner forearm. In a surprise, Quinn withdrew his hand and turned it over to see that his previously unmarked forearm now had a navy blue symbol on it. Quinn could feel that if he channeled magic into the emblem on his skin, it would trigger whatever magic present in the water that went inside Quinn's body. Not cool. I hope this isn't permanent, sighed Quinn as he rubbed his marked skin. This design isn't what I want my first tattoo to be. Hell, I don't even want a tattoo, exclaimed Quinn while shaking his head. Quinn closed his eyes while heavily exhaling, but when he opened them, Quinn had changed to a focused expression as he stared at the triangular entrance filled with water. Let's do this. He walked to the triangular opening, held his breath, closed his eyes, and dived into the water without hesitation. Feeling the lukewarm water against his skin, which was much warmer than the cold Great Lake, Quinn primed his magic to change his body through transfiguration. After submerging his entire body, Quinn opened his eyes and noticed that the water was cleaner than the lake water, and, because of that, he could see better in that water. Quinn was about to transfigure his body to add the underwater respiratory system with transfiguration, when he felt the familiar feeling that he had felt many times in his life, especially during this past summer break. There was a tug on his entire body and the momentary lack of sensory input. He had felt the similar tug at least twice every day while he went back and forth between the West Manor and Keopadang Gym. I'm being teleported, thought Quinn, and just then, he re-emerged into a completely different place. He didn't appear in the water anymore, but somewhere he was least expecting to be. A wide-eyed Quinn stared down from a height of 5 meters down a humongous raging whirlpool. Watching the gigantic sinkhole sucking and spitting out water, something that was formed because of opposing forces meeting each other to create a chaotic maelstrom, a fierce force of nature. "Oh, shit," yelled Quinn as he fell. The 5-meter fall went very quickly. Between the shock of being teleported and the stunning surprise at seeing that monstrous water vortex, Quinn didn't have time or the initiative to make any magic work. Splashing heavily, Quinn entered the turbulent water and was immediately swept into the stormy waves. The strong waves blasted against Quinn's entire body as he quickly was pulled deeper into the brutal maelstrom. For a full 10 seconds, that became the longest 10 seconds of Quinn's life, as his entire body was being pulled apart from all directions by the might from the revolving water waves. It took him 10 seconds, an amount of time that was a critical time inside these conditions to get his mind back on track to difficulty pulling his body into a fetal position. Every ounce of water magic he knew was used to barely being able to pull himself together and attain a position with minimal surface area for the whirlpool water to work on. He had gone from using water magic to swimming in calm water, to using it to decrease his injury chances. With his eyes closed, Quinn concentrated his magic to transfigure himself a gill system. He already had water inside his body because of the suddenness of his fall, which caused Quinn to swallow a lot of water that went straight to his lungs. Transfiguring with water continuously slamming into his body was difficult, and he even failed once before he was able to get the aquatic respiratory system working. But the situation gave him another twist when water entered his body through the gill flaps, and the second Quinn felt it, he pulled the plug. The turbulent water could critically damage his insides if he didn't leave now. He channeled magic into the insignia on his arm, and it glowed for a split second before Quinn disappeared from the whirlpool. Scene break. The water inside the triangle entrance rippled for a second before Quinn came out with a calm water sphere surrounding him. The water sphere floated a distance from the entrance before gently setting Quinn on the ground before vanishing like it was never there. For a few seconds, Quinn laid on the floor, showing no movements except for the furrow before his chest throbbed, and he coughed out some water inside his body that was promptly vanished by the cave ward the second it came outside Quinn's body. Quinn rolled over on his elbow to lift his chest up and used his other hand to pound his chest while coughing. He had just vanished the backlog of water that was not expelled from the previous cough. He collapsed back on the floor, rolled over to his back, and took deep breaths through his mouth as his chest heaved up and down. There was no cursing externally or internally as Quinn regained his mental facilities and showed it by lifting his right arm to observe it. "The mark is gone," noticed Quinn, entering full analysis mode. "One-time usage," thought Quinn, and then raised his head to see in the entrance's direction and saw another water orb floating there as if waiting for Quinn to touch it and take its place in his arm. A portkey type of magic. At least something similar with additional magic, theorized Quinn, thinking back to his experience. I went from turbulent water to the calm water at the entrance. I was definitely teleported and then brought out here. He sat up and stared past the water orb at the triangular entrance. Quinn couldn't see anything inside, but the words, Poseidon's wrath, were staring him in the eye, telling him that the entrance was the gate to the chaotic waters. Quinn got up and started pacing back and forth under the dome-shaped part of the cave. A big-ass maelstrom. That wasn't natural. Not at all, dismissed Quinn with a shake of his head. Natural water whirlpools aren't that powerful. That was definitely maintained deliberately to perform with that level of rotational force. I barely have any information. Was it a real place on Earth, or was it an expanded dimension? I couldn't see the sky, or else I would have known. Quinn clicked his tongue because of the extremity of the conditions and the short time he had spent inside. If it was an expanded dimension ... Quinn's guess between a place on Earth or a magically created dimension was the latter. Then how big was the place? Is there a limit to the depth? Would I have reached depth if I had stayed in there? There were a lot of questions related to the properties of the magical maelstrom in his mind. But the biggest question in his mind was, what do I have to accomplish in there? What's the goal? The end line. Quinn sighed as he stretched his body and felt the dull ache erupting in his limbs and joints. Arg, I took some beating in there, groaned Quinn. His chest, back, and limbs hurt from being pulled apart inside the whirlpool. I need to fix that before tomorrow. The injuries weren't serious, and he could fix them in a jiffy, but he wasn't looking forward to getting this beat up every day. Just need to get better at water magic to make myself comfortable there. Oh gosh, look at me. My first thought is to get comfortable instead of avoiding that. How far I have come, smiled Quinn, completely oblivious that he was on the empath. Baby steps, sighed Quinn and looked at the words etched in the stone walls. Even though the first attempt was a total failure, Quinn had a smile on his face because it was a start. Chapter 89, Kraken's Approval. And new exercise partner. After healing himself off the dull ache in his body, Quinn decided to leave the vault for the day. He felt saturated from the day's work. Between dodging the Kraken to get inside the vault and swirling inside the maelstrom, Quinn felt that he had his fill of adventure and action for today. Quinn walked to the tunnel and peered down into the water, and saw the lake end opening. He made a face between annoyance and fatigue and sighed, "I don't want to fight the Kraken. Not right now." He looked back around at the stone cave and wondered, should I take a short nap in here before I go back? Nah, let's just get this over with. The Kraken will just throw me out, which is what I want now, grumbled Quinn. He squatted down, and slipped down into the tunnel, head first. While swimming inside the tunnel, Quinn tried to feel the magic behind the tunnel, but it escaped his natural senses. He had no idea how the switch from up and down was done. I would need to actively try to cast magic to see what is behind the cover, thought Quinn as he came up from the tunnel. The first thing that he saw when he exited the tunnel were big solid yellow eyes staring down at him intently. "Whoa," exclaimed Quinn, and even though no sound came out, Quinn gulped in a fresh batch of lake water. The Kraken's tentacles immediately surrounded him. Unlike their previous encounters, the tentacles didn't coil around Quinn, but instead, one of the tentacles came near Quinn and poked him with its tip. The tentacle's tip was so large that it pushed against almost half of his entire body, pushing him to the ground. Quinn, who fell to the lake bed, looked up at the Kraken, who kept staring at him with big yellow eyes. Then, at that moment, he finally realized how enormous the Kraken really was. In the past, the biggest thing Quinn had seen was a mountain troll, but the Kraken was on another level. What? What does it want? Thought Quinn as he stared back at the Kraken. Does it want to eat me? I'm tired, but bring it on. He revved up his magic and readied for another bout. Quinn hoped for the Kraken to give him a ride to the shore. But if it wanted to fight, Quinn was going to give it one. It turned out that Kraken didn't want to fight because it withdrew its enormous body and assumed a comfortable position. One tentacle wrapped around the tunnel entrance, forming a coiled wall around the tunnel entrance, but didn't block it from above. Huh? What? Wondered Quinn bewilderedly. He had no idea why the Kraken backed off after some staring and a poke. Quinn didn't know that the reason the Kraken had stared him down was because it was checking if Quinn was all right. It wanted to check if Quinn happened to be fine after going inside the dangerous place. After it confirmed that Quinn was uninjured, it backed off and went back to his chill lake life. The Kraken didn't block the entrance as a show of his intentions. It was going to continue to guard the dangerous place in case another tiny human came looking, but if Quinn wanted to go in, he could go in because as far as the Kraken was concerned, Quinn had made it back alive after going in, so he probably would be fine if Quinn went in again. Plus, the Kraken was prideful and considered Quinn to be capable. Quinn had successfully made the Kraken move, and that in the Kraken's eyes was a sign of strength. As far as the Kraken was concerned, Quinn was strong and could handle himself. Quinn stared at the Kraken for a while before swimming away, still not knowing the reason behind the Kraken's actions. Scene break. "Why are you here again?" asked Quinn, stretching his body for his morning run and workout. Quinn looked to Eddie as both stood at the starting point of Quinn's daily run route. Yesterday after dinner, Eddie had informed Quinn that he would like to join him for his morning exercises. Quinn, who had been lost in thought, thinking about the third vault, had heard Eddie's words and had absent-mindedly nodded and hadn't asked for the reason. "About that. The Quidditch tryouts are in 2 months, and I was thinking about joining the team," spoke Eddie as he awkwardly tried to copy Quinn's stretching movements. "I want to pass the tryouts so that I can make the bench this year and then play on the field next year." Eddie knew that Quinn went for a run every morning and decided to follow him to get fit for the coming tryouts so that he could have an extra edge. "I see. Quidditch, huh? I know you followed the sport but never knew that you wanted to play for the team," asked Quinn. He was happy that Eddie decided to do exercise to get fit. "I wasn't planning on joining the team before, but I decided to give it a try this year. It would be fun to play Quidditch for the house. Everybody would be looking while I play," replied Eddie, a bright smile on his face. "So what you mean to say is that you want to play so that you can get popular and get a girlfriend," said Quinn, reading between the lines and finding out the real reason behind his friend's sudden interest in playing Quidditch. Eddie unabashedly put a hand over Quinn's shoulder and gave him a lopsided grin. "You know me so well. No wonder we are so close." Quinn shook his head with a small smile before asking, "But are you sure you want to join the team? We have the OWLS next year, you know. Will you be able to balance Quidditch and studies?" "I'll be fine. If I see my grades slipping, I'll have you tutor me. With you helping me out, I'll probably do better than I do now," responded Eddie and gave Quinn a thumbs up as if saying thank you in advance. "I'll help you out if you need it, but I'm going to only help you out with the practical side. I'm not good at explaining the theory," said Quinn, agreeing to help his friend. Eddie gave Quinn a silent stare before speaking. "So what you are implying is that you get frustrated when we don't understand things after you explain them once." In times like those, you probably think of us as monkeys, don't you? This time Quinn put his hand on Eddie's shoulder, beamed, and unabashedly spoke, "You're right. We're close. Come on, give me a hug." But Eddie pushed Quinn away with a F*****ku, stay away, face. "All right, let's get started," said Quinn with a clap. "I usually run before doing push-ups, squats, and crunches. I finish by skipping rope." He pointed at Eddie and advised, "You should run a kilometer today and increase the length as you progress. Aim for a comfortable 3 kilometers before the tryouts. I would suggest that you focus more on your upper body because there are a lot of upper body movements while being on a broom. So I'd advise sit-ups, push-ups, and pull-ups. Later on, we can add planks and leg raises. Also, what position are you planning to play?" asked Quinn after he was done suggesting an exercise plan. "Chaser," replied Eddie. "Great, now, I would suggest that you run at your pace. Don't try a full-on sprint. If you sprint, you'll build up fatigue quicker, and that won't do you any good," warned Quinn. Afterward, he told Eddie how much he needed to run to complete a kilometer. He then slapped Eddie on his back and ran away. Quinn still ran a 5-kilometer route every day. He hadn't tried to increase the distance because he did more things now, so he just tried to reduce his time and had been slowly getting faster with time. He usually ran a route that would be exactly 5 kilometers when he returned to the starting line. But today, Quinn decided to run a route that would have him pass nearby where Eddie was running so that Quinn could see how he was doing. When Quinn came around the first time, he saw Eddie standing with his hands on his knees, so he raised his voice and called out to Eddie, "Eddie! Don't stop. If you can't run, walk. Just don't stop." Eddie looked up and saw Quinn waving at him as he ran a distance away from him. He groaned and started running because he was embarrassed that Quinn had seen him stop. When Quinn returned from completing his run, he saw Eddie sitting on the ground, pulling away at the grass. "Are you done?" asked Quinn. He hadn't chosen to run Eddie's route 5 times because he was sure that Eddie would try to keep up with him despite his warning. And as much as fun it would have been to say, "On your left," as he passed him by, Quinn wanted Eddie to relax and have a positive first day. He would return the next day and keep up till the tryouts and after. Eddie looked up and nodded as he stood up. "Yeah, what's next?" "You will start with push-ups," instructed Quinn before asking, "Can you do a couple of push-ups, or are you a complete beginner?" "I can do 5, replied Eddie, looking offended that Quinn would even think that he was a complete beginner who couldn't do 1 push-up. "Don't give me that face. I was just asking a question," grinned Quinn before continuing. "Do 3 sets of 5. Keep your back straight and properly go down. I don't want to see sloppy push-ups." Eddie nodded and asked, "What are you going to do?" "I'll be doing burpees. They are basically the combination of a squat, kick back feet to get into a push-up stance, high plank positions, a push-up, return to a squatting position, stand, and end with a jump." Quinn showed Eddie how to execute a burpee before both of them started to do their stuff. Eddie did his 3 sets of 5, while Quinn did his 3 sets of 12. At first, Quinn hated burpees because they were tough, but as time went on, they got easier to execute and complete, but that wasn't why he stopped hating them. The results of the burpees made him like doing burpees. After he was half a month in, doing burpees every day, Quinn noticed that his running had improved. He started running faster without consciously ramping up my speed. His lungs felt clear, and he found him coasting through the miles. A month after adding burpees into his routine, Quinn felt that his strides felt stronger and felt that his breathing was more composed than at the start of the month. To Quinn, who ran every day, seeing noticeable improvement was enough for him to keep doing burpees. Quinn was done with 2 sets of 12 when Eddie called to him, "Hey, I'm done. What do I have to do next?" Quinn laid down on the ground, completely flat on his back with his legs bent at knees with feet planted firmly on the ground, about shoulder width apart. "I want you to raise your head and shoulders from the floor and feel your abdominal muscles contract. You don't have to fully sit up, just lift enough till you feel your abdominal muscles contract," instructed Quinn as he showed Eddie how to do a crunch. "Try to avoid pulling your head forward, as it may strain your neck. Lower your head and shoulders back towards your starting position. Remember to exhale as you raise your head and shoulders, then inhale as you lower them." Getting up from the ground, Quinn explained, that is called a crunch. It will target your abs, and if you maybe work really hard and eat right, run a lot, you might show some abs later. "Do you have abs?" asked Eddie, looking down at Quinn's stomach area. Quinn raised his shirt and showed Eddie his stomach. He had a 4-pack, but they were faint and not toned enough to see sharp squares and lacked definition. But Quinn did have visible oblique abs on his side and a faint V-cut near on his lower waist from practicing Muay Thai every day in the evening. "Holy shit. When did you get those?" exclaimed Eddie as he stared at Quinn's abs before looking up and suggesting, "How about we find a way for you to walk around shirtless? That way, you can showcase the goods, and I can take advantage of the pact when you get a girlfriend. Quinn stared at his friend and thought about how much Eddie had been thinking about getting a girlfriend. He could see gears turning inside Eddie's head, probably thinking about how to use him to get a girlfriend. What if I don't get a girlfriend? Asked Quinn, a bit interested in the answer that Eddie would give him. Even if you don't get a girlfriend, there is an excellent, near 100% chance that a lot of girls would flirt with you, said Eddie as he crossed his hands and smiled. Like a moth to a flame, they will gather around you, and I will be standing there with my net of charisma to trap them under my spell. Quinn blinked a couple of times before speaking. Cool, but I'd really suggest you change the terminology. No, how about we don't talk about this ever again? Yeah, that would be good for both of us. Huh. Sure, whatever, let me think more about this plan, said Eddie distractedly, thinking about how to exploit Quinn for his future dating life. Ever since Quinn had known Eddie, his friend took action when he got motivated to accomplish something. Last year, Eddie had gotten the news that his family cat, which had been with his family before Eddie was born, had died because of old age. The cat had been very close to Eddie, and he hadn't taken the news well. Eddie had gone into a mourning state for a while after he had gotten the news. During that time, there had been an older Ravenclaw student who was a dickhead and major a-hole. When he found out that Eddie's cat had died, he decided to grace Eddie with his awful presence. Every time the bully had a chance, he would sit near Eddie and loudly talk about how funny it was that Eddie's cat had died. The older bully would regularly corner Eddie when he was alone and urged him to cry. Are you going to cry? Are you going to cry about it? Like a big baby. Big baby, cry over your stupid cat. Everyone's going to see you cry. You're about to cry, aren't you? And more similar things. At that time, Quinn, who was under the influence of the sin curse, had wanted to rip the bully apart so much that it would haunt him for a lifetime. Eddie had stopped Quinn from brutalizing the dipshit and had shaken his head with a resolute face while clutching Quinn's arm. Eddie's refusal had been firm enough for then Quinn to back off. But after a month, Eddie had approached Quinn and had asked for his help to teach the older Ravenclaw shitstain a lesson. I was grieving for my cat. Now I'm done, and I'm feeling angry. Plus, I didn't want you to do something without me, was what Eddie had replied when Quinn had asked about the sudden change in heart. The piece of shit had tried to make Eddie cry, so Eddie decided to turn it the other way. I found this potion recipe that will make a person cry, has spoken Eddie as he dropped a heavy tome in front of Quinn. I can't brew this, but I think you can, so brew this for me. That guy wants to see me crying, but I will be the one who's going to see him crying. Quinn still recalled how he had given a smirk that had promised humiliation. He had spent many hours on that project. He had improved the recipe to make it more potent and last longer. After Quinn finished, the recipe he had devised would induce someone to cry like a baby, snot with a constantly runny nose, and make them sweat heavily. Eddie had taken the new potion and had slipped it to the target, sat back, and saw the show unfold. The shithead took the potion and it took maybe an hour before the crying started. Eddie had slipped in the potion during breakfast, so the crying started during a class. McGonagall had to send the crying boy with a runny nose so bad that his handkerchief and sleeves were dripping wet to the hospital wing to get him fixed. Madame Pomfrey had tried to give the snot baby a counter potion that she had concocted. But Quinn's potion was a modified recipe that had taken the counter potion for the original recipe into account. The counter potion failed, and the bully was told to stay in the hospital wing until she could brew a flushing potion that would flush out every potion inside the body. When Eddie got the news that the potion had worked, he went with Quinn to the hospital wing. Quinn made sure that Madame Pomfrey was away and gave Eddie the nod. Eddie had taken one of his potion gloves with him, so when they reached the hospital wing, Eddie was wearing the glove. He then walked to the boy who had made the grieving process so much harder. Hey, dipshit. You wanted to see me crying, satisfied now, said Eddie as he stood by the bedside. The still crying Ravenclaw's eyes widened when he realized that Eddie was the one who had caused what he was going through right now. You dash. He tried to speak up, but Eddie tightly clutched his face with his gloved hand, cutting him off. Everybody saw you, bawling like a baby, and I'm going to spread that you're a crybaby and make sure it sticks, so even when you graduate from Hogwarts, people will still remember your new nickname, threatened Eddie with a scathing tone. If you don't want things to get worse, stay away from me, don't talk to me. Don't even look at me. If I'm walking towards you, turn the other way round. I don't want to see your ugly mug ever again. Eddie jerked his hand from his face and wiped it off on the stunned bully's hair before adding. It seems Madame Pomfrey doesn't have the counter potion. It takes 3 days to brew a flushing potion, so get ready to face the snot fest for 3 days because you aren't going anywhere else, he smirked and added one last bit. When someone drinks a flushing potion, the person goes through hours of vomiting and violent diarrhea. I'm sure you'll enjoy the experience. Good luck. Eddie turned back and walked out of the hospital wing without turning around. Quinn, who was still standing inside the hospital wing, waited until Eddie was out to take a picture of the boy in the bed from a borrowed camera the second the subject looked his way. After clicking the photo, Quinn spoke with gestures, "Talk, and this goes out to everyone." He gave a wide smile with a wave before exiting the hospital wing. Eddie, who was coming back to the real world after thinking about exploiting Quinn to get himself a girlfriend, noticed a smile on Quinn's face. "Why are you smiling?" Quinn looked at Eddie with the smile still on his face and replied, "I was remembering the crybaby incident. That day at the hospital wing was fun. Eddie's eyes shined in remembrance. He nodded with a small smile, "Yeah, that was a fun day. I was so cool that day." Quinn nodded before jutting his chin towards the ground and said, "Enough chit-chat. Drop and give me 3 sets of 10. I'm worried about you. I'll make you work hard and sweat away all that pent-up horny energy you have inside you." "You don't have to say it like that," complained Eddie, causing Quinn to laugh. The two buddies continued to have fun first thing in the morning. **********. Quinn West, MC, Mad Scientist, School Version. Eddie Carmichael, Horny Adolescent, Don't Make Fun of My Cat. Kraken, Self-Appointed Guard, Tiny Human Will Be Fine. Chapter 90, Baby Steps Against the Whirlpool. Quinn sighed as he rubbed the insignia from the third vault safety mechanism. He really wanted to know how this tattoo could teleport the bearer. Assuming that no person was casting a portkey or a similar spell, then there was an enchantment that could produce teleportation magic without human or any magical species help. Both the first and this vault had complex runic and warding magic, noted Quinn as he looked into the triangular entrance to the whirlpool. Just how much planning and execution went into creating the vaults? The people who created them must have given all of it a lot of thought when creating them. Quinn still usually went inside the first vault to do research and learn more about the mechanism. He would collect the energy from Absolute Zero for his engraver and make observations for an upcoming project that he was working on. But all the time, including last year, when Quinn had become greedy towards a lot of things, and one of them was Absolute Zero. He had tried hard to figure out a way to get the Absolute Zero out of the vault. But Quinn still didn't know a way to create a portable containment system that would allow him to carry the Absolute Zero without dead freezing everything around and causing a long-term climate change that would plunge Hogwarts into an ice age for decades to come. Whoever built the first vault knew what they were doing. The builder had used the energy from the Absolute Zero to trap itself. A self-sustained system that wouldn't degrade as long as the prisoner itself stayed strong. It was clear that the builder who had made the rune cluster knew how Absolute Zero worked, because without an understanding of the alchemic material that was being contained, without the proper knowledge of the power source and runes, the containment arrangement would have collapsed a long time ago because of the corrosive, cold energy from Absolute Zero. Standing inside the third vault, Quinn went into thinking about the first vault, the icy vault, for several minutes, before taking a sharp breath and shaking his head. Not the right time or place. Quinn, berated Quinn himself, looked at the ceiling of the cave, and said, "Sorry about that." Quinn talked to the third vault as if it was a girl, apologizing because he was thinking about another girl while on a date. "Let's effin' go," said Quinn to hype himself as he looked at the triangular entrance. Quinn loosened his body, wriggled his arms and legs, and made sure he was ready before running towards the triangular water-filled entrance where was Poseidon's wrath. He felt the water cover his body, immediately followed by a tug on his body, and with a ripple in the water, Quinn was gone. Scene break. After a momentary loss of his sensation, Quinn's senses returned. His eyes showed him the raging water, his ears made him hear the loud and continuous splashes of water, he could feel the moisture in the air against his skin, his sense of smell detected the heavy scent of water. Finally, even his tongue sent a signal of a nearby presence of water. This time, though, Quinn wasn't surprised and was ready for the sudden teleportation. He turned upside down, away from the water, faced upwards, and immediately used one of the spells he had come to look forward to. The second the magic triggered, Quinn stopped dead in the air. The charm slowed his body's velocity to 0, to the point he was no longer falling and stayed in a spot in the air. Arresto Momentum was a fascinating spell that was capable of slowing the velocity of the target. If used properly, it could also stop the target completely. Of course, there were limitations to the Arresto Momentum spell. First, the difficulty of slowing down objects was directly proportional to the initial velocity of the object. The faster the speed of the target, the more magic and skill from the user it would take to slow down the target. Factors like mass, surface area, and acceleration of the target all added to the spell's difficulty. For example, an object dropping at its terminal speed would be much tougher to slow down than an object thrown from the top of a short building. Second, if an object was brought to a complete stop, it would get harder to keep it stationary if the object moves while it's held stationary with magic. Any external force that wasn't in work before the complete stop would be against the nature of the magic and would break the spell after certain limits. If Quinn wriggled his body in the situation he was currently in, he would break the spell and he would continue to fall. A turn of the head, curl of his wrist, or anything minor wouldn't threaten to break the spell. Anything greater than some minor movements would exponentially increase the difficulty of keeping himself stationary in the air. So Quinn had to make sure he didn't make any excessive movements. As such, he first turned his backside to the vortex so that his front body would be facing upwards. Quinn could have used the levitation spell, Wingardium Leviosa, on his clothes to anchor himself in the air, just like the creator, Jarlath Hobart, had done in the first public use of the charm, even though at that time Hobart himself didn't understand what he had created. Nonetheless, that wasn't possible because Quinn only had a pair of trunks on him and those weren't enough to anchor himself in the air. Well, I could have transfigured clothes to provide more support, considered Quinn before lightly shrugging. Whatever, I like this spell better. Quinn looked up above and smiled because his conjecture was correct. I knew I was right, this is an expanded dimension, chuckled Quinn, watching the pure white ceiling and walls of the place he was currently in. The white walls were telltale signs that this was a created dimension like the one in his suitcase. Okay, you can do it. No pressure, reassured Quinn as he took in several deep breaths before taking an extra deep breath and stored it inside his lungs and eked out without breathing out. Here I come. The magic stopping his fall disappeared, and Quinn began falling. In the short few seconds of his fall, Quinn crossed his hands over his chest and made sure that he would enter the whirlpool feet first. Quinn entered the water vortex with a loud splash and immediately sank inside the raging water. Inside the water, Quinn held his breath as he allowed the turbulent flow to pull him. He kept his body flat as a board and seized his body straight in order to not get hurt from the water. He hadn't transfigured the gill respiratory system that allowed him to breathe underwater because it didn't work inside chaotic water. Even while in the Great Lake, Quinn maintained a calm water envelope to allow a stable water flow because he used water magic to push himself to speeds greater than any aquatic species he knew. Plus, the bubblehead charm was also completely out of the race because it was too fragile and would pop the second Quinn entered the raging water. So why was Quinn diving inside the most dangerous waters he had experienced without proper breathing measures? Well, the motive of this dive was to observe the conditions inside the water so he could gather some data. Last time, the sudden teleportation had taken Quinn by surprise, so he didn't get a clear read on the conditions. But this time, he was ready and was getting a feel of the current with his body. Quinn had made a plan to get his transfigured gill respiratory system work in his current conditions, but he needed physical data to verify if his method would work. The flow of the water inside the maelstrom was rough, and the last time, Quinn had experienced water entering his body through the gill side. This wasn't suitable because the water was supposed to enter through his mouth and gently flow over the gill leaves before exiting through the gill flaps. Water entering through his gills with speed could injure his lungs and cause complications that Quinn didn't want to deal with. So before implementing the changes that would allow him to breathe in his current conditions, Quinn needed the physical data that would roughly show that his idea would work. Hence, for 3 minutes, which was his limit for holding his breath, Quinn, with his eyes closed, focused all his attention on his body, feeling the water current, carefully and consciously perceiving the water velocity. When Quinn felt he couldn't hold his breath any longer, he sent magic to the insignia, and at a certain point, he felt the tug of teleportation. Right after, Quinn disappeared from inside the water. Scene break. With a ripple in the water inside the triangular entrance, Quinn came out with water surrounding him as it laid him on the floor before disappearing without a trace. Quinn opened his eyes and immediately took long breaths of air. He laid on the floor for half a minute before sitting up and saying, "Okay, that was good." He got up and started to pace around the room, a look of deep thought evident on his face. Quinn had got the physical data he was looking for, and the results he observed looked positive. Now he just needed to do some calculations and make some decisions before he could get started. Alright, I need to increase the thickness. The flow was on the higher end of my safe zone, muttered Quinn and did more calculations in his head. Do I need to have them inside or outside? Nope, not inside, the gills have nerves, and I'll definitely feel pain. Yup. Definitely on the outside. I will need to eject water as usual, but it will take more effort this time around, groaned Quinn with a sigh. If only the gillyweed potion didn't have side effects on repeated consumption. Gillyweed was a magical plant that, when eaten, allowed a human to breathe underwater. It was said to resemble a bundle of slimy, gray-green rat tails. When eaten, it gave the consumer gills, allowing them to breathe underwater and webbing between the fingers and toes, allowing them to swim underwater with ease. Then, there was the gillyweed potion, which would enhance the effects of the original plant. The gillyweed when brewed into a potion would increase the efficiency of the plant by multiple times and would allow the consumer to breathe underwater for a few hours, in the same amount of gillyweed that would only allow 1 hour of underwater breathing. The advantage of consuming gillyweed was that the respiratory system given by the plant was automatic. Quinn had taken the potion while traveling around the world, and at that time, he only had needed to gulp in water, and his work was done. The muscles given by the magical plant took care of everything. Quinn's system was entirely manual, and he needed to direct the water into his lungs and then eject it through the gill openings using water magic. If Quinn wanted the automatic system, then he would either have to research aquatic creatures in more depth than he had done, or he would need to transfigure his body into an aquatic species as Victor Crumb did. Quinn didn't think that doing more research was worth the returns, and changing himself into another animal wasn't something Quinn was thrilled about. But there were the side effects of consuming raw gillyweed or the gillyweed potion when taken regularly. The side effects included developing fish-like features, pale and oily skin, webbing between fingers and toes, and the worst, fishy breath and, similarly, fishy body odor. From the second Quinn confirmed that the third vault was going underwater, he knew gillyweed wouldn't be in his plan. Quinn knew he was going to spend a lot of time in the water. There was no way he was going to keep consuming gillyweed every time he went into the water. "Okay, I'm done," declared Quinn, raised both his hands above his head and closed his for a few seconds before opening them. "Come on, you can do it." Quinn channeled his magic through his body, and the muscles under the skin of his neck and chest wriggled violently before his skin split apart and grew into gill flaps. From the outside, there was nothing different from before, but Quinn could feel the changes inside. He immediately walked towards the triangular entrance and touched the safety water orb. The orb got sucked in, and once again, Quinn had the royal blue teleportation insignia on his arm. As Quinn's upper body immersed in the water, he felt the breath of life return to him. He gulped in more water. "All right, it's working in calm water," affirmed Quinn as he flexed his gill muscles and felt the new addition working on his commands. "Let's hope it will work in the vortex." Quinn teleported with a ripple in the water and a tug on his body. The second the water teleported him into the air, Quinn conjured a pair of swimming goggles over his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest. Quinn said out loud his last words before plunging into the water, "Let's go." The water swept him away, and with a prayer to the water gods, Quinn took a couple of big gulps of water into his body. He felt the water travel through his body. Some water diverged to his neck gills while the majority went to his lungs. Quinn patiently waited for the water to cover the gills and spread over the blood vessels inside the gill leaves. The oxygen moved from the oxygen-rich water to the oxygen-deficient blood inside the blood vessels. Now came the main event, the climax of Quinn's motive today. The problem with his respiratory system was that the turbulent water would rush into his restructured lungs through the gill openings. Thus, in order to fix that problem, Quinn turned to biology to find a solution. And Quinn didn't have to travel far because the answer was inside the human body all along. The human heart consisted of 4 chambers, 2 upper chambers and 2 lower chambers. There was a valve through which blood passed before leaving each heart chamber. These valves prevented blood from flowing backwards. These valves were actual flaps located on each end of the 2 lower heart chambers. They acted as one-way inlets of blood on one side of a ventricle and one-way outlets of blood on the other side of a ventricle. As the heart muscle contracted and relaxed, the valves opened and shut, letting blood flow into the lower chamber and upper chamber at alternate times. Quinn realized that his water problem was somehow similar to how the water rushed from the wrong direction. He needed to stop that backflow, so he decided to copy the heart valve system. Quinn increased, first of all, the size of the valves and made them more sturdy than the heart valves because the pressure of water from the undertow was much higher than the pressure created by a human heart. He devised a layer in these valves that would sit under the gill flaps and above the actual gill leaves that held the blood vessels, so after the water was done with the gas exchange, Quinn would guide it towards the valve layer. When the gill flaps would open to let the water out, the valve layer would stop the water from rushing in. And then Quinn would loosen the valve muscles and push out the water with water magic. He would have the initiative as the valve openings were small enough to give Quinn the advantage and eject the water like jet streams, opposing the backflowing water at the same time. This was all theory, and now came the time to see if the system would work in real-life conditions. The batch of water went through the gills, and, as it moved on for ejection, Quinn opened the gill flap. Immediately, he felt the water from outside trying to rush in, but in times of need, Quinn's new valve cover held strong against the water. That observation and success brought a smile to Quinn's face as he confidently moved on to the next stage, which was loosening the valves for ejection. Quinn readied his water magic and covered the water inside with his magic while simultaneously slowly loosening the new gill valves. When the valves opened up, Quinn commanded the water to shoot out, and it obeyed and went out, flowing against the water flow outside. Inside Quinn's body, the water had formed a blob with Quinn's water magic in control of every droplet. As the water went out, it acted as a seal that didn't let water inside, emptying out Quinn's reconstructed lung cavity for the next batch of fresh water. The process was successful, and the blood had fresh oxygen circulating around Quinn's body. Quinn, who felt the success, raised both his hands on instinct above and kicked his legs. Immediately, he lost his balance, which made him tumble and rotate inside the vortex. "Shit!" screamed Quinn as he triggered the safety insignia for the second time and disappeared away. Scene break. In the stone chamber, Quinn had a big smile on his face. He was happy even though he had to deploy his safety measure. "I definitely need more practice on the valve system to make sure that I can do it more easily," smiled Quinn and laughed as he joked. "I'm coming for you, Aquaman. One day, I will rule Atlantis." "Wait, is Atlantis a city here? Oh, another thing I have to check out." Goody. Quinn West had found a way to safely breathe in turbulent water, which was a first step in his exploration of the third vault. Chapter 91, Getting a Healing Magic Teacher. Healing magic is used to restore any biological beings to their optimal health, as it cures damaged or withered organisms, wounds, broken bones, low vitality, and diseases or poisoning. Though a healer may potentially heal any form of body damage, the patient must be alive, even if hanging by a thin thread, to be healed. Poppy Pomfrey picked up her cup of tea after giving a concise description of the magic she had spent most of her professional life practicing. She was crisply dressed in her Medi-Healer's uniform. She was clad very similarly to the uniforms worn by Victorian and Edwardian nurses. She wore the typical nurse's uniform, which consisted of a maroon dress, white pinafore apron, and a white nurse's cap. On her apron was a brooch that showed her status as a trained Medi-Healer. Currently, the matron was sitting in her office with Quinn. Both healer and student were enjoying a cup of afternoon tea. Of course, Quinn was the one who had approached the Hogwarts matron. He had invited her to have a conversation over a cup of tea. Poppy had realized a long time ago that when Quinn entered the hospital wing, it would be because he wanted to talk to her and not because of some injury or disease as every other student did. She knew that if she tried to ignore Quinn, the Ravenclaw would just hang in the hospital wing and keep on talking to her. It didn't matter if she was tending to another patient, brewing potions, cleaning, or preparing an inventory, as Quinn would keep up a one-sided conversation, and somehow every time, he would be successful in making her talk. Every single time, she would be roped into a conversation, and before Poppy knew it, she would have talked to Quinn for nearly an hour. After months of that, Poppy had realized that if Quinn entered the hospital wing when she wasn't terribly busy and could afford to talk as she worked, then she would have to talk to Quinn. So at times like now, when there were no patients in the hospital wing, she would have tea with Quinn. She had come to console herself that at least Quinn didn't visit her injured. Things could always be worse. "We have been doing this for a while, and I have yet to see you drink tea." "Why is that?" asked Poppy after sipping her tea, looking at the beverage in front of Quinn. "I don't like tea," replied Quinn as he picked up his non-alcoholic ginger beer glass mug. "I don't like the taste, even with milk added to it." Poppy looked at Quinn with mock apprehension and commented, "And you call yourself an Englishman? How can you not like tea?" Quinn rolled his eyes at the quip before asking, "When you heal an injury such as a lesion or broken bone, is the healing process the same as the natural healing process?" In his second year at Hogwarts, Friar had introduced the cursed vaults to Quinn, and Quinn had spent a majority of that school year solving the first icy vault. But after he was done, Quinn realized that he had spent most of his time with the vault. The exploration had disrupted his magic learning and researching plan that Quinn had set up before knowing about the existence of the vaults. So Quinn had made a resolution that he would give ample enough time to learn magic that he had planned to learn before he knew the existence of the vaults. Last year, Quinn had started strong and started upon illusion magic while researching the second vaults. But after that, Quinn had been inflicted by the sin curse. Because of the influence of the sin curse, Quinn had not given the second vault a second glance and had spent a lot of time in the library. That had pushed Quinn to gain a lot of knowledge, which was great for Quinn as he had learned more than he had estimated at the start of the year. But this year, Quinn was working on the third vault, which resulted in the vault taking a chunk of his time. So in order to fulfill his resolution, Quinn started strong and looked for a branch of magic that wasn't directly related to the vault and that would be advantageous to learn. The branch he chose to research in earnest was healing magic, and Northwest better place to start than his favorite faculty, Matron Poppy Pomfrey. "I presume you are talking about the traditional wound healing without magic," inquired Poppy and got a nod from Quinn. The healing process of a wound consists in replacing destroyed or damaged tissue with newly produced tissue. When someone is injured, a regulated sequence of biochemical events is set into motion to repair the damage. This process is divided into predictable phases: blood clotting, inflammation, tissue growth, and tissue remodeling. The wound healing process is not only complex but also fragile, and it is susceptible to interruption or failure leading to the formation of non-healing chronic wounds. A serious expression crossed the matron's face as she warned. Therefore, under inexperienced hands, healing magic can do more harm than good. That is why healers have harsher NEWT grade requirements than any other mainstream field. Healing magic replaces the 4 steps and semi-replaces them to the point that you can see the regenerative process progressing with the naked eye. Poppy cut a forkful of cake and ate it before explaining how healing of wounds worked. For example, if a patient comes with a cut in their arm, I would first replace the natural blood clotting stage by magically slowing down the flow of blood and making sure that it doesn't ooze outside the body to avoid death by blood loss. Next, magic would similarly replace the inflammation process, ensuring no infection in the wound and damage, and it clears out dead and damaged cells to make space for the new cells. The final step of that process is to trigger cell division and then accelerate the healing process till the wound is completely healed. She smiled and asked Quinn a question about the thing that she explained. What is the thing you will never see in magical healing that is always seen during natural healing? Is it the presence of scabbing? Replied Quinn in a questioning tone before explaining. Scab is formed to separate the wound from the outside environment. Because it takes time for wounds to heal, scabbing is necessary to prevent infections from outside. Poppy nodded with a smile. Correct. The presence of a scab is not needed with healing magic. So healing spells make sure that scabs aren't formed by the body. But what about wounds that are more critical than small cuts? The wounds that can't be healed in one go, do they also don't need scabbing? Asked Quinn as he thought about wounds that could potentially kill a person within a minute. No, they don't need scabbing. A wound, no matter how severe, and as long as it isn't cursed, can be healed within a day or two. Even if a person's entire body was heavily injured. Poppy stared intently at Quinn as she continued. Like someone who doused themselves into a high-grade freezing potion and caused damage to their internal organs, could be stabilized until we heal their injuries to the point that they aren't life-threatening. Quinn cleared his throat and picked up his mug of ginger beer to drink from it. The injury from entering the icy vault without blood magic had caused too much damage to Quinn. At that time, Poppy had to work hard and move quickly to stabilize Quinn's situation from deteriorating. She was lucky that Quinn's magic had taken care of the critical part, and she just needed to make sure that he didn't relapse. If Quinn's magic hadn't helped out, Poppy would have transferred Quinn to St. Mungo to be handled by healers who had experience with that level of critical injuries. Then it means that magical healing is an accelerated version of natural healing, concluded Quinn from the information given to him by Poppy. Poppy hummed in response before speaking. We in the healing community like to call it regenerative medicine. When Quinn tilted his head in confusion, Poppy explained. Regenerative medicine deals with the process of replacing, engineering or regenerating cells, tissues, or organs, to restore or establish their normal function. Normally, our bodies aren't naturally able to heal organs that are badly injured or are under the risk of failing. But with healing magic, we can make those previously impossible things possible. You know that as long as your limbs aren't cursed off by dark magic, we can even regrow them. Such is the power of magic. Quinn nodded deeply in agreement that healing magic transcended normal healing and wasn't just accelerated natural healing. Plus, that is just healing wounds. Healing magic also cures diseases of both magical and muggle kinds. The possibilities are endless. As long as it isn't too late, healing magic has the power to heal any illness, diseases, and mutations. Dragonpox, Black Death, Spattergroit, Scrofungulus, and other diseases were once incurable. But with advancement in healing magic, they now don't pose a threat to wizardkind if taken care of properly. How did you start on your training with healing magic? Asked Quinn, wondering how to get some practice. I'm sure that you didn't directly start on humans, right? That would be just inviting trouble. Poppy nodded in agreement with a smile and recalled the time she was doing her apprenticeship at St. Mungo's. There were less experienced trainee healers who messed up healing humans, even after they were trained off humans. You start with small animals like rats, mice, and fish. After you have a good handle on them, we move you onto bigger animals like pigs, goats, and cows. I personally also trained on birds and rabbits, as recommended by my mentor. After some time training on animals, the trainee, then, is moved on to humans. Of course, people who weren't training to be healers and just wanted to learn some healing spells didn't go through this gradual stage of progress. They simply learned spells and hoped they would work when coming across some minor injuries. An example that came to mind was Gilderoy Lockhart using a healing spell that mended bones, but instead, Lockhart ended up vanishing all bones in the arm. That is why trainee healers had to go through a gradual off-human process before they were allowed to operate on humans. So when they finally operated on humans, they would have confidence and experience backing them. Poppy looked at Quinn and asked, "Why do you ask?" "Wait, let me guess, are you thinking about learning healing magic?" "Actually, yes, I am thinking about learning healing magic," admitted Quinn before asking, "Will you teach me?" "I think having a guide will help me out." Quinn had books on healing magic, spells, charms, herbology, and potions. He had it all. And Quinn didn't necessarily need guidance. But Quinn felt that having a guide or someone who would specify a learning plan would help him immensely. Poppy was Quinn's favorite faculty member, and that's the reason why Quinn decided to ask Poppy if she would teach him. If there hadn't been any relation between the two, Quinn would have learned healing magic on his own, even if that meant it would take him more time. The Hogwarts healer studied Quinn for a while and contemplated what he had said. Healing magic was an extensive subject and required a considerable amount of skill and knowledge. Poppy knew Quinn was knowledgeable and smart from their conversations. She also knew that Quinn scored high grades from the passing talks she had with the professors. Finally, she knew Quinn's skill in potion brewing from the potions he regularly dropped off. She was just worried if it was too soon to teach Quinn healing magic, because if she was to teach him like she was taught, then it would take a lot of time, and it might affect his performance in classes. "If I were to teach you, do you promise you won't let your grades fall?" asked Poppy in seriousness. "Grades? Yeah, why would they fall?" asked Quinn in confusion. "My grades never fall. If I'm going to teach you, I want you to be serious about it, meaning that you will have to devote time to healing magic. If that affects your class performance, then we'll stop immediately," warned Poppy as she looked into Quinn's eyes. "One dip, and we stop. If you want to learn healing magic after that, wait until after Hogwarts to study." "I'm fine with that. If my grades dip, we stop," acknowledged Quinn. It was a no-brainer for him because his grades wouldn't dip even if he slept through every class all year long. "Okay, then. We'll start next week. 2 lessons every week, when you have free periods." Quinn thought about his class schedule and his other commitments before coming up with a reply: Thursday and Saturday mornings. "Then it's decided. You'll come here on Thursdays and Saturdays," said Poppy with a smile, before demanding, "You aren't to tell anyone about these lessons. I don't want other students coming to me and asking for lessons. This is just between you and me, understood?" Quinn gave a thumbs up with a beaming smile, happy to have gotten a healing mentor. The two fell into a comfortable silence before Quinn decided to change the topic of the conversation. "So, do you think we'll cure lycanthropy in the future?" asked Quinn, nonchalantly, not giving any indication that he knew something. Poppy twitched at the naming of lycanthropy. The mere mention of the illness made her remember that there was a lycanthrope in the castle right now. Remus Lupin, the new Defense Against Dark Arts professor, was an unwilling victim of the illness that had been with him through most of his life. A werewolf, also known as a lycanthrope, was a human being who, upon the complete rising of the full moon, became an uncontrollable, fearsome and deadly humanoid wolf. This condition was caused by infection with lycanthropy, also known as werewolfery. Werewolves appeared in the form of wolves, but there were distinctions between them and regular wolves. A mixture of powdered silver and dittany applied to a fresh bite would seal the wound and allow the victim to live on as a werewolf. Although tragic tales were told of knowing victims begging for death rather than becoming werewolves. "Why do you ask about lycanthropy?" asked Poppy. She wanted to probe Quinn in case he knew about Remus Lupin's condition. 2 students in Hogwarts knew about Lupin's lycanthropy condition. Harry Potter and Ivy Potter were aware of Lupin's condition before Lupin took the job, so they knew not to spread the news about Lupin being a werewolf/lycanthrope. If Quinn knew, then she would instruct him not to spread the news. Things spread fast in Hogwarts through the infamous rumor mill, and if Lupin's condition was to become known, it would incite panic in the student body. "Oh, I happen to know someone connected to lycanthropy and werewolves," smiled Quinn as he looked at Poppy. "And they are in the school at this moment." The matron's heart skipped a beat when she heard Quinn's words. "Oh, no. He knows," thought Poppy worriedly. There was only one person who was connected to lycanthropy, and that was Remus Lupin. "My friend, Marcus Belby," grinned Quinn, leaving Poppy stunned and confused. "What?" "Yeah, it turns out that his uncle, Damocles Belby, is the inventor of the wolfsbane potion," revealed Quinn, a fact that was closely related to lycanthropy. The wolfsbane potion was an innovative and complex potion that relieved but did not cure the symptoms of lycanthropy. But even though it wasn't a cure, it was the only medicine that provided some relief to lycanthropes. The way one had to imbibe it was unique among potions, in that a goblet full of wolfsbane potion must have to be taken each day for a week preceding the full moon. Quinn had the recipe for the wolfsbane potion, and, after reading about it in depth, he had to admit that Damocles Belby must have put an immense effort on his part to create the potion. "Haha, her expression is so much fun," thought Quinn as he looked at Poppy's slightly open mouth as she stared at Quinn. Poppy was right in suspecting that Quinn knew about Remus Lupin's conditions. He knew about the Dark Against Defense Arts professor's furry little problem, but in no way was he going to tell anyone that he knew. It would bring the faculty's eyes upon him, and that was something he didn't want, even if it might not be that much of a problem. But that didn't mean that Quinn couldn't have some fun without anyone knowing. When Poppy brought out the topic of illness and disease, Quinn recognized the opportunity to spook Poppy a little and see her startled/confused expression. Even if Quinn didn't have the knowledge from the books, he still would have figured out the truth because of the person who substituted for Lupin when he retreated into isolation during the full moon. Severus Snape, as the substitute professor of defense against dark arts, had tried to teach students about werewolves. The spiteful man, who wanted the position but had been denied it time after time, and over that had to brew the wolfsbane potion for the men who was in the position Snape wanted. From what Quinn had gathered through his debt network of students, Snape had brought up werewolves in his substitute classes as a revision topic every year from 4th to 7th so that they could get anyone to recognize that Lupin was a lycanthrope. Quinn still recalled the defense against dark arts lesson he had had with Snape and how in that lesson Snape had been repeatedly looking at Quinn. Man, that day was so awkward. I had to keep an oblivious face for the entire lesson, recalled Quinn, remembering the day he had to spend an hour ignoring Snape's looks. Is that so? That is an interesting fact. I didn't know that, stuttered Poppy and kept the conversation going. She felt relieved that Quinn didn't know about Lupin and the secret was still with the least amount of people and with the same amount of people at the start of the year. Poppy looked at Quinn, who was applying jam and cream on his scone with gleaming eyes, silently took out her wand. When Quinn was done bringing it near his mouth, the scone floated out of his hands and drifted towards Poppy. The matron picked the scone out of the air and ate it in front of Quinn. "Wadash!" exclaimed Quinn at the sight of food being snatched from his hands just before he was about to eat it. "Why?" he asked in astonishment. "Sometimes you can be too much of a hassle," came Poppy's reply as she enjoyed the scone that Quinn had prepared for himself. "What did I do?" asked Quinn, confused. "Be a lamb and make another scone and put more jam this time," ordered Poppy, not answering Quinn's question. "Okay," responded Quinn in confusion before shrugging and complying with the order. One scone with cream and extra jam coming up. Chapter 92, Confrontation with Gryffindor Quidditch Team. It was a clear, sunny day. White fluffy clouds drifted across the clear blue sky. The sun shone brightly. Feeling the grass tickle his feet, Quinn tilted his back to behold a field of blue that stretched far beyond what his eyes could track and where small birds cut across the air as they swooped, spinned, spiraled, and dived. Quinn was lying on a corner on the ground of the Quidditch field, relaxing as he read a book. He once again turned to his side and looked towards one of the goalposts and saw his two friends on brooms, flying alone in the field, playing a game of quaffle hoop as practice for Eddie. Quaffle hoop consisted simply of one player trying to get a quaffle through the hoops while the second player played as keeper, that is, trying to defend against the quaffle going through the goal hoops. Eddie was the one trying to score, while Marcus tried to defend against him. Quinn, on the other hand, was not playing with them. He was simply lying on the green ground, showing his silent support through his presence. Eddie was training to get into the Ravenclaw Quidditch team as a chaser. Chaser was a position in Quidditch. There were 3 chasers per team. The chasers controlled the quaffle and attempted to put it through the goal hoops and make it past the keeper. Each goal was worth 10 points. This made the chaser position similar to the forward in football. The game generally started when the referee released the quaffle into the air and the chasers claimed possession of the quaffle. Chasers were generally considered the most exhilarating players to watch by spectators during a Quidditch game, at least until the golden snitch had been spotted. While the seeker attracted short bursts of attention from the spectators, chasers were always the center of attention. Competing against the other team, trying to score as many points as possible so that even if the opposite team's seeker caught the golden snitch it wouldn't matter, as they would have outscored the other team by a wide margin. "Man, he is really putting in the effort," thought Quinn as he stared at Eddie, who was trying to hurl the quaffle in a curve shot. If I didn't know what his real motivation was, I probably would have thought that he was interested in Quidditch. Eddie's motive to get on the team was to get popular and hope that would increase his chances to get a girlfriend, but the amount of effort he was putting in was like he was trying to be the best chaser in Hogwarts. Quinn shrugged and turned to the opposite side to go back to reading on medical potions. The healing magic system in this world was half spells and half potions. Every healer needed to know his potions to be effective and be prepared for the job. An unknown amount of time passed as Quinn continued to read. However, something broke his concentration. He heard some people talking in the distance. Listening to the chatter, Quinn identified it to be coming from his back, so he turned to look and found that Eddie and Marcus were talking to some people. "Isn't that the Gryffindor team?" noticed Quinn after giving the group a closer look. Deciding to see why there was a commotion, Quinn stood up from the ground and started to walk towards his friends. Scene break. "Look, I don't see what the problem is," said Eddie as he pointed at the other side of the field with his arm. "I don't see why you people can't practice on one half of the field. You aren't playing a game, so why do you need the entire field?" Eddie was talking to the Gryffindor team captain, 7th-year student, Oliver Wood. "You ain't a lion, so we can't let you witness our practice. We are at the top this year, and Ravenclaw is trailing in 2nd place," replied Oliver as he eyed the 2 Ravenclaws. As such, we can't risk our tactics getting exposed to you two, who are from Ravenclaw. I'll have to ask you to leave. Eddie didn't like the reason Oliver was giving one bit and crossed his arms over his chest. Not my problem, you can't make me leave. I was here first. Look, why don't we make some sort of arrangement? I'm sure we can come up with some sort of deal, offered Oliver, trying not to sound confrontational and aggressive. This year was his last year at Hogwarts, and he didn't want any mishaps that would somehow debar him or his team from playing Quidditch. But it turned out that luck wasn't at his side, and his wish for a peaceful confrontation was crushed when his seeker started to speak. Let's just ignore them and play, voiced Harry, intervening in the conversation. He looked at the two Ravenclaws and shrugged, don't blame us if you get hit by a bludger. It won't be our problem if you spend a night in the hospital wing. Marcus gulped in slight fear of getting hit by a bludger, but the statement did not scare Eddie. He took a deep breath and thought to himself, calm down, Eddie. Don't get riled up. Remember what Mum said, count to 9, and everything will be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what the hell is with that smile? Eddie saw Harry smirking and his attempts to calm himself down went down the gutter. He scoffed and retorted, of course you would know about hospital wings, don't you, Potter? Seeing that you practically live there. The Weasley twins in the background laughed as they put their hands on their faces. Harry frowned and gave Eddie the stink eye. What? Are you going to complain to your mum? Go on, mama's boy, I don't mind, smirked Eddie, delighted to see that his words did damage as he punched in another taunt. Harry growled and stepped forward towards Eddie but was held back by Oliver, who could already feel a headache coming up. Let's not fight. Harry, back off, Oliver warned Harry and pulled him back with a jerk. He turned back to Eddie and said, listen, mate, we really want to practice. We need the field. He made a hand gesture regarding the brooms and quaffle in the duo's hands and commented, you can play your little game elsewhere. There are other free spaces, I'm sure you'll be able to find one where you can play, but we are a team and need to practice on the field. Hey. I'm not playing a game, grunted Eddie. He didn't like the tone in which Oliver just spoke. I have to practice to get on the team. You don't want to get on my bad side because if I make the team, I'll go extra hard against you, guys. Yeah, right, scoffed Harry in response and smirked at Eddie. Did you say something? Crash and burns every game, Potter, mocked Eddie and put a hand next to his ear. Harry wanted to say something but stopped when Oliver raised his hand. Look, started Oliver but was cut off. Oh. Oh, indeed. The voices of the Weasley twins gathered everyone's attention and everyone looked at them. What? Asked Alicia Spinnet, one of the 3 Gryffindor chasers. The twins pointed in a direction behind them and spoke in unison. Little Lord West is coming. Fred and George had come to call Quinn Little Lord West because of his mannerisms and their interactions with Quinn inside the AID office. Both the twins felt that inside the AID room, everything was in Quinn's control. Despite Quinn's effort to make the office welcoming and comforting for the visitors, to the twins, the office was Quinn's territory, and he was its lord, who ruled every single thing that happened. Everybody looked in the direction the twins were pointing and saw Quinn walking towards them. And it seemed that Quinn had seen them looking at him because he waved with a small smile on his face. Good afternoon, people. What a great day we are having today, greeted Quinn as he walked to Eddie's side. What seems to be the problem here? They want us to get out of here, replied Eddie, looking bored as he couldn't see why he was wasting his time here. I see, began Quinn before turning to Oliver. He asked, do you have a written permission that states you can use the field exclusively? No, replied Oliver, looking uncomfortable. He wasn't expecting Quinn to get straight to the point to ask whether they had permission. This training session was a spur-of-the-moment thing and was set this morning after Oliver had seen that the weather was clear and no other team had booked it. So he jumped at the chance and gathered his team for practice. He didn't get permission that would grant him exclusive possession of the field. Then, Wood, you can't kick us out, shrugged Quinn. Wood had no authoritative power to kick Eddie and Marcus out of the field. Also, why do you need the entire field? Just give us this scoring area, and you can take the rest of the field, suggested Quinn. No, they need the entire field, responded Eddie with a roll of his eyes. They're scared we'll leak their tactics to the Ravenclaw team. Quinn gave the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team a look and started. He pointed at the Weasley twins and spoke, doppelbeater defense and bludger backbeat for the beaters. Checking in power play for the chasers, continued Quinn as he pointed at the 3 chasers, Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson, and Alicia Spinnet. He turned to the captain and gave him a thumbs up, double 8 loop, and starfish and stick for the keeper. Those 2 are tough to pull off. Finally, Quinn addressed Harry, no hands and less than decent attempts at Ronski feint for the seeker. The Gryffindor team stood still, their jaws on the floor as Quinn rapidly fired the tactics they had been preparing for the second stretch of this year's Quidditch season. Those things were a secret, and no one except the team was supposed to know. Even if someone knew a partial part of the tactics, they wouldn't be happy, but it wasn't impossible for that to happen. But here they stood, watching a guy with an innocent smile on his face revealing their entire bag of tricks and tactics. How? Stuttered Katie in shock. She asked a question that everyone on the Gryffindor team wanted to ask. How do you know all that? Quinn raised his arm and flicked his wrist for an AID card to appear in his previously empty hand. Everybody there recognized the card as they had seen it at least a couple of times in their school years. Information is my bread and butter, I know what is going on inside Hogwarts, and that includes Quidditch knowledge, informed Quinn and then proudly smiled. I was also hired permanently as the commentator for the Quidditch games, so I had to know what all 4 teams were planning to do for better commentary experience. You aren't going to reveal this knowledge to anyone, will you? Asked Oliver, sounding apprehensive. The card in Quinn's hand burned to ashes, and all of them suddenly became aware that Quinn had his wand in hand. None of them had seen when Quinn had taken out his wand. One moment both his hands were empty, the next second, he had a card in one and a wand in the other. And while this was happening, he kept a friendly smile on his face. Of course not. I'm not mad, snorted Quinn derisively. He humphed and pointed at the castle. If it became known that I leaked information to a team, the entire student body would pelt me with spells. There wouldn't be any safe space for me inside Hogwarts. Plus, that would be bad for business, and I don't want that. Harry looked at Quinn, a scowl prominent on his face. Harry and Ivy Potter, the Potter twins, had spent a lot of time together since birth, as the majority of twins did. Both were their automatic best friends, study buddies, competitors, and confidants. There was never any worry about being alone. Both had spent way too much time together and knew way too much about each other. When Ivy hid something, Harry knew that Ivy wasn't saying something and vice versa. So whenever Ivy showed signs of unusual behavior, Harry noticed and knew that something had happened with Ivy that he didn't know about. As time passed, Harry observed her sister and came to realize that those unusual signs only showed up when Quinn West was nearby. At first, Harry thought her sister liked Quinn, but after further observation, he noticed Ivy didn't show signs of liking Quinn but instead showed slight discomfort when Quinn was nearby. Ivy had a problem with Quinn, was what Harry concluded. He decided to confront Ivy about the subject, but Ivy denied having any problems with Quinn. She didn't fess up even after he pestered for an entire day. After seeing she didn't want to reveal anything, Harry decided to wait for the day she would tell him about the matter. Until that day, Harry would always have his sister's back. When Harry saw Quinn, he decided not to talk to him because he didn't know what happened between Quinn and his sister. But after Quinn rapid-fired his team's tactics, some of the dislike he had developed for Quinn slipped out. Yeah, you better not, harumphed Harry, slightly scowling at Quinn. Quinn tilted his head as he turned towards Harry, straightened his back, smiled, and was about to speak, but Eddie spoke up before him. Huh? What did you say? Speak up louder, mister, coming to school in a flying car and once again crashing and burning, Potter, thundered Eddie, a mocking smirk plastered on his face. He is so annoying, thought Harry as he gritted his teeth and glared at Eddie. He was starting to dislike Eddie more than Quinn. Quinn looked at Eddie with a surprised expression. He wanted to know what had happened between Harry and Eddie. Eddie was in full-on aggressive mode and Harry was somehow on the back foot. He took out his pocket watch and glanced at the time. Turning to Eddie, he said, "You have been here for a while. Why don't we go back to the castle? Don't you have a charms assignment to complete?" Eddie looked at Quinn's pocket watch and saw that they indeed had been practicing for a while, more than he had planned to practice. Glancing at the Gryffindor team, Eddie clicked his tongue before speaking to Quinn, "Yeah, let's go back." As they walked past the Gryffindor team, Eddie pulled on his best delinquent punk face towards Harry. Marcus politely nodded in their direction, while trying to end the conversation in a calm way. Quinn, on the other hand, smiled and waved towards Katie as he walked away. Katie waved back with an apologetic smile. After they were at a distance, Marcus spoke up, "Didn't you want to just get popular? Why would you pick a fight with them?" Marcus was a member of the trio that didn't like confrontation and fights. Eddie stomped on the ground and hollered, "Screw that, I have decided it, I'm going to join the team as soon as possible. And when I'm on the team, I am going to play against that arrogant prick and score so many points that a snitch will not help." He was feeling pissed because of the Gryffindor team. Quinn wrapped his arm around Eddie's shoulders and added, "I'm surprised that you didn't back off and give them the field." Huh. Why in the world would I do that, spat out Eddie. I won't lay down and let them walk over me. Quinn nodded and then explained his statement. What I meant was that I was surprised that you didn't take the chance to leave a good impression on Katie. I remember you asked me to introduce her to you, so I thought you were interested, and wouldn't this be a perfect chance to establish an impression? Instead, you clashed against her team, so I was just wondering. Eddie's entire motivation was to get a girlfriend, so it surprised Quinn that he didn't jump on a good opportunity. Eddie blinked a couple of times and suddenly squatted on the floor. "Dengu meat," groaned Eddie with his hands clutching his hair. "How could I let the opportunity get past my grasp? How? That damn four-eyed Potter screwed me over." He looked up at Quinn and Marcus and hissed, "Why did I have to get all riled up?" "No," hauled Eddie towards the sky. Marcus shook his head with a hand on his temple, while Quinn cackled. ****************A/N. So when I was preparing for this chapter, thinking how this interaction should go, in my mind, I went through events like Quinn dunking on Harry, Quinn having a polite talk with Harry. I even thought of a duel between the two. None of those fit the situation and feel I was going for. I thought that if I made Harry and Quinn fight, then Harry's image would dip too low. I wasn't confident in keeping Harry's image afloat to the level of an arrogant kid, James Potter level, and thought that his image would plummet to a level below Draco's, at least his image in the earlier books where he was an outright bully. But then a thought struck me: even though Quinn is the MC, he doesn't have to do everything. So, I decided to pit someone else against Harry. The character I could think of in such a role was Eddie Carmichael. Now, I had mixed reviews for Eddie's behavior. Some said they liked him and others said they didn't like it. To me, Eddie here is a normal teenager who doesn't want to lose and back off. He tried to negotiate at first, compromise, but then things went as you saw. Do tell me, what did you guys think about Eddie in this chapter in general? This was fun for me to write. Yeah, this was fun. *************** Quinn West, MC, Little Lord West. Eddie Carmichael, chaser in the making, no. My chance to get a girlfriend. Marcus Belby, practice keeper, let's talk it out peacefully. Oliver Wood, Gryffindor Quidditch captain, sought-after young keeper prospect. Harry Potter, seeker, defeated in the Battle of Words. Chapter 93, Conquering Poseidon's Wrath. Sound worked differently when you were inside water. It wasn't possible to tell from what direction it was coming or how far away it was. You probably would hear high-pitched sounds miss on land, and suddenly turn deaf to low rumbles that one would typically hear. When on dry land, sound traveled in waves through the air. When those waves reached the ear, they vibrated the tiny audio bones in the inner ear. But while underwater, the sound waves didn't move through the air, they moved through the water. Underwater, those sound waves didn't vibrate the audio bones in the inner ear. They went straight to the skull bones and vibrated that heavy bone that was behind the ear. Because of that, one would hear higher frequencies underwater but lose lower ones, and would get a disrupted sense of direction and depth. And that entire experience turned chaotic when swimming inside turbulent, moving waters. The water sounds were so loud that nothing else was audible. At that moment, Quinn was experiencing all that, as he was frowning through his swimming goggles. He was looking towards the center of the vortex, and in spite of the moving water that reduced visibility, Quinn knew that the center of the vortex was the place he had to go. But getting there was what Quinn was working towards. And it was the one thing he had been working on for close to 2 weeks. After getting comfortable, and Quinn used the word in the loosest way possible, in the vortex, Quinn realized that the water whirlpool wasn't the typical whirlpool formed in sea and oceans. Typical maelstrom would suck a person or objects down and towards the center, where the pulling force was maximum. But this vortex wasn't like that. After going there every day, Quinn realized that the vortex was a thick water ring and not a swirl that sucked water. Quinn realized this when he tried to stay in the vortex for a long continuous stretch. In that long stretch, Quinn realized he was going around in circles, not moving inside or outside from where he was dropped into the water. In the following few days after that revelation, Quinn tried to move towards the center of the ring, but soon found that to move laterally in the vortex was the true challenge. The resistance inside the water due to the high speeds was so harsh that Quinn couldn't move side to side, and for a few days, all he could do was an experiment with water magic to move to the other side. But today, Quinn had come prepared with an approach that would help him move laterally inside the water. Okay, let's start the test, thought Quinn as he looked to his front, and all he could see was water just like he did every time. The shades of blue were all Quinn saw when he was inside the water maelstrom. Train tracks were the source of Quinn's inspiration, train track shifters, to be exact. A train track switch was a mechanical installation that enabled railway trains to be guided from one track to another, such as at a railway junction or where a spur or siding branches off. Quinn was treating the circular ring he was swimming in as a closed circular train track. Quinn wanted to create a temporary switch that would forcibly shift him to another track closer to the vortex's center. The flow of water was pushing Quinn forward, and he wanted to create an external force that would shortly alter the flow of the water, so he could create a relay from his track to another track to his side. Come on, water magic. Calling upon his magic from the depth of his magic core, he gathered more and more magic. The magic within him rolled in waves as it got stronger and stronger. When Quinn thought it was enough, he released it in a single burst in front of him in the water. An Arctic blue burst of magic came out of Quinn and shot forward. The magic was supposed to push the water flow to the side so that Quinn could simply flow into that altered flow an inch closer to the center. Quinn widened his eyes when he saw that instead of signs of water flowing sideways, the water in front of him blew up. "Oh, shit!" screamed Quinn, immediately curled his body into a ball and braced for impact. Quinn knew what was about to come. He knew that he wasn't going to be blasted back. Oh, no, the circular flow of the water ring mixed with the disturbance he caused had created a random flow of water. He entered the disturbed zone and was immediately spinned in random directions. It was like a ball spinning on multiple axes. Quinn lost control over his body as the water current spun him at high speed. I am getting dizzy," stuttered Quinn after trying to regain balance, but the pressure around his body was too much for him to open up. He injected magic into the safety insignia and teleported away from the whirlpool. In the main room, Quinn stumbled as he tried to stand up. "Oh, my heavens, come on, world, stop moving," said Quinn as he closed his eyes, laying on the floor. He put a hand on his mouth and croaked, "Don't vomit. Don't vomit, just don't." After calming down, Quinn stood up, staying still for a second before taking a deep breath. "I'm going to pee in there," muttered Quinn as he entered the water entrance. Scene break. For an entire week, Quinn struggled to form an altered flow that would allow him to create a shift and move closer to the center. Every day, Quinn would go inside the water vortex at least 24 times and repeatedly fail time and time again. Hundreds of bursts of water magic, each different from the last, were tested inside the harsh conditions of the vortex. A lot of them blew up in his face. Many of the attempts caused him to slam into walls of water resulting from the magic reacting with the water. Some didn't faze the water, even a single bit. Others caused him to spin around so much that he was on the urge to vomit out his stomach's contents. But after those hundreds of tests, Quinn slowly collected data and experience using water magic to control the turbulent water maintained by magic. In a way, this is similar to the first vault, thought Quinn. He recalled the snowflake icicle that had blocked his way for months. The ice was resisting my magic, and now, this water's strong flow is resisting my magic. Breakthroughs came naturally after many attempts. It was just a matter of time before Quinn could figure out how to alter the flow that would move him closer to the center. "Come on, make way for me, magic," said Quinn as he collected magic and changed its nature into water magic. The Arctic blue magic emerged in front of Quinn and grew brighter as it expanded in size before contracting into a tiny sphere. It shot forward and, after a bright flash, the water that was following its intended path suddenly shifted at an angle. "Let's go," exclaimed Quinn, and with a high swimming speed, he flowed into the altered flow and moved closer to the center. "Yes," celebrated his success Quinn. That was a solid 3-meter shift. Quinn always dropped at 60 meters from the center, so he needed to create around 20 shifts to get to the center. Gulping in a bottle full of water, Quinn felt the breath return to him and closed his eyes to focus. This is going to take time. Let's see if I can get to the center today. He wasn't able to get it done that day. Quinn spent around 2 to 3 hours every day inside the vault. Any more than that would take time out of his daily schedule. He had to attend classes, spend time in the AID office and complete requests, his 2 daily workout sessions, study magic in the library, practice using magic inside the room of requirements, and spend time eating and socializing. If he spent more time in the vault, he would be reverting back to his second year, where he was spending too much time on other things. Scene break. It took another 2 days until Quinn was fast enough to cover the 60 meters in 3-meter shifts before time ran out. "One more shift and I'll be inside the center," noted Quinn as he looked to the side. He could faintly see the boundary where the water ended. The circular water whirlpool had a 5-meter waterless wide center. Quinn saw it every time he fell into the water. In fact, in the beginning, which was a few days ago, Quinn would try to get into the center without entering the water. He would try to use the seize pull spell to fasten himself to a wall or the ceiling, but they were too far away for Quinn to get any use out of them. Transfiguring an object underneath while riding it using levitation also didn't work. The transfigured material would glow red and immediately vanish, and Quinn would drop into the water. He had even tried to get a broom inside, but it wouldn't take flight no matter what, and once again, Quinn would drop inside the water. Because of that, he had lost the broom he had used since he was 8 years old. The wood brutally snapped because of the turbulent flow, and the pieces flew away before Quinn could get to them. The ward administration inside the expanded place was so extensive that Quinn didn't have a choice but to get to the center via the water. One last time, thought Quinn, gathering his magic and shooting it for the final time. The water flow changed and was now aimed towards the center. Quinn naturally swam with the flow, and in a moment, his head emerged from the water. "I did it," exclaimed Quinn, but his eyes widened when he realized that with his exit speed, his body was going to enter the water from the opposite side. "Oh, hell. No," yelled Quinn and immediately killed his fall with arresto momentum. He stopped right in the middle of the center of the vortex. He looked down and saw another triangular entrance on the floor, although this one also was filled with water. As he dropped, Quinn saw words appear above an edge of a triangle. T-Hum's delight . Quinn stopped just above the entrance and stared at the words etched on the floor. There's another place after this. But then the words at the first gate flashed in his mind. The trials are long and arduous. Ah, it was trials, plural. All right, that checks it out, nodded Quinn. Then his eyes went to the name of the next trial. T-Hum's delight. Quinn tilted his head in cluelessness. Who the hell is T-Hum? Damn, another god or someone. But that wasn't the thing that Quinn was mainly concerned about. The other word was more concerning to him. Delight. Yeah, no way this is anything good or delightful. Quinn didn't for a second believe that the positive-sounding words in the title were anything but negative. That just screams trouble, scoffed Quinn and shook his head. He went silent and stared at the water inside the entrance. Should I go in? Contemplated Quinn. He had just spent a lot of time slowly shifting 60 meters, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to drop down into another trial. Should I research T-Hum before going in? Or should I just go and see what's inside? He felt the insignia on his arm and was reminded of its existence. I have the teleportation insignia. I can always pull out at any moment, mused Quinn. It was the safety mechanism that would pull him out immediately the moment he activated it. Yeah, I should check it out. With a sharp exhale, Quinn released the magic holding him in place and sunk into the water. He felt the same tug as the last entrance and the momentary loss of sensation. But this time, his sense of sight didn't return. He could feel the water against his skin, his ears picked up sounds, he could smell some scent of water and taste the water as he gulped it down. But he couldn't see anything through his eyes. Darkness dominated his vision as he turned in the water, trying to see anything. Quinn felt fear grip his heart as he looked around. Suddenly losing your sight wasn't a pleasant feeling. Quinn could feel his heart racing as, no matter what direction he turned, he didn't manage to see anything. Okay, this is freaking me out. I need to get out. I need to get out, right now, thundered Quinn and activated the safety insignia. The next second, he was back in the stone cave, and to Quinn's relief, his sight was back along with all his other senses. Oh. Colors, pretty colors, and light, smiled Quinn as he stared at the crystal light sticking out of the ceiling. Oh, I love sight. Quinn placed his hand on his beating heart and took deep breaths to calm himself down. Yeah, what could go wrong, indeed. Even though Quinn hadn't gotten injured, he would have ended up extremely scared if his vision didn't return after he was teleported. At that moment, Quinn didn't think it would be another trial, he was just worried about his eyes. Delight, my ass, spat out Quinn in displeasure. He looked back to check something and saw that the triangular entrance in the dome's wall still had the words Poseidon's Wrath etched into the stone above it. Ah. Don't tell me I have to go through the Poseidon's Wrath before I reach the tome's delight, complained Quinn. He had completed the first trial, so he was expecting the door to change, but it didn't. Will I have to go through every trial to get to the one at the end of the line? That sucks. Quinn only had completed the first of many trials. Nonetheless, Poseidon's Wrath had been overcome. Chapter 94, T-Hum, Alchemy, and Sub-Zero. T-Hum, literally, the deep, or abyss, read Quinn from another old tome in the Hogwarts library. After having a scare of a lifetime inside the second trial, T-Hum's delight, Quinn's first course of action was to see who or what T-Hum in the title was. Refers to the great deep of the primordial waters of creation in the Bible, hummed Quinn as he summarized the information he had been able to get on T-Hum. An entity from the Christian pantheon mentioned in the Old Testament Bible, Book of Genesis, Genesis 1 verse 2. Tapping his finger on the table, Quinn thought about his experience of no sight in the second trial room. The complete darkness had taken him by surprise. Being robbed of the sense that he used the most was something deeply unsettling. The entire vault is revolving around water, and then there was the word law in the text. The trials are definitely based on something that can be found in water. Quinn glanced down at the word T-Hum on the parchment of the tome. There is no light in the depth of an ocean, and T-Hum symbolizes deep or abyss. Having no light must be the reason I wasn't able to see anything but darkness, theorized Quinn. That meant that my sense of sight was okay, but there was no light. Thus, I couldn't see. Ah, that is just plain annoying. I respect that. Another thing that Quinn focused on was the ambience of the second trial room. I was inside a water-filled region with no surface beneath my feet, remembered Quinn, while closing his eyes to relive that moment. Calm water with no violent, turbulent flow like the first room. The temperature, slightly cold. Even though he had been only inside the second trial room for less than 30 seconds, Quinn ended up having some questions. What's the aim of the second trial? Do I need to find another entrance? How do I navigate there? Is there something in there other than me? What danger there is? But spending mere seconds inside the second trial room wasn't enough to answer any of the questions. If Quinn wanted to get answers, then he would need to dive in there and get the lay of the land. Then his thoughts went further beyond the second trial room. How many trials are in the third vault? The third vault was still covered in mystery because Quinn couldn't see the end, and that unknown element slightly excited Quinn. Mystery creates wonder, and wonder was the basis of man's desire to understand the world. And Quinn wanted to understand everything. It was in his nature. Scene break. Alchemy was a branch of magic, an ancient discipline that involved studying the secrets of composition, structure, and magical properties of the four classical elements, as well as the transmutation and transfiguration of substances and, thus, it was connected intimately with potion brewing, charms and transfiguration. Of course, Quinn didn't believe in the four classical elements because of the atomic theory. But he did believe in the fifth element, which he considered to be magic itself. Back to alchemy. The branch of magic was a beautiful conjugation of various magics: transfiguration, transmutation, potions, herbology, metallurgy, charms, and other magics used to supplement it according to its needs. Alchemy was said to be the ultimate transformation magic. Alchemic counterparts were many times more potent than their potion counterparts. Properties could be permanently added to objects, something that was extremely difficult with charms. It could convert materials into completely different states from their initial forms, something that could only be a work of transfiguration but permanent. Today, inside the room of requirement, Quinn was in the middle of performing alchemy. The young alchemist was in the midst of one of his long-term projects. The project was still in its initial stages, but Quinn was making some progress. Project Sub-Zero. Series 1, Formula number 27, announced Quinn, reading from a sheet of paper that had S1F number 19 written on it. Project Sub-Zero. Absolute Zero was the alchemic material that Quinn had found inside the first vault, the Icy Vault. It was an alchemic material that was at a perpetual temperature of 0 Kelvin, 0 K. The paradoxical material contained cold energy capable of dropping the temperature of anything it came in direct contact with to 0 Kelvin, 0 K. It was the physical incarnation of infinite cold. And while Quinn couldn't get it out yet, he wasn't going to miss the chance to research it. So twice or thrice a month, Quinn would go down into the vault and collect samples of the cold energy for research. There was no information on Absolute Zero except the description. Quinn had scoured the room of requirement library to find any information on Absolute Zero but couldn't find a creation methodology or a clue to get started. It was a magic lost to the world. Project Sub-Zero was Quinn's attempt to study Absolute Zero, so that one day, he could create the alchemic marvel himself. It was an experimental approach where Quinn began at 273 Kelvin, 273 K, and made his way down to 0 Kelvin, 0 K. He had divided the project into 6 stages. Stage 1, S1, 273 K, 224 K. Stage 2, S2, 223.99 K, 175 K. Stage 3, S3, 174.99 K, 126 K. Stage 4, S4, 125.99 K, 77 K. Stage 5, S5, 76.99 K, 28 K. Stage 6, S6, 27.99 K, 0 K. The first 5 stages had a 49 Kelvin, 49 K, range, the square of the most magical number, 7. But in the last stage, S6 had the remaining 22 Kelvin, 28 K, which was in a 7 times 4, 7 by 4, range. It had the power of 7 and a stable foundation of 4. The 6th stage signified that, after 6 stages, Quinn would reach the perfect 7th stage and obtain the paradoxical yet stable Absolute Zero. Quinn chose the above stages as each would be a milestone in his quest to create Absolute Zero. Seeing that Quinn was operating on S1F number 19 meant that he was still in the initial leg of the project. F number 18 showed the temperature of 209 K/-63.15 degrees Celsius. 5 degrees lower than F number 17, recited Quinn as he took notes under S1 F number 19 paper. But F number 18 was unstable and broke down in under 10 minutes. 10 minutes. F number 19 is the attempt to solve the instability of F number 18 and create a stable formula with the temperature of 209 K/-63.15 degrees Celsius or below. Quinn lit up a fire and placed a potion cauldron on it. Alchemy, or at least the alchemy Quinn knew, closely resembled potion brewing as it required a cauldron. Slowly Quinn added the ingredients into the cauldrons according to the formula. There were a lot of processed ingredients, like liquid essence extracted from plants, magically treated plant roots, frozen animal organs, transfigured filings of metal, and other ingredients that Quinn had chosen for S1 F number 19. After adjusting the heat and stirring at predefined times to activate the ingredients, came some steps that set apart alchemy from potion brewing. When the mixture inside the cauldron was at the optimal state for the next step, Quinn took a deep breath and raised his hands over the cauldron, and magic flowed. Potion brewing didn't have a place for spells because they could incite instability in the influx mixtures brewing inside the cauldron. But alchemy did precisely that and introduced external magic into the mix. Quinn, with the utmost caution, injected his magic through alchemic transformation spells. His eyes observed the mixture for any signs of deviation. Any signs of trouble could cause the mixture to deteriorate into instability. The worst outcome would result in the cauldron exploding, which would heavily harm Quinn in the process. This was the reason such a small number of people pursued alchemy. There was a risk in every alchemic brew. A mistimed decision due to a lapse in concentration could cause injuries. That is why, even among those who did pursue alchemy, many didn't proceed further because their spell work wasn't good enough to safely perform alchemy. Of course, not all failed attempts exploded and caused drastic injuries. If one didn't make any major mistakes, the outcome would be a failed cauldron full of sludge. But why tempt fate and attempt a magic that had such high standards? With an observant gaze and a tight hold on his magic, Quinn injected property-adding charms, state-changing transmutations, and stabilizing flashes of transfiguration. The initially yellow mixture turned brown, which indicated it was time for the next step. He immediately picked up a bronze metal disc from the ground and carefully covered the cauldron. He used the disc as a lid cover. The second the disc covered the cauldron, Quinn dimmed the heat to a simmer. Quinn relaxed his body as he exhaled a breath he didn't know he was holding. He walked to the desk at a distance from the cauldron and took the inactive downtime to note his observation. Quinn picked up a pen and started writing. S1F number 19 has passed both the ingredient activation stage and active magic injection stage. There were no noted anomalies, though the magically treated cold-resistant aluminum gave the initial mixture a yellow color. The cured brown color shows that there was a resonance between the elements, showing signs of binding and stability. Quinn raised his head and looked at the cauldron before looking back at the table and continuing. Estimated binding time is 15 minutes with an error margin of 3 minutes. The required temperature is 300 degrees Celsius. After writing down the notes, Quinn didn't sit down and relax for the next 15 minutes but got up and moved to another table with a white cloth covering the tabletop. On the tabletop, there was a cloth-covered cage and a small potion vial. Quinn removed the cloth from the cage and, immediately, 3 rats squeaked from the sudden exposure to light. Quinn looked at the rats and magically held 2 rats down as the 3rd rat floated outside the now opened gate. The 3 rats were provided to him by Poppy for healing practice. The one he took out was a perfectly healthy rat in which Quinn would perform wound healing. The other 2 rats were sick rats with diseases that Quinn practiced cure healing magic on. He had no idea what the diseases were, and needed to first identify the illness from their symptoms and, then, cure them with healing spells or healing potions. "You 2 will come later," said Quinn to the 2 sick-looking rats. "So sit tight because the doctor will see you in a bit." Quinn again covered the cage with a cloth and floated off the table to the floor. He looked at the squealing rat pinned to the white table. With a twitch of his magic, all the hair from the rat disappeared and turned into an ugly hairless rat. Quinn picked up the potion vial and, after uncapping the lid, a drop of potion flew out of the vial and entered the rat's mouth. The squealing rat slowly turned quiet and fell unconscious. The potion was a magic anesthetic with a sleeping component attached to it. "Don't worry, buddy, this won't hurt at all," muttered Quinn as he looked at the unconscious rat. A small cut appeared on the rat's hairless skin with trace amounts of blood leaking from the wound. Quinn stared at the cut wound as he funneled magic onto the cut wound. Like magic, the blood stopped leaking, the cut knitted back, joining the 2 sides of the cut together, healing the rat's body like the cut never existed. "Success," smiled Quinn and shot a diagnostic charm at the rat to see the overall condition. The results came back positive as the rat was at full health, albeit with a slight blood loss. "Nothing dangerous. Let's try the bones, said Quinn to himself and broke the rat's leg bone with magic. By now, Quinn was used to harming unconscious rats, and breaking bones or detaching limbs elicited nothing out of Quinn. Once again, Quinn molded his magic as he knitted back the broken bones and healed the muscles, blood vessels, nerves back to normal. The heal was performed phenomenally, and when the rat eventually woke up, he won't notice a difference. Snip snip, clicked Quinn with his tongue as the rat's tail came off from its body. Operation Tail Reattachment. Beginning now. Without moving his hand or arms, Quinn's magic held the detached tail of the rat's body and used healing magic to reattach it. The muscle and skin from both wriggled as they knitted back together. When the outer layer was reattached, the thin bones set themselves together and clicked back together with magic. After that, Quinn continued to perform the list of activities on the unconscious rats given to him by Poppy. When 10 minutes passed, Quinn stopped harming and healing the rat and moved back to the cauldron before the time was up. He used a spell to check the internal temperature, and the results showed that it was about to get to the desired level. Quinn wore his protective gloves and safety goggles and removed the bronze metal lid from the top after the temperature reached the optimal level. Excellent, grinned Quinn when he saw the change in the downtime. The brown boiling mixture had turned into transparent bubbling viscous liquid. The brown had a heavy sour smell, but the transparent liquid was scent-free. Time to remove it from heat, said Quinn as he cut the heat at the bottom of the cauldron, and then Quinn's eyes shined with focus because it was now time for the last stretch of the process. Quinn's magic flowed out of his body and assaulted every drop of the transparent liquid with chilling cold. Ice magic came in contact and bled inside the potion, and reached everywhere inside the thick viscous liquid. The ice magic thrummed with activity as an icy blue light started to taint the transparent liquid. Quinn kept on dropping the internal temperature and the icy blue color deepened. After a minute of channeling magic, the liquid lit up with a brilliant light. The ethereal light reflected inside Quinn's eyes as he cut the supply of ice magic and stepped back a couple of steps. A smile lengthened on his lips as he saw the condensation appear on the cauldron's outside and froze into a white cover of ice. Quinn waited till the blue light dimmed to a level that it was faintly present before raising his hand and, with his rising hand, the contents inside the cauldron were levitated outside. The faintly shining liquid floated in the air as Quinn did a temperature and pumped his hands up and celebrated, 207 K, 2 Kelvin less than expected. Quinn danced around the floating, S1F number 19, in celebration. But after celebrating the initial celebration, Quinn conjured an iron rod in his hand. Flame on, grinned Quinn and bombarded the conjured rod with powerful heat magic. Focusing his magic so that it would be concentrated on the other end. Come on, get nice and hot, so Papa can hear some sizzling goodness. The moment the quarter of the rod was red hot, Quinn gestured with his fingers, and half of the liquid broke from the floating blob and flew towards Quinn. Quinn brought it so that it was floating at his knee level. He held the iron rod in a reverse grip before stabbing it inside the viscous liquid. Immediately, there was intense sizzling as the iron rod cooled down rapidly, and within seconds, the iron rod had lost all the heat. Quinn removed the rod and threw it away, the rod vanished mid-flight. Wasting no time, Quinn checked the temperature of the cold liquid in front of him, and the spell showed him the temperature 210 K. The temperature had risen 3 Kelvin. Wait, Quinn raised his hand as if quieting a crowd around him. He watched as, within seconds, the temperature went back to 207 K. Quinn threw his arms up and announced, "We've done it, people. It has enough energy to recover. It is stable, it is beautiful, and finally, it is cold. It is Quinn made." Not really thinking that the only ones who could hear his celebration announcements were 2 rats with hair and 1 hairless rat who had woken up from the potion's effects. The 2 halves merged back together, and they floated to a container that Quinn had prepared for it. The containers were also a progressive project because these containers also got stronger as Quinn continued to improve on Project Sub-Zero. Plus, as Quinn had been working on containment longer than Project Sub-Zero, he was way ahead in containment technology. Quinn hummed in pleasure and joy to the table to make notes, and after that, his day continued to get better because that day, none of his 3 rats died. This only happened maybe thrice a week because Quinn usually ended up killing the healthy rat after failing to heal a critical injury quick enough. Chapter 95, T-Hum's Trap, and Plagiarizing a Game. I need to get faster. I'm not going to make any progress otherwise, sighed Quinn, as he stopped himself above the triangular entrance to the second trail area. If I keep going at this rate, I'm going to use most of my time just to get past the vortex. The third vault, or as Quinn had come to call it, the Aquatic Vault, was set up such that if Quinn wanted to progress and make it to the next trial area, he would need to successively get past the previous trials. The vortex in Poseidon's wrath was very turbulent. Every time he plunged into the violent water, it would take at least half an hour to get to the center of the vortex. To Quinn, that half an hour was time wasted, time in which he could be making progress in the second trial, Hogsme's delight. Well, practice makes perfect, so I have to keep coming here every day. I'll eventually get faster, sighed Quinn before releasing the arresto momentum, which was holding him in his place. The water engulfed Quinn as he was pulled into the waters leading to the second trial. Hogsme's delight. Like before, Quinn opened his eyes to see nothing. Complete darkness, with only a sensation of slightly cold water covering him from all sides. He felt that visually and orally. Quinn wasn't able to see his hand pass in front of his face. The only way Quinn could tell that his eyes were open was through blinking consciously. The only sounds Quinn could hear came from himself, like when he wildly moved his limbs to create some sound, but even then the noise died immediately, and every sound that Quinn made from floating inside water sounded strange. Hogsme's delight was hauntingly still and silent. After the first minute or so, he shifted slightly and experienced a sudden revelation. Oh, my shoulder makes a sound when I move it, apparently. A couple of minutes in, Quinn was able to experience a nothingness he had never felt before, with his mind startlingly clear. And just like that, within minutes, Quinn's calm mind slipped into nothingness, and he lost himself inside Hogsme's delight. With a clear, yet blank mind, Quinn closed his eyes in the dark. And sunk into a state of emptiness. Scene break. After an unidentified amount of time, Quinn's empty mind suddenly sparked with activity. He wasn't seeing anything and had to consciously blink his eyes to assure him that his eyes were open. Damn it. I did it again, yelled Quinn in his mind, berating himself. He channeled the magic in the teleportation insignia that was on his hand, and soundlessly, he disappeared from Hogsme's delight. Quinn came out of the water from the triangular entrance and entered the front stone cave. Not a drop of water could be seen on his body because of the wards. The second he stepped on the floor, Quinn furiously looked towards the waterproof proof bag he had been bringing with him for a week, and it snapped open. A pocket watch flew out. The pocket watch stopped in front of Quinn, and the lid opened to show the watch's face to him. He saw it had already been 1.5 hours since he had arrived in the vault. This is great. Just $#king great, cursed Quinn, his face twisted by anger. He got angry with himself, though. $% I only have 2 hours today. Arg, with a throaty roar, Quinn stomped on the ground. A wave of magic traveled through his legs down into the ground. The ground beneath Quinn got transfigured and suddenly sunk down in a dent. And because he wasn't careful, Quinn stumbled and fell down on his butt. As he sat on the ground, Quinn thought about why he disliked Hogsme's delight. The reason was simple, he liked it a bit too much. If he didn't move and just stayed still, he felt the perfect stillness and serenity of the second trial room. Quinn heard nothing, saw nothing, he began to feel as though he was stretching in all directions, that his being was filling the void. Of course, it was all in his head, but he loved every instant of it. The feeling was absolutely transcendent. It was addicting. After the events of last year, Quinn had developed a strong desire to be in control. He craved it and rigorously sought it after. The feeling of being in control hadn't drastically changed his life, even before the events of the Sin Vault. Quinn still had some tendencies in which he liked to be in control. Presently, these tendencies were considerably stronger than before, but nothing life-altering. Usually, that desire became fulfilled when he was in complete control of his magic, with day-to-day activities, and when he controlled his speech and behavior. He exercised Muay Thai every day without fail because it gave him a sense of control over his body. The interior design of the AID office was specifically designed to put Quinn in control. Quinn had also decided the place of everything inside the workshop. Luna, the other user of the workshop, wasn't allowed to change anything. But then there was Hogsme's delight. It cleared Quinn's mind to an unnatural level and made him feel that losing control was fine, that he could relax, that he didn't have to worry about anything. He had purposely allotted 2 to 3 hours every day to the Aquatic Vault, although in his initial few visits Quinn had exceeded that time by at least an hour because he would lose himself inside the vault. Lately, he had gotten it under control and didn't lose himself as much, but there were times like this when he slipped up and let the ambience of the second trial lull him into total blankness. The time he spent inside Hogsme's delight felt great to Quinn, but when he exited Hogsme's delight, the realization that he had lost self-control struck him, and that didn't feel well to Quinn. The delight in Hogsme's delight truly made sense, but as Quinn had thought when he learned the trial's name for the first time, it was pure trouble. $$ and carat at asterisk plus $% hashtag and $% hashtag $, cursed Quinn. He usually didn't curse, but when he rarely did, he didn't stop in the middle. It was quite clear how pissed Hogsme's delight made him. Quinn got up, packed up his bag, threw it to the side, and turned back to the triangular entrance of Poseidon's Wrath. Even though he only had half an hour remaining, Quinn wouldn't let that time go to waste. Hashtag $% and asterisk. Scene break. Quinn was sitting behind his office desk while reading a book on magical pathologies. It introduced the effects of magical diseases on the human body. To properly learn healing magic, one needed to read up on loads and loads of books. The amounts of subjects that needed to be covered were vast and extensive. These days, Quinn had been studying anatomy, physiology, and pathology. He was balancing healing magic, his own studies, and the vaults. It will take some time to make them accessible memory books, muttered Quinn, turning the pages. He read every word while trying to understand the anomalies that were written in the tome. Should I try a different method to connect concepts? The Josh Kaufman method seems interesting. Storing knowledge inside his mindscape that he gained from books, or tomes, was more complicated than storing daily events. Recalling every word in a book only from his memory was simple enough, the problem came when he needed to comprehend the concepts and information. Truly retaining information took more time, and it also took more time to create the memory book immersion that increased the time and complexity of the process. Quinn connected concepts to other concepts and then compiled the concept net into a memory book. After that, numerous concept memory books needed to be linked to fasten his recall speed. Quinn wasn't new to concept retention, as he had been doing it before he came to Hogwarts. It was one of the things that enabled Quinn to go through information quickly and keep uniform progress in multiple disciplines of magic without leaving anyone behind. And because he was taking on more magic as he grew up, Quinn actively researched efficiency aspect occlumency, as he was interested in that field. Efficiency aspect occlumency was Quinn's most advanced magic. It was more advanced than any other magic he had learned since coming to this world. Take the present example, healing magic was an extensive subject, and even though at start Poppy had set a pace that she thought wouldn't interfere with his general school studies, Quinn had thrown that pace away the moment he received it. He studied at his own pace, and that pace was much faster than what Poppy had imagined. Quinn's learning pace made Poppy think that he was just studying healing magic, as he was learning very fast. She thought that Quinn was slacking in his general school studies, but Quinn had squashed that line of thought by performing all the magic a fourth-year student needed to know to Poppy, which showed her that she didn't need to worry about anything. As he continued to read, Quinn heard a knock followed by the ring of the door chime. Quinn looked up from his book to see who was visiting, and his eyes slightly widened when he saw the person who had entered the office. With shoulder-length red hair, almond-shaped green eyes clad with a forest green robe, the professor of Muggle Studies entered the AID office with a slight smile on her face. "Professor Potter, what a surprise. I wasn't expecting your visit," greeted Quinn. He then stood up from his barstool while closing his book. "Good evening, Mr. West," replied Lily as she admired the interior of the room, which had changed since her last visit. She looked at the paintings on the walls and asked while looking at the paintings, "Mr. West, I have to ask, is there a reason you don't have magical paintings?" Magical paintings, unlike their non-magical counterparts, moved. The painting's subject, background, and foreground were all animated to move in a lifelike manner. "I'm not a fan of magical paintings, Professor. I like my paintings when they don't move. I think they are more beautiful that way." "It leaves more to the imagination," replied Quinn, observing the professor as she appraised the art. Lily turned towards Quinn, and the host gestured to the visitor to take a seat. "What can I do for you today, Professor?" asked Quinn as both of them took their seats. He couldn't think of any reason why Lily Potter had come to the office. "From her expression, it doesn't seem like she knows about my interactions with her daughter," speculated Quinn. Quinn didn't launch a legitimacy probe because, first, he wanted to try the spoken means of communication before snooping inside Lily's mind. "I have been thinking of new ways to introduce the Muggle culture to my students, but I haven't been able to think of a way that would engage the students and not leave them confused and feeling detached," sighed Lily as she introduced her reason for her visit. She looked up at Quinn and suggested, "I came here to see if you would be able to help me find a solution." And as she said that, Lily pulled out an AID card and showed it to Quinn. Now that is a unique problem that you have brought me, Professor," hummed Quinn thinking about the problem. "Something that would engage us, the students." "Yes, I'm thinking something they could use in their daily lives," added Lily, watching Quinn, who now had a thoughtful solution on his face. After half a minute of thinking, Quinn broke the silence. "From the top of my head, I can think of one thing that would engage your students." "What is it?" asked Lily, excited for the idea. Quinn smiled as he replied, "Isn't it obvious, Professor? All of your students are teenagers, and teenagers, or children in general, love games." "Games?" asked Lily in confusion. She wasn't sure if games would help her students who came from wizarding households. "I understand your skepticism," chuckled Quinn as he noticed the expression on the redhead's face. "Games might not be the thing you were looking for, but I assure you that it is the thing you need." "But, how? How would a game help?" Lily wasn't feeling positive about the idea because she had already tried it. I tried to introduce football and cricket to the students, but they didn't seem interested in either of the two. None of the students from wizarding households asked me if they could play the sports. Ah, now I understand your reluctance, nodded Quinn at the failed attempt to introduce non-magical sports. I think the reason why your attempts failed is that the students from magical households weren't able to connect to both of the sports. With a thrilling game as Quidditch being part of their lives, games like football and cricket might not seem that interesting. But Professor, I'm not talking about sports, grinned Quinn. Oh no, he wasn't thinking about sports, nope. He was thinking about something else. Something that would be mighty fun to create, thought Quinn as he told Lily of his plan. Scene break. The first thing the students heard as they entered the Muggle Studies classroom was Professor Lily's jubilant voice. Good afternoon, students. Please step in and gather around the table in the center. When they looked around the classroom, they saw that the desks and tables had been removed. Instead, there were 6 square tables around the classroom, with a 7th square table in the center of the room. They noticed something on every table, but they couldn't recognize the object on the table because a sheet covered it. The third-year Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students slowly arrived at the classroom in batches, and Lily waited near the door with an excited smile on her face while greeting them pleasantly. She was looking forward to today's lesson. Hermione bumped Ivy's shoulder and whispered while looking at the covered center table, "Hey, do you have any idea what's all this?" Ivy looked at all 7 tables before glancing at her mother. "No, I have no clue about what is all of this." I mean, Professor Potter didn't tell me about this," replied Ivy with a whisper back to Hermione. Lily had instructed both Potter twins to call her Professor Potter when they were in public at the school. "I wonder what the professor has planned for today," whispered Hermione as he narrowed her eyes, trying to figure out what was below the cloth. All the students had arrived and were chatting to each other, discussing what would happen today. "Now that everyone is here, let's get started," announced Lily as he made her way across the crowd of students to the center table. "Today, we are going to do something fun." She looked at her students with a smile and continued, "We are going to play a Muggle game today. A game that I played when I was a child, and I am sure that the Muggle-born students would recognize the game." The students from the wizarding household looked uninterested. Some half-blood students who were familiar with the non-magical side seemed moderately interested. While the Muggle-born students looked at the center table, trying to figure out the game's identity. "Today, we are going to play Dash," announced Lily as she pulled the cloth off the table and revealed the game, Monopoly. All Muggle-borns recognized the game at once because of its popularity. Some half-blood students recognized the game, and the pure-blood students studied the board game. Hermione recognized the game instantly. The game wasn't played in the Potter household, but Ivy recognized the game from the time she had gone to the house of some of her non-magical friends. Monopoly is a board game. In this game, players have to roll 2 six-sided dice and move around this game board with their tokens, buy and trade properties, and develop them with houses and hotels. Players collect rent from their opponents. The goal is to drive them to the point that they have no money or properties. Explained Lily with nostalgia and an ever-present smile on her face. By the time she was finished explaining the rules, the class's opinion was divided into 2. Half of the class seemed interested, while the other half didn't look particularly excited about the game. But then Lily introduced something that changed the entire class's opinion to positive. "But we aren't going to play this one because a lot of students here don't feel attached to the properties on the board." She took out her wand, and with a wave, the Monopoly board folded and packed itself in the game box. The box flew away to the teacher's table. "We are going to play Dash," beamed Lily as she waved her wand, and another box flew from beneath the table and set itself on the table. Monopoly, Hogwarts version. All the students suddenly became fully interested in the game as they stared at the box with an animated image of Hogwarts Castle as the night and the day alternated in the background. Murmurs and chatter broke out in the classroom as everyone spoke to everyone. "Hogwarts version," blinked Hermione as she watched as the box opened itself and a board slid out to show why it was called the Hogwarts version. A moving Hogwarts coat of arms in the middle of the board with a miniature Albus Dumbledore sticking its torso out of the letter O of Hogwarts. All the properties were changed to suit the theme: Hagrid's hut, all 4 house common rooms, the Great Hall, Ollery, kitchen, Quidditch stadium, greenhouses, hospital wing, Whooping Willow, headmaster's office, the Great Lake, and many other Hogwarts hotspots. The game started at platform 9 3/4. Instead of jail, there was Azkaban and detention. The community cards and chance cards were renamed potions and spells. The tokens were in the form of brooms, the sorting hat, a wand, a golden snitch, a quaffle, a bludger, quills, cauldrons, and others. Houses were turned into huts, and the hotels were turned into castles. The money was still in the paper currency form to teach the students about Muggle currency. Other than that, everything on the board was animated and truly looked like a part of the wizarding community. To make sure that even those who aren't familiar with Muggle places, I've made this special version so that you all can enjoy the game, smiled Lily as she looked around the classroom, happy to see activity among her students. Quinn had told her that if she could make the children like the game, she would be able to improve their view of the Muggle world. Quinn reasoned that if she could connect the Muggle world to something fun, the students would keep their minds open when introduced to other Muggle things. If you can make them interested in trying new things, then you have already passed the most difficult part of the problem, Quinn had said when pitching the idea for using a board game as a way to get students interested. You want to make them think that if something fun like this is from the non-magical world, then what other fun things are out there? You have to work up curiosity within them. A curiosity that they would try to fulfill on their own. After listening to Quinn, she realized that something as simple as a board game could help the students get interested in the Muggle world. She waved her wand, and the covers from the rest of the table flew away, revealing 6 more game sets. Please take seats around the tables and start playing. There will be no studying today. Today we're going to play the game and have fun, announced Lily with a bright smile on her face. Other than making her students interested in the Muggle worlds, Lily also agreed to this idea for personal reasons. Monopoly reminded Lily of the times before Hogwarts. It reminded her of the time when Lily and her sister, Petunia, were still on good terms and played the game together with their parents as a family. Those were simpler and happy times, and she wanted her students to experience that. Maybe with this, I can reduce house rivalry a little bit, thought Lily as she saw Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students mingling together. Ivy Potter marveled at the Hogwarts-themed Monopoly game when she felt a tug on her arm and distractedly looked towards her side. Yeah. What is it? Ivy asked Hermione, who was staring at the game board. Look in the bottom right corner of the board, whispered Hermione and pointed at the game board with her eyes. Ivy's eyes returned to the game board and went to the bottom right corner of the board. Her eyes widened when she saw the small logo that silently sat there. AID. The small logo of AID Productions on the board meant that her mother had gone to that person. And that the new game was his work. Quinn West made this, uttered Ivy as she continued to stare at the board. It made her wonder about Quinn. He had neither approached her nor Hermione to claim the debt they owed him. Forget approaching them, Quinn didn't even look at them when they passed each other in the hallways. Sometimes she felt relieved that he ignored her because if he looked at her regularly, she would automatically think that he wanted something and that was stressful for her. On the other hand, whenever she thought about Quinn, it made her nervous because she wanted to be free of the debt, and him not acting on it just made her wonder when the day would come when he would ask them to do something and free them of their debt. Scene break. The creator's question was amid drafting instruction documentation and building models to send home. The reason Quinn had thought Lily's request was going to be fun was because he saw a business opportunity in it. And not just an AID business opportunity, but a West business opportunity. He had made a simple Hogwarts version of Monopoly, and that was just something that Lily Potter could use in her class. On another note, Quinn had created a better Hogwarts version with more charms and features. The version that he had built had tokens and pieces that moved on their own, like wizarding chess. 3-dimensional animations were applied on the boards for a more immersive feel. Quinn knew that not all people wanted to play the Hogwarts version of Monopoly, so he also designed another version, a Magical Britain version. This version featured properties from all across Magical Britain and was much more expensive than the Hogwarts one. He was especially proud of how the miniature goblins handled the banking for the players so that they could enjoy the game without the additional responsibility of the banker. The money was in the standard wizarding currency with an additional platinum coin. This is going to make money, chuckled Quinn as he transmuted and charmed a piece of quartz to take the shape of the player. Once this hits the market, children are going to pester their parents to dish out money. This time, I'm going to fill a bathtub with galleons instead of sickles. Quinn laughed alone in his workshop as he continued to build a model that he was going to send home for demonstration purposes. Money. Oh, sweet money. Chapter 96, Aurors, Hit Wizards, and Raid. A small, lonely single-story wood cabin built with logs notched at the ends laid one upon another with the spaces filled with mortar, stood in a small clearing inside a dense forest. The log cabin was traditional in its design, a sloping, single-gabled timbered roof and small windows. Inside the forest trees surrounding the log cabin stood men and women in various attires, although all of their clothes had one thing in common, all wore some kind of overcoat. Are you sure the intel is solid? Asked a tall, well-built, fair-skinned, handsome man who had lustrous black hair. The man had an air of casual elegance with a tinge of mischievousness. It's legit information. Conebush and Clock saw them gathering inside the cabin, answered a tall, thin man with hazel-colored eyes and untidy black hair that stuck up at the back. The man was well-groomed and had an indefinable air of confidence. Potter, Black, come on, the hit wizards are ready, called out Captain Auror Gawain Robards. It's time to infiltrate the site. Senior Aurors, James Potter, and Sirius Black turned to face their captain and nodded in response. An Auror was a magic user who acted as a highly trained law enforcement official for magical governments. Auror training was immensely difficult and intensive, so there were few qualified applicants. Aurors of different countries dealt with different high-risk situations that were most prominent to them. Their training in areas of responsibility varied greatly depending on the type of threats for which they were prepared for and the magical education they had received beforehand. The hierarchy within the British Auror's office went as follows. Trainee Auror, Junior Auror, Senior Auror, Captain Auror, Head Auror. James Potter and Sirius Black were senior Aurors with a considerable amount of experience. On the other hand, Gawain Robards was a Captain Auror with excellent leadership skills. In charge of his own squad of 2 senior Aurors and 5 junior Aurors. Gawain Robards was one of the few Captain Auror in the Auror office and reported to the head Auror Rufus Scrimgeour, who was in charge of the entire Auror office. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement had squads of trained hit wizards and witches, whose job was to move out in dire and dangerous situations at a moment's notice, either to disperse a crowd during riots or to apprehend dangerous wizarding criminals once they had been located. While hit wizards were trained to fight dark wizards, just like the Aurors were more of an elite force whose abilities went far beyond simply arresting suspects, such as investigation, concealment, disguise, stealth, tracking, poisons and antidotes. Hit wizards seemed to be primarily a fighting and controlling force and did high-risk arrests, riot controls, and hostage situations and weren't trained to investigate crime. In non-magical terms, the distinction would be roughly comparable to that of the Homicide and Major Crimes Command and the Specialist Firearms Officers of the Metropolitan Police. In the United States, the equivalent of this would be the differing roles of elite paramilitary units, example, SWAT, compared to National Criminal Investigative Bodies, example, FBI. In the current situation where Aurors were going to a potentially dangerous situation, they would call upon hit wizards, who had superior offensive training and capabilities. Many Aurors and hit wizards gathered for the final briefing before they started the operation. According to the information we have, the log cabin you see there is the meeting place of the Novellus Actionites. Currently, multiple members are in the cabin. We're going to apprehend them, stated Gawain as he addressed the gathered team. We all know this is an important mission. Some issues between the higher-ups have delayed this mission. We should have been deployed to deal with this situation a long time ago. The conflict between the Department of Magical Law Enforcement head, Madame Amelia Bones, and the Cornelius Fudge's minister faction had finally been put aside because of the looming threat from the Novellus Actionites. This operation is going to be the first of many. As such, we need to obtain success so that the higher-ups get off our backs and let us do our work. Failure isn't an option, so don't mess up. Black and Buttonwood are going to be at the front. Check for charms and wards, make sure we aren't detected. I want the element of surprise with us, ordered Gawain, looking at Sirius and Junior Auror Shelley Buttonwood. Both Aurors and hit wizards were trained in stealth and detection. Sirius Black and Shelley Buttonwood were his 2 best ward charms experts, so he chose them to make sure they went inside undetected. He turned to the 4 hit wizards that had been assigned to him for this operation and commanded, I want 2 of you to be behind Black and Buttonwood. We will provide cover for you too, so do crowd control and put them into the back foot. The other 2 will be at the back in case of an ambush and will provide further cover. James, you take your 2 and apprehend as many as you see. Act as a 3-man team and handle the hostiles, Gawain instructed James and the 2 junior Aurors under him. He then turned to the remaining 2 junior Aurors and ordered, you 2 will be with me. We'll be in the center and we will act according to the situation. Looking at the entire team, Gawain finished with, take care of yourselves, cover for your teammates, don't be hasty, trust your partners and work as a squad. Now, let's get in. Black, cast the group disillusionment spell. Let's move in formation. The team moved in formation as Sirius raised his wand and cast an enchantment that turned a group of people invisible, while the people disillusioned could still see each other. It was a spell used by the more talented Aurors and hit wizards that were talented in the field of charms. Dull, silvery light was emitted from Sirius's wand tip in a circular wave, and as it passed through the Aurors and hit wizards, they turned invisible to the world. Let's go, commanded Gawain, and the team silently moved towards the log cabin. With Sirius Black and Shelley Buttonwood in the lead, the group moved forward as the 2 in front continuously cast to check the presence of wards. The 2 didn't find any ward until they reached the threshold of the cabin, where they found a detection ward. Shelley Buttonwood raised her hand in a fist, which caused everybody to stop. She looked at Sirius, and the senior Auror nodded before holding his wand vertically. He waved it in a pattern and, slowly, a red tint appeared in front of them and expanded. Buttonwood opened her fisted hand and moved her wrist forward to motion the team that it was time to move again. Everybody walked ahead and passed through the red tint. The red coloration corresponded to the region whose function had been disabled. As long as everyone passed through the red layer, the detection ward wouldn't pick anyone up. The invisible squad entered the log cabin with a simple unlocking charm, as the door had nothing on it. Dust, cobwebs, sheets on furniture, broken tables, chairs, windows, lamps, gaps in the floorboards, holes in the walls, chandelier with broken strings of crystals, broken glass on the floor, rust, mildew, ripped curtains, and shadows around the room greeted the team. It looked like no one had lived or even visited this place for ages. But the scouts had clearly reported that they had seen people going inside the abandoned log cabin. All sets of eyes looked around the cabin to see the entry point, and one of the hit wizards gained everybody's attention by pointing at the corner of the log cabin. The rest of the team followed the lead and saw crates lined on the floor against the wall. The hit wizard carefully stepped out of formation, stood in front of the second box from the left, and pointed at the wooden crate. It took the rest of the team a couple of seconds to understand what they were looking at before it clicked. The dust pattern on the crate was different from the rest of the boxes. Meaning, it had been moved. And in the abandoned place, this was the only indication of disturbance. Gawain nodded, giving authorization to the hit wizard, who then used his wand to lift the crate and rotate before setting it down. And immediately, a piece of floorboard disappeared to reveal a flight of stairs going underground. The team had found one of the meeting places of the Novellus Oxyonites. Gawain pointed at one of the hit wizards and James told them to take the lead down the stairs and rearrange the formation to fit the narrow stairs. He also asked two of the junior aurors to stay in the cabin for safety and lookout. The group, Part 2 members, moved down the stone stairs. The stair tunnel was lit with fire torches which had a design of a hand holding a torch. The stair tunnel finally opened up in a corridor, and the invisible infiltrators could hear voices from the end of that corridor. James alone walked forward with the leading hit wizard trailing closely, and the rest of the team followed. As he reached the end of the corridor, James raised his wand and stepped out of the corridor. There he discovered the source of the voices. James saw a group of people standing around in small groups talking to each other in an enormous hall. A gathering of men and women who wore the same outfits, talking to each other over wine and confectionaries. The same outfits had the Novellus Oxyonite symbol on them, which clearly provided that this was a gathering full of terrorists and the people who supported them. He had counted that there were around 30 to 35 people in the hall. The mission group had 12 members, and with 2 people above in the log cabin, the current body count was 10 people, 1 captain auror, 2 senior aurors, 3 junior aurors, and 4 hit wizards. James noticed that all the people present looked young, but that didn't give him an idea about their age. Magical kind had slower aging than their non-magical counterparts. Because their lifespan was twice to thrice as long as the non-magical humans' aging had become different. First, magical humans usually reached physical maturity earlier than their non-magical counterparts. Most of them reached their physical maturity at 18 or 19 years old, 18 to 19 years. After that, aging slowed down drastically. James, who was 33 years old this year, didn't look one day over that of the early 20s. He had this same physical appearance for closer than a decade. And people who were gathered here also looked the same age as him. Despite that, James didn't know the actual ages of the people. After getting a clear picture of the gathering, James gestured for everyone to walk into the hall and take positions. The aurors and hit wizards entered the hall while in formation. They moved very slowly, so their disillusionment didn't show any distortions. Gawain had his arm raised and, when everyone was in their position, he brought his arm down. And that was the signal for everyone to open fire. Suddenly, the jolly vibe of the hall changed as spells rained down on the Novellus Oxyonites members. Every single member of the squad rained down stunning spells on unarmed people. Screams filled the hall as the people closest to the squad were hit with stunning spells and, because of the element of surprise and chaos, 10 people immediately hit the ground unconscious. One of the Oxyonites in the back of the hall didn't lose calm in the chaos. She threw a revealing charm toward the group that revealed them to the rest of the party. "Aurors!" yelled someone in the hall, and people who were still conscious got their wands out. The hall turned into a battlefield. Immediately the squad switched their tactics as some of them switched to defense against the incoming spells. Stunning spells were reduced and turned into disarming spells to get rid of their wands. James Potter glanced at the chandeliers on the ceiling. And while being covered by a shield charm, he raised his wand towards the ceiling and cast a transfiguration spell. The spell targeted the glass around the candles and turned them into glass birds with sharp beaks, wings, and talons. The vicious birds descended on a group of Oxyonites and started to cut them. The transfigured glass birds were meant to be a distraction as, when Oxyonites tried to get rid of the birds, one of the squad members stunned or disarmed them. Aurors' training in areas of responsibility varied greatly depending on the type of threats for which they were prepared and the magical education they received beforehand. Transfiguration became easy to James Potter, so he was the type of duelist that heavily utilized transfiguration. Lots of his spell repertoire were material spells, the Silver Shield spell or Arrowhead spells, and other similar spells. That is why when one of the Oxyonites shot a killing curse, James immediately used a Silver Shield spell to block out the green light from reaching his team. The state of the battle changed as half the remaining Oxyonites were getting used to the situation. But the mission squad couldn't let that happen. One of the hit witches stepped forward and showed how they were different from Aurors. She swung her wand in a grand gesture and shot a huge explosion charm towards one of the tables, annihilating it into pieces. She didn't stop and continued her aggressive attack and used powerful banishing charms to violently slam Oxyonites into walls and brutally knock them out. Some of the Oxyonites who noticed their dwindling numbers decided to get out of there. 2 Oxyonites used Apparition to get out. But the thing about Apparition was that most people didn't use Apparition because of the danger of splinching and discomfort, and even those who did use it regularly used it when they were calm. Out of the 2 who operated, one of them ended up splinching himself because of panic. He left an entire leg behind. Within 3 minutes, 34 Oxyonites were disarmed, stunned, and bound by 10 Aurors and hit wizards. It showed how trained professionals pitted against people who didn't have the same training. 2 escaped, spat Sirius said as he walked towards the splinched leg. He kicked it hard and smirked, at least they will be feeling like hell. We should have set up an anti-apparition ward around the place, one of the hit wizards chimed in as he collected the wand off from the floor. The 10 squad members walked around the room, bounding people and collecting wands for safety reasons. This is good enough, replied Gawain as he looked at the 30-something unconscious/injured bodies. This will get us a task force up and running. The next day, the news about the first successful raid against Novellus Oxyonites hit the Daily Prophet and other news outlets. The papers, who had been badmouthing the lack of action from Auror's part, were suddenly raining praises on them. That same week, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement interrogated all the captured members and put them on trial by the end of the week. Unlike the end of the First Wizarding War, the Light faction was strong this time. So in Wisengamot, the trials didn't go in favor of the pureblood Novellus Oxyonites. Out of the 34 people, 10 of them were sent to low Dementor exposure sections for a few years. 3 people were sent to medium Dementor exposure. And the rest of those who weren't guilty of the murder of Muggleborns and Muggles had their wands taken for a year. To people who heavily depended on wands to perform magic, this was like taking their magic away from them. The first raid and trials were the start of a fight against Novellus Oxyonites. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Senior Auror, prefers using charms. Gawain Robards, Captain Auror, specializes in criminal investigations. Hit Wizards, lucrative career, starting salary of 700 galleons per month. Chapter 97, Sonar Vision, another bout, Tiham's End. Working with no light and minimal sensory input was confusing when trying to gain a sense of direction. And when you completely took away sensory stimuli mostly used to navigate in your life, it created a heavy disability. In Quinn's case, it got more difficult because he wasn't even sure what side was up. There was no floor beneath his feet. Floating in the deep waters made Quinn's search area much wider. Quinn consciously blinked his eyes to make sure they were open before creating dozens of light orbs with magic. He used some spells that made bright lights and pushed them away from him at a distance in the water. Whoever made this vault thought things through, thought Quinn, observing the lights in the distance. The light orbs that he had released immediately went dull as they moved away from Quinn. A couple feet away and Quinn could barely see any light. And the problem wasn't in the spell, they were properly functioning. It was just that the water inside Tiham's delight interfered with the propagation of light. Quinn conjured another light orb between his hands and stared at the very dull light that should have been very bright. Feeling the water around the light orb, Quinn felt that the water had formed a peculiar composition that didn't allow the light to travel through the water. The second trial area had made the use of light useless. Using light inside there to provide any form of usable visibility wasn't a viable option. The lights were dull to the point that any light source was barely visible. This is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Admired Quinn the water, even though it made his work there difficult, not sure where I can use this, though. Quinn dispelled the lights and concentrated on his magic to use another approach to navigate. A very brief burst of water magic emitted from Quinn, and a circular wave traveled outwards. Quinn couldn't see his magic, but vibrations were clearly detectable to him. Human echolocation was the human ability to actively create sound and detect objects in their environment by sensing the echoes those objects made. People trained to orient with echolocation could interpret the sound waves reflected by nearby objects and accurately identify their location and size. Visually impaired humans mostly used it to navigate their surroundings by tapping their canes, lightly stomping their feet, snapping their fingers, or making clicking noises with their mouths. They interpreted the sound echo from the objects in their surroundings. What Quinn used was a highly advanced form of echolocation, made possible through water magic. By immersing himself in water, Quinn attempted to feel and see even the most minute aquatic vibrations in the earth. But instead of using sound waves, Quinn used aquatic vibrations, and instead of using his sense of hearing, he used his sense of touch. By sending pulses of water into his surroundings, Quinn hoped that his sense of touch, or more specifically, the mechanoreceptors in his skin that responded to mechanical pressure or distortions, would give him some clues about the area drowned in complete darkness. No returns again, thought Quinn. He had been doing this for 2 weeks, but not once had he gotten a hit. Time to switch frequency. Quinn started practicing this method of detection in the Great Lake. There he had gotten great results within days and, within a week, Quinn ended up developing the skill that allowed him to have a rough position of the objects that were nearby him. He was recalling the time when he used his version of an underwater sonar against the best target practice. Scene break. Quinn was standing inside the waters of the Great Lake as he looked down at the Kraken. If he had to be honest, Quinn wasn't sure about his relationship with the Kraken. Quinn had tussled against the Kraken 4 times, but only once he had been able to get past the titanic creature. And that was because he had taken the Kraken by surprise. Quinn wasn't sure if he would win a 5th round against a fully alert and ready Kraken. One thing was for sure, though. Which was, if the Kraken and Quinn had played cat and mouse every time Quinn visited the 3rd vault, then, at least 50% of the times, Quinn would have been thrown out of the lake. Thank God, that isn't the case. I can't afford to fight the Kraken every day, thought Quinn as he stared at the Kraken's main body. The cephalopod had its eyes closed and looked like it was sleeping. So Quinn did the only sensible thing, raised his hand and shot a powerful cannon blast of water towards the Kraken. The second the water blast hit the Kraken, it opened its yellow eyes and stared at Quinn with confusion and slight annoyance. Yeah, you get up. Now isn't the time to sleep, smirked Quinn and immediately sent 2 more water cannon blasts towards the Kraken. The reason behind his actions was that every time Quinn exited the 3rd vault after a session of exploration, the Kraken would push Quinn down to the lake bed and then proceed to ignore him. The Kraken would throw seaweed in his face before he entered the tunnel and then proceed to ignore him. And that confused the heck out of Quinn. He couldn't understand why the Kraken was messing with him. Quinn had tried to stop it, but the Kraken only stopped for a day before messing with Quinn again. So Quinn decided to channel his annoyance and irritation to productivity, and picked a fight with the Kraken. Come on, you big squid bully. Let's get some use out of you, smirked Quinn as he continued to shoot blunt water blasts that wouldn't injure the Kraken but had enough to push its body around. Just like what the Kraken did to Quinn. The Kraken felt irritated from being awakened from its nap and from the continuous body blows from Quinn. It raised its 2 tentacles, and both moved towards Quinn, bringing a smile to the target's face. Now we are talking, grinned Quinn and clapped his hand in front of himself, and immediately the surrounding water with Quinn in the center turned black. Waves and waves of black erupted, covering everything in inky black. Now both the Kraken and Quinn had their vision impaired by the opacity of black water. Practical learning was what suited Quinn. So that's why he had decided to learn aquatic sonar detection. As Quinn personally learned better with stress and pressure, he picked up a fight with the Kraken, rather than just sitting around and just detect the grindillos hiding in the weeds. Activating sonar. Test 1, burst frequency, 40 kHz. 1 spherical wave of water exuded outwards with Quinn as the source. Then, Quinn waited for a response from the Kraken's incoming tentacles. Quinn had trust in the method. He was sure that the special water wave created from his water magic would return to him before the Kraken's tentacle. And it did. Quinn felt vibrations with traces of magic come back to him. The traces of magic marking the vibrations in the water told him that these vibrations were from the water wave he had exuded. Ah, so this is how it feels when something is rushing at you. The haptics are amazing, wondered Quinn with a smile blooming his face as he waved his hand to his right, and a wall of ice manifested moments before a tentacle came swimming towards Quinn. Oh, Kraken. It's time to play, laughed Quinn and immediately moved from his spot and once again started sending water waves out. Test 2, burst frequency, 47 kHz. Test 3, burst frequency, 51 kHz. Test 15, burst frequency, 93 kHz. Spherical waves upon waves with different speeds and amplitudes rolled out from Quinn and spread out in the water. Every different frequency of the water wave sent back distinct vibrations, so when Quinn's haptic sense sensed them, he saw something miraculous. Quinn received tons and tons of vibrations that he would feel against his skin. Usually, his haptic sense wouldn't be able to differentiate these vibrations independently. But with his magic marking the vibrations, he ended up having the skill to discern them, which was, as Quinn thought, a mix of haptic and magical. His acclimacy-aided brain was able to handle the mass information coming to him and quickly interpret it into understandable information for him to perceive. "I can see it. I can see it all," gasped Quinn as he looked to his front, and even with his eyes showing inky blackness, he could even see the enormous body of the Kraken and the 5 tentacles racing towards him. It was like another world had been opened to him. Quinn could see his surroundings in all directions instead of just the normal span in front of him. The ability to observe both in the front and the back was an amazing and novel experience that Quinn absolutely loved. He detected every tentacle and could see them as they closed on him. Quinn readied his magic. He didn't use ice magic to block the tentacles, but decided to go with the riskier option and evade the tentacles by swimming through the incoming entanglement of tentacles. The water magic, which struggled against the Kraken's tentacle speed, had been tempered against the chaos of Poseidon's wrath, so it was no longer the same. All the time Quinn had spent working out on harsh waters made swimming inside water much easier. Water undulated around Quinn as he darted in faster than any creature inside the Great Lake. The water magic user swam quicker than the fastest non-magical fish, the black marlin, which had a top speed of 129 km per hour, 80 miles per hour. He swam at a pace of over 200 km per hour, 124.27 miles per hour. With abnormal dexterity and speed, Quinn, twisted and turned around by the 5 tentacles, avoided every single of them by inches. With every passing second, Quinn's mind ran at a faster speed than before. It computed and calculated, and he made micro-decisions as the frequency, speed, amplitude, density of the waves that changed. With every adjustment, Quinn's vision became better and sharper, which allowed him to truly see. It was instinct. It was intuition. It was magic. The Kraken, who had been trying to get back at Quinn for waking him up, felt a little frustrated because of the black water. The black water didn't hinder it that much, but the Kraken was sure that this was why it wasn't able to catch the tiny human. Otherwise, it would have smacked the tiny human, pushed him around a little, before throwing him out of his home. But then, the Kraken saw that the black water returned to normal. Finally, it was able to see the tiny human floating at a distance away, and he had his eyes closed. The Kraken didn't think much of it and sent 7 of its tentacles after the tiny human. But what the Kraken saw surprised it because the tiny human seemed to control water much better than before, and even with its 7 tentacles, the tiny human seemed relaxed as he dodged all of them. 8. 9. 10 tentacles were sent after the tiny human, but the tiny human dodged every one of them without a problem. Even when it increased the speed, the tiny human continued to swim around its tentacle and refused to come into its grasp. It was at that time that the Kraken's 5 hearts started to beat faster. It had been a while since the mighty beast of the water had felt this way. Even though it liked to live harmoniously and spend its time in peace. The titanic creature was, as its name suggested, a Kraken. It was the legendary creature that was famous for sinking ships. Now seeing something that it couldn't catch, the Kraken became excited, and the natural, primal instincts came up to the surface. The Kraken wanted to go all out. It wanted to face the challenge of the tiny human. No. The special human. Yellow eyes shined with rigor, and the lake shook. Uncountable tall, massive tentacles fully came out and raised themselves, fully showcasing the legitimate size of the titanic creature. The grindillos all around scurried into their wheat homes because of the tremors in the lake. The fishes panicked as they ran to find places to hide. In the distance, the merpeople in their village looked in the Kraken's direction with fear. Quinn, who was now exclusively using the water sonar vision to perceive his surroundings, felt the tremors from the Kraken and had to adjust his magic to work in the great disturbance, and what Quinn saw shocked him. Before, he had thought that the Kraken was already a giant. But now, with it standing tall with all of its tentacles out, Quinn finally understood that the creature in front of him was a titan on a different level. It was so shocking that Quinn opened his eyes to actually see the Kraken, and he wasn't disappointed because the Kraken was absolutely massive. Instead of feeling scared and regretful about his decision of provoking the Kraken, Quinn's heart pumped hard as an enthusiastic grin stretched on his face. The water around Quinn erupted with energy as he laughed in the water and felt the rush of excitement. He closed his eyes as waves of water restarted going out. The sonar vision returned as Quinn yelled, "Yeah, come on." That day, the Great Lakes residents spent the day in anxiousness, as tentacles, masses of ice, and undulations of water shook the entire lake. Scene break. The day Quinn battled the Kraken while the legendary beast tried to catch him for over an hour was definitely one of the highlights of his year. The progress he had made that day was so extensive that Quinn felt he hadn't learned something so quickly in his entire life. The only thing that he could compare it with was the month Quinn spent regaining his magic. But right now, even that progress wasn't enough, as Quinn was struggling inside T-Hum's delight. The vibrations ain't returning, sighed Quinn as he kept on sending more and more waves out. The waters in T-Hum's delight were eerie still, and unlike the Great Lake, Quinn couldn't sense any ambient vibrations that weren't traced by him. The natural water vibrations gave Quinn a passive aquatic sensory vision, while his marked vibrations gave him the specifics and increased his perception to another level. But there was nothing in Hogsme's delight. No vibrations at all, nothing that would give him any clue about his situation. Even the feedback vibrations that were caused by his water magic didn't return to him. "I'm so lost," murmured Quinn as he crossed his legs in lotus position and sat down. Quinn tried to swim in one direction to see if he could reach some kind of edge, but after spending a 3-hour session swimming that way, Quinn ended up without finding any sort of edge or boundary. Maybe I should send out stronger waves, theorized Quinn as he thought about how to clear this room. But how do I keep them stable? Stronger and larger waves collapse into themselves. Hogsme's delight made people clear their heads, let go of all thoughts and relax. And that was a feature of this trial that Quinn despised because of how it affected him. But the same feature was great when one wanted to think about problems. If one could concentrate, then the no external stimulation environment heightened the ability to analyze and meditate upon problems. And that showed, as Quinn arrived at a solution after thinking about the problem inside Hogsme's delight. I need to increase the wavelength and amplitude of my waves for extra stability. Yeah, what was it? Ah, yes, large amplitude ocean waves with certain shapes can propagate unchanged. Quinn had read about ocean waves while he was studying water magic and, in there, it was written that certain oceanic waves could retain their shapes for a long time and travel enormous distances without losing their form. Without getting up, Quinn regulated his water magic and created a wave of water with a large wavelength and amplitude so that the waves would have deep and long crests and troughs. He sent multiple spherical waves at regular intervals for half a minute before kicking back and waiting for the feedback. Quinn waited for a minute for the feedback and sighed in disappointment when nothing returned. I need to think something out. This isn't worky. Quinn's thoughts were cut off when he felt a very faint of his magic returned as feedback and caused his eyes to widen like saucers. Holy shit, they came back. Every single wave he sent came back with a very faint feedback, but Quinn concentrated hard to catch all those faint signals. Immediately afterward, Quinn used occlumency to increase his immersion in the memory and increased his connection with the memory. This was something Quinn did every time he thought something was very important that he needed to be at his fingertips. After several minutes, Quinn was finally able to get the level of recall that he wanted on a few seconds of memories. I know what I want to do. Quinn took a big gulp of water for oxygen before extending both of his hands. Quinn readied the water magic and used his hands as sources of the waves. He started to send out simultaneous waves. The two waves matched each other, creating a unified wave with the help of a nifty little concept known as constructive interference. The resulting waves were stronger than the individual ones and were much more stable. After a while, feedback returned, relatively louder than before but still weaker than he would have liked. I found it. Yes, I found it, celebrated Quinn, turning towards his back as that was the direction from where he sensed something. There is nothing in here, so that must be the exit. He kept on sending waves to get a continuous sense of the direction because Quinn was sure that Hogsme's delight messed up with his directional perception. After swimming for a mere minute at full speed, Quinn arrived at the place, and now that he was so close to the anomaly he detected, things were much clearer. The sonar vision was showing him a clear triangular entrance. It wasn't a traditional entrance in the sense that there wasn't any door frame, or anything that showed that it was an entrance of some sort. Quinn's sonar vision, nonetheless, demonstrated there was a triangular spot of water reacting differently. No text of any kind, noticed Quinn. He wondered whether to enter then or not. After some thinking, Quinn decided to get in there and stepped into the triangular water. He immediately disappeared from Hogsme's delight, leaving behind a representation of ocean depths where no light ever reached. ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Kraken messed with Quinn because it was fun, while peace-loving, some excitement is always appreciated. Chapter 98, Hadal Encumbrance, and Apologizing. After another water teleportation, Quinn arrived at an appropriately lit area, and immediately his eyes hurt, causing him to wince. Ugh, should have seen that coming, grunted Quinn and squinted his eyes to let them adjust to the new lighting. After a few seconds, when his eyes adjusted to the light, he opened them up and looked around. Much better. Looking at his surroundings, Quinn found he was standing on a white marbled floor and was inside a cylindrical room with walls that matched the white marble floor. When he looked up, Quinn saw that the ceiling of the room was around 20 feet high. In the walls of the cylindrical room were crystals, inlaid in a grid pattern that went up to the ceiling, bathing the room in bright white light. The next feature of the room that caught Quinn's eyes was the circular hole in the marbled floor. Quinn measured with his eyes and guessed that the circular floor had a 15 feet diameter, while the hole in the middle of the floor was of a 10 feet diameter. Quinn walked closer to the hole and squatted near the edge. More water, huh? Quinn breathed out and touched the water with his hand, and at first touch, nothing stood out to him. What is the deal with this one? Asked Quinn to himself, and he got the answer when Quinn turned his head and looked at the wall behind. Ah, there it is. Let's see. Hadal encumbrance . Hadal encumbrance, now what in the name of Tiham does that mean? Sighed Quinn as he moved closer to the words etched on the wall with a bold and grand font. Encumbrance, now that is a big boy word, chuckled Quinn and crossed his arms as he stared at the wall. An impediment or burden. Yeah, that checks out. At least it isn't something like delight. This gives me so much relief. And, there is Hadal. What does that mean? Pretty sure a mythological reference. He turned back to the well filled with water and wondered, now, what is the impediment or burden inside there? He walked to the edge and looked down to see if he could see the bottom of the water-filled hole, and surprisingly, Quinn could see the end clearly. Oh, there is the exit. Oh my, what a pleasant surprise, spoke Quinn as he stared down into the water. There saw the triangular exit on the floor of the cylindrical well. I am getting weird. Why can't I just feel safe when I see positive signs? The side effects of being a veteran are so stressful. Quinn squinted to read the wording of the next door, but the text was too far away for him to make out the words. I guess I would just have to dive inside to see the words clearly, hummed Quinn and then rubbed the royal blue insignia on his arm, wondering about his next plan of action. Well, let's start slow, decided Quinn, and dipped his legs inside the water before slipping down into the blue waters. From the second his body submerged into the water, Quinn put himself on full alert and very slowly let himself slip down the water. This. Immediately, Quinn felt something off. As Quinn continued to sink inch by inch, the pressure around his body started to increase at an accelerated rate. The density of water causes ambient pressures that increase dramatically with depth. But right now, Quinn could feel that same pressure increasing unnaturally, something that wouldn't happen at the shallow depth Quinn was currently at. Underwater atmospheric pressure is increasing, thought Quinn, and he understood what the trial titles meant. So this is the encumbrance, huh? Certainly, this is a burden. He looked at the distance he had sunk and then at the depth that Quinn had to sink to get to the bottom. He had barely sunk down 5% of the total depth, and already Quinn could feel a considerable amount of pressure. The pressure at the bottom must be incredible, huh? Thought Quinn, but then a smirk appeared on his face. But this is not that serious, is it? Quinn cast magic, and water magic showed its charm to create a sphere of water around him. The pressure that Quinn was feeling disappeared completely. It was like he was swimming at the base sea level. I can use water magic to adjust the water pressure, smirked Quinn before a serious expression appeared on his face. Now, let's see how deep I can go. Quinn had observed the increase in the pressure in his 5% descent, and if the development in water pressure was linear, then with Quinn's calculations, he didn't believe that he could cancel out it after a certain point. At least I would get some data to work with. Quinn gulped in some water and restarted his descent. 10% mark, Quinn didn't break a sweat and continued on. What did the ocean say to the shore? Nothing. It just waved. Then it became salty because the land didn't wave back. 20% mark, Quinn had to put in some conscious effort to cancel out the pressure. A cube of ice flexed on a glass of water by saying, I was water before it was cool. 30% mark, Quinn began feeling some difficulty in canceling out the pressure. The hipster fish didn't swim in the river because it was too mainstream. 40% mark, Quinn had his eyes closed to concentrate and was solely focused on resisting the pressure. How do you make holy water? You boil the hell out of it. 50% mark, the water sphere around Quinn maintained at normal atmospheric pressure and started to ripple at the boundaries. RIP boiled water, you will be missed. 60% mark, the protective sphere around Quinn had reduced to half the size it was in the 50% mark and was rippling wildly at the boundaries, and it looked like it was going to collapse. Quinn didn't descend beyond the 60% mark, deciding to stay at the spot. Any more than that and Quinn wouldn't be able to keep normal atmospheric pressure. It would start to slip, and the pressure would increase. Some slippage wasn't bad, but it turned out that while the increment in pressure was linear, the slope on the graph was too steep. If Quinn went down from his current spot, the pressure would start to slip too quickly and cause complications inside his body. Nitrogen narcosis, the narcs, starts with the perception of euphoria and overconfidence but then leads to numbness and memory impairment similar to alcohol intoxication. Those symptoms were never a good sign and especially not in the current situation. If he took the chance and couldn't handle the pressure and then tried to come up a bit too quickly, Quinn would suffer from decompression sickness, or the bends, and excess inert gas left the solution in the blood and tissues forming bubbles. Since bubbles could be developed in or migrated to any part of the body, they produced many symptoms, and its effects may vary from joint pain and rashes to paralysis and death. His body could suffer from bone degeneration and could injure while he was inside the water. Those injuries might cause him to lose control of the pressure sphere and cause further complications. And above all of that, there was a danger of oxygen toxicity resulting from the harmful effects of breathing molecular oxygen at increased partial pressures. Severe cases could result in cell damage and death, with effects most often seen in the central nervous system, lungs, and eyes, which would be fatal in his current environment. Immediately Quinn swam back up, and because he was at normal atmospheric pressure, he was able to come out quickly without complications that deep divers needed to look out when emerging from deep down below. 60% cleared, not bad for the first try. I was totally expecting to escape using teleportation, laughed Quinn after taking deep breaths to recover from the relatively heavy magic exertion that was used to hold back the pressure. How much was that? 600 times the normal atmospheric pressure. How much is that? It is definitely more than the sperm whale can handle, shrugged Quinn because he didn't know the exact pressure values. I need to see how much pressure is that in terms of underwater depth levels. Overall, Quinn was feeling really good because, in a single day, he was able to clear Tiham's delight and had made substantial progress with Hadal encumbrance. This level of progress was first for Quinn. After the water wave sonar progress against the Kraken, things are going good for Quinn. Good job, buddy, laughed Quinn as he patted himself on the back before triggering teleportation insignia on his arm. Scene break. Quinn was reading his ass off in the Hogwarts library about how to deal with water pressure. He had books on water magic sprawled in front of him. Quinn had already gone through his own ever-growing collection and the books he could find in the room of requirements. The amount of information he had read on water magic increased by the day, and Quinn enjoyed studying water magic more than any magic he was learning these days. Quinn was so immersed in his reading that he didn't realize that someone had walked near his table. Quinn. The person frowned when Quinn didn't respond and continued to read. Quinn. The person called out again, and once again, Quinn didn't respond. So the person crossed to Quinn's side of the table and tapped him on his shoulder. West. Quinn trembled in his chair at the touch on his shoulder. His concentration snapped, and he returned out of the world of him and the book in front of him to hear someone call him. He turned and raised his head to see the person who called him. Why would you call me by my last name? Asked Quinn with a frown of confusion of marring his brows. You didn't seem to respond to your given name. So I thought you forgot it, humphed Daphne Greengrass with her chin raised. All right, calm down. No need to be snarky, replied Quinn, and gestured her to take a seat. You just caught me at the wrong time. I wasn't cognizant of my surroundings. Please take a seat. Quinn took out his fake wand, and with a lazy swing, the books closed and set themselves into neat stacks at the side of the table. Another fake wave and a transparent dome manifested around their table. Starting from the top, and flowing down to the floor, before stabilizing and no longer visible. What was that? Asked Daphne as she sat down in the chair opposite Quinn. The dome that just appeared over us. That was a simple privacy ward, replied Quinn as he placed his fake wand back into the wand holster. To be more accurate, it was a sound isolating ward. Any sound that is made inside the cover of the dome won't get out. We are going to talk, and I don't want Madam Pants hounding at us because we were making too much noise. All sound? Inquired Daphne as he put some books on the table. All sounds, nodded Quinn before elaborating. Well, if we go above a certain limit, the ward will break, and sound will go out. But I don't think it is humanly possible for two of us to produce the decibels to break the ward I cast. At least without magic, that is. I can teach it to you. It is actually simple, offered Quinn with a simple smile on his face. Daphne stared at him but didn't responded. And Quinn didn't notice the look in Daphne's eyes because he was looking at her books. Oh my, that book has potion recipes for that are on the level of 5th year and 6th year students, commented Quinn when he recognized the book. He had referenced that book in his first year of Hogwarts. Now that is some advanced reading. I have read it, so ask me if you have any problems. You probably think that I won't be able to understand without your help, don't you? Asked Daphne with her eyes narrowing a fraction. Quinn, who had just offered help, stopped and stared at Daphne, confused at her words. But he could tell that Daphne wasn't happy with him. I am sorry. What do you mean by that? Bubblehead charm, 6th year charm, do you remember? Answered Daphne, her words to the point and concise. The stone gray-eyed boy thought about the keywords, and it took him a moment, but he recalled what Daphne was talking about. The day you girls came to my office after you saw me in the lake, spoke Quinn. He remembered that he ended up implying that the girls wouldn't be able to learn the 6th year spell as they were in the 3rd year. But he only said that to dissuade them from going into the lake and move away from the lake topic. Daphne didn't say anything and just stared at Quinn, making full eye contact. Well, I am sorry if I ended up offending you. It was wrong of me to imply that, apologized Quinn, because if he was, to be honest, anyone with decent enough magic knowledge could cast charms above their grade level with a focus. And now that Quinn thought about it, to him, who liked magic a bit too much, that sounded like a pretty intense insult. I did think about what I said after you left, and from I know about you, I was pretty sure that you won't forget about it and thought you would prove me wrong. Quinn pointed at the books that Daphne had brought and continued. And looks like I was right. You proved me wrong by learning outside of what they learn in the classroom. Not many people study ahead of the year material, and you taking the initiative, learning more about magic, impresses me a lot. Quinn smiled broadly and wholeheartedly praised her. So, Daphne Greengrass, I was wrong, and you can accomplish anything you want. A small smile surfaced on Daphne's face. Good thing you understand. It's a good thing, indeed, nodded Quinn in agreement. A distance away from Quinn and Daphne's table, two people were looking at the pair. Both of them are smiling, said Tracy Davis, looking at the pair. Yeah, they are, nodded Astoria Greengrass as she stared at her sister. Daph smiling in public. Now, that is rare. What do you think they are talking about? Asked Tracy, curious about what her best friend and her favorite Ravenclaw were talking about. Astoria shrugged before asking, does my sister like Quinn? You know, as in like. The sudden question surprised Tracy, but then gave it some thought before answering, I am not sure. But between like and dislike, I will say that she definitely likes Quinn, but that is obvious. As for if she likes Quinn, that is a difficult question. She hasn't talked to me about any of that stuff. Astoria nodded, and the two continued to watch as Quinn chuckled, and Daphne still had a small smile on her face, but things changed quickly. Oh, why is Daphne pulling out her wand? She isn't smiling anymore, Tracy asked at the sudden change. Quinn is raising his hand in surrender but is still smiling. What did he say? Ah, I might have told him about the time when Daphne sneaked into the kitchen at night for ice cream and got caught, replied Astoria, and then immediately froze when she saw Quinn raise his arm to point in their direction. Crap, she saw me. Try to slow her down for me, asked Astoria before running away to escape her angry sister, who had gotten up from her chair and was looking mad with anger. **********. Quinn West, MC, immersed in water magic. Daphne Greengrass, smart Slytherin, Astoria. Astoria Greengrass, Lil, sister, you will never catch me. Tracy Davis, confused. What? What happened? Chapter 99, Golden Boy comes looking for answers. People came into the room with their problems. They sat in the chairs, talked about what troubled them, opened up, and poured their worries onto the men behind the table. When they were done, the young men behind the table would give a solution, and the people would leave happier than when they entered. Not all problems were memorable, and the men behind the table encountered the same types of problems every day. So when people came with unique questions, the men became happy because it made his job fun and interesting. And it turned out that today was the day that he was going to get to talk to a person with quite the memorable issue. Quinn was standing in front of a potion cauldron watching the Fanta orange liquid simmering slowly over medium heat. There was a sheet of paper floating with a clip on it. A pen was levitating above the paper, which was controlled by Quinn. Its purpose was to write notes about the potion. Walking over to a nearby wall-side table, Quinn looked down at a long brown worm with red veins all over its body. Braid wigglers. My God, these things are gross, said Quinn, disgust clear in his voice. Nonetheless, despite the heavy disgust in his voice, Quinn put on himself a thin white cloth glove. And without hesitation, he picked a very thin scalpel and started to cut the body of the worm. Blood spilled onto the wooden board. But because of charms on the wood beneath, the blood beaded up on the surface of the wooden board. Quinn had charmed the surface of the wood to be hydrophobic. Any liquid that made contact with the wood wouldn't get absorbed but would end up beading on the top. The beaded up blood slid to the side of the board and drained out the board through a small outlet pipe built into the wood board into a container for later experimentation. Gross, so gross, thought Quinn, even though he was enthusiastically cutting the worm and poking the magical worm's internal organs. Yuck, to think that something this gross worm would grow inside a person and at maturity would try to escape through the rectum, gagged Quinn and recalled what he learned about the braid wigglers. Holy crap, look at these claws, these would surely rupture the inner lining of the colon as it wriggles out of the anus. Haha, so gross. The braid wigglers was just one of the many parasitic creatures that used a magical human's body as the host. Quinn had been reading about all kinds of these creatures as a part of his healing magic education. The Fanta orange-colored liquid brewing inside the cauldron was a potion that killed the braid wiggler and dissolved its remains into something more suitable for passing out of the body naturally. I would like even more to operate on a person who has a fully matured braid wiggler inside their body, though. Those need to be taken out through surgery, muttered Quinn as he beckoned the clipboard and operated the pen through magic to take notes on the dissected braid wiggler. As Quinn continued to take biological observations on the dissected braid wiggler and kept an eye on the cauldron brewing potion, he heard the door chime ring. Now, groaned Quinn as he looked at the glass wall as if trying to look through it before looking at the bloody braid wiggler. I'll be back, you wait here. A tender green pyramid-shaped ward manifested around the bloody carcass of the centipede-like creature for temporary preservation purposes. He walked towards the workshop door and gave a cursory glance to the potion, checking the progress. Another half-hour of simmering before I need to touch it. That would be enough, noted Quinn as he walked past the cauldron. Quinn was about to put a hand on the door's handle when he noticed that he was still wearing the bloody gloves. Oops, blinked Quinn. He removed the gloves and tossed them into the cleaning hamper with other dirty gloves. That would have been bad. If I went out wearing those. Just before opening the door, in a second, Quinn fixed his clothes with magic. He opened the door and entered his office with what he called a TV host smile on his face. Pardon the wait, Quinn said, greeting the person that was in the room as he closed the door to the workshop. When he looked up at the client, he trailed off, thank you for your patience. In his office stood Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the one with the scar, and other titles that people used to refer to the boy who had been credited with vanquishing the latest Dark Lord. Mr. Potter, welcome to AID, said Quinn as he sat down on his bar stool, turning into the men behind the table. How may I help you today? Please take a seat, make yourself comfortable. Harry silently sat down on the chair while keeping his gaze on Quinn. Ever since he could remember, Harry recalled the way people looked at him. Anyone who wasn't a friend or family would immediately look at his forehead to glance at the infamous scar. And, because of that, Harry had been conscious of how people looked at him. Over time, he had come to judge people depending on where their eyes went while talking to him. Harry was fine with people glancing at the scar once and had become used to it. To Harry, it was the norm. If they glanced at the scar from time to time during their talk, Harry's view of that person would drop considerably. But if they spend their entire time looking at the scar, Harry would deem them as someone who wasn't worth talking to. In the very few meetings Harry had with Quinn West, he had noticed that Quinn hadn't looked at his scar even once. Not a single time had Harry seen Quinn look at his scar. He didn't show any interest whatsoever. Even now, Quinn hadn't looked at his forehead scar once. And that only happened with family members or the people whom he had spent a lot of time with. When he entered the room, Quinn gave him a look over him before maintaining firm eye contact. So even before talking to Quinn West, Harry's impression of him had improved considerably. I'm here to get answers to some questions, started Harry after making himself comfortable in his chair. Of course, if you've questions, we at AID will do everything possible to answer them, nodded Quinn, internally interested in what Harry Potter had in his mind. What can you tell me about Peter Pettigrew? Asked Harry bluntly while watching Quinn's reaction, trying to see if he could glean something out of his expression. But Quinn had been subtly using his occlumency to control his expression. The summer vacation had taught him lots of things, and one of those was to fake facial expressions when he had to detach from real emotions using emotional occlumency. There were 3 levels of emotional detachment provided by emotional occlumency. 1. Detaching emotions from your face. 2. Detaching emotions so that they would become a buzz in the back of the head, reducing the bluntness of said emotions in the judgment-making process. The third and last level was to completely cut off emotions from magic. One had to activate the previous levels to activate the next level. And currently, Quinn was only using level 1 of emotional detachment, which he usually did when he was cautious. Before the sin curse, Quinn wouldn't use level 2 much. He didn't use level 3 at all. But, after the sin curse, Quinn had developed a dislike for levels 2 and 3 because detaching his emotions didn't feel good. He only proceeded to level 2 when he was at a heavy disadvantage. Using emotional occlumency to control facial expressions drained every emotion from the user. And that was just parading the fact that someone was using occlumency to hide their emotions. But that could be bypassed by simply faking the facial expression, which was what Quinn was doing. It surprised Quinn that Harry asked him about Peter Pettigrew, but he didn't show that surprise on his face. You would have to be more precise with your questions, Mr. Potter. The first rule that Quinn abided by when giving out information was to not answer vague or broad questions. Quinn wanted the requester to ask precise questions so that they only got the information that they asked for. It was just something Quinn did to make them think they were getting more information because they would ask multiple questions. There were exceptions to this rule, but currently, those exceptions didn't apply because the inquiry from Harry raised some questions in Quinn's mind. Harry took a moment in silence to think of a more well-defined question. He knew that Peter Pettigrew was a Death Eater. The problem was that before returning to Hogwarts this year, he had heard a talk between his father, James Potter, and his godfather, Sirius Black, and from what he was able to eavesdrop, they were having a pretty heated discussion. At that time, Harry had thought little of that conversation and believed that the two Aurors were talking about a Death Eater's escape. Then, he would occasionally hear conversations about Peter Pettigrew from multiple individuals across the year: his mother, Lily Potter, Uncle/Professor Remus Lupin, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick all had talked about him sometimes. After hearing so much about that person, Harry got interested in Peter Pettigrew. He asked multiple people about the Death Eater, but no matter who he asked, the people would invariably change the subject without telling him anything. The only thing he knew about Peter Pettigrew was that the man was a Death Eater. And that had been in Azkaban for 12 years before breaking out this year. What did Peter Pettigrew do to end up in Azkaban? Asked Harry. Quinn, who had been sitting on his bar stool, nodded at the question. The second the words Peter Pettigrew came out of Harry Potter's mouth, Quinn made an executive decision to use legilimency to infiltrate Harry's mind. His shield is weaker than his sister's, thought Quinn as he broke in without the bespectacled Potter's knowledge. And as Harry was thinking about what to ask, Quinn snooped around and found the entire backstory about why Harry came asking about the question. He doesn't know the details about the night he got the scar. His parents and family haven't told him about Peter Pettigrew's involvement. Quinn saw some memories that showed some major decisions from James Potter and Lily Potter, or Marauders in general. Quinn was able to make a quick glance of a photo wall in the Potter cottage. They erased Pettigrew from all the photos. They erased every evidence that Pettigrew ever existed as their friend while in Hogwarts. That didn't surprise Quinn. Given what they lost that day, it's no wonder that they didn't want to have any memories of Peter Pettigrew. This Harry Potter is insightful, thought Quinn when he heard Harry's surface thoughts. He knows how most of the Death Eaters escaped imprisonment because of the Imperius Curse defense. Not surprising given that his father is an Auror. Harry realized that the only Death Eaters who went to Azkaban were outspoken and fanatic supporters of Voldemort. 12 Death Eaters had gone to Azkaban after the war: Bellatrix Lestrange, Robestan Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, Barty Crouch Jr., Augustus Rookwood, Antonin Dolohov, Thorfinn Rowell, Gibbon, Jugson, Mulciber, Travers, and, finally, Peter Pettigrew. Except Peter Pettigrew, all of those were avid supporters of Voldemort and didn't or couldn't use the Imperius Curse defense, thought Quinn as he stared at Harry. He knows that and realizes that Peter Pettigrew must have done something outrageous to end up in Azkaban. Mr. Potter, I know about Peter Pettigrew. But are you sure that you want to know? Asked Quinn. You might not like what I'll tell you. Harry frowned at the question. He didn't give it a second thought before nodding. It's related to you and your family. There is a reason why your parents haven't told you about Peter Pettigrew, once again asked Quinn, making sure that Harry really wanted to know. Harry's frown deepened. It surprised him a little that it was related to his family. However, most of the Death Eater-related activities could be connected to his family. Yes, I want to know. No need to continue asking, he said while nodding firmly, wanting to get the point. All right, you asked for it, said Quinn before dropping the truth bomb on Harry Potter's head. During the First Wizarding War, Peter Pettigrew was a member of the Order of the Phoenix but became a spy when he was coerced into joining the Dark Lord. He was made the secret keeper for the Potters when they went into hiding with the use of the Fidley's charm. He ended up betraying the Potter family. Quinn stared straight into Harry's as he revealed the hidden facts. He personally led the Dark Lord to the Potter residence that was the secret keeper to, and that day the Potters lost Fleamont and Euphemia Potter. That was the day when you got the scar, and the Dark Lord was defeated. He also killed 12 non-magicals in an attempt to escape the Aurors. Quinn went silent after he finished speaking and closed his eyes. He gave Harry time to absorb the information. Harry Potter was close to his father, James Potter, and his godfather, Sirius Black. And to them, Fleamont and Euphemia Potter had been an extremely influential part of their lives. For James Potter, they had been his parents, the ones who had given birth to him and raised him to be the man he was today. He had had an excellent relationship with his parents, who loved him very much, and he loved them back with all his heart. Before he got married and started his own family, his parents had been his only family. For Sirius Black, they were the parental figure he never had. The nature of Sirius' relationship with his family during his early childhood was unknown, but at the age of 11, Sirius earned severe disappointment and disapproval from his family by being sorted into the Gryffindor house. Sirius, in turn, became increasingly rebellious, flaunting his house affiliation and disdain for his family's pure-blood values. When Sirius ran away from home at age 16, the Potters took him in and treated him as their own family. Harry Potter had grown up listening to stories about his paternal grandparents from both his father and godfather. When they talked about their death, he had been told that they had died in the war against Voldemort. But not that they had been killed by Voldemort himself, or that they were there on the day he got his scar. "What is the Fidelius charm, and what do you mean by secret keeper?" asked Harry after a long pause and with pain evident in his eyes. "It's an immensely complex spell which involves the magical concealment of a secret inside a single living soul. The information is hidden inside the chosen person, or secret keeper, and is henceforth impossible to know, unless, of course, the secret keeper chooses to divulge the secret," explained Quinn. "If a dwelling is protected by this spell, it will then become invisible, intangible, unpalatable, and soundproof. An extremely old spell, one of the most ancient there are." After another pause, Harry asked, "Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper, and our house was the secret. And he gave the secret away to Voldemort." "Yes," said Quinn shortly. "Why?" asked Harry, licking his dry lips. "Why was Peter Pettigrew made the secret keeper? Why did my parents trust him so much?" He wanted to know. Harry desperately wanted to know. "Mr. Potter, do you know about the Marauders map?" asked Quinn, as that was the only thing he could think of to answer that question. Harry, who was looking down, raised his head to look at Quinn and asked in surprise, "How do you know about that?" The map was a secret known to him, Ivy, Hermione, Ron, and the Weasley twins. The Marauders and his mum knew, but he wasn't counting them. "It is my job to know, Mr. Potter," replied Quinn before giving a short reason. "And I have communications with the Weasley twins." He omitted the part about Ivy Potter because Harry didn't know about it. And Quinn was okay with it staying that way. "Mr. Potter, there are 4 Marauders. You know 3 of them, and we're talking about the 4th. Harry's eyes widened to the size of saucers. He didn't know the identity of the 4th because he was told that the 4th Marauder was no longer with them. Harry just assumed that he was dead, and the other 3 didn't want to talk about it. Pettigrew had been trusted, and he broke that trust. Another long pause ensued as Harry stared in the distance, thinking about what he had just heard. He hadn't even noticed that Quinn had gotten up from his seat, had gone to the workshop, and quickly continued to work on the potion, and came back to take his stool. "How do you all know of this?" asked Harry, his eyes focused on Quinn. "I keep track of general happenings, Mr. Potter," replied Quinn as he took out a sheet of paper and started writing with a fountain pen. "Do you read the newspaper, Mr. Potter?" "Newspaper? No, why do you ask?" replied Harry and then immediately asked. "Was it printed in the newspaper?" Then Ivy or Hermione would have known. Both of them read the newspaper. Hearing that Harry didn't read the newspaper wasn't surprising. There weren't many pre-teens, even teens, that thought of picking up a newspaper. "No, detailed information about Peter Pettigrew isn't published in the Daily Prophet," answered Quinn, continuing to write on the paper from his memory. "The only thing present in the Daily Prophet is that Peter Pettigrew escaped from Azkaban and that he was a heinous Death Eater who killed 12 non-magicals." "Huh? Are you implying that the Prophet didn't write the entire story?" "Yes, but not really," said Quinn as he turned the paper he was writing on upside down and capped his pen. He was done writing. "They did write about Peter Pettigrew's entire story, but not this year." "What do you mean?" asked Harry in confusion. "When they caught Pettigrew, the newspaper covered his story, but not to the sufficient extent." Quinn pointed at Harry as he continued. "Their main story at the time was about how you, the boy who lived, vanquished the Dark Lord. No one was actually paying attention to Peter Pettigrew. Wizarding Britain was in an after-war celebration, and no one really cared about Peter Pettigrew. Unlike the Inner Circle Death Eaters, he wasn't from an influential background or famous in any way. Those days, the Daily Prophet, which was the mainstream media, had been suffering from the oppression of the Dark Lord's regime. They found themselves free and wrote about the most famous of the Death Eaters. The unknown Peter Pettigrew slipped away from the public eye. Of course, many people knew about him killing 12 muggles. The papers had covered that when they wrote about his trial, but that wasn't nearly enough to trump what the others were being charged. Peter Pettigrew's contributions and deeds went unnoticed at that time because the media focused on the inner circle of Death Eaters. Of course, that doesn't mean that what he did wasn't published, just, it wasn't visible enough to anyone who wasn't particularly looking for it." Quinn stopped talking for a second before continuing. "It has been over a decade since the end of the war. A decade is a long time. It isn't weird that people have forgotten about Peter Pettigrew. Even though he played an important part in the course of events, it was never brought to light." "But why didn't they write about it now?" asked Harry, baffled. "Pettigrew might not have been well known back then, but he was now. Pettigrew is the first to ever successfully break out of Azkaban, a momentous event. That is a huge deal. Why didn't they write about him now?" "The answer is easy, Mr. Potter," replied Quinn with ease and flow. "Censorship is the cause why Peter Pettigrew's deeds haven't been brought to light." Quinn didn't give Harry a chance to respond with a question, as he continued. "As you know, there is a new radical group active. the Novellus Oxyonites, who support the Dark Lord's ideology and work in his name. The Ministry has tried to downplay the Novellus Oxyonites' activities because of their ideology. They don't want the public to think of this group as the new Death Eaters. So what do you think will happen when they find that the person betrayed the Potters to lead the Dark Lord to the boy who lived escaped Azkaban at the same time a group is flouting the Dark Lord's name? Everybody would think that Novellus Oxyonites are the Death Eaters, as they would think that Pettigrew started the group. Is this why? Answered Harry after some consideration. Correct, Mr. Potter. The Ministry is actively trying to suppress anything related to the Dark Lord. Recently they have started arresting the Oxyonites and putting their members on trial. The Ministry really wants this to be over. Hence, they are keeping a tight leash on what is written about Peter Pettigrew. It helps that he hasn't made any appearances and has completely disappeared after his escape. How do you know all of this? Asked Harry after Quinn finished speaking. From where he sat, Quinn looked like an expert on this topic. You said that people don't know much about Pettigrew, so how do you know so much about him? Quinn smiled peacefully. He then answered the question. I said that people who weren't looking for what happened wouldn't be able to find the truth. However, Mr. Potter, I was looking for the truth. I've actively looked for the story behind Peter Pettigrew. I wanted to know about the first man that broke out of Azkaban, which led me to all kinds of information. Everything is out there, you just need for someone good to go looking. Quinn then pointed around the room as he continued. And, as you know, it is my job to know about things. I wouldn't be able to solve problems quickly if I didn't know enough. Quinn had been surprised when Harry asked about Peter Pettigrew, even though Quinn hadn't been surprised that Harry came to him. AID had a reputation that had been built upon real results. Quinn had a very high completion rate that spoke for itself. So Quinn didn't think of it as anything other than obvious that if a Hogwarts student wanted to know something, they would come to him for answers. As such, Harry Potter coming to him wouldn't be something difficult to imagine. There is an archive of old Daily Prophet and other newspapers in the library. I just went there and spent some time finding information about Pettigrew. No matter how close-knit the Order of Phoenix was, people talked, and at that time, lots of people had been interested in listening to what was said. I found about the Fidley's charm from a niche monthly magazine that discussed interesting magic, and there was an issue where they talked about nothing else other than that charm because of its involvement with you. I see, spoke Harry, taking a breath before looking at Quinn and saying, I don't want anyone to know that I was here. Especially my mum. She mustn't know that I know about Pettigrew. I need time to take things in. That's fine, Mr. Potter. I don't want anyone to know that I'm the one who told you this. If you reveal what I told you this to anyone, then I'll say that you found it on your own, said Quinn as he slid the paper he was writing on towards Harry. These are the names of the newspapers and magazines I went looking into with the edition number and date. Quinn also passed Harry an inkpot and a parchment. Copy everything down on that paper to this parchment in your handwriting. I will burn that paper after you're done. Harry and Quinn had the same wish, and that was to not let anybody know about their involvement. They smoothly reached an agreement. What do I need to pay for this and the information? Said Harry, pointing at the thin roll of parchment. Oh, nothing, you don't need to pay me anything. Just, as I helped you out, help me out if I ever ask, replied Quinn, trying to establish a connection with the golden boy, a golden opportunity. All right. I'll help you out, said Harry as he stared at the parchment in his hands. His mind was too preoccupied to think about Quinn's words and readily agreed to what sounded to him like a fair deal. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Potter, said Quinn as he walked to the door while Harry exited. Harry briefly looked up from the parchment and nodded. When the door closed, Harry once again looked up at the closed door. When he had entered the room, Harry had two things he wanted to ask, but in the end, the first topic had turned out to be too much for him. I'll ask him some other day, thought Harry as he walked away. Maybe she will tell me before that day comes. Chapter 100, Hogsmeade surprise. After his talk with Harry, Quinn went back to study the butchered-up braid wiggle. He was wearing a fresh pair of white cloth gloves and used his magic to separate the guts, but then stopped even before his fresh gloves were stained with blood or bodily fluids. He once again cast the tender green pyramid-shaped short-term preservation field before taking a seat. He thought about the conversation. That was unexpected, sighed Quinn. Quinn still thought that the AID had developed into a place where students would bring their problems more than they brought to the professors. But he never would think that Harry Potter would come to him, given his close connection to the professors. Remus Lupin, Rubeus Hagrid, and Albus Dumbledore were part of the Order of Phoenix in the First Wizarding War, and Harry had grown up with plenty of contact with the above members. Lily Potter, his own mother, was a professor and another viable option. Even though Minerva McGonagall wasn't part of the Order of Phoenix, she was Gryffindor's head of house and had good relations with Harry's parents. Ivy's case was different from Harry's, and her interactions with Quinn had started with purely academic purposes. But because of several series of events, their interactions had increased beyond that point. If those events hadn't taken place, Quinn imagined that his interactions with Ivy would have been limited to the annual purchase of study notes. I wonder how he will proceed with the knowledge he has now, wondered Quinn as he tapped his finger on the tabletop. Quinn had read Harry's thoughts when he was exiting the room, and in those thoughts, he had seen impulses of confronting his mother, but from where Quinn was reading, they weren't strong enough for Harry to react on. He would definitely share the new information with his sister. That one is inevitable. The first thought in his mind was to share that information with her, murmured Quinn as he continued to tap on the table. At least he has no intention of telling her the source of information. Let's just hope he does his due diligence before talking to anyone about it. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this entire thing turns out, smiled Quinn. He then thought about asking some people some sleeper favors inside Gryffindor. Scene break, dash. Quinn took a deep breath in Hogsmeade. The air's free of something, and with that, Quinn took another deep breath with a smile on his face. What? Uttered Eddie, a confused furrow in his brow. Ignore him, said Marcus, eyeing Quinn, who had a confident expression on his face. He started intending to say something cool and wise-sounding, but very quickly realized that he doesn't have anything fitting to say. Marcus sharply pointed at Quinn and continued, look at him. Always plastering that confident look on his face, expecting us to buy it, which is complete bullcrap. Quinn clicked his tongue as he gave Marcus a side look. You're getting too smart for your own good. Nope, we are spending too much time with you, Marcus shook his head as he responded. Quinn queried a brow as he said, so you're saying that my presence is making you smarter? Huh, never thought it like that. That is good to hear. A soft yet wide smile made its way to Quinn's face as if he was feeling fulfilled after doing a good deed. No. That isn't what I mean, dash, rebuked Marcus, but stopped and sighed, shaking his head. You know what, leave it. Marcus narrowed his eyes at Quinn and complained, you know how annoying it is when you lead the conversations that way. Don't do that. Eddie chuckled at the side as the three amigos moved across the streets of Hogsmeade. What are we going to do today? Asked Marcus as he and Eddie followed Quinn. I have got to pick something from Scrivenshafts. Then we'll have fun, answered Quinn as he led the group towards the West family-owned business. He had gotten a Magifax message from home in which it said that there was a package for him at the shop and that he should pick it up today. When he wrote back for more details, all he got back was that it was a surprise. They could have just shrunk it and sent it to me via an owl, thought Quinn, and that made him wonder what was it about the package that it couldn't be sent directly to him. Eddie and Marcus looked at each other and shrugged. They knew that Quinn's family owned the Scrivenshafts quill shop in Hogsmeade. Quinn never talked about his family, so they didn't know much about it. Both of them knew that Quinn's family was loaded, but neither of them knew about the true extent of Quinn's family wealth. Quinn, Eddie, and Marcus entered the door as the door chime above the door rang to announce their entry. There were a substantial number of customers inside the store, which were mostly students browsing through school supplies. Good morning, Gary, greeted Quinn as he walked towards the counter. At once, he saw something different in the shop manager of Scrivenshafts' quill shop. Whenever Quinn saw the lanky man, he would dress casually and, most of the time, he would have a work apron on and would have ink stains all over his fingers and clothes, uncombed clothes, and overall, no personal grooming. But today, Gary was wearing a pressed checkered shirt and a new set of pants with no ink stain on any part of his body. He also had very neatly combed his hair, clean shaved, and had cleaned up quite well. Gary, you look great. What's up? Asked Quinn, smiling at the men he met whenever he came out to Hogsmeade. Good morning, Mr. West, greeted Gary nervously, trying to do a proper greeting, fumbling as he tried. Okay, something is wrong, thought Quinn as Gary didn't call him Mr. West. Quinn had asked Gary to call him by his first name, so the sudden name change was suspicious. Gary, you are acting weird. What is wrong? Tell me, and I'll solve it, said Quinn, trying to reassure his acquaintance. Also, he was part of the family business, so if Gary had a problem, Quinn would try to make it disappear. Nothing is wrong with me. The package is waiting for you in the back room, replied Gary stiffly, clearly looking nervous and anxious. I see, said Quinn and glanced at the door that led to the back room. He turned to look at Eddie and Marcus and said, You guys wait. I will be back. He glanced at Gary as he walked to the back door, and he could see that sweat was beading on Gary's forehead. Just behind the door was the staircase that went up to the second floor. Quinn climbed the steps. With each step, the stair beneath him would creak because of his weight. There was a single corridor on the second floor, and on that corridor were 3 rooms, 2 on the sides and 1 straight ahead. The 2 rooms at the sides of the corridor were storage rooms filled with shop merchandise and raw materials. Quinn stared at the white door straight ahead. He had been into the room before. And that was why Gary hadn't specified the room and had just said the back room. It was the door to the same room in which Quinn had told his secrets to his grandfather, George West. Quinn opened the door and entered the room. He already knew what was waiting for him inside. In the room, which had been completely fixed from the last time Quinn's magic had gone ham on it, sat a woman in front of a table, looking over some books. She had been peacefully reading and looked up from the books, which looked like ledges. "Oh, you're here. Good morning, Quinn," greeted the woman when she looked at Quinn. "What the hell, Leah? You could have just told me you were coming." "For a second, I thought I was going to get jumped and get kidnapped," sighed Quinn as he closed the door and walked towards. The woman, Leah West, Quinn's sister, smiled as she got up from her chair, walked towards Quinn, and hugged him. "It is called a surprise, dummy," said Leah as she broke the hug. "Aren't you surprised?" There was a mischievous look in her eyes and a playful smile on her face. "Of course, I am surprised. If I didn't peek into Gary's mind, I would have bombarded this room with spells," said exasperatedly Quinn. He had used a light legilimency probe on the shop manager's mind and extracted Leah's face and name in the few seconds Quinn maintained the probe. He sighed as he then asked, "What did you do to Gary?" He was all jittery and stiff in his shoes. "I haven't seen him dressed properly before this." "I didn't do anything to him. I just asked him to bring me the shop account books. I thought I would audit them as I passed the time while waiting for you. And for his clothes, I am not sure how he usually dresses. This is my first time visiting this particular shop," answered Leah as she and Quinn sat down. "I see, he was getting audited. That is why he addressed me by our family name," sighed Quinn and reached for a biscuit from a platter on the side of the table. "I didn't say anything to him. And his accounts are all fine. I can't see any discrepancies, and the shop is pulling good profits. He shouldn't be nervous if he knows that his shop is working properly," talked Leah as she studied her brother. "Anyone would be nervous if the owner popped one day and asked for the ledger," said Quinn as he cleaned his hands with magic. "So why are you here? Isn't that obvious, dumb baby brother of mine? I'm here to see you. I was in the country, and I was talking to grandfather one day when he mentioned you had, what is it called? Oh, yeah, Hogsme weekend, so I decided to visit." Quinn sighed once more before another smile made its way to his face. He was happy to see Leah while at school. "How have you been?" he asked while observing Leah. As he was studying healing, Quinn's eyes automatically looked for signs about her health. He didn't use magic, but he could tell that she was healthy. "I'm great. I went to Peru for a week with my friends," started Leah, telling Quinn about her vacation. "Oh, did you? How was it?" asked Quinn. He was interested because he hadn't been to Peru while traveling. "It's a beautiful country. We had lots of fun. I brought you some souvenirs. They are at home. Bought a company in Thailand," informed Leah with a proud smile on her face. "Wait, did we have holdings in Thailand?" "No, we didn't. This is the first one, and I took care of all of it. Grandfather handed me the project. It will be my biggest project to date. I have already submitted a 10-year development plan for Thailand." "Congratulations," cheered Quinn, happy for a clearly prominent occasion for Leah's career. "Thanks. What else I did, thought Leah with a finger on her chin before her eyes sparkled and she spoke with a brag in her tone. "I entered a flying horse tourney in Greece and won the entire event." "Seriously? Whoa, that is awesome. Did you get a trophy?" asked Quinn, clearly impressed by this event. "I did. It's at home." "What else did you do?" "Oh, this one is my favorite. Listen to this. I found an old Oakshift 79 broomstick, but not any Oakshift 79, no, it was Jocunda Sykes's Oakshift 79 that she used for the first ever flight across the Atlantic. Jocunda Sykes was a woman who was famous for flying across the Atlantic Ocean, the first magical to do so. The broomstick that she used for the historical event would be absolutely priceless." "No way. How did you manage that? Where is it?" "Is it also at home?" exclaimed Quinn. "At home, no. I sold it," smiled Leah. "Huh," blinked Quinn, confused by the sudden reversal. "Why would you do that? That thing is really priceless." "I found 2 bottles of Dagenau Cybele," Leah said as a very wide smirk made its way towards her face. "No, you didn't," said Quinn with a face full of disbelief. "From 1905. "Are they from 1905? "Yes, the 1905 Dagenau Cybele," nodded Leah smugly. "And I found 2 of those. I traded the broom for 2 of those bottles. The guy I traded was a big broom collector, and he didn't even blink when I put down the offer." She raised her hand and showed 2 fingers. 2. I found 2. Ha ha. Dagenau Sibel was a type of magical wine enjoyed by people who liked to indulge in wine. And Dagenau Sibel, 1905 was an edition of Dagenau Sibel, coveted by wine collectors. An edition that, with time, had become increasingly difficult to procure. Dagenau Sibel, 1905, had become a collector and wine lover's dream. But the reason Quinn and Leah were so animated about this wine was that their grandfather, George West, loved this wine. George only ever had a tasting pour of said wine. A tasting pour was half a regular serving. And after that single pour, George West had proclaimed that Dagenau Sibel, 1905, was the best wine he ever had. After that day, George tried to buy a bottle of Dagenau Sibel, 1905, but was unsuccessful in acquiring a bottle because it had become increasingly rare, and no collector was willing to part from their bottles. Another reason that this wine held a special place in George's heart was because the wine was as old as him. George West was born in 1905, and so was Dagenau Sibel, 1905. It seems this year I will be winning the birthday gift contest as well, smirked Leah smugly. If you asked Quinn, she was too damn smugly. Every year, both siblings would compete on who could get a better gift for their grandfather, and even though both George never told them whose gift he liked more, both grandchildren compared gifts and decided who got the better gift. In that competition, Leah, who literally traveled almost all the time, got gifts from around the world and had the edge over Quinn, whereas Quinn's reach was limited. But Quinn didn't give up. Even if he couldn't find exotic items like Leah, Quinn explored the non-magical and found items that would be unfamiliar yet interesting items that would work inside a magical home. But Dagenau Sibel, 1905 was just another level. This was something that Quinn couldn't top. Even if he found something amazingly interesting, there wasn't anything George had tried so hard to find. This year, I'm going to make grandfather say that he likes my gift, smirked Leah as she giggled at the defeated sight of her brother. Oh Quinn, you won't be beating me this year. Quinn groaned because things weren't looking good. This competition was an annual affair that both he and Leah took seriously. And neither of the siblings liked to lose. You came here to rub this in my face, didn't you? Leah laughed louder and nodded. Yeah. I was so excited today. And I am not disappointed. This feels good. Damn it. I will remember this humiliation, grumbled Quinn as he put his head in his hands. I'm going to destroy you next year. I am going to utterly leave you in the dust. Yeah, we will see about that, you squirt, scoffed Leah, smugness oozing out of her. After the West siblings got back to normal from their competition-crazy state, Quinn suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot." He looked at Leah and said, "You wait here. I will be right back." Leah watched as Quinn ran out of the room, and she waited for around 2 minutes before Quinn returned. Quinn wasn't alone when he returned and had 2 other people in tow. "Leah, meet my friends and roommates, Eddie Carmichael and Marcus Belby," introduced Quinn as he presented his 2 best friends to his sister. He turned to Eddie and Marcus and introduced the other way, "Eddie, Marcus, this is my older sister, Leah West." Eddie and Marcus, who were shocked, stood still as they stared at Leah. When Quinn had come running to them in the store to find them, all Quinn had said was that he wanted to show them something. He didn't tell them what he wanted to show. He just hurried them to follow him, he practically dragged them to the room. So when the 2 entered the room, they had no idea that they would come across a stunningly beautiful woman. The 2 froze in their spots as heat rushed to their faces as they stared at the woman who was just introduced to them as Quinn's sister, Leah. "Hello, it is nice to meet you too. I have heard a lot about you too," smiled Leah brightly as she stood up and from her chair. "Thank you for taking care of my troublesome baby brother." "And no, it is fine." He isn't trouble." Eddie and Marcus stuttered as they replied to Leah. The 2 couldn't look away from Leah, partially because she was just too pretty, but primarily because the thought of looking away wasn't anywhere in their adolescent heads. Quinn smiled widely because Leah always teased him by saying that Eddie and Marcus weren't real and that Quinn had made them up because he didn't have any male friends. "Take that. They are real," humped Quinn at Leah before looking at Eddie and Marcus. He had to do a double take when he saw the slightly open jaws of his friends. "Seriously," said Quinn in disbelief before sending harsh pinching hexes towards both of them. Both Eddie and Marcus felt excruciating pinching pain on the sides of their waist as they squealed and snapped out of their dazed state. The 2 realized what they were doing, and their cheeks burned up for different reasons as they turned their faces towards Quinn, who was making an expression that promised pain afterward. "Hello, I'm Marcus. Nice to meet you. We didn't know that Quinn had a sister." "This is surprising," said Marcus, turning his attention to Leah and this time talking to her properly. He still found Leah very beautiful, but that feeling was overwritten by the death stare from the guy who slept in the same room as him for most of the year. Leah turned towards Quinn and pouted, "You don't talk about me." "Don't start," sighed Quinn, shaking his head. Eddie and Marcus talked to Leah for a short while before leaving the West siblings alone to catch up. Leah and Quinn remained in the room, talking, trading stories. Leah told him about the places she went, the people she met, the things she had experienced. Quinn would talk about the magics he learned, the students he had had contact with, and fun tidbits about his school life. The two siblings talked for an hour or so before Leah had to leave. "Do you have to leave so soon?" asked Quinn. He wanted to hear more from Leah. It was nice to see a family member after so many days, and the short time together felt that it wasn't enough. "I have to. I have a portkey arranged for travel. I would have stayed longer, but the Thailand ministry requires that the people entering the country come at a time they specify. As such, I need to leave now to prepare for the trip." "I see," nodded Quinn before his eyes shined, and he spoke, "Buy me books related to body magic. Thailand has a rich culture of body magic, and I would like to enrich myself with it. The books I have aren't that advanced, and I would like to have more information with me." One of the reasons why Quinn practiced Muay Thai, which wasn't widespread in Britain, instead of kickboxing, was because the few books that Quinn had on body magic referenced the use of Muay Thai for developing a base physique before starting learning body magic. Quinn had been slowly and consistently building his body by exercising every day because he wanted to study body magic one day. So when Leah mentioned Thailand, he immediately thought of getting more books, and Leah going to Thailand was perfect. "All right, I will hire a local who knows about body magic to pick out a selection," nodded Leah. "I want everything on the subjects, so instruct the one you hire to get books that have extensive knowledge. I don't want books that describe things easily. I want the real deal that goes into depth." Leah ruffled Quinn's hair and said, I know, you don't have to repeat it every time I go abroad. I already know what kinds of books you want. Then don't try to filter the books you hand to me. I want every one of them. Don't take out books you think are dangerous," said Quinn as he narrowed his eyes on his sister. "I did that one time. Sorry for being a good sister and looking out for her brother," humphed Leah and ruffled Quinn's rougher than before. "If I don't say it every time, you'll do it again," retorted Quinn and removed Leah's hand from his head. "See you later." "All right," said Leah. The two stood near the fireplace inside the shop. "Yeah, see you later," replied Quinn and watched Leah as she threw in the flu powder and vanished inside the green flames. Quinn looked behind to see Gary almost lying on his chair. The man looked like he had the most tiring day of his life. "Don't worry, Leah said that your accounts are fine, and she was satisfied with the way you run the shop," said Quinn, giving Gary the good news to relieve him of his worries. "You don't have to worry about anything." "Really?" asked Gary feebly but with hope. "Yeah. I want to close the shop early today." "Of course." Scene break. The same day, Quinn was back in his dorm room reading a book on spell damage to muscles when Eddie suddenly sat on his bed with a jump. "You know I don't like people on my bed," said Quinn without looking up from his book. "Do you have any other siblings?" asked Eddie, not getting up from Quinn's bed. "Maybe a twin sister or someone near our age." Quinn abruptly looked up from his book and spat, "Do you want me to beat you up?" "No." "Then sod off from my bed." Eddie got up from his bed, and as he did that, he heard Quinn speak up. "We'll be waking up an hour early tomorrow. We're going to have an intense workout session. It will be fun. Come on." "Not fair." "I just asked a question," whined Eddie and groaned. "Yeah, whatever. Go to sleep. You have a busy day tomorrow." Eddie walked to his bed with slumped shoulders, but before climbing up his bed, he spoke. "You didn't tell me if you have another sister." Quinn closed his book with a snap and got up from his bed. "I'm going to beat you up." Wait. I was just kidding." "Wait. Ouch. Ah. Stop, no, not the nut tap. F***K. Marcus, who stepped out of the bathroom, looked at his two friends as Quinn was trapping Eddie into a head leglock. *********. Quinn West, MC, I will win next year. Leah West, big sis, haha, I am the winner. Gary, shop manager, had a stressful day, want a drink and then go to sleep. Eddie Carmichael, his horniness doomed him, stop. Ah. I am sorry. Chapter 101, Aquatic Trials, Friendships, Rat. Quinn looked down into the well-known as Hadal encumbrance. It was definitely of the most intriguing concepts Quinn had seen, and only by researching the subject he had realized why it was called as such. Hadal, from the Greek god of the underworld, Hades. The underworld, which was the realm of Hades, was under the ground. Similarly, it would be the aquatic world that resided below the ground level. The Hadal encumbrance represented the ocean depths in its deepest regions, where oceanic trenches lay. A place where humans couldn't survive and only those species evolved to withstand the harsh conditions would tread the waters where the warmth and light of the sun didn't reach. It is interesting how the creator was able to emulate the water pressure at ocean depths, noted Quinn as he stared down the well, and he could see the extraordinarily still water, remembering the pressure that would assault as he went down. One of the simplest definitions of pressure stated that pressure was the force exerted on a body. The air around the globe had weight, and it pressed against everything it touched. That pressure was called atmospheric pressure, or air pressure. It was the force exerted on a surface by the air above it as gravity pulled it to the earth. The oceans were deep. If one was to shave off all the continents and fill the trenches in the oceans with the ground from the continents, the entire globe would be covered with water about 2 miles in depth. And within those depths was the world of pressure. When one was in contact with air, a body would feel the pressure from the air, and it was dubbed air pressure. Similarly, when in contact with water, a body would feel the pressure from water and had the name hydrostatic pressure, or water pressure. But the main difference between air and water pressure was that air was 830 times less dense than water. Meaning that water pressure was much higher than air pressure. As one went down into a sea or an ocean, more water would get piled up on top and thus increase the weight of water above and thus increase the pressure on the body. Here, the water pressure increases much quicker than natural aquatic depth, said Quinn as he sat by the ledge with his chin resting on the palm. I guess this would be difficult for some people. Quinn had gone through 2 trials, Poseidon's Wrath and Hogsme's Delight. And in those trials, Quinn had struggled a lot. Poseidon's Wrath required fine control over magic to get to the center. Without fine control, I would have stuck there without any progress. Hogsme's Delight required ingenuity or maybe luck. Without the ripple sonar, I probably would have found the entrance, but it would have been completely up to luck. He continued to stare down the well and recited his thoughts about what was required by this trial. Hadal encumbrance simply requires power. Pure magical force to overcome, oppose, and repel the emulated oceanic pressure. I guess this trial is compatible with me. Quinn had magical power in abundance. He had deep magic reserves that had been built through the daily exhaustion of his magic. Ever since Quinn was 5, Quinn had used all of his magic every day. The only exception to that rule was the time he didn't have any control over his magic. That had given Quinn deep reserves of magic that were perfect for Hadal encumbrance. He just needed to optimize his magic usage against the pressure and pour his vast reserves into the magic till he reached the bottom. So unlike the first 2 trials, Quinn was having a breezy time in going through Hadal encumbrance. Alright, let's see if I can break my high score, said Quinn and dove into the well of water with accelerated water pressure increase. With his body facing downward and aligning his entire body horizontally with the surface of the water/floor of the well, he sank down. The purpose of this posture was to decrease his surface area vertically. The pressure in the vertical water column changed very quickly, meaning that the pressure at his head would be significantly less than that at his feet. So to get a uniform pressure all over his body, he distributed his body surface area horizontally. That way, his body mostly would have a uniform pressure. As Quinn sank down, a cylindrical area constructed with water magic manifested around Quinn. The pressure inside the cylinder was normalized to the level of surface level pressure. In no time, Quinn reached 50% of the total depth without feeling any difficulty at all. The difficulty to keep the pressure normalized came when he hit 60% depth. I wonder if the pressure here is because of gravity manipulation or it is simply water magic that is pulling down the water. Quinn realized that the entire aquatic vault was based around water concepts. The instructions in the stone cave explicitly talked about laws, but that didn't mean that the trials were created via water magic. In Poseidon's Wrath, the vortex had been definitely created through water magic. But the vast array of conjuration and charm disablers weren't part of water magic. The sheer calmness of the water that even weakened Quinn's ripple sonar was definitely achieved by water magic in Hogsme's Delight. But Quinn realized that the extensive sensory deprivation didn't have anything to do with water magic. The zero ambient noise could have been achieved through a sound dampening magic application. That state where the light was getting blocked could have been light magic weaved into the water and not an application of water magic. And just like that, the accelerated gradient pressure increase might have been accomplished by other magic and not water magic. But one thing Quinn was sure of was that if he was to complete the vault, he would need to use water magic to get past every trial. Not because the trials were closely related to water, sure, that was a part of it, but the real reason was that Quinn constantly used water magic as he thought using water magic made his job easier. It was clear that everything was related to water. From that, it could be inferred that the vault wanted Quinn to use water magic. And if he was to use water magic, then his journey would be a whole lot easier. Sure, inside Poseidon's Wrath, Quinn could have extensively studied conjuration magic and try different spell designs till he got a hit that wasn't covered by the wards. Or he could design a new type of broom that didn't use the traditional broom charms and reinvent the wheel. But all of those required much more thinking and effort on Quinn's part just to make the end result easier. If he had something that would allow him to fly over the vortex into the center, he wouldn't have to struggle against the raging water, but at what cost? How much time and research would it take him to accomplish that? And when Quinn did create something like that, would he start the next trial? Would the broom that worked in Poseidon's trial be helpful in Tiham's delight? No, it wouldn't be helpful. What would be effective was the knowledge and experience of water magic that he practiced and researched to get past one trial. That is why Quinn didn't try to find unique methods outside of water magic to solve the trials. Because Quinn knew that if he stuck with water magic, then it would make his job much smoother. And the results were showing right now. Quinn had plenty of magic to expend from his reserves. What he needed was simply to change how he was directing his magic. Poseidon's wrath had driven him to gain fine control over water magic so that he wouldn't be blasted every time he tried to water magic, and that was working now when extreme pressures were bearing down on him. 90%. The water magic cylinder's surface thrummed with erratic ripples. A humongous pressure was being normalized by using water magic as Quinn applied an equal and opposite force. Just a little more, and I will pass this trial without much problems or injuries. Quinn dipped further down and reached 92% but stopped because the pressure inside his normalized cylinder suddenly increased, and Quinn could feel the pressure against his bones. Some pressure is leaking through. This is the limit for now. Quinn retreated by 1% and stayed at 91%, and carefully tried to figure out how to normalize the pressure back to the surface level. He was extremely careful because one mistake and the pressure would bear down on him, and his muscles wouldn't contract, which would seal away his movement capabilities, while the water inside his lung cavity with lower internal pressure would be pushed out, and he wouldn't be able to breathe. In the water column, Quinn swam alone inside the dangerous waters while trying to figure out how powerful the deep oceanic waters were. Scenes break. It doesn't work that way, sighed Marcus as he sat in the Ravenclaw common room in front of a chessboard. The knight only moves 2 squares vertically and 1 square horizontally, or 2 squares horizontally and 1 square vertically. But why? The horsey should be able to charge straight ahead, spoke Luna as she stared at the knight chess piece on the wizarding chessboard. I have seen them. They are fast, you know. Wizard's chess was the magical variant of the classic board game chess, in which the pieces were enchanted to move of their own accord when commanded by the player. The moving chess pieces were reasonably sentient and could offer advice to the players who weren't good or experienced at the game. The white knight piece on the board turned its head towards and looked towards its commander. The animated knight chess piece wasn't sure how to proceed. The chess piece wasn't sure how to react to this situation. The magic that made it animated didn't cover what to do when the commander wanted the horsey to charge forward. It looked at his white companions as if to ask what to do, but they looked as confused as it was and shrugged towards the white knight. The black chess pieces, on the other hand, were laughing hysterically. And that made the white pieces feel embarrassed. Marcus turned his face towards Quinn, who was on the floor and sitting in the lotus position. He had his eyes closed, with his hand resting on his lap. Quinn, explained to her that the knight piece can't move straight ahead. Luna also turned towards Quinn. Quinn, why didn't you make the horsey move forward? Why can it only move one way? Quinn, who was in his mindscape sorting and strengthening his memories using occlumency, opened his eyes and looked at his 2 friends. Marcus was trying to teach Luna how to play chess on the wizarding chessboard that Quinn had made for Marcus as a birthday present. The board and pieces could change colors and shapes. The chessboard was a box with a grid on the top, and within the chessboard were number dials that could be used to alter the animation used by chess pieces to destroy each other when eliminating other chess pieces. He had also crammed a copious amount of chess strategies inside the chess set to advise inexperienced players. Quinn had ordered tons of chess books from both the non-magical and magical worlds because both worlds had different chess strategies and philosophies. Using that data, Quinn had given his chess set a more diverse recommendation/advice system than any other chess set on the market. It was an elaborate set with extensive charm work that Quinn had devoted time to create for his friend's birthday. But it seemed that even he had failed to take Luna Lovegood into consideration. Quinn turned to look at the white chess pieces, who were holding his head while trying to think what it should do. Then he looked at Luna and gave an explanation. Luna, you see, the horse can charge straight ahead. But the knight on the horse doesn't want to move straight ahead, it only wants the horse to move a certain way. The horse belongs to the knight, so the horse will only listen to the knight. There is nothing we can do. Luna furrowed her brows and turned to stare at 4 knights on the chessboard, who stared back while stroking the back of their horses, making them neigh and nicer. I see. If that is the case, then that's fine, shrugged Luna, as she accepted Quinn's reason quite easily. She stood up and spoke to Marcus. I'm parched. I'm going for water, do you two want anything? Marcus politely refused while Quinn, who had once again closed his eyes, silently shook his head. When Luna went away, Marcus turned to Quinn and asked, "What are you going to do when she finds a chess set with only a horse as a knight piece?" "Let's worry about that when the time comes," replied Quinn without opening his eyes. Marcus sighed before flipping a switch on the side of the chessboard that made the chess pieces stick to the grid so that when the box opened, they wouldn't fall off. He looked at the array of dials and switches that customized the playing experience and turned off the destruction feature when attacked. He didn't want to answer Luna's questions, which were full of curiosity, on why the chess pieces were acting mean to each other. Quinn, who had his eyes closed, smiled very softly at the sight of his friends getting along. Marcus was the one to invite Luna to play chess when he saw her sitting by Quinn's side, drawing random scribbles. And Luna had accepted the offer with enthusiasm and without doubt or skepticism. It had taken a lot of time for Marcus and Eddie to warm up to Luna because of her eccentric personality, and even though Quinn was still the connection between the two parties, the two boys and one girl had become friends. And Quinn felt happy because of that. Scene break. After learning the whereabouts of the Potter family from Pettigrew, Voldemort traveled to Godric's Hollow on the fateful night of October 31, 1981. After breaking the protections on the house, Voldemort was able to enter the residence and blasted the front door open, catching its inhabitants off guard. Fleamont Potter, who had left his wand on the sofa, was murdered quickly trying to defend his wife and grandchildren. After Voldemort killed Fleamont Potter, he proceeded to go upstairs to Harry's and Ivy's nursery, where the grandmother and the twins were trapped inside. Cornered in the nursery, Euphemia Potter was murdered after trying to oppose Voldemort and defend her grandchildren, the green light from this act actually lighting up the entire upper floor. When the Dark Lord then attempted to murder the one prophesied to defeat him, the protection laid down by his grandmother's loving sacrifice caused the killing curse to rebound. It destroyed Voldemort's corporeal body but unfortunately also took out a significant chunk of the cottage's upper floor. Harry was left with nothing but a lightning bolt scar on his forehead, and Ivy miraculously came out unscathed from the incident while Dark Lord Voldemort's powers were temporarily destroyed. Henceforth Harry was known as the boy who lived, and was marked as Lord Voldemort's equal, thus sealing his fate. But there was someone else there, who waited outside, and saw the entire upper floor roof blew up. Peter Pettigrew, who nervously stood outside, was feeling ecstatic on the inside. He was the one who led the Dark Lord to the Potter cottage, and for that, he was going to be rewarded. But then he saw the roof blew up, and immediately Pettigrew knew something was wrong. The rat Animagus cautiously entered the cottage, and on the ground floor, he saw Fleamont Potter on the ground. But after a short glance, Pettigrew ran up the stairs, and there he saw the dead body of Euphemia Potter and two crying infants. Pettigrew was stunned out of his mind. He couldn't believe the sight in front of him. He looked at the floor of the bust-up room and saw the unique wand of Dark Lord Voldemort lying down in front of him. The Dark Lord is dead. And Lily and James aren't here. Those thoughts scared the life out of Peter. He had betrayed the Order of Phoenix and corrupted to the evil side. That decision was made because Peter thought that he was choosing the winning side. He had stacked a stable life where he lived comfortably to risk it for a life of luxury and superiority. And the scene he was seeing screamed at him that the dream was over and he had destroyed his life. As Peter panicked from his innermost being, he heard the sound of Sirius's motorcycle from outside the house, with several pops of apparition following. They are here. In that moment of trepidation and fright, Peter picked up the wand from the floor, and because of the broken wards, he operated out from the room itself and faded away from the scene. From there on he started following the events that led him to be captured and imprisoned in Azkaban. And now, 12 years later, Peter was inside his old house, sold to some old couple, who were dead from killing curse cast from a wand that he had stolen from a chump who had left it on a table of a pub while refilling his drink. Peter, still as sickly and gaunt as he was when he got out of Azkaban, looked down on the bathroom floor and waved the wand to perform magic. Violently, every single tile was pulled out from the floor. The foundation then was butchered by blasting curses until 3 feet in depth and a wooden chest surface out on the top. The large chest levitated out of the dirt onto the floor. 2 snaps of unlocking, and Peter used his skeleton hands to open the lid to reveal the sole object inside the wooden chest. "Here you are," said Peter, his voice wispy and coarse, but his eyes shined with vigor and tinge of mania. Peter picked up the object and stared at it with fascination. The Lord's Wand. The symbol of his power. In his hand was a 13.5 inches long, crafted from yew, and affixed with a phoenix feather core. The phoenix feather wand showed its pickiness and didn't react to Peter's touch and magic. In the hand of Wormtail, the yew wand would be the same as a stick. From his pocket, Peter took out a rat and watched the familiar creature stunned and unconscious. "It is time to bring him back," declared Peter as he clutched the wand in his hand, closed his eyes, and imagined the day he would have his revenge. After covering up the mess in the bathroom, Peter left his old house and silently yet determinedly looked into a particular direction as a plan formed in his mind. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Quinn West, MC, the water is always deeper than what it reflects. Marcus Belby, likes to play chess, owner of the only chess set crafted by Q West. Luna Lovegood, learning chess, likes activities that require more people. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. A/N, sorry about the no chapter yesterday. I faced some technical issues and wasn't able to upload. So too today. See ya. Chapter 102, Marcus Belby, Deal of Friendship. Marcus Belby was a wizard and a Ravenclaw student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and was a year above the famous Harry Potter. He was from the British Isles and of the magical Belby family. The Belby name wasn't famous in political circles or in the world of business. The place one would recognize the Belby name was in the academic circles. Two members of the Belby family had substantial contributions to the study of magic. Flavius Belby had been the first person to come across a lethifold and survived to tell the tale. In addition, he had been a master in charms and well-versed in the art of defense against dark arts. And he was the person who discovered the way to chase away lethifolds, also known as living shrouds, a carnivorous and extremely dangerous magical beast. It was also considered a dark creature because of its extremely aggressive and violent nature. In a surprise combat against a lethifold, Flavius had discovered that the lethifold could be driven away with a Patronus charm. That day Flavius, while fighting for his life, accomplished a never-before-seen act. Flavius went on to research his discovery and its credibility and finally gave the world a method to drive away a dangerous creature like lethifold, a dangerous dark creature. His accomplishments were celebrated for centuries after his death and he was immortalized on chocolate frog cards and every magi zoology book that mentioned lethifolds, credited for his contributions. The second famous member of the Belby family had an even greater impact than his ancestor. He had won an Order of Merlin, and was a Podewunner who single-handedly had changed the lives and fates of people infected by lycanthropy. A person who had helped people's lives all around the globe and arguably became the most famous Podewunner of the 20th century. Damocles Belby was a famous Podewunner credited for the invention of the Wolfsbane potion, which was his greatest achievement among his other contributions to the field of potions. Before the Wolfsbane, the unwilling lycanthropes would rather die than suffer the consequences of losing sanity once every month for the rest of their lives. But after Wolfsbane, there was a beacon of hope in the lycanthrope community. Even though the Wolfsbane potion didn't cure lycanthrope, it was the symbol of progress. It represented faith in magic, that with time, maybe, one day a cure would be found that would rid an unwilling person of the curse of lycanthropy. And from that family came Marcus Belby. He was not the brightest tool in the shed but had a passion for learning that landed him in the Ravenclaw house. Whenever people met Marcus, they saw a soft-spoken, shy boy who was polite and curt. To people with whom Marcus was comfortable, he was a trustworthy friend who was a good listener, a keen observer, and a person who appreciated the little things. When you got him out of his shy shell, he happened to be a person with a bright personality, capable of talking at lengths on the topics he was interested in. And a friend who would be there for you no matter what. In Hogwarts, Marcus had two close friends, Eddie Carmichael and Quinn West. Eddie and Quinn had extroverted personalities. They were outgoing and socially confident. And one would think that Marcus would have problems getting along with the two people who had very different personalities than his, but that wasn't the case. He was very comfortable with his roommates. Marcus, who wasn't comfortable taking the lead on things, was grateful that Eddie and Quinn always knew what to do and would pull him along with them. It was easier for Marcus to talk to both Eddie and Quinn because he didn't need to initiate conversation, as the two of them would, for most of the time, would have topics and things to talk about. They would keep the conversation going while Marcus silently listened and sometimes chimed in when he wanted to contribute something. But these days, Marcus found himself alone frequently. Both of his best friends were busy with their own activities. Quinn West, his raven-haired friend, had always been a busy bee. He would start the day early, before him, and finish his day late, after him. Quinn would be busy during the classes doing the homework given to them. After classes, Quinn would disappear, and no one would know where to find him. In the evening, Quinn would spend his time in the AID office that Quinn had built in his second year, and at night, he would regularly break curfew to do his own things. The only reliable way to track down Quinn West was to approach him in the Great Hall, during mealtimes, where you would always, without fail, find him eating his food. For some reason, Quinn ate a lot of food for his size, and if he could help it, he would not miss a meal. Marcus usually hung out with Quinn between classes, mealtimes, and just before sleep time, when Quinn returned after curfew. Or if Quinn didn't decide to disappear. Then there was his second roommate, Eddie Carmichael, blonde-haired, talkative, loud, competitive, not afraid to say his opinions out loud, the exact opposite to Marcus. And many times, Marcus envied Eddie's personality. Till last year, Eddie had been free like Marcus and didn't have an extracurricular activity that required time from him. The two would hang around, spend time together playing gobstones, exploding snaps, Quidditch catching and any other games they could find to play. But this year, Eddie had decided to train for the Quidditch tryouts, and for that, he would wake up early and join Quinn for an early morning workout. And after classes, Eddie would do his own personal flying and quaffle control training. Eddie was way less busy than Quinn and had a lot of free time for playing around. And Marcus still spent much more time with Eddie than he did with Quinn. But things had still changed a lot from the last 3 years. Scene break. Sitting in a chair inside the Ravenclaw common room, Marcus looked around the room and roamed his eyes over the room. Most of his fellow Ravenclaw students, both younger and older, were studying alone or in groups, either completing their homework, studying in advance for the upcoming class, or going through extra recommended material from the exclusive Ravenclaw in-house library with the faculty recommendations, among other things. He sighed and looked at the busy people around him, and sighed. At least they know what they are doing. On the other hand, Another sigh escaped him, and he sunk further into his chair. A hand suddenly was placed on his shoulder, followed by, now, don't sigh. At least not a heavy sigh like that one. Marcus raised his head to see Quinn standing there, smiling. His stone-gray-eyed friend had a barstool in his hand. He then sat in his chair. As he watched Quinn sitting on a barstool, Marcus thought about how in nearly 5 years he had known his friend, the number of times he had seen Quinn sitting on a chair with a backrest was frighteningly low. Even when the client chairs in the AID office were chairs with backrests, Quinn always sat behind his desk on a barstool. Marcus looked at Quinn, who sat with the best posture he had ever seen from anyone he had met. Proper as always. Quinn always sits perfectly well, doesn't he? Thought Marcus, and put himself back together from his slumped posture in his chair. You know what they say, right? A sigh is an amplifier for people who suffer in silence, said Quinn. That made Marcus tilt his head and ask. So you don't sigh? At that, Quinn laughed and shook his head. Oh, no, I wish that was true. I sigh a lot, every day. Quinn then sighed, which made point his finger at himself and smile. See? I just did it. Let's not talk about me. Tell me about you, asked Quinn and tapped Marcus's thighs. Tell me, why were you slumped in the chair with that introspective expression that you tend to get on your face when you are overthinking stuff? This is it. How does he do it so smoothly, thought Marcus when he heard Quinn. Marcus was used to listening to Quinn. He noticed that whenever Quinn wanted the conversation to go his way, he would very smoothly turn the direction of the conversation to his interest. And right now, he was watching Quinn do it again. But it didn't bring discomfort to his heart to see his friend manipulating the conversation. The reason for that was because Marcus could see the expression on Quinn's face. Usually, whenever Quinn influenced or manipulated the conversation, he would have a situation-appropriate expression on his face. And the times that Quinn smiled, he would have a calm and restrained smile on his lips. That same smile would slightly change according to the need, and those small changes would change the meaning of the smiles: confident, friendly, dominant, polite, embarrassed, and any other smile that Quinn wanted to portray. But right now, Quinn didn't have that restrained smile. The smile on his face was wide and joyous, supportive, comforting, bright and free. This was the real deal and not something that was put on just because the situation demanded it. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Asked Quinn and touched his face with confusion. Is there something on my face? Marcus saw Quinn take out his wand and conjure a mirror to check out his face. Why are you smiling? Tell me, is there something wrong with me? Come on, tell me, stressed Quinn when he looked away from the mirror to Marcus's smiling face. It's nothing. I just remembered something funny. There is nothing on your face, chuckled Marcus. Quinn looked at Marcus with a suspicious face before banishing the mirror. Now, tell me what had turned you into sad sap, asked Quinn, getting the conversation back on track. Marcus stared at Quinn for a while before finally opening his mouth to speak. I was thinking about how both you and Eddie have something you guys do so seriously. It was clear to Marcus that Quinn loved magic. His friend spent time reading books out of the course material. This wasn't uncommon for a Ravenclaw, but to put it clearly, Marcus would rarely see Quinn read the course material. Most of the time, he would see Quinn reading something that wasn't even close to what was being taught in the school. Even recently, Marcus had seen Quinn had been going through numerous books on healing magic and biology. The number of books that changed Quinn's hands had been baffling to Marcus. Then there was Eddie, who had started playing and practicing Quidditch because he wanted to get a girlfriend. Eddie was a person who got dialed in when motivated. He devoted so much time and effort to Quidditch that if one was told the real reason behind his actions, they wouldn't believe it. Of course, Marcus and Quinn knew about Eddie's ultra-competitive nature from their early days of friendship. Eddie liked to win and succeed, and when he didn't win, he would get upset, but instead of throwing a tantrum, Eddie would try again to see if he could win. Quinn and Eddie had been playing the card game Concentration for 3 years, and despite not winning a single time, Eddie would challenge Quinn regularly. Even after losing for 3 years, Eddie's competitiveness didn't let him back down. Eddie was so competitive that he even challenged Quinn at Magic. The two would often play the magical game of Tug of Accio. In the game, 2 to more people would simultaneously cast an Accio spell on an object. The objective of the game was to pull the target object towards them. And the one who was able to get the target object near them would win. Despite knowing that Quinn was better at Magic, Eddie would often initiate a game, trying to defeat Quinn at Magic, which for obvious reasons never panned out. But that didn't stop Eddie from time and time challenging Quinn. Such was Eddie's personality. You have magic. You love it so much, we all knew that just after a few days of our meeting in the first year. The time you put in just shows how much you love it. Even Eddie is dialed in on Quidditch and won't leave his broom in his free time. That always wants to win idiot won't stop till he makes it to the team, sighed Marcus, looking into his lap and whispering in a downtrodden tone. Only, I have nothing to do. I don't feel passionate about stuff like you guys do. And, well. He paused because it affected him a lot. I feel left out. Like I am wasting my time and that you guys are going to leave me behind. Marcus looked up from his lap and saw Quinn staring at him with wide eyes. Immediately, Marcus thought he had made Quinn would feel uncomfortable and felt embarrassed because of it. He was about to speak up, but Quinn interjected. Marcus, do you remember my sister, Leah? You met her at Hogsme, remember? Marcus blinked at the question and silently nodded for the reply. You see, my sister travels a lot, like, a whole lot. She travels almost the entire year and goes to different parts of the world. 1 week she would be in Europe and the next week in Australia, spoke Quinn, but Marcus wasn't following where Quinn was going with this. But you see, my sister doesn't decide where she goes. My grandfather decides where she is deployed, and he still sends her away. He's been doing that for a couple of years. Can you guess why he does that? Marcus silently shook his head. He barely knew Quinn's sister, he had no idea what Quinn's grandfather was like. My grandfather is trying to make Leah experience new and different things. He keeps sending her to different places to handle business, and while a representative is needed to communicate between countries, there is no need to send Leah as much as he has been sending her. Quinn beamed as he continued. My grandfather knows Leah quite well. He knows that if you give Leah new and exciting things, she will try to find more things about them and see what it's all about. So by sending her to different countries that are different from ours, he stimulates Leah's curiosity by introducing her new experiences. Marcus listened as Quinn spoke, and he felt like he understood what Quinn was talking about, though it was out of his reach. Eddie's character will make him pursue things just because he wants to win, but nobody knows how long he will keep doing things that way. He might get bored and drop them to pursue other interests. You say that you don't have anything you are passionate about. And I will tell you this, neither is Eddie. I think the reason Eddie does all these different things and tries to succeed is that he is trying to find something that clicks with him. Marcus saw Quinn raise his hand and bring it near him, Marcus, to repeatedly poke his chest. The only difference between you and Eddie is that he tries all kinds of things and tries to get better at them. Eddie is trying to find something he enjoys, and he has already found one thing. He enjoys playing games, and that might not be something of importance, but it is still something Eddie clearly enjoys. Marcus, if you want to find something that clicks with you, have to do new things. Quinn then placed his hand on his own chest and continued. Yes, I love magic, and that is good for me, hooray. But don't you think I spend too much time on it? Look at the 3 of us. You and Eddie hang out and have fun while I am alone doing who knows what. Pointed out Quinn, and Marcus felt surprised to hear Quinn speak like this. I spend so much time on magic that I have barely any time left for other things. I love to play violin and piano, but because I spend so much time in the library in the AID office, and practicing magic, I haven't played my violin for weeks, closer to a month, and that sucks. Then there is the piano which calms me down. And I haven't touched the keys for so long. I can't spend enough time with you guys. I miss so many things that you two do, many times. I don't understand the inside jokes and then realize that I didn't understand them because I miss things, yet again, and that sucks. I know it sucks, and despite that, I don't try to manage my time better. Marcus felt more and more surprised as Quinn mockingly chuckled at himself. You and I aren't that much different, you know. While you haven't tried to explore new things to see what makes you interested, I have wrapped myself in this thing so tightly that I haven't tried something new in a long while and am losing touch with things that I did earlier. Sure, I learn new magics, and it is so much fun for me. And while that might be seen as doing new things, to me personally, it is the same thing. Magic is magic no matter what the branch. And my own view is what matters at the end. Marcus didn't know that Quinn felt like this about himself. The Quinn that Marcus knew was always prepared, confident, a person who commanded any room and company of people he was among. A person who had everything figured out and had his life set. But now, here he was listening to Quinn vent about things that he didn't know existed a few minutes back. And while Marcus knew that he should feel sympathetic for his friend, Marcus felt good. Quinn sharing all this made Marcus feel close to him. It made Quinn someone who wasn't flying miles above him, but someone who was right beside him. So step out of that comfort zone and try to do new things. Out in the wide world, many unique, intriguing, entertaining, mind-opening things exist. It is a complete waste and pity if you don't try them out. You only live once, Marcus, and it isn't too late to try them. Seriously. If you don't have something you aren't passionate about, then find things, try them out. I guarantee that you will find something that suits you, something that will feel like it was made especially for you. Quinn suddenly and abruptly stood up and stared down at the surprised Marcus. Let's make a promise. No, a deal. As long as you try out new things without worry, I will try to get out the bind I have trapped myself in and get myself back to try things, both old and new. Marcus felt his heart beat faster and felt his blood boil with enthusiasm as he stood up. He grabbed and shook Quinn's hand tightly as if the firm grip signified the sincerity of his determination and commitment to this deal with Quinn. Deal? Questioned Quinn, staring into Marcus's that now showed seemingly boundless energy. Deal, affirmed Marcus, smiling a curve from the bottom of his heart. Oh make, two weirdos. Eddie Carmichael entered the Ravenclaw common room after performing maneuvers he deemed necessary to be in a chaser's arsenal after an intense session of flying around Hogwarts. Ah, my chest hurts, groaned Eddie as he stepped inside, and the first thing he saw with his tired eyes were his two roommates staring at each other with passionate eyes and ardent smiles on their faces, their hands locked in a handshake as they stood in the smack-dab middle of the Ravenclaw room. He stood there for half a minute, staring at his roommates, but they didn't move or break the handshake. What the hell are these two weirdos doing? But looking at them didn't give him answers, and he was exhausted. So Eddie acted like he didn't know them and walked past them to his dorm room. **********. Quinn West, MC, Marcus. Marcus Belby, A Deal of Friendship, Quinn. Eddie Carmichael, grinding hard, I am too tired for this shit. Chapter 103, Leviathan's Underpass, and the Raven. 90%. A very calm Quinn horizontally floated at the near bottom of Hadal Encumbrance and gazed at the triangular entrance in front of him. Leviathan's Underpass. This time it's a monster, noticed Quinn as he stared at the words written above the dark entrance. He had read that after keeping his eyes open at 70% and had, consequently, done some research on the Leviathan. The Leviathan. A mythical creature with the form of a sea serpent. Known originally as a great sea monster, in the first chapter of Genesis, the Leviathan has become synonymous with any enormous monster or creature. It was occasionally invoked to accept blame for tsunamis. According to legends, the Leviathan was a fire-breathing creature with such immense size that the sea boiled when it swam on the surface. It ruthlessly and fearlessly rules over all the creatures of the sea. The Leviathan's skin is like a double coat of mail with overlapping scales as large as shields on its back and as sharp and tough as broken pottery on its underparts. Swords and harpoons would simply bounce off such protection. It breathed smoke from its nostrils and expelled flames from its mouth, which was rimmed with teeth. Its fins radiated a brilliant light, and its eyes were like the glimmerings of dawn. In the magical world, the Leviathan was a type of dragon that lived in the deep oceans. The non-magical legends had gotten the description right. It was an enormous, long, thick serpent-type dragon and, according to the records, it weighed 5 tons, 5,000 kilograms, clocking at just 1 ton less than the largest dragon species in the world, the Ukrainian ironbelly. Even though the Leviathan was an aquatic species, they were just like any other dragon species. It was magic-resistant, had resilient scales and had fire breath. On a side note, every part of its body had magical properties. Quinn had thought about the upcoming trial, and one of his worries was to come across an actual Leviathan. If a basilisk could be kept alive for 1,000 years through deep hibernation, then there was no reason a Leviathan couldn't be kept alive the same way. After thinking it thoroughly, Quinn was 90% sure that a Leviathan wouldn't be in there because of the trials he had been through. It didn't make sense to put a Leviathan inside because of the prevailing water concept themes. Well, the Leviathan is a predator species in the ocean. It might be a Guardian-type trial, thought Quinn, followed by another curious line of thought. Who would win between a Kraken and Leviathan, I wonder? Quinn flexed his muscles, and immediately Arctic blue magic flashed. The magic originated from his body and went towards the triangular entrance, which created a glowing Arctic blue tunnel of water. "Let's go in there with the hope that there's no Leviathan," wished Quinn, but there was a sharp glint in his eyes. He was prepared to do what must be done, even if it meant killing a dragon. He floated down. His hands touched the edges of the entrance, and though he was at 100% depth, Quinn wasn't feeling an iota of it. The 100% of the pressure intensity was being thwarted by Quinn's magic, where he was applying an equal and opposite force to cancel the weight bearing down on him. Pulling his feet to his front, Quinn went in the entrance to Leviathan's underpass. Scene break. Quinn found himself teleported to the trial, and like in most Hogsme's Delight, he was directly transported underwater. However, unlike Hogsme's Delight, this room was lit brightly. Quinn looked down and saw that his feet were touching a white marble floor. When he advanced, the white floor extended ahead for around 50 meters. The entire passage was covered with a circular wall of water. It was a tunnel with a white marble straight path as the floor. The space outside the water tunnel was an expanse of blue, and Quinn couldn't see an end to the expanse. "Ah, so this is the underpass, huh? A tunnel through the water. Though I am still underwater," noted Quinn as he took in the surrounding scene. He looked straight ahead to the other end of the tunnel and saw another triangular entrance, but this one without a title above it. This entrance was like the one in Hogsme's Delight, although it had another patch of water with a different flow than the surrounding water. There was nothing solid at the end of the tunnel and a wall of water sealed off the end. Noticing that, Quinn looked back and saw the same wall of water. He raised his hand to touch the water wall. He found that the water wall was solid, and his hand didn't cross through the water wall. "Now, what is the deal here? I can see that I have to walk to the other end of the tunnel and enter that entrance," observed Quinn and thought about what this trial was composed of, but nothing popped out to him from the get-go. "No way, this is a simple path. What is the catch here?" Quinn raised his hand, and some of the surrounding water fived to form a long ice spear in front of him. "Let's see how this does." Saying that, Quinn shot the ice lance straight ahead towards the other end. The ice lance raced through the water, and contrary to Quinn's expectation, the ice lance didn't face any obstructions, didn't trigger anything before it entered the triangular entrance, and disappeared. Unexpected, really unexpected, thought Quinn before turning his eyes to the floor. Another 7 ice lances manifested from the water and shot towards 7 different parts of the path, but every one of them bounced off without scratching the marble. Nothing at that, too. "Ah, I need to go in myself. Don't want to do that, really don't." Quinn sighed and took a step forward on the whiter marble, one more, and then another. As he moved forward, a very faint blue line shone on the marble floor. That delicate line on the floor went unnoticed by the boy as he walked ahead. Thwip. 10 strides in the walk towards the other end of the white floor, Quinn felt something on his body. The feeling was confusing and sudden, and it was only after 2 additional steps that he abruptly stopped and looked down on his shoulder. There he saw red coming out of his shoulder. He couldn't see his shoulder because of the red staining the water, but Quinn could feel a deep gash above his collarbone. As the realization hit and the pain set in, Quinn felt 2 more parts of his body rip, more blood spurted out from his calf and waist as deep gashes marred his body. One of Quinn's transfigured gills also got cut, creating further complications. What the hell? Alarms blared inside Quinn's head as his eyes showed panic and alertness muddled with pain and onsetting heaviness because of the continuous blood loss. His mind was slowing down because of his condition. It took Quinn a few moments to focus through the pain and channel his magic into the safety insignia. And as he did that, Quinn's darkening vision saw a swirl of water fissure come into existence 10 meters in front of him, and from the center of that swirl a pressurized jet of water appeared, ripping through the water towards Quinn. In defense, Quinn was only able to raise his hand. It didn't help much because the jet of water had cut through the muscles of his arm and pierced his body below his chest, just out of the heart's vicinity. He activated the teleportation, and before disappearing from the Leviathan's underpass, Quinn saw 4 more swirls forming in the water, ready to shoot lethal, cutting jets of water. Scene break. The water from the triangular entrance set Quinn down on the floor of the stone cave. For a moment, Quinn's eyes remained closed as he leaked red blood on the floor. Then his eyes snapped open, and no emotion could be seen in his eyes or on his face. Pain. Pain was something Quinn was familiar with. It was something that he had constantly felt during the time he was trying to get his magic back. Every time he loosened the hold on magic, his magic would rush out, and that would cause pain. With the volume of magic inside Quinn's magical core, the rampant magic had enough juice to cause pain for hours before it drained the core of magic. When Quinn finally decided to confront his magic, that pain followed him for hours every day, and Quinn had to bear with it for a good chunk of the day, every day, till he was able to get his magic back under his control. But in those unpleasant days, the pain was Quinn's primary motivator. It was something that Quinn didn't want to feel. As such, Quinn focused on his emotions to ignore the pain. And now, the pain had returned because of injuries. And with those injuries came back panic, a rush of urgency, and fear among multitudes of emotions. Negative emotions were absent from Quinn's regular, peaceful life, but under the current circumstances, they surfaced and came back to his life. Occlumency detached Quinn's emotions to the second level so that they were all but a buzz at the back of his head, but his magic remained firmly connected to his emotions. 5 points of injury: shoulder, flank, calf, upper abdomen, and forearm. Quinn's mind sunk into an analytical mode as he analyzed his body. Quinn slightly moved his shoulder and felt the first point of injury. Shoulder, deep cut in the trapezius muscle. Left shoulder disabled. The clavicle bone is safe and unharmed. His attention moved down his body to his waist, and Quinn slightly flexed his abdominal muscles. Flank muscles, external oblique, internal oblique, transversus abdominis, 3-layer of muscle penetration. Quinn groaned in pain because of the injury. Internal injury, large intestine injury possible, degree of injury unknown. Then came Quinn's analysis of his mobility, and that was dependent on his legs. Severe calf tear, diagonal tear. Conclusion: right leg mobility severely restricted. Another critical injury had sharply reduced Quinn's ability to move. He had practically lost his right leg. After that was the turn of the injury Quinn was most worried about. Upper abdomen wound, no exit wound confirmed with severe blood loss. Punctured lung hindering breathing. Quinn was relieved that his heart wasn't injured. The closeness of the injury had been very stressful to him. The last injury was to his forearm and had slightly fractured his bone and had a flexor tendon, which had rendered his left hand's finger useless. Finally, Quinn closed his eyes, and his study and practice of healing magic came to use. A mix of blue and green light flashed inside and across his wounds and slowed down his blood loss. But the blood work wasn't over as Quinn's skill with blood magic came into play, and he mitigated the blood flow to the uninjured veins and arteries. The injuries are too serious for me to heal right now. I need to get out of here, decided Quinn, thinking about his physical situation. His injuries were severe, and Quinn wasn't sure if he would be able to heal them on his own. He wanted to get out of the aquatic vault because apparition was disabled in here, meaning that if he failed to stabilize himself in here, Quinn wouldn't be able to call Polly to pop him to the hospital wing where Poppy could take him. While inside Hogwarts grounds, house elves could elf-apparate inside or outside on their own. But if they had another being with them, they couldn't bring them out or in with them. Meaning that if Polly came to Hogwarts, she wouldn't be able to bring Quinn out of the castle grounds, but she was allowed to apparate him to any part of the castle that wasn't warded off to the house elves. Quinn wanted to get out of there before his condition degraded so that if he did fail to heal himself, he would have Polly pop him to the hospital wing. With grunts and groans of pain, Quinn conjured a stretcher to his side. After rolling onto the stretcher, Quinn stuck his body to the stretcher with magic. The stretcher was levitated and brought Quinn to the tunnel, and after raising itself vertically, the stretcher with Quinn attached to it entered the tunnel. The bubblehead charm covered Quinn's face to provide him oxygen inside water. Scene break. The stretcher with Quinn came out of the tunnel into the Great Lake. Water magic took over and raised Quinn above as he controlled the direction he wanted to go. Quinn strenuously looked to the side, hoping that the Kraken would notice him and carry him to the lakeshore so that he wouldn't have to use water magic to get out, but it seemed that the fates weren't with him today because the Kraken's eyes were closed and it seemed to be sleeping. Need to hurry, thought Quinn. He didn't stop to lament his bad luck. He immediately ramped up the water magic, which would have been difficult because of his current condition. But the negative emotions were very potent when it came to magic, and Quinn was solely channeling them to provide that extra juice. The water around him pushed him up, and Quinn zoomed to the lakeshore while a calm bubble of water protected him from any disturbance. Working through the pain, which Quinn hadn't numbed because it was helping him with a stronger connection to magic and kept him awake, Quinn came out to a portion of the shore with trees. He didn't want to be disturbed and wanted to work in peace. The stretcher laid itself on the ground, and immediately, Quinn started to heal himself. Very slowly, healing magic began to work on Quinn's body and started to knit the very inner portion of his injuries. Quinn knew that he wouldn't be able to completely heal himself and completely recover at the moment. He would need potions and multiple healing sessions for that. So, currently, Quinn's focus was to stabilize himself so that his wounds weren't life-threatening and he could move without degrading his injuries. With his eyes closed, Quinn worked healing charms and spells to slowly and carefully heal his injuries. But it seemed that fate and Lady Luck definitely weren't at his side because Quinn felt a chill descend on him. Something that sucked seemed to want all the joy out of everything. Quinn opened his eyes, and through his tired eyes, saw half a dozen Dementors descend upon him, with more Dementors circling above in the distance. And from the looks of it, they too were coming down towards him. Ah, this is great. Just King great. Spat out a tired and busy Quinn and stared at the 6 Dementors. A Patronus was out of the question because Quinn was working with negative emotions, and right now, he was amid fixing his body. If he tried to use a Patronus, the healing magic would be interrupted and further complicate his injuries. Panic increased, and even though he couldn't feel it, the annoying buzz in the back of his head got stronger. Quinn heavily sighed and murmured to himself. I didn't want to do this. I really don't want to do this. I don't want to dip into that. His eyes got a little sharper as he decided. But it is the best of all the choices I have. He didn't want Polly to come here and see him all injured with a horde of Dementors coming down to get him. If she saw this, Quinn was sure that his grandfather would pull him out of Hogwarts, and he wasn't ready for that. Not to mention there would be further consequences to his lifestyle. Quinn closed his eyes and firmly declared to himself. Do it. Ask for it. And, hurry. We don't have much time. Then Quinn waited for the thing he wanted to happen as he continued to heal himself. The chilling presence from the Dementors became colder, but just before the happiness-sucking demon sucked the joy out of him, warm and positive energy enveloped him, bringing a smile to Quinn's face. Excellent, smiled Quinn and opened his eyes to see a bright silver, translucent raven flying between him and the Dementors. The raven Patronus turned towards Quinn and stared at him for a second before turning back towards the Dementors. Then Raven flapped its wings fiercely, and as it did, the raven increased in size from a normal-sized small raven to an eagle-sized bird, but the size increase didn't end, and the raven continued to grow. Within a span of seconds, the small raven had grown to an elephant-sized behemoth of a bird. The silver light from the raven Patronus was so bright that Quinn had to close his eyes to protect his eyes, but a small smile graced his face. Feeling relieved, Quinn went back to concentrating on healing. The elephant-sized raven flew up and towards the horde of more than 100 Dementors. The wraith-like dark creatures ran away fastly in all directions, doing their best to avoid the raven Patronus and even the slightest silver light coming from it. The creatures that made beings cower were now fleeing in fear because of the Silver Guardian. After chasing away the Dementors, the raven Patronus returned. It shrunk down to the size of a regular raven and flew circles around Quinn. Quinn opened his eyes as the healing magic stopped working. He was stabilized, no longer in life-threatening danger, and was healed enough to move around slowly without moving. Off you go, said Quinn and dispelled the raven Patronus, but not before saying, thank you for protecting me. The Patronus flapped its wing rapidly before it was dispelled by Quinn. Ugh, now I need to work this out, sighed Quinn as he got up from the ground with a grunt. This sucks. Quinn conjured a robe over his body and walked towards the castle as the sky dark, onsetting the nighttime. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk. Quinn West, MC, low on HP, hit points. Status, injured. Chapter 104, Summons, Repayment, Negotiation. Quinn entered the AID office limping. He had conjured a shirt and pants over his body and under his robes in the time he had traveled from the Great Lakes shore to the AID office. Other than his punctured lung, which he mostly had patched at the lakeshore, most of Quinn's injuries were still raw. All the muscle wounds were being protected and being medically stabilized by magic. The fractured bone didn't lose any bone fragments, so Quinn was able to completely fix it. But the muscles were torn and ripped apart by the pressure jet. To fix them, Quinn needed to drink a muscle protein nutrient potion that would provide the body with the material to restore the muscles. Quinn slumped down in one of the client chairs and leaned into it before diving into his mind and recalled the information about his potion inventory. I don't have enough doses. 2 standard dose vials won't work. He looked at the red workshop door and sighed, I will have to make it work for now. Quinn raised a single finger, and a painting on the wall levitated and from behind a rose gold key flew out. The rose gold key flew towards the red workshop door and entered the key slot before turning to open the door. This rose gold key was a spare as Quinn's clothes were still hidden near the lakeshore. Quinn had built detachable pockets that he attached to his clean robes every morning. The primary key was in one of those pockets, so Quinn had to use this spare key. The door lock unlocked with a click, and with an act of magic, Quinn manually opened the cylinder bars lock system that kept the door extra secured in case someone found a key. After the door opened, 2 vials of dull, dark red potion flew out towards Quinn. Quinn grabbed one vial while the other one entered the conjured pants pocket. Uncorking the vial, Quinn drank the potion in one gulp and set down the empty vial on the table. He closed his eyes and felt the muscle protein nutrient potion immediately took effect. The potion provided the muscle protein nutrient to the body, and Quinn cast healing magic to utilize the concentrated intake of the nutrients. With the healing magic doing its work, Quinn got up from the client chair and moved to his bar stool behind the table. Opening the stationery drawer of his table, Quinn took out a sheet of black paper and a fountain pen with golden ink inside it. It was the same color scheme as the AID cards, gold on black. But before he used the pen and paper, Quinn opened another drawer and took out a fake silver sickle. He pumped magic into it. Previously, he hadn't wanted to risk diverting focus and magic because the injuries were severe, but now he was comfortable diverting magic and focus as his wounds were stabilized. The fake silver sickle transformed to say, "Office," on both sides. Quinn put the coin back into the drawer and turned his attention back to the black paper. "Let's keep it simple and authoritative," said Quinn as he uncapped the pen and thought about what to write on the black paper. After forming the words and sentences in his mind, Quinn began writing. 2. Ms. Hermione Granger. Date, May 16, 1994. Subjects, summons for repayment. Ms. Granger. You are duly summoned and required to report at the AID office on the main corridor, West Sections, 5th floor, for repaying the debt owed to me for helping you in your time of need. You are required to appear within 30 minutes of receiving this letter. The moment you open the envelope this letter came in, I would be informed, and the clock would start. For your sake, please comply with the instructions to the point and without any delay. Regards. Q. West. Proprietor. AID Consultations. This will do, nodded Quinn, folded the black paper into thirds and put it into a white envelope, and addressed it to Hermione. As he sealed the envelope, Quinn charmed the lip of the envelope in such a way that when it was opened, Quinn would know. As he completed the letter, the office door opened, and his assistant, Luna Lovegood, entered the room. You called? Asked Luna as she skipped into the room. She raised her arm to show a leather and sterling silver bracelet on her wrist. The silver piece on the bracelet showed the words "Office" on it. The sterling silver piece was charmed with the protean charm connecting the bracelet with the fake silver sickle. It was a way for Quinn to summon. Quinn raised the letter in his hand and asked. Yes, can you go to the library and hand this to Hermione Granger? She will most probably be there, but if she isn't, go to the Gryffindor common room and ask a Gryffindor to call Hermione Granger out. Unfortunately, Quinn didn't have recon on his person, or else he would have told Luna Hermione's precise location. But fortunately, Quinn had a lot of key people's regular routines memorized. Luna took out the envelope from Quinn and looked at the Hermione Granger written on it. Okay, shrugged Luna and put the envelope inside her robes. Luna, please make sure that she gets the envelope immediately and tell her that she is to open it immediately. You have to give it to her as soon as possible, insisted Quinn, as he only had a little over 4 hours before the window closed, and he wanted this to end within an hour or two. Also, after you give it to her, don't return to the office for today. When you go to dinner, tell Eddie and Marcus that I am busy and won't be attending the meal today. Tell them it isn't something to worry about and to not look for me. Luna tilted her head and seemed confused about why Quinn was asking these things. But the serious tone in his voice told her that she should just comply. She did stare at him observantly, but nothing seemed out of order. Now, go on and hurry, instructed Quinn. Luna nodded and exited the office to find Hermione Granger to hand over Quinn's letter to her. Quinn sighed in relief and dropped the glamour spell, revealing a slightly pale Quinn. Good thing I thought of disguising myself. He closed his eyes to concentrate on the healing magic to direct the healing process, waiting for Hermione to arrive. Scene break. As Quinn had predicted, Luna found Hermione in the library, reading away from a thick tome with brows furrowed in concentration. And even though she looked severe, Hermione was having a good time as she read the book. Hermione Granger. The mention of her name made Hermione look up from her book and notice a girl with blonde hair and silvery eyes looking at her, standing really close to the table, which surprised Hermione. Yes? Asked Hermione tentatively. She recognized the girl in front of her and knew who Luna was. She had noticed the younger girl because she usually hung out with Quinn West's group of friends. Luna frowned at the tone and asked. You are Hermione Granger, right? Hermione blinked and nodded in response. Oh, good. I thought I found the wrong person. Luna took out the envelope that Quinn gave to her from robes and presented it to Hermione. This is for you. Hermione confusedly received the white letter envelope from Luna and read her name written in beautiful cursive calligraphy with gold ink. Who is this from? Asked Hermione. Something told her that the letter envelope wasn't from Luna. The letter is from Quinn, answered Luna. Quinn. The person who was sitting at the table with Hermione, reading her own books, spoke up. She had been listening to the conversation, but when Quinn came up, she joined the conversation. Quinn West. Luna looked at the person and saw a girl with red hair and green eyes, a sharp look in the girl's eyes as she stared at her. You are Ivy Potter. You are pretty, commented Luna, complimenting the girl. From what I know, there isn't another Quinn in Hogwarts. But yes, Quinn West. What does he want? Asked Ivy, briefly glancing at the letter in Hermione's hand. Luna shrugged her shoulders as she replied. I don't know. He just said to deliver the letter. She turned to Hermione and instructed, he said to open the letter immediately. And now I am done, so bye. After saying that, Luna turned and left without giving the two girls a chance. She would have stayed and talked to the two, but she had an article to write for Quibbler, and Quinn wanted Hermione to read the letter immediately, so she didn't want to delay that. Luna's abrupt exit surprised Ivy and Hermione, and they just stared at her back as she walked away. Only after Luna had disappeared from their sight did Ivy and Hermione look at each other with surprise. That was. I don't know what that was, commented Hermione, still taking in the meeting with eccentric Ravenclaw. Yes, it was rushed, added Ivy and then pointed at the envelope in Hermione's hand. Open it. Let's see what he wants. Hermione opened the envelope and took out a thicker than usual black paper. This is definitely from him, said Hermione, immediately connecting the black sheet with the black AID cards. Her guess was strengthened when she saw the gold words upon unfolding the letter. Ivy watched as Hermione read the letter and noticed that her eyes widened almost immediately. What is it? What does it say? It is a summons for repayment. He is going to ask me to do something for him, just as he said he would, said Hermione, passing the black letter to Ivy for reading. I need to be there within 30 minutes, and he knows that I opened it, read it. Hermione had always told Ivy not to worry about the incident as they couldn't change what had happened, and they would worry about it when Quinn asked them for repayment. But now that time had come, Hermione started to worry about what Quinn would ask from her. Ivy read the letter twice and then looked at Hermione. Let's go. I will come with you. She held the worried Hermione's hand and assured. I will be there for you, don't worry. Hermione breathed and nodded, thankful for her best friend's support. Scene break. Quinn opened his eyes when he heard the door chime ring. He immediately put on a glamour so that everything seemed normal. It masked the pale skin with some exhaustion with magic, and Quinn looked no different from the norm. Hermione Granger and Ivy Potter entered the office with different expressions. Hermione had nervousness on her face which she was trying to hide, whereas Ivy Potter had caution and vigilance flashing in her eyes. The two girls looked around the office, and the two couldn't get used to the fact that the AID office was lit up with white light coming from an unknown source instead of candle chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Welcome, Miss Granger, please come in, and I would be lying if I said I didn't expect you to tag along with her, Miss Potter, sighed Quinn when he saw two people enter his office instead of one. Now that you two are here, please take seats so that we can start. We have much work to do. Ivy didn't reply and followed Quinn's instructions and sat down in the client chair, with Hermione sitting in the other chair. Quinn raised his hand towards Hermione with palm up. Hermione looked at the hand with confusion, but a split second later, she understood the meaning, retrieved the letter Luna had given her and placed it on Quinn's hand. Quinn gripped the letter and threw it above his head behind him. The letter was incinerated into nothingness and smoke immediately after. He ignored the astonished expression from the Gryffindor girls and started. So we all know why I have called you here. To repay the debt, answered Hermione shortly. She glanced at Ivy, who was staring at Quinn, who wasn't paying any attention to Ivy. You are correct. And before we start, I can see that you are nervous. So I would like to reassure you that what I am about to ask will affect nobody other than myself. What I am trying to convey is that your lives won't be any different from before you received the letter today. You can pretend that nothing happened, and it won't make any difference. Ivy narrowed her eyes. Quinn's words didn't reassure her one bit. What's the task? She would decide if the task would affect people after listening to what Quinn had to say. Quinn locked eyes with Hermione and opened his mouth to say a phrase that revealed a lot. I need the time turner. Hermione and Ivy's eyes widened to the size of saucers when the words came out of Quinn's mouth. Tea time turner. What do you mean? I don't understand, stuttered Hermione, trying very hard to pretend to be clueless. Ivy, on her side, closed her eyes when she heard the shakiness in Hermione's voice. The obvious yet poor attempt to hide didn't help one bit. That stutter reveals everything, Miss Granger. You need to practice lying if you want to fool anyone. A ghost of a smile graced Quinn's lips. Miss Granger, you have been attending classes for 12 subjects. Without special circumstances, there is no way you would have been able to attend all those classes. You have to understand that 12O.W.Ls are rare but not unprecedented. A lot of to-be head boys and head girls have attempted and succeeded in accomplishing this feat, but the difference between them and you is that those people didn't sign up for all the subjects. Whereas you signed up for every subject class, and from what I have gathered, you attend every single subject. It wasn't compulsory to sign up for all classes to take OWL exams. In theory, a student could give all 12 OWL exams without attending a single session of all subjects. Most of the students who got 12 O.W.Ls did exactly that. Hermione rubbed her temple as she asked with a sigh. But how did you know that I was using a time turner? Time turners weren't mainstream knowledge, it weren't the first thing that popped into one's mind when thinking about Hermione's situation. Even when Ivy Potter noticed something weird about Hermione and noticed that her timetable didn't make sense. It took Ivy to pry the answer off of Hermione to know how she managed to attend classes from 12 subjects. Ivy wouldn't have figured it out on her own. Most people, when hearing about your situation, wouldn't think about it if they aren't close to you. Most people would just sigh thinking about the load that you were taking and then move on with their life. Quinn pointed at himself and continued. Unfortunately or fortunately, I am not like most people. When I heard what you were doing, because I am a busy person and have a strict time management schedule, I immediately thought about how you were doing this. And one day, I decided to investigate, and after some days of eliminating multitudes of viable and non-viable scenarios, I was able to figure out how you were doing this. The last remaining theory was a time turner. Then Quinn decided to plug an event that would strengthen his made-up argument. Do you remember the first day of school when you and Harry Potter were called out to Professor McGonagall's office by her? Hermione nodded as that was the day she got the information about the time turner. I understood why Harry Potter and I were there, but you didn't have to be there, so while investigating, that thought popped into my mind. It made me assume that Professor McGonagall assisted you in some way, that you didn't find a way on your own, and that made the search radius a lot shorter. Professor McGonagall is a busy person and wouldn't be able to help you out every hour, so I was able to deduce that you were using a magical item from that. Hermione and Ivy sat in their seats and watched as Quinn went on to state surprising insights about how he was able to narrow his final guess to a time turner, all while keeping an expression that seemed to appear that what he did wasn't anything special. And that is how you got the time turner, but enough about this, let's come to why I have called you here, explained Quinn before putting on his business face and stating his demands. I want to go back in time. You have the means to accomplish that and will provide me with the time turner. No, came Hermione's immediate answer. Lending out her time turner wasn't an option in Hermione's mind. Once Ivy had asked to take the tag along because she wanted to see how it felt, but Hermione had put that idea down before Ivy could finish a single sentence. I understand your apprehension. The Ministry has tight control over time tuners. I assume that Professor McGonagall got your time turner from the Ministry. You are only allowed to use it only for your studies and nothing else, stated Quinn, knowing that he would face some resistance. But as I told you, what I will do while back in time wouldn't affect anyone but me. My actions are extremely isolated and won't affect anyone. The only people who even know that something happened are already in this room. Quinn could still see the resistance and unwillingness on Hermione's face, so he decided to give her another piece of reassurance that could possibly convince her to allow him to time travel. Miss Granger, how about this? You and Miss Potter here can come with me. I won't go alone, and you can see firsthand what I do while in the past. If you think I am doing something that you aren't comfortable with, you can ask me to stop, and I will give you my word that I will stop. He gauged Hermione's expression and thought as he waited for her response. Don't make me stun you and steal the time turner. I don't want to erase your memories. I would have to erase Luna's memories, Eddie's and Marcus's to tie loose ends, and I don't want that. Luna had delivered the letter to Hermione, and Quinn had instructed her to inform Eddie and Marcus that he would miss the meal. So to effectively tie all loose ends, he would have to erase that Luna was ever called into the office and asked to deliver the letter. And by now, she would have met Eddie and Marcus, relaying the information, so he would also have to erase their memories to complete the erasure of the entire incident. Hermione took a while to make her decision. Ivy Potter sat by her side, silent. This was Hermione's decision, and if Hermione wanted some advice, Ivy would offer it, but not before asking. Ivy had listened to the entire conversation, and if she was in Hermione's place, she too wouldn't have been comfortable allowing Quinn to go back in the past. But the conditions that Quinn was putting forward were favorable to them. If she didn't have a choice to refuse, then Ivy would agree to Quinn's demand, given that he followed through with his promises. I agree with your demands. All three of us will go jump back to the past, declared Hermione with a half-resigned and half-determined expression. Quinn smiled and responded. Excellent. ************. Quinn West, MC, negotiating a deal, tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Hermione Granger, frequent time traveler, holds the only time turner currently in Hogwarts. Ivy Potter, moral support, vigilantly watching Quinn's every offer. Alan L., editor, watching everything unfolding while eating popcorn, *****. Fiction-only reader, author, Nanny. Chapter 105, Jumping Back in Time. Excellent, smiled Quinn. The tough and first part of the problem was done. Now he only needed to get the straightforward part over with. I have done some research with the time turner, but you are the authority here. Tell me, how should we do this? Hermione Granger was anything but uncertain. When she decided to do something, she went forward with composure, focus, and without second-guessing her decisions. Now that she had agreed to Quinn's demands, her previous hesitations were put aside. She put her hand inside her shirt and pulled out a sparkling necklace that had an hourglass with blue sand. "Oh, that is shiny," commented Quinn. Now that the difficult part was over, he was much relaxed, so carefree comments flowed out. Ivy and Hermione looked up from the time-turner and saw that Quinn was closely observing the time-turner with a smile on his face. Time-turners that are issued by the Ministry of Magic have an hour reversal charm placed onto them. They had a limit of traveling back a maximum of 5 hours, which is the determined safety limit to the person and the fabrics of time itself, explained Hermione before asking Quinn a question. "So, how long do you need to go in time, because if it is more than 5 hours, then we are already over before we start." Quinn knew that because of his knowledge, and that was why he had hurried to call Hermione. If there wasn't a time limit, Quinn would have waited till he was fully recovered. "I want to go a little under 3 hours back in time." "I see, then it's fine. This time-turner turns back time in hours, meaning that we will go back 3 hours in time," nodded Hermione. "Next, we need a place where we can't be seen. Somewhere we won't be disturbed." "We need to find a place that has been empty for the last 5 hours, conveyed Hermione, another rule about time-turners. "Professor McGonagall has given me a key to one of the deserted and unused classrooms that I use when jumping back in time." Quinn pointed his hand towards the office as he said, "I knew that, so I have taken measures to ensure that we won't be disturbed in here. No one will be coming here today. I will lock the door, and just to be extra careful, we will start here." Quinn pointed at the workshop as he finished. Ivy and Hermione looked at the workshop door and noticed that the door was different. Especially Ivy, who noticed that the new door looked much sturdier than before. "Yes, the door is new. I had to make another one after our previous altercation. You won't be able to break it as easily as you did before," chuckled Quinn as he read their thoughts from their expressions. The two girls twitched after hearing Quinn's remark. Hermione retrieved her eyes from the red door and nodded. "This will do. Now, before we go back, where are we going?" "We will be going to the woods near the Hogsmeade station, near the lakeside. As I told you, my actions are going to be extremely isolated, and the location is the reason for that isolation." "What are you going to do?" Quinn shook his head and spoke, "I will tell you after we make the jump and reach the woods." Ivy narrowed her eyes at Quinn's refusal to tell the details, but because Hermione didn't say anything, she kept quiet. "Well, let's get this over with," sighed Hermione, while guessing that asking Quinn again would be a waste of time and effort. The boy in front of her always had a shroud of mystery around him, and she didn't think that the shroud would come off today. "Good, follow me so we can get started," said Quinn as he stood up from his bar stool. He took out his fake wand and pointed it at the office door, melding the door and frame together. The two Gryffindor girls stood up and followed after Quinn as he pushed open the red workshop door. Quinn closed the door after everyone was inside. Last time, when Ivy was in the workshop, it was dark because she didn't know how to turn on the lights, but this time with Quinn with them, the workshop was brightly lit, and everything was clearly visible for them to see. Hermione and Ivy watched with wide eyes, taking in the things that they could see. There was so much stuff in the room that the variety stunned Ivy and Hermione. "Miss Granger, let's get going. I would like to get started quickly, so we can get this over with quickly," spoke Quinn to the girls, who were occupied looking around. "Yes. Come closer to me," said Hermione as she pulled on the chain of the necklace with the time-turner. Then, the chain expanded. It actually kept on expanding until its length satisfied Hermione. "Get under the chain such that it is surrounding all three of us." Ivy and Quinn walked closer and lifted the chains over their heads to walk inside the circle. The redhead girl and black-haired boy looked at each other with their vivid green and stone-gray eyes as they stood in close proximity. Quinn slightly smiled as he looked down towards the shorter girl while Ivy stared up with a stern, non-nonsense face. "You look like Daphne, right now," commented Quinn suddenly and smiled when Ivy's face twitched. His objective had been fulfilled. Hermione looked at the two and cleared her throat, and asked, "Are you sure?" 3 hours. "Yes, 3 hours will do. We'll be back here by the end of these 3 hours." He looked at Hermione and added, "We should hurry because 3 people just entered the office." Quinn pointed at the glass wall. Hermione's eyes widened as she immediately understood what Quinn meant by his word. The 3 people that entered the office were the ones from the future. She immediately turned the hourglass timepiece thrice, triggering the time-turner and slipping through the sands of times. The bright workshop dissolved. Quinn had the sensation that he was flying very fast, backward. A blur of colors and shapes rushed past him, his ears were pounding, he kept calm and observed the phenomenon through all his senses. And then he felt solid ground beneath his feet, and everything came into focus again. Quinn stood next to Hermione and Ivy inside the dark workshop. There was no light because there weren't any windows, and the rune lights were not turned on. Quinn turned his neck slightly to adjust the chain of the hourglass timepiece cutting into his neck. "We've gone back in time," Hermione whispered, lifting the chain off and looking at Ivy, and Quinn's figures appeared in the darkness. "We went 3 hours back." "Excellent. Let's get going." "It will take longer than usual for us to get to the woods," said Quinn as he walked towards the workshop door. "Huh, what do you dash?" Ivy asked what Quinn was talking about when she noticed a clearly visible limp in Quinn's stride that was previously missing. "Why are you limping?" Quinn opened the workshop door and turned his face back to look at Ivy to state in a voice that made it seem that he was saying something obvious, "I am injured." "The limp wasn't there before we jumped back in time," chimed Hermione as she looked at Quinn's feet. "I was being careful, but now that we are here, I can tell you," said Quinn as he entered the office. The girls followed as his voice became faint. "I got injured, and we are going to make it so that I don't get injured further." Ivy and Hermione looked at each other and followed, who kept walking with the limp in his step. "You got injured in the woods?" questioned Ivy, trying to get information from Quinn. "Kind of. Yeah, I got injured near the woods," said Quinn as the three exited the office and the door locked itself. Ivy watched as Quinn looked around the corridor with an uncomfortable expression. "What happened?" Quinn briefly glanced at Ivy before going back to look at the corridor. "We have to make sure that we aren't seen. We aren't part of this time till the 3 hours pass, we don't belong to this time just yet. So, I would like to not be seen until the time after we return to the office after 3 hours." To make sure that this entire operation remained isolated and contained as much as possible, Quinn wanted the three of them to not be seen. Ivy and Hermione understood Quinn's point of view. Hermione looked at Ivy, who looked at her, and the two best friends talked with their eyes behind Quinn's back. After a few seconds, Ivy sighed and nodded. "I have the Marauder's map on me." "We can use that," said Ivy looking at Quinn's back, who turned to face Ivy and locked eyes with her. "Really? Finally, some luck. Then let's use the map. It will make our job much easier. I guess your tagging along is paying off." The map alternated between the Potter siblings every day, and it turned out that today was Ivy's turn. She took out the map from her robes and activated the original inspiration for recon with the secret phrase. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." The ink appeared on the old parchment as Ivy unfolded the map and manually looked for their position. "My recon has a voice-activated autolocator," thought Quinn proudly. Ivy found their position, and as she did, Quinn noticed that the map only showed Hermione and Ivy. Quinn was missing from the map. "It seems I'm still not traceable with the map," smiled Quinn as he looked at the map. "That makes me happy. We tried to fix it, but it didn't work," spat Ivy as he lightly glared at Quinn. "That makes me happier," laughed Quinn at her tone. "Let's talk about this later," reminded Hermione, who was the only one experienced with time travel. She had gotten used to managing time, and her two companions were wasting precious time. "Ah, yes, we should hurry. With my limp, it will take us longer to get there," nodded Quinn before motioning Ivy to step forward. "If you would be so kind as to lead the way, Pathfinder." Ivy ignored Quinn and stepped forward to lead the way, while keeping an eye on the map to see the people in their surroundings. Quinn, who was following Ivy, sneakily and silently cast a group disillusionment charm that worked on Quinn's understanding of physical illusions and light manipulation to turn the trio invisible. It was high-quality magic, and it was much better than his previous work this year as an invisible vigilante. The fact that he had been noticed prompted Quinn to figure out a better spell that wouldn't become vulnerable while moving. The general disillusionment charms worked on light manipulation, so Quinn upped the quality of light manipulation and beyond by adding aspects of physical illusions to provide another layer of depth to the stealth. The three eventually made their way towards the woods, taking the party around 3/4 of an hour to get to the point that Quinn wanted. "All right, we are here. We are going to make camp here and wait till the event starts," informed Quinn. He took out his fake wand for show and transmuted the ground to rise up to form 3 plateaus before transforming them into stone. Quinn plopped himself down on one of the flat stones and gestured to the girls to take their seats as well. Ivy and Hermione looked to their surroundings and saw that they were barely inside the woods, which had the Great Lake on one side and the Hogsmeade station on the other. From the way Quinn was sitting, they could deduce that whatever was about to happen was going to happen at the Great Lake's side. After the two finally sat down on the transfigured stones, Quinn spoke up, "We have time before I have to start working, so to pass the time, I would like to make some things clear." Ivy and Hermione glanced at each other while thinking that Quinn was about to tell them what was about to happen, but what followed differed completely from what happened. "First, Miss Potter," addressed Quinn. He took a short pause before continuing. "You were at the wrong place at the wrong time. I was going through a bad time when you came across me. And well, you know what followed. Ivy silently stared at Quinn with a totally expressionless face. It was clear she was using a clemency. She knew that Quinn was talking about the polyjuice incident. If times had been better, even though I wouldn't have condoned your actions, I would have simply ignored you and moved along minding my own business. But the circumstances lead to what happened. And I truly and from the bottom of my heart am sorry that I threatened you and your family. It was true, Quinn would have ignored Ivy in Daphne's form and would have walked away because of his then reluctance to get involved with the events. The sin curse had decreased those inhibitions, and he vaulted into the incident with a particular savageness. Emotions could be piqued from behind Ivy's clemency barrier as surprise appeared on her face. She wasn't expecting this from Quinn when he said that he wanted to pass the time. Next, I don't really mind you breaking into Professor Snape's ingredient inventory to get the potion ingredients. To me, it just showed that you guys were resourceful. I probably would have just mail-ordered the ingredients, but I'm sure you didn't have that option. Quinn knew he was saying that he didn't mind identity theft and breaking an entry. But the truth was that he truly didn't mind it. Quinn was what you called a serial legilimens, which meant that he regularly used legilimency. Every mealtime while he was in the Great Hall, Quinn would use legilimency to peek into the unsuspecting mind of numerous students. Tens of students had no idea that their minds were being read while they chatted and ate their meals. In his second year, Quinn had drugged Ron Weasley to get information out of him, which was again a tremendous violation of privacy. His first meeting with Ginny Weasley had turned into a walk where he tried to go through the girl's recent life. He had practically hacked into a computer system to get the private passwords of numerous accounts. Recon was just that, as he even had the passwords to the professor's private quarters that were practically like their apartments. So when Quinn said that he didn't mind the stuff that he had held against them, he was speaking the truth. Nonetheless, I vehemently oppose you breaking into MY office. That wasn't cool at all. The reasoning that you girls based your opinion were, pardon my language, idiotic. Hermione was about to speak, but Quinn stopped her and continued, I know what I am saying is highly hypocritical, but the truth of the matter is that I am somewhat of a hypocrite. Another example of Quinn's hypocrisy was his thoughts about the Lockhart incident. He felt that Lockhart got his punishment but didn't like the fact that it had come from himself. Quinn would have been fine if it came from anyone else than him. And that was classic hypocritical behavior. When Quinn stopped and Hermione said what she was planning to say, you know that what you said makes things worse. I know, but the thing is, what I said is the honest truth. The only reason I am telling you guys this is because, at that time, I was going through a tough time, and telling you guys just lets me get a load off my chest. Hermione Granger and Ivy Potter stared at Quinn, who had an honest smile on his face. Both of them knew what Quinn said was in some ways a lot worse, but the tone and delivery of his words made them confused if they should take it positively or negatively. If you are sorry, then why did you call us to repay? Asked Ivy. She had dropped her clemency. I said that I didn't appreciate you breaking into my office. That thing is still pretty much entirely on the table. And while I never wanted to ask you guys to repay the debt, Miss Granger's debt was my best option. If I had something that would help me resolve this on my own, then I wouldn't have given her a single second of thought. Quinn shrugged and referenced. I praised you guys for being resourceful because I like to think I am resourceful as well. This was just me being resourceful. So no hard feelings, all right. Quinn was now done with what he wanted to tell them. He had said everything he wanted to say. He had apologized for threatening the Potter family, about staining James Potter's reputation, getting them expelled, among other things. He didn't mean any of those things, and those kinds of threats would only be true if they had done something that Quinn couldn't reverse or get out of easily. Because even though his grandfather and Leah would support him and he would inadvertently gain the support of the Dark faction, the whole spiel would be a tremendous pain in the ass for Quinn. The party of three sat in silence, with Quinn monitoring the lakeshore while Ivy and Hermione contemplated the words that Quinn had spoken to them. After half an hour, Quinn suddenly stood up from his stone and garnered the attention of his companions. It is time, said Quinn as he stared at the lakeshore. Quinn's abrupt stand surprised Ivy and Hermione, who were sitting silently for the past half hour. They followed his eyesight, and their eyes widened in shock when they saw a heavily injured Quinn West come out of the lake. They were sitting at a distance, but even from there, both could clearly see the wounds on Quinn's body. The gashes on his body were deep and broad, and only their distance from the past Quinn dissociated them from the gory scene. What happened to you? Exclaimed Ivy as she removed her eyes from the past Quinn to their companion, Quinn. I got injured and am currently in the process of healing myself, replied Quinn, who had his eyes fixed on his past self. Should we help you out? What should we do? You should have told us about this earlier, rapid-fired Hermione as she frantically looked back and forth from both Quinns. Quinn raised his arm to motion them to calm down. You two don't have to do anything. Please remember that you are only here to keep an eye on me. You two simply need to stay put. I will take care of everything. Hermione and Ivy had stood up from their seats and were now looking at the past Quinn. Both waited for Quinn to do something, but he just stood still and kept on staring at his past self. "Why aren't you doing something? You are going to die," exclaimed Ivy, anxiously looking at the injured past Quinn. With every second that Quinn didn't respond, she grew more uneasy, and after some time, she couldn't hold it back anymore. "You are mad. I'm going to help him. He is going to die." And stepped forward, fully intending to help the past Quinn. Quinn glanced at Ivy and sighed. With a slight twitch of his finger, a white dome force field appeared around Ivy, causing her to halt within the confines of the magic. There was a sudden and sharp jump in tension between the group. Ivy threw a wary look at the dome around as she took out her wand. Hermione, who was still standing near her stone, also took out her wand in apprehension. "Miss Potter, nothing will happen to him. He will not die from his wounds. The fact that I am standing here is proof that he will come out of this alive," spoke Quinn, attempting to pacify Ivy as he threw a glance towards Hermione. "He is currently healing his wounds. I'm proficient in healing wounds. I'd like you to calm down. I assure you that he won't die." Neither Ivy nor Hermione at this point knew how time worked, so it wasn't unusual that they would be stimulated by the sight of a badly cut up person. People with lawful good alignments can be a hassle sometimes, thought Quinn. But he was a little surprised. Even after what had happened between them, Ivy would readily try to save him. The force field around Ivy disappeared, freeing her from the confines. "And please try to remain quiet. I had to cast a silencing ward around us to stop the voice from reaching him. We need to complete this stealthily," instructed Quinn before going back to observing his past self. Hermione gingerly walked to Ivy and stood by her friend. "Did you notice him casting a ward?" "Because I didn't." Ivy shook her head in response, her eyes locked on Quinn, who didn't look worried at all. "Do you have any idea what is happening? Why isn't he doing anything? Didn't he say that he wanted to reduce his injuries? Why isn't he helping his past self?" "I don't know," started Hermione, but her voice came to an abrupt stop. Ivy watched as Hermione's face took an expression of horrified shock. "What?" spoke Ivy and turned towards where Hermione was looking and saw the thing that had Hermione stuck in frightening shock. A flying tornado of dark cloaks descended from the dark evening sky. Hundreds of gliding wraiths gathered above the past Quinn, circling in the sky as some of them silently flew down towards the injured boy. The hundreds of creatures had a grim effect on the surroundings as Ivy and Hermione felt the temperature drop around them. "It's time." They heard Quinn speak as he calmly looked at the hundreds of hooded cloaks nearing his past self. "The Dementors are here. **************** Quinn West, MC, I am a hypocrite of a high order. Ivy Potter, Pathfinder, lawful good. Hermione Granger, tensed, what is happening? Fiction-only reader, author, alright, Dementors, 3, 2, 1. Go. 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 Alan L., editor, this is getting interesting. Smiley face. Chapter 106, Dementor Horde, Time Magic, Free Will. The Dementors are here. Quinn, Ivy, and Hermione watched a horde of more than 100 Dementors descend upon the injured past Quinn. Ivy's eyes went back and forth between Quinn and the scene near the lakeside. She stood frozen, troubled by the scene. Every second, her nervousness and impatience grew stronger. She turned to Quinn and outright screamed. "What in the world are you waiting for? Do something. You are going to die." She knew that Quinn could cast a Patronus, as Hermione had told her about Quinn's Patronus demonstration in McGonagall's office. "It isn't time yet. He has to say it for me to move. I need his permission to act. Without it, I'm not going to act," declared Quinn, still staring at his past self with unblinking eyes. "What? What? What?" thundered Ivy as she incredulously gawked at Quinn. She couldn't understand what was going on in Quinn's mind. It was then that the past Quinn spoke some words that were audible to the group. "Do it. Ask for it. And hurry. We don't have much time." Ivy, who was thundering at Quinn, went silent. "What did he say?" she asked. "He said, do it. Ask for it. And hurry. We don't much time." Hermione repeated the words said by past Quinn and glanced at Quinn, who had finally raised his fake wand. "Not the most accurate wording. I already asked and am already here. But I will let it slide since you're injured," chuckled Quinn, and immediately after, a silver glow of light burst out his fake wand. Ivy and Hermione had seen Quinn's Patronus during the train ride to Hogwarts, and at that time, they were only able to identify it as a bird, but this time, they clearly saw the form of Quinn's Patronus. A raven, muttered Hermione, watching the silver bird fly towards the past Quinn. Previously, they were stunned because of Quinn's lack of action. But now they were astonished as they gawked at the small-sized bird growing into an elephant-sized raptor, who chased away the horde of Dementors that numbered greater than 100. I'm still injured, sighed Quinn internally as he looked at the elephant-sized raven Patronus. If I wasn't injured, I could have ramped it up to the size of a giant. After the raven Patronus chased away the Dementors, Quinn made it fly around his past self for protection. It's done. Now, we have to wait for him to get up and go to the office, sighed Quinn as he plopped back down on his stone. The two girls turned their heads from the guardian Patronus to Quinn. Their eyes widened another fraction after they saw a paler than before Quinn. Quinn took out the dull, dark red, muscle protein nutrient potion vial from his pocket and gulped it down to replenish his body with another dose. Sit down, he will take some time to heal himself and go back to the castle, called out Quinn to the stunned girls. What did you just drink? Questioned Ivy, eyeing Quinn's hand, which pocketed the empty vial. Quinn briefly pulled up his left sleeve in response to show the girls a laceration, and inside the wound, they saw the muscle fibers constantly twitching. The wound was covered quickly, after which Quinn explained. I'm still not healed. What is happening to him happened to me a few hours ago. I couldn't heal the wounds of this level in the time I had. On that note, I need to prepare some dittany to make sure that these don't scar, thought Quinn. Quinn was still relatively new to healing magic, and even though he was miles better than the people who had studied with the time he had, Quinn still couldn't heal the wounds of this level without leaving scars. Hermione walked back to her stone, and after sitting down, asked, Can you please tell me what is going on? I need to understand what is happening. Ivy had also sat down and was looking at Quinn with a look that asked the same question. All right, let's start with a question from my side, and this is open to both of you. What is the greatest magic of all? Asked Quinn with a smile on his face. Friendship. Love. Quinn put on an off-put face as if repelled by their answer. After seeing that expression, the two girls felt embarrassed. What the hell is wrong with you two? He looked at Hermione and spoke, Friendship. Friendships break all the damn time. You won't even talk to most of the people you know from Hogwarts after you graduate. Then turning to Ivy, Quinn spoke in the same incredulous tone. If a mother and son are iced in an alleyway by a psychotic murderer, it isn't because they didn't love each other enough. That is ridiculous. Love is love. Magic is magic. Even if you are talking about the strongest emotion that can stimulate magic, Miss Potter, all emotions are the same. Love is just easier to access because of how we humans perceive emotions. Then what is the answer? Asked Ivy, feeling embarrassed of Quinn's expression and tone. Chronomancy, exclaimed Quinn. The greatest magic of all is chronomancy, the magic of time itself. If a person can manipulate time, then they are invincible beyond anything. Every change in the world is in reference to time. Life and death are just states that come with time. One moment, you are alive, but the next, you can be dead. But if you control the time, you can control life and death. Everything can be at your fingertips with time. If you look into the future, you'll know what is to come. Nothing would ever be able to faze you because you can already see it coming. Even if you can't solve something, you have the ability to rewind time until you are successful. If you can slow, reverse, fast-forward time, then there is nothing you can't accomplish. Quinn raised his right hand wide while keeping his left hand down to reduce movement. And right now, we are manipulating time to our advantage. He looked at Hermione and continued, something Miss Granger has been doing for the entire year. But with such great power comes danger equal to the advantages. Time is dangerous, complex, chaotic, and not something to be messed with without proper understanding and knowledge. You must know what you are trying to accomplish and how you want to accomplish that, said Quinn with an earnest tone, enunciating his every word so that they would be clear and intelligible. So you understand time. You know what you are doing, questioned Ivy. Quinn slightly chuckled at the questions. Oh, no. Not at all. I don't understand time. It's too complex for me to even get into the basics. But I know what I'm doing. I know enough to pull off what I'm trying to do, or maybe not. Yeah, I'm sure I don't know enough. Hermione and Ivy looked at each other with skepticism. Quinn's words didn't actually inspire confidence in him. Quinn continued to explain, ignoring their expression. I can't manipulate time with magic, the time turner takes care of that. I just needed to make sure that I keep my presence as little as possible to reduce my influence on the timeline. This is why I insisted we must be hidden to the limit. No interaction with anyone after making the jump back in time makes sure that we have a minimum effect. Now, do any of you know of the closed-loop theory, or causal loop theory, of time? Asked Quinn. The two girls shook their heads. They didn't know the answer. A causal loop is a temporal proposition in which, by means of time travel, a sequence of events is among the causes of another event, which is, in turn, among the causes of the first mentioned event. In simpler, just in other words, when a future event is the cause of a past event, which in turn is the cause of the future event. Seeing that the girls were still confused, Quinn rolled out the current situation as an example. Let's take this current situation as a reference and an example. I got injured, and while I healed myself, a horde of Dementors swarmed around me to prey upon my soul. In that moment of desperation, I called upon a future version of myself to help me out from this situation by protecting me with a Patronus, explained Quinn and then pointed to Hermione. All of this was only possible because I had the knowledge and means to procure a time tuner from Miss Granger. Without her time turner, it wouldn't have been possible. Moving on, a future version of mine came back in time and helped me out, allowing me to live past this unfortunate situation. Quinn was cut off, and Hermione raised a doubt. So you are saying that time works in this closed-loop theory? It made sense because what she had been doing was like this, but from what Quinn said, time was supposed to be complex and not something as simple as this. Oh, no. Of course not. I wish it was something so simple. Professor McGonagall must have told you about the catastrophic events that unleash with time turners, said Quinn and then gave some examples. Killing their past or future selves by mistake or altering one's life path in such a drastic fashion that it can result in temporal anomalies such as unbirths. And these scenarios are anything but closed loops. Did you know? Once, the Unspeakables down in the Ministry sent back one of their people 500 years into the past. She stayed there for 5 days, and when the Unspeakables finally pulled her back, she died because it turned out that if you sent some back and forth in time, they aged the time they travel back. The Unspeakable aged rapidly and died because of old age. And a lot more consequences that really caused more problems. Quinn scoffed before he pointed out the restrictions placed upon the time turners. The 5-hour restrictions might be due to safety reasons, but believe me when I say this, we can do substantial damage to the timeline in mere 5 hours. Ivy and Hermione didn't know Quinn well enough. But after what they had seen today, both were sure that he wasn't jesting. Coming back to the point. What I did was create an artificial closed loop. I created circumstances that would keep the series of events as close to the actual events. By doing this, I would reach the same place where my future self did when saving me. This time Ivy had a question, and from the tone, the subject irked her. Doesn't this mean that there is no free will? Once the cycle starts, you will have to follow the course that was set for you. Quinn ever so faintly smiled and turned his gaze towards his past self. You may be correct, Miss Potter. This type of time travel doesn't allow free will. Once started, every Quinn West will have to follow the path of events that was set for them. He turned back to Ivy and asked. But I did have free will in this case. The events that you saw are exactly the same as I encountered. Look back to the events and think about when my free will came into play. Both the girls went into retrospection about the recent events. It took a couple of minutes before Ivy came up with an answer. When you refused to move until you heard the words from your past self. Is that the free will you are talking about, opined Ivy, though not sure if her answer was correct or not. Ding dong ding, nodded Quinn and sang as the answer was correct. I know myself better than anyone else. So I know that in this situation, every Quinn West would use this method because all of them would think this is the best choice. But even though they know that, it is their choice, their free will to start the loop despite knowing that they would have to continue onto a path that won't give them any more free will. But what if your past didn't make the same choice? What would happen then? Asked Hermione. Quinn shook his head as he answered. I don't know. Maybe we would have disappeared, our existence erased forever, maybe we would have stayed here and we would have 2 sets of Quinn West, Hermione Granger, and Ivy Potter. Most probably, the Unspeakables in the Ministry would detect the disturbance in time and then hunt us down to somehow fix things up. Quinn was sure that if the past, himself, that was healing himself right now didn't go back in time, around the same time he traveled here, then the Unspeakables would notice some form of agitation in time. And you still did this? Asked Ivy in disbelief at Quinn's decision to go through this. Yes, I did. I told you, didn't I, Miss Potter? You need to know what and how you are doing things, and if you know those things, the results will turn out how you want them to be. Every step I took was to ensure that things went smoothly, declared Quinn with confidence and certainty about his preparation. And the fact that it worked for my future self, who helped me out, shows that it is possible for me. But your past self still hasn't gone back to the past. What if he decides not to go back? What if Ivy and I refuse to go back with you? Questioned Hermione, as from what Quinn said, all 3 of them need to go back in time. Oh, he will go back, Miss Granger. He knows the fact that I am here and that the time turner only allows one-way travel. My past self owes me for saving him, He will repay me by exiting this time, so I can take his place, laughed Quinn merrily and looked the two girls straight in the eye. You thought that I only placed others in my debt? Oh, no, even me, Quinn West, owes myself a debt. He will now go to another time and get another Quinn West under his debt, who will pay the debt, and the cycle will continue. Quinn straightened up and softly smiled with superiority flashing in his eyes. This might sound corny, but one mountain cannot contain two tigers. There can't exist two Quinn West at the same time. There can only be one, and, in this timeline, it will be me. As much as Quinn loved himself, he wasn't on board with another one of him existing alongside him. Miss Granger, tell me, why do you think I brought you both here? Quizzed Quinn. I know you are expecting to give you a different answer than us trying to stop you from doing things we are uncomfortable with, presumed Hermione. Smart girl. Yes, I brought you two here for a reason beneficial to me. Give it a thought, smiled Quinn, curious if they would be able to figure it out. While Hermione and Ivy thought of the answer, Quinn thought something inside his mind. Why am I giving them all these questions? I should just tell them the answers. Whatever, this is going well. Quinn knew he let people ask questions to control the flow of information. But today, he was asking them questions and guiding them to the answers. I knew that there was a personal angle, commented Ivy, as her eyes narrowed a fraction. But I can't figure it out. What is it? Quinn smiled before looking at Hermione to see if she had an answer, but the holder of Time Turner too didn't have an answer. Quinn thought back to the time he was thinking about stealing the Time Turner. Even though he thought of doing that, Quinn knew that Hermione would be coming with him. Ivy coming with them was decided the moment she decided to step into the office. He wasn't going to let them stay with the knowledge of what he was doing. All right then, I will tell you. The reason I proposed the idea of you two coming along with me was that I wanted to turn you two into accomplices, revealed Quinn. He wanted them to know what position they were currently in. I was determined to get the Time Turner from you, Miss Granger. And when you decided to allow the use of a ministry-restricted artifact, given to you for education purposes, for something not even closely related to education made you an accessory to a crime. But when you made the decision to accompany me, your status jumped to an accomplice. Hermione's eyes widened because she knew that allowing Quinn to use the Time Turner could get in her trouble. Hearing that her original reasoning of making sure Quinn didn't do damage had turned against her. Quinn turned to Ivy and told the redhead about her contribution. Miss Potter, if you, on a side note, didn't accompany me, you would be, at first, what we can call an abettor, someone who allowed the crime to happen, although didn't help in the crime. Now though, you turned into an accomplice by accompanying me back in time. While Hermione's jump was from an accessory to an accomplice, Ivy's jump was wider, as she turned from an abettor to an accomplice. The reason Quinn allowed them to come with him so readily was that he wanted to implicate them with him. So, if a time came where the two girls were feeling loose-lipped, they would remember that the secret they were about to slip could get them in trouble. I'm sorry if this hurts, but I had to do it. I can't allow this to get out. This is something very private to me, apologized Quinn. Hermione's Time Turner was the resource that had allowed him to maintain anonymity. If it wasn't an option, Quinn could potentially have to reveal the existence of the third vault. You were a great help, so I do feel sorry for chaining you down like this. But just as I promised at the office, this doesn't affect anyone other than me. Miss Potter made sure that no one saw us inside the castle, and our location made sure that no one saw this event. We can forget about this, and it won't matter, muttered Ivy, staring at Quinn, who nodded. Yes, I'm not planning to tell this to anyone, and if you don't, it will remain a secret between us three. The three fell into silence, with none of them wanting to speak. The two girls contemplated the events that had transpired while Quinn observed them. After some time, Quinn noticed that his past self got up. He silently cast a minor mental illusion on the two girls, so they wouldn't see him getting up from the ground and clothe himself with conjured clothes without a wand. When his past self was done, Quinn lifted the mental illusion and alerted the girls. He's done. Ivy and Hermione turned their heads to see the clothed past Quinn limping towards the castle. What's next? Asked Hermione. We wait for Luna to enter the office. When she leaves the office, we go to the office, responded Quinn, looking at Ivy as she possessed the Marauder's map. I want to be in the castle, the less the better, before our past selves leave. Minimum footprint, minimal interference. Scene break. Quinn, Ivy, and Hermione reached the AID office while making sure they weren't seen. Are they gone? Asked Hermione to Ivy, who had the Marauder's map open in front of her. Ivy nodded to affirm that their past selves were no longer in the workshop, which prompted Quinn to limp towards the red workshop and open it to check inside, to confirm that the workshop was empty. They are gone, smiled Quinn, turning to the girls. Congratulations. The mission is complete and successful. He limped to the barstool behind his table. Quinn looked towards the girls and spoke. If you hurry, you can still get to the feast with enough time to get a quick bite. Hermione nodded with a sigh. She was definitely feeling both tired and hungry. Thank you once again. Both of you helped me out a lot, and I'm grateful for that, smiled Quinn. Hermione looked at Ivy and was about to gesture to her best friend that they should leave, but then saw that expression on her face, and for some reason, it reminded her of the time when she asked Quinn about the information on the basilisk after they had been blackmailed by Quinn. Oh, no, what is she about to do, thought Hermione with worry, and then Ivy spoke. Were you the one who saved us inside the Chamber of Secrets? Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk. Quinn West, MC, yeah, even me owes me a debt. Ivy Potter, a better to accomplice, next time on HP, AMJ. What answer will she get? Hermione Granger, accessory to accomplice, thinks today was more stressful than the night before an examination. Chapter 107, The Slip, Hoverboard, Leader. Were you the one who saved us in the Chamber of Secrets? Quinn, who was planning to brew a batch of muscle protein nutrient potion and prepare an essence of dittany for his wounds, stilled for a split second. He wasn't expecting this question. The thought that Ivy Potter would ask him this hadn't entered his mind. There were still some times where Quinn didn't associate the decision and actions he had made last year with himself. So when Ivy threw this sudden bomb at him, he genuinely stopped for a moment. But his acting skills came in clutch as there were no sudden actions from Quinn's side as he gained composure almost instantaneously and glanced up at Ivy, following the eye contact with a confused tilt of his head. Pardon me. Miss Potter, I might have told you about the chamber's location, but I haven't been to the actual Chamber of Secrets. I only know that its entrance is somewhere inside Myrtle's laboratory, so believe me when I say that I didn't save you, said Quinn before putting on an expression of curiosity. I actually don't know what happened down in the mysterious Chamber of Secrets. Can you tell me what happened? He had no intention of ever telling anyone that he had been down in the Chamber of Secrets. It would raise many questions that Quinn currently didn't want to answer. Even now, there were glass vessels full of basilisk venom and multiple basilisk fangs, locked away in his suitcase, secured for the day when Quinn needed them. Ivy didn't respond and continued to stare at Quinn for a solid few seconds before turning her back to Quinn and walking towards the office door. We're leaving, said Ivy to Hermione. Quinn turned towards Hermione and nodded to her as a goodbye, who returned it before following Ivy to leave. After they left, Quinn groaned as he got up from his bar stool. That was sudden. At least I handled it smoothly, sighed Quinn. He limped to the workshop and spoke as the door opened. Now, let's get my body fixed. Scene break. Hermione and Ivy walked away from the AID office. As Quinn had said, there was still some time left in the dinner feast, and both were walking to the Great Hall. Ivy, probed Hermione, glancing at her silent and contemplative best friend. Hermione could guess it was about her question to Quinn but still asked. What are you thinking? The question had been sudden as most of Ivy's abrupt actions when dealing with Quinn, but Hermione had to give it to Ivy because she asked questions that she was curious about or found useful. Ivy didn't look at Hermione as she replied. He was the one who saved us. It was Quinn West who destroyed Riddle's diary. But West said he didn't. He did, and he was lying, spoke Ivy, still not looking at Hermione as she continued. He mentioned something that only someone who has seen the chamber's entrance would know. He did, furrowed Hermione, trying to recall what Quinn said, but nothing popped out to her. Yes, West said that the chamber's entrance was somewhere in Myrtle's laboratory, and that implies that he had never seen the entrance, but then he slipped up. He asked me what happened to us in the chamber. Yes, but how is this him slipping? Asked Hermione, confused. It's the words he used. He didn't use something like inside the chamber but used down in the chamber, said Ivy, finally turning to Hermione. West claims that he had never seen the entrance, so how does he know that the entrance is a tube that goes down to the chamber? Last year's event had led Ivy Potter to think a lot about her interactions with Quinn West. And one thing that she had perceived about Quinn West was his carefulness with words. He chose what to reveal carefully. Usually, he wouldn't make such a slip, but West was clearly hurt and uncomfortable. With those injuries, he unknowingly let that slip. From that, we not only know that he has seen the entrance but also has been inside there. Ivy was convinced that her reason was correct. He was the one who saved us. I am sure of it. And just as she thought last year, this made things complicated. To Ivy Potter, Quinn West was a person who never did anything without a reason or some kind of self-interest. So why would he come down to Chamber of Secrets when he knew that there was a deadly monster like the basilisk present there? After thinking a lot about it, Ivy couldn't think of a reason Quinn would come down to a dangerous place. There was nothing inside there that would be worth it for Quinn to risk his life. She didn't want to think that Quinn did it selflessly, without any profit, and that made things complicated. Ivy Potter was conflicted. Scene break. Come on, run faster, this pace isn't good enough. Show me some spirit. You want to play as soon as possible, right? Said Quinn as he moved behind a slightly panting and sweating Eddie. What are you doing? Why are you pushing me today? Asked Eddie as he huffed and puffed. Eddie had attended the Ravenclaw Quidditch team tryouts for the chaser position. With his daily workouts with Quinn, mixed with his own flying sessions, Eddie passed the tryouts with flying colors and was by far the best chaser applicant from the lot that tried out. It turned out that Eddie was like a game character who completed all the side quests before attempting the main boss because the result from 3 months of persistent workouts, broom training, and the daily grind had allowed Eddie to breeze through anything that was put in front of him. Eddie was innately tough and didn't seem to scare away from incoming blood jares and didn't dodge too early, which could lead to missing opportunities and was the biggest problem with new chasers. During the tryouts, Eddie's bludger dodges were so close yet so smooth that the people watching were in awe while sweating at the sheer fearlessness that he displayed. It had prompted Quinn to yell out, "Mad lad," a ton of times from the stands. But that wasn't even the crazy part about Eddie's tryouts. It was his quaffle throwing skills that had everybody in shock. It turned out that Eddie had a way with the quaffle. He was able to swing the quaffle in every possible direction. Eddie was so damn good that none of the Ravenclaw keeper applicants couldn't block a single throw from Eddie. And it didn't get any better when the official Ravenclaw keeper switched in to test him. Eddie, the quaffle bender, successfully scored every single time he threw the ball. In fact, Eddie's performance was so good that he was already better than the 3 starting chasers. And the only reason he wasn't on the team was that the chaser position required teamwork. Unlike seeker and keeper, chasers and beaters had to work together to keep the quaffle and blood jares moving. Eddie needed to be inducted into the chaser system to function on the team. The team was already planning to make Eddie the primary scorer because of his quaffle throwing skills. Eddie thought that now that he had joined the team, he could relax a little, but it seemed Quinn had different plans. You passed the tryouts, but if you want to be the best chaser, you need to be able to handle the beating from other chasers, who will try to fly into you to knock the quaffle out of your grasp. You need stamina and strength to withstand those blows, so we are upping your training, replied Quinn while still following behind Eddie. Don't think now that you have made the team, you can relax. Nope, to attract the ladies, you need to shine, and I am going to make you shine on that field. Edo turned his head back towards Quinn and looked down at Quinn's feet. And what the hell is that? Quinn was following behind Eddie, but he wasn't running like Eddie was. Beneath Quinn's feet was a dark blue skateboard deck-shaped structure with bronze streaks, but without the other components like the truck and the wheels. And Quinn was standing on a wheelless skateboard that hovered off the ground and gilded behind Eddie as he ran. Oh, this is a hoverboard, smiled Quinn, leaning forward that made his speed increase and overtook Eddie. He rotated after he got past Eddie and faced him while moving and was now moving along the board's breadth instead of the length. It uses similar charms employed to make brooms, though I have made changes to them. This baby isn't as fast as a broom and can only hover a few feet above the ground, but it has much better control with a silky smooth ride. And if you can hold onto it, you can scale any surface as it can grip onto surfaces while hovering over them. It is pretty easy to control it by shifting your weight to change speeds and brake. Eddie looked at the hoverboard painted in Ravenclaw colors with fascination and wonder. Holy shit, this is amazing. Are you planning to sell these? I want to buy one, asked Eddie as he continued to run. You can have one, smiled Quinn before saying. But, I am not going to sell these. Eddie looked up at Quinn's face and spoke in surprise. But why? This will probably sell more than brooms. I think parents would buy these instead of toy brooms. You have to sell these. Don't you think I thought of that? I already know if I sell these, they will fly off the shelves. But I can't sell them, sighed Quinn before revealing his reasoning. If they go out, people will stop walking. And that is how people get fat. He looked at his feet and declared. This invention of mine is too dangerous for the magical kind. I'm doing this for the sake of the world. Brooms were big and long, so people didn't use them in their daily lives. But Quinn's hoverboards were small and compact. If he sold them, Quinn was sure that obesity would increase among the magical kind. People would stop walking and literally stand on his invention to get places. Also, this looks almost exactly the same as the non-magical skateboard. I'm sure that most of the governments would ban it because if people bought these, one of them could easily get into the hands of a non-magical person. Then change the shape into something else, problem solved, shrugged Eddie, without realizing that Quinn was very slowly increasing his speed, and he was subconsciously trying to keep up with it. I know that, but as I'm not going to sell these, I don't need to. I will change the shape of the one I'll give you, so it won't cause you trouble. The only reason Quinn had brought the hoverboard out was that he was injured and needed to act like nothing was out of place. The first thing he did in the morning was the workout with Eddie. And Quinn never skipped a workout, so to make sure that Eddie didn't notice anything was wrong with him, Quinn decided to sacrifice Eddie's comfort by pushing his workout intensity up a notch while pretending to be a trainer monitoring him. Now, come on. Move those legs. I want to see enough sweat to fill a glass, but remember to stay hydrated. Eddie groaned as he picked up the pace. This sucks. Yeah, show me that spirit. Whine more if it helps, I don't care. You suck. Ah, thank you for the compliment. Scene break. Rivers Locke returned from his low-level clerk job at the ministry to his humble home. He opened his letterbox to check to see if he had some mail waiting for him. Taking out the contents, Rivers shuffled through the various pamphlets, advertisements, subscriptions, and some personal letters. Rivers looked at a cheap envelope with nothing written on it, not even the sender's name or who it was addressed to. He opened the envelope and retrieved a folded parchment with words written in untidy scribbles. As Rivers read the parchment and his eyes widened in shock. He immediately folded the parchment, looked around the street, and hurriedly entered his home. Inside his home, Rivers sat down on his dining table. And once again read the letter that was left in his letterbox. This is fascinating. I didn't know this existed, muttered Rivers to himself as he reread the contents. The Shrieking Shack has a secret passageway that opens up beneath the Whomping Willow. Rivers Locke, pure blood, was a man in his mid-20s who worked at the ministry as a low-level clerk. His daily job was collecting the memos from his office area and charm them into airplanes, so they would reach their destination across different parts of the office. A job that caused him to face a lot of abuse when someone didn't get the memo or pretended to not get the charmed memos. It was a menial and repetitive job that had no scope of future progress, and Rivers only did it because he needed to pay the bills. On the personal side of his life, Rivers lived a lonely life, alone without a significant other or even a pet. He didn't have much contact with his family because they liked his older brother better because of his more noteworthy ministry job, while he was stuck as a lowly clerk. That was the Rivers Locke, which was presented to the public for everyone to see. A person with low self-esteem, who didn't stand up for himself, let others walk all over him, let others take advantage of him, didn't know how to socially navigate a work environment, someone others wouldn't give a single look of significance. He was just another face in the crowd, forgotten after a single glance. In actuality, Rivers Locke was anything but how he showed himself to the world. A person with low self-esteem. No, Rivers Locke was a person with overflowing confidence in himself and pride that he was better than others. He wasn't a person who didn't stand up for himself. If you crossed Rivers Locke, he would make sure that things would come around to bite them back. He didn't forget easily and held grudges. It would seem that others were taking advantage of Rivers, but it only was because Rivers did nothing about it. If he wanted, they would end up losing instead of taking advantage. He wasn't a socially inept person. Rivers knew exactly what he was doing. He made sure that people wouldn't give him another glance, that they wouldn't think of him as competent. It was all just for show. All of it was a facade so that people wouldn't find the real him. The real him that the world wouldn't accept because they couldn't understand him. So Rivers Locke hid away and put on a mask, something that wouldn't gain him much attention, so that he wouldn't have to pretend much. He didn't make friends because that would be more pretending. He didn't get into relations because he wasn't interested. His family didn't seem to take an interest in him, and that was fine with Rivers. But, unfortunately, or fortunately, Rivers found that he couldn't hide his authentic self. He needed an outlet that would let him vent the things that were locked away. To achieve that, he created Novellis Actionites. Somewhere he could be himself but at the same time remain in the shadows. Rivers knew what he was doing, and because of that, some aurors or even some members of Novellis Actionites knew who he was. He was able to control an entire terrorist group without ever revealing his identity, not a single aspect that would point out that Rivers Locke was the one who started Novellis Actionites. And right now, the anonymous leader of Novellis Actionites was sitting on a vital piece of information that allowed him to get inside the castle, which was said to be the most secure place in the country. Rivers rubbed his finger over the bottom of the parchment, and while he considered the information in the letter extremely useful, he didn't like the fact that this letter was delivered to his home. The sender had somehow figured out his identity that he had been able to hide from hundreds of people and the authorities that were out to get him. Peter Pettigrew, muttered Rivers with a flat voice as he stared at the sender's name at the end of the letter, with not a single emotion on his face. Chapter 108, Getting Better by Learning. Quinn stood in front of the full-size mirror in his, Eddie's, and Marcus's dorm room while twisting and turning his body. He was looking to the mirror to see the state of his body. All right, no pain, no scarring, the coloration is consistent, everything seems to be back to normal, noted Quinn as he jumped, flexed, and moved his body to check if his body was functioning normally. The Leviathan's underpass incident had been 3 days ago, and it had taken Quinn this time to heal himself while pretending that nothing was wrong with him. With copious use of glamours and illusions, Quinn was able to hide the fact that he was walking around with a punctured lung and a ripped intestine amid healing. After the Time Turner events, Quinn had pulled an all-nighter to fix enough stuff that would allow him to function without arousing suspicion. For 3 days, Quinn had spent almost all his time in the room of requirements, fully concentrating on healing. Quinn didn't have experience with healing humans. Sure, he could heal minor wounds, but this level of injuries wasn't something he had tackled. So every step he took was planned with caution and executed with excess care, even if it meant that Quinn spent almost every waking second of his day casting healing magic. But that hard work and persistence were rewarded with a complete recovery. If someone were to look at Quinn, they wouldn't realize that he was stabbed, cut, and fractured just 3 days ago. "Damn, I look good," smirked Quinn narcissistically, flexing poses in front of the mirror. At that moment, Marcus walked out of the attached bathroom after having taken a bath to see Quinn making poses in front of the mirror while dressed only in his underwear. "Don't be creepy, and drop that smirk, it's weird," said Marcus as he passed by Quinn towards his wardrobe. "Dress up quickly. I'm hungry, we need to go to breakfast." "Yeah," said Quinn, clearing his throat as he stopped posing and walked towards his bed where he had laid down his clothes. Then Marcus saw Eddie, lying face side down on his bed, not really moving. "What happened to him?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just put him through an anaerobic course. He is gassed out," replied Quinn, as he buttoned up his shirt. Marcus lifted his leg and gently kicked Eddie on his bum. Eddie groaned. "Come on, get in the shower. We need to get going," spoke Marcus as he too started to get ready for the day. Eddie groaned for a solid 10 seconds before pushing himself off the bed. He walked towards the bathroom. As he passed by Quinn, Eddie tried to kick him, but Quinn arched his back forward, making him miss. Quinn chuckled as Eddie clicked his tongue and walked into the bathroom. After getting dressed, Quinn and Marcus went down to the common room to wait for Eddie as he got ready. "Good morning, Luna," greeted Quinn and sat beside his favorite Ravenclaw, excluding himself, of course. Luna lifted her head from this week's copy of Quibbler to face Quinn. "Good morning." She then stared at Quinn for a good few seconds before asking. "It seems you are feeling all right." Quinn sat down beside Luna and raised a brow in inquiry. "What do you mean?" "I was always all right, Luna." Inside he was feeling a little worried. "You weren't feeling well for the past 3 days, but today you seem fine," answered Luna. "Why do you say that?" Luna took out a package from her book bag and turned to Quinn. "When talking to the clients in the office, you were less Quinn-like. It wasn't that different, but I noticed it. Second, you were smiling and speaking less than usual, so I assumed you weren't feeling well." She placed the package onto Quinn's lap and said, "This is your copy of the special issue of the Quibbler. It goes out next week, but Daddy sent 2 in advance, one for me and this one for you." Quinn stared at Luna in amazement as the blonde went back to reading the special issue of Quibbler while holding it sideways because of the sideways layout of one of the articles inside. He had thought that he had successfully pulled acting normal, but it seemed like someone observant like Luna, who spent a lot of time with him, noticed that something was wrong. "I still have a long way to go, it seems," smiled Quinn, but then another thought entered his mind, and it made him think, maybe it's a good thing. Quinn took out a chocolate from his pocket and held his hand in front of Luna. "This is for you, Luna. But don't eat it now, okay?" Luna glanced at the chocolate, picked it up from Quinn's hand, pocketed the small chocolate before going back to reading. Marcus came back from checking the in-house library to see if it was updated. "There are 2 new books, one on arithmancy and the second on astronomy." "Why are you smiling?" asked Marcus when he noticed a broad smile on Quinn's face. "It's nothing," replied Quinn as he put the special issue of the Quibbler into his book bag. Scene break. Quinn stretched inside the Aquatic Vault's stone cave with a severe expression on his face. He raised his eyes towards the triangular entrance and walked towards it to start the trials. As Quinn walked towards the entrance, he smoothly raised his hand to touch the orb of water, which provided him with the safety teleportation insignia. The water orb was absorbed into his body, and the blue insignia appeared on his body. "Let's do a speed run." As Quinn stepped into the triangular entrance, he began transfiguring himself. The insides and outside of his body wriggled, and the underwater respiratory system began to form. By the time he was teleported, Quinn had already taken the first gulp of water, which activated the system. Quinn opened his eyes. He felt the water around him disappear and saw the raging vortex beneath him. Without using any magic to slow himself down, Quinn assumed a diving posture and plunged into Poseidon's wrath with zero hesitation. Inside the violent water, Quinn raised his hands wide and exerted water magic. Immediately the rampaging water started to curve around him, leaving behind a much gentler flow for him to stand in. His eyes sharpened as he looked towards the center of the vortex, and even though he couldn't see the center because of the moving water, Quinn knew it was there, and he had to get there. Out was the gradual path switch approach which Quinn had used when he had been helpless against the roaring currents. But now, Quinn looked at the gentle stream of water surrounding him. Now, the angry maelstrom bent under his will, under his magic, under the control he was able to exert on anything water. Quinn contorted his body slightly, and with that movement, the magic started to build inside him. It rushed, ready to perform supernatural feats, and with a command from Quinn, it released into the world. He shot forward, and the Arctic blue magic rushed ahead and around him, forcing the water to calm down for Quinn to cruise through the path as if he owned it. Poseidon's wrath, which required Quinn to go in circles around the vortex as he got close to the center, was conquered as Quinn paved a straight route directly to the center. When he came out to the center with speed, Quinn dropped straight down, without bothering to slow himself down, and entered Toem's delight without an intermission. Quinn enjoyed the calm embrace of the chasm of darkness. But he instantly broke the calm by creating spherical waves of water to launch a search operation to the next trial. Toem's delight shook as wave after wave of deep water vibrations were sent out from Quinn, who stood straight in the water, already used to the unusual calmness of Toem's delight. He could shake the effects if he concentrated. Within a few seconds, Quinn got back the vibrations, and using haptics and magical senses, he interpreted them to find the location of the next triangular entrance. Up, thought Quinn as the entrance was above him. A burst of Arctic blue magic pushed Quinn up at a jet speed. He left behind shock waves of water in trail. Quinn didn't slow down and directly entered the entrance, which teleported him out of Toem's delight. The light from the crystal lattice assaulted Quinn's eyes, causing him to squint a little, but the moment his eyes adjusted, Quinn focused on his next target. The well of hatal encumbrance that aimed to crush anyone who dared to venture inside. And it waited for Quinn to get inside and face the challenge. Quinn stepped into the well, and despite it being a deep hole, Quinn walked to the center as if he was walking from the shallow end of the pool to the deeper side. Ripples shook the water inside hatal encumbrance as Quinn sank down into the well. Instead of just creating a small area of normalized pressure, Quinn normalized the entire well and all the water inside. The entirety of the pressure that threatened to crush Quinn disappeared as his magic applied dynamic water force to push up against the downward pressure. His magic overrode the oppressive nature of the trial and forced it to convert into something that Quinn desired. Quinn stared down towards the entrance at the bottom of the well. The words etched above the entrance stared back at him, which made him recall the jets of razor-sharp water that pierced holes in his body. His eyes closed them as he slipped into the entrance and was taken away to the place that was named the Leviathan's Underpass. The same tunnel greeted Quinn with its white marbled floor and the circular wall of water that encased Quinn inside in a tubular form. His feet touched the white marble, which had a grainy surface, probably designed to prevent slippage since there was water there. "I'm back again," thought Quinn, as he stared straight ahead at the entrance that was 50 meters ahead of him. Quinn closed his eyes, and water started to ripple around him. He felt some rage bubble inside of him. Quinn had been channeling anger the entire way. His usual methods of passing the trials were injected with the emotion of anger. And that added an aspect of brute forcing through his actions today. Quinn wanted to get here as quickly as possible without wasting time in the trials he had already passed. "You have caused me a lot of trouble in the last few days," thought Quinn, staring at the Leviathan's Underpass. It was as if he was talking to the trial. "I had to mess with time without knowing how it actually works. It could have gone wrong, and I could have lost my life." Just remembering the thought of asking someone else, even if that someone else was himself, made his blood boil. That, in consequence, made the rippling more and more pronounced. "You made me use a debt that I wasn't planning to cash in. I had to reveal a part of my life that I didn't want to share." Ivy Potter and Hermione Granger's debt had been gained while under the influence of the sin curse. And it had been obtained through blackmail, which wasn't Quinn's preferred means of gaining favors. He liked people to think that they were simply helping Quinn back when he helped them out. Quinn preferred when the other party thought they were doing things with their own free will and not because he held something to their heads. Calling that debt not only meant that he had been backed into a corner, but it also revealed something that he had been keeping under the wraps. Last year, he had to reveal the second vault to his family, and while he didn't regret it, Quinn didn't want more people to know about the cursed vaults. But then, this happened. Ivy and Hermione ended up seeing him in his most prone state, and even though they never found about the vaults, it was too close for comfort. It pissed him off. "Let's get this started." Quinn stepped forward, and the spherical waves rippled out from him, initiating his sonar vision. The waves went out, bounced off the water walls, and came back to him to whisper about the things around him. 10 steps in, Quinn felt 4 chaotic swirls twisted into existence in the surrounding water, 2 behind him, 1 above him, and the last right in front of him. Quinn did a lazy wave, and the water swirls flashed in Arctic blue before fizzling into oblivion. More. From then on out, with each step Quinn took, more and more swirls started to appear at an increasingly fast rate. You get a boop, you get a boop, you get a boop, everyone gets a boop, thought Quinn. He had his hands behind his back as he walked forward. Quinn destroyed the water swirls that were supposed to shoot pressurized jets of water before they could get them out. From outside of the water tunnel it looked like Quinn was walking on the white marble while several Arctic blue lights flashed all around him. After passing the quarter mark, Quinn cancelled out 30 water swirls every few seconds. His occlumency was working overtime to decipher the information from the sonar, and his magic casting skill was being pushed to the limit by targeting 30 randomly emerging targets. Halfway through the second quarter, Quinn had to handle 40 targets every couple of seconds. It was getting difficult to consistently destroy all targets. Need to change tactics, decided Quinn. He was getting into the territory in which one miss would hit Quinn with a pressurized jet of water that would rip any part of his body. So right after he stopped a wave of swirls to annihilate him, Quinn raised his arm up, and a dome of transparent Arctic blue briefly flashed around him. Let's see how the defense works. Quinn stopped walking, and just when the Arctic blue light disappeared, another 40 swirls appeared, and for the first time today, 40 spears of pressurized jets of water shot out. All 40 water spears collided against Quinn's dome, and every contact point glowed in Arctic blue while ripples went out on impact. All right, pretty stable integrity. Nothing seems to be getting past, noted Quinn, and once again started walking. What started at 4 swirls had now become 50 swirls and thus 50 simultaneous hits against his dome of protection. 50 hits every couple of seconds were so abundant that Quinn's dome of protection was fully glowing in Arctic blue. The color wouldn't even get to fade before another volley would light up the dome. Quinn finally crossed 25 meters, which marked the halfway point of the 50-meter path. Then, the barrage of pressured water stopped. What? He immediately became cautious and pushed magic into the dome of protection, making it glow a fluorescent Arctic blue all around. The sudden stop of attacks didn't fit well, and Quinn's hunch proved to be correct when 10 bigger, more contorted swirls of magic appeared around him. These new swirls looked more menacing, and looking at them closely, Quinn could see that water was being funneled and sucked into the swirls, making them wider and more contorted. Then the attack came. 10 beams of pressurized water came out of 10 swirls. Ooh, voiced Quinn as he felt the push of the beams against his protection. Unlike the previous swirl attacks, which shot spears of water before disappearing for new ones to appear, these were continuous sharp emissions of water endlessly assaulting Quinn's dome of protections. The power of impact was much higher than the previous type. But, it's not enough. Quinn stood up straight and once again began confidently walking ahead. For each step he took, 5 more water beams would be added to the tally, and within 8 steps, Quinn was again back to 50 attacks, but this time, he was facing a continuous assault. This is still not enough, thought Quinn. Just as Quinn had predicted, with every passing trial, things got easier for him. Not because of the trials getting easier. No. The trials were getting tough in their own way. It was because of Quinn's decision to apply water magic to solve the trials. The second he entered, Quinn employed the sonar vision he developed for Tiham's delight. He was able to tell when and where the attacks were coming and thus had an easier time defending against them. Before deploying the shield to defend, Quinn had been on the offense, fizzling out the swirls before they could shoot out their attacks. He had learned to manipulate water from Poseidon's wrath. As he had to learn the art of controlling turbulent water, the spears of pressurized water became simply another form of that. If Poseidon's wrath was an application, where moving water was used to sweep everything in its path, then, the swirls in Leviathan's underpass were applications where moving water was being used to cut through anything placed in front of them. The dome of protection which Quinn used was also water magic. The swirls were a physical offense where water was being shot at high pressure to form concentrated beams of destruction. Unlike ice, where the molecules were densely packed, water had an element of flexibility. Quinn's water magic dome, when assaulted, transferred the energy from the incoming water beam. It employed the flexibility of water to carry that incoming energy, divert it away across the dome's surface, and finally released it into the surroundings. With every trial, Quinn had gotten better at using water magic. This year he had studied a lot of water magic, and because he had to go through different water terrains every time he entered the aquatic vault, Quinn had been able to gain tons of experience with water magic. And all that experience was coming into play right now, which allowed him to stroll through Leviathan's underpass. Quinn couldn't see anything because the 50 water beams obstructed his view, but under his dome, Quinn felt safe, so he continued to walk. Quinn noticed when he walked into the fourth quarter as the 50 water beams suddenly gained a ton of strength. Oh, my, if these hit me, my body won't be solid anymore, thought Quinn, but continued to walk. What would it be? Instant gory mush. The first few shots at the start of the path, which were much weaker than the current attacks, had disabled Quinn. If he had stayed there for a few seconds more, he would have been dead. It made Quinn think about how much magic could achieve. Then suddenly, all attacks stopped, and Quinn found himself in front of the entrance at the end of the tunnel. So, it's done, huh, thought Quinn. He looked back to see the white marbled floor and the opposite end he had started at. If Quinn was honest, he expected more out of the trial that had almost killed him. I guess the element of surprise was the thing that doomed me. After thinking that, Quinn turned back to the triangular unnamed entrance. He took a big gulp of water and went through it. He disappeared from Leviathan's underpass. Chapter 109, Water Visions, Magic of Water, Reactions. Quinn opened his eyes and, once again, he was in the water. That didn't surprise him. It was the last thing that would surprise him. He looked to his side and saw that he was lying on a white marbled floor. What's the deal here? Asked Quinn to himself and tried to get up, but then things changed. The second Quinn tried to get up, the entirety of water around him glowed Arctic blue, and Quinn's eyes widened because of an emotion he couldn't describe. All thoughts of getting up from the floor disappeared, and Quinn laid back, not moving a single muscle in his body. What is this? A warm and comfortable feeling enveloped Quinn, and it was like nothing he had ever experienced. Quinn felt like he had been living in unrelenting conditions, struggling with the harsh realities of the world, and now he was at the end of the road, finally able to rest in peace. His taut muscles all over his body relaxed as the magic in the water made him relax. Without Quinn knowing, the injuries he had healed to completion somehow healed some more and then went even further. Quinn didn't realize it, but his body was going through a process of healing so thorough and miraculous that it wasn't something he had ever experienced. Things that Quinn's own body didn't realize needed healing were healing. Every single part of the body was going through healing. Every system in the 11 organ systems, including the integumentary, skeletal, muscular, lymphatic, respiratory, digestive, nervous, endocrine, cardiovascular, urinary, and reproductive systems was covered. Not a single cell in Quinn's body was left behind. Every cell in his body was being filled with a never-seen-before vitality. While all this happened, Quinn was busy feeling his magic. For someone like him, who used all his magic every day, it was needed to know how much magic he had to plan for consumption. Quinn had an excellent awareness of how much magic was there in his body. Right now, Quinn was feeling something mysterious and enchanting. My magic is being regenerated, but at this speed. Every magical human had a magical core that held all their magic, and one could increase the capacity of said cores by using more magic. Quinn did that every day by using all his magic and was absolutely confident in declaring that he had the best magic growth in the entire world. When someone used magic, they also regenerated it back, and everybody had their own magic regeneration speed. It depended on a few factors. The size of the magical core, as the capacity increased, so did the recovery speed. A person's health, if a person was facing injury, was sick because an injury, or facing some kind of affliction, their rate of recovery would be on a down low. A person's lifestyle, if one lived a healthy lifestyle, the recovery speed would be higher than a person with an unhealthy lifestyle. Rest, the recovery speed increased when a person was resting. Activities like relaxing or sleeping would exponentially increase the rate of recovery. And currently, Quinn was feeling his magic recover at a rate that he hadn't ever experienced before. It was even faster than when Quinn was asleep at his best health. At this rate, I could recover from 0 to 100 within 3 hours, no, maybe even faster. Quinn closed his eyes and immersed in the fabulous feeling. Quinn felt that he could stay in here for his entire life and wouldn't regret a single second of it. He was feeling so absolutely fantastic that it was borderline euphoric. Then Quinn felt a very gentle nudge of mental magic against his occlumency shields. It wasn't trying to break into his mind, its intention was different. The mental magic was asking for permission to enter. Quinn thought for a moment before deciding to send a legilimency probe towards mental magic poking against his shields. He wanted to see if he could find something out before allowing it entry, and the response Quinn got was that it was some kind of memory. A memory? How surprising, thought Quinn, feeling very intrigued. He had no idea who had constructed the Ivy Vault or the Sin Vault because of the lack of any kind of trace indicating their creator's identity, so to see a memory made Quinn think he would be able to find who created this vault. Quinn rescinded the legilimency probe and opened his occlumency shield to let the mental magic carrying a memory come in. Inside Quinn's mindscape, a mental representation of him looked up to see a glowing water orb followed by various shades of blue manifest, from the lightest of baby blues to the darkest of the midnight blues. And with that, the memory was revealed with a bright flash of blue. Outside, Quinn's eyes snapped wide open, and his eyes, both his irises and the sclera, turned a solid glowing Arctic blue. His chest raised up as the water surrounding him lifted Quinn up from the white floor, and as he lifted up, his body glowed in different shades of blue. The incoming memory engulfed his entire being. The memory started with a vision of extremely hot bubbling water. To match that, the water surrounding Quinn heated up, not to the point in the vision, but enough for Quinn to feel the heat. There was nothing at first, but slowly things started to change as microscopically small organisms emerged and developed in the extremely scorching water. Then the vision seemed to fast forward at an incredible speed as the water started to cool down, and with time which seemed to be eons, different mysterious creatures roamed those waters. The vision switched, and now Quinn saw a gigantic huge tsunami wave coming right towards him, and within seconds, it crashed against him. The water outside turned turbulent to match the memory and rode all over him. Rain and storm accompanied the tsunami waves, creating a tandem whose sole aim was to cause destruction. The enormity of the tsunami waves was more terrifying than whatever Quinn had ever seen, and it caused his heart to race in fear. Against the titanic waves, Quinn felt they could erase him like an insignificant bug. The vision shifted, and Quinn found himself among a myriad of fishes swimming underwater. There were all kinds of aquatic creatures that swarmed around and past him. He saw both magical and non-magical creatures gliding around. He looked down to see beautiful coral reefs below him. He felt a shadow cast upon him and the reefs, and when he looked over, he saw a large blue whale swimming over him. But then what Quinn recognized as a leviathan appeared above the whale, and the gigantic serpentine dragon dwarfed the whale and cast an even deeper shadow over both him and the blue whale. The image dissolved, and Quinn was suddenly in the air overseeing a forest full of lush and vibrant trees. Then, Quinn heard a rush of water. He turned and saw a horrifying flood trampling towards the woods. Within seconds, the angry flood crashed against the lush tree forest, and he could hear the shaking crunch of trees breaking through the roaring waves of water. Suddenly, the vision made Quinn descend into the forest, and there he saw the sickening sight of animals that lived within the forest struggling against the flood. Quinn heard the screams and witnessed the death of a beautiful ecosphere rich with flora and fauna, something that would take the area years to recover from. The scene once again disappeared like sand in the air to show a drastic change in the scenery. Quinn stood at the bank of a river stream, and on the opposite side of the stream was a herd of deer drinking water, and it was not just the deers but all kinds of animals near it that relied on the river. He looked into the clear water and watched fishes swimming by. Quinn followed a fish with his eyes, and suddenly a heron bird, who was standing by the bank, swooped in with its beak, picked a fish out of the river, and flew away. The vision again went through a change, and now he stood near a pond of steaming water. Quinn stood still for 10 seconds staring at the steaming water before, without warning, the water started to bubble, followed by an eruption as a water geyser emerged from the pond. The water from the geyser came down, steamy mist filled with the area, obstructing Quinn's vision. In the foggy mist, the atmosphere changed from humid wetness to a chilly cold. And when it cleared, Quinn stood on an ice cap over the vast, cold, unforgiving ocean. He was facing a spanning glacier that stretched across the horizon. Unlike the violent and noisy geyser, the glacier and ice caps were silent, reserved, and deadly. The ice cap beneath Quinn's feet abruptly cracked and, just as abruptly he had appeared, he sank down into the bone-chilling water. Quinn splashed around in the water. He tried to move and was unexpectedly successful. He raised his body and Quinn found himself coming up a stream of running water. At the end of the stream, Quinn heard a roaring noise, and when he reached the end of the stream, his eyes popped out because he was flung down from an edge of what seemed to be a gigantic waterfall. Quinn fell into the blasting water at the base of the waterfall, and suddenly there was no wild water. It became calm, and the model of serenity surrounded him. He felt his back touch and settle against a surface, and when Quinn opened his eyes, he was back in the aquatic vault, his back against the water marble, while staring at the light streaming through the water. Quinn didn't say anything and silently lay against the white marble floor. His mind was going through the scenes he had seen in the memory and contemplated what he had seen. His initial hope of seeing the creator of the aquatic vault had been dashed, and what he was shown had left a deep impression on his life. Quinn closed his eyes and let the feelings he was experiencing sink in. It was an indefinite time after which Quinn opened up his eyes, and they showed tranquility, unagitation, and peace. The teleportation insignia on Quinn's arm flashed with a blue light and whisked him away from the place, leaving behind a ripple. Scene break. The Kraken watched one of its tentacles as it swished back and forth and was about to add another tentacle to create a double swish when its yellow eye caught the special human coming out of the dangerous place. Kraken's eyes sparkled when it saw the special human, because it had decided today that it was going to push the tiny human a whole 7 times before letting him go. But then the Kraken noticed something odd with the special human. Through its mighty eyes, the Kraken could see a noble blue aura around the special human, something that hadn't been around the tiny human before. It had seen the same aura once before. It was a time before the Kraken had come to rest in this place and lived in the oceans. During those times, no creature of water dared to go against its mighty self, all of them bowed their heads to it and feared him. But one day, a traveler came to its territory, simply passing by, as if he was looking for a place to rest. The traveler had the same appearance as the fish people, merpeople, that lived along with him now. But unlike the weak fish people, the traveler was strong. The traveler had the same blue aura around him, and the water seemed to talk to him. The water seemed to enjoy moving along the traveler's will, enjoyed his touch, and seemed more lively when the traveler was around. The Kraken didn't know what the blue aura meant, but it knew that the blue aura was special. And now it was seeing it for the second time on the special human. In Kraken's mind, the special human just became more special. More special than almost any human it had ever seen. Scene break. Quinn stood on the lakebed in the center of the lake with his eyes closed. Water was one of the mysterious gifts of nature that supported and held life on Earth. Many indigenous communities had known the value of water for a long time. On the surface, water could be seen as food, a means of transport, an element for cleansing, purification, and initiation in cultural ceremonies. But deep down, water was something much more important, and while everybody knew it, Quinn became aware of it on a deeper level. Yet, it's the source, thought Quinn back to the sentence in the riddle. Friar was right, it was the source. Water is the cradle of life. If the sacred gift of the earth was life, water was the custodian of life. Water was sacred because it held life on Earth. A seed in the soil does not germinate until it receives water. No life on Earth could live without water. But at the same time, there was a duality to water. It can give life, but it can also destroy it at the same time. While rain brought life to the earth, storms uprooted the same life that it nurtured. If water was life, then the absence of it was death. Without water, drought and famine would overrun the earth. Tornadoes, hurricanes, tsunamis, tidal waves could wipe out all life in its path with no regard. They were the destructive phenomenon of nature that harnessed the power of the thing that covered 71% of all Earth. No matter how much any species on Earth tried to avoid it, they wouldn't be able to come out of it unscathed. Even humans, who built structures that tried to stand up to these agents of destruction, couldn't come out of it without suffering massive losses. In many mythologies across the world, floods were seen as divine retribution from higher powers sent to destroy the corrupt civilization so that rebirth could start from those waters. Water was the driving force of all nature, good or bad. Quinn had been looking at water from the perspective of magic. He thought about how it could be manipulated, how he could use it for his advantage. To Quinn, it was just something he could use magic on. The visions he had seen inside the vault made Quinn realize how small his view of water was. The visions had caused him to gain enlightenment of sorts. And from the bottom of his heart, Quinn wanted to showcase that enlightenment. Quinn deeply desired to show what he had experienced. For him, magic was the best way in which he could display his understanding, and the Great Lake was the best canvas, on which the brush of magic would showcase its charm. He knew that what he was about to do would garner a lot of attention, and if he was found out, it would be a giant pain in the future. But Quinn couldn't hold it back. Quinn could feel his magic demanded that he do it now. His ego desired it more than anything in the world. Every cell inside Quinn's body urged him to do it. His mind, body, and soul wished for it. So Quinn let his restraints go. For this one time, Quinn let desire trump logic and let his ego overtake his identity. Quinn's eyes opened, and instead of the stone gray, two orbs of glowing purple greeted the world. Scene break. Ivy, Harry, and Lily Potter walked together through a corridor to Lily's private quarter in Hogwarts. "How are your studies going?" asked Lily as they walked. Harry, looking at the chocolate card of Flavius Belby and trying to remember why it seemed familiar, shrugged in response. "Except potions with Snape, everything is fine." Lily furrowed her brows before sighing. "I have tried to talk to him, but he doesn't seem to want to listen." "And Harry, it's Professor Snape." Harry rolled his eyes in response and shook the card in his hand, hoping that would jog his memory, but he drew a blank. "What about you, Ivy, dear?" smiled Lily, looking at her daughter. While her son took after his father, her daughter took after her. Ivy had better grades than Harry, and Lily liked to think it was because of her. "Everything is fine. Hermione and I are already on revision," answered Ivy smoothly. The redhead Potter twin took her studies seriously. Unlike Hermione, who seemed to have made books of her daily sustenance, she liked to learn by doing. She enjoyed the practical experience rather than the extensive reading that her best friend enjoyed. That didn't mean that she didn't read. Ivy still read much more than the average person, she just enjoyed casting magic more. "Bookworms," muttered Harry at the mention of revision. "Whatever, 4 eyes," retorted Ivy at the quip. Lily smiled at her two children's antics before asking, on the subject of revision, "Did any of you two buy Quinn West's notes this year? If you haven't, I'll give you the money to buy them, they are quite a good buy." The Potter twins stilled for a second and didn't reply. Both thought about their interaction with Quinn. Harry still hadn't talked about Peter Pettigrew with anyone other than Ivy. The twins had decided to research Peter on their own and to simply wait for the day their parents would talk to them about Peter on their own. Ivy, on the other hand, thought about the time travel events. It didn't help when the events had taken place just a few days ago. She still couldn't wrap her head around what happened that day. Not to mention when she found that Quinn was the one to save her and Harry from the Chamber of Secrets. As Lily didn't hear a response from her twin, she assumed that the two hadn't bought the guides. If you two want to buy it, I highly recommend them. Come to me for the money if you decide to buy them. Yes, replied the Potter twins at the same time. Ivy sighed and decided to look out at the scenery to distract her from her thoughts, but lo and behold, she saw the Great Lake in full view. Lovely, sighed Ivy, but then she stopped in her tracks when she saw ripples on the surface of the lake. Lily and Harry also slowed when they saw Ivy suddenly stop. What is it, Ivy? Asked Lily and walked towards her daughter. There are ripples in the lake, replied Ivy and pointed at the Great Lake in the distance. The mother and son followed Ivy's directions and saw rapid ripples on the surface of the lake. But the situation changed very quickly when they saw some very drastic changes in the lake. Their eyes widened to the limit when they saw a drain right in the middle of the lake. It started with a narrow point, but then, the water sank down in a line, and in a few seconds, the water started to split in the middle. The lake is splitting, spoke Harry, trying to put the scene in front of him in words. The girls didn't say anything and just stared at the bizarre scene in front of them, and within a minute, the entire lake was split into two parts, and they could see the lakebed path in the middle of the lake. Lily finally snapped out of it and realized that she had to do something. I have to alert the other professors. She turned to her children and ordered, you two go to your common room. Immediately after saying that, she ran off to alert the other faculty. Ivy and Harry, of course, didn't listen to their mother. They stepped closer to the edge of the corridor and stared at the lake. Ivy thought about who was causing this, and only one person came to her mind. The person who had come out of the Great Lake, heavily injured. But just like her previous many suspicions and conjectures about the person, she had no proof that he was the one causing this. Scene break. Friar, the Hufflepuff ghost, was gliding his merry way through the walls of Hogwarts. It was just another day of his ghostly life, but that changed when he got out a wall, and right in front of him was the view of the Great Lake. In the name of Helga herself. What? Exclaimed Friar as his belly jiggled in shock. He stared at the spit that was right in the middle of the Great Lake. The single body of water was turned into two with a clear and visible divide in the middle as the water tried to come back together but couldn't because something was stopping it. And just when he thought that his ghostly self couldn't be more shocked today, another change happened in the Great Lake, and two whirlpools appeared in the lake, one on each side. Anyone who could see this would assume that it was because of magic, and Friar was no different. So his next thought was that whose work was this? Then the answer struck, and he uttered the name. Quinn. Is this because of the cursed vault down below? At first, he thought it couldn't be Quinn. This feat of magic was too much for a child of Quinn's age, but when he thought about it more, the more the possibility of it being Quinn got stronger. If it's indeed Quinn, then how is that child capable of splitting the lake? How strong is that child? Such thoughts revolved in the mind of the ghostly being. Scene break. Albus Dumbledore stared out of his window in his office, which was located on the headmaster's tower, and at a height only second to the astronomy tower. The headmaster with a long beard, who was over 100 years old, stared at the Great Lake with his aged eyes full of wisdom. He had just returned from the ministry after handling some business, and when he was passing by his window with a bowl full of sour candy in his hand, he saw the Great Lake divided into two with a whirlpool on each side. And now, as Dumbledore continued to stare at the strange and out-of-the-place phenomenon, he saw two massive masses of water come out of the center of whirlpools, floating up into the air. Oh my, that's some impressive magic, chuckled Dumbledore in an impressed tone, but his eyes weren't portraying the same emotions. The blue eyes shined in a calculative and analytical light as Dumbledore stared at the Great Lake. The holder of the Elder Wand thought about who was doing this and where did they come from. Dumbledore first eliminated the possibility of the person being a student because the reserves and knowledge of water magic required was something he believed a student couldn't achieve. He knew of a few smart students in the castle, but even the smartest of them couldn't possibly achieve this. Dumbledore was so sure of it because the brightest student he had seen Hogwarts produce was the one named Tom Riddle, and even he couldn't do this while he was in his school years. So the remaining options were a professor, a resident of the Great Lake, or an unknown outsider. He eliminated the Great Lake resident because only merpeople in there could manipulate water, and he was sure that none of them was this capable. The remaining options were professors or an outsider, and he was leaning towards intruders because none of his professors were this powerful. It's an outsider, then. I have to make sure the students are safe, said Dumbledore, and the bowl in his hand levitated to the nearby table as he walked out of the office with the death stick in his hand. But it turned out that by the time he got to the Great Lake, the waters had gone back to normal. Even after investigating, he didn't find anything but rich and heavy traces of advanced water magic. He talked to the merpeople inside, and the only unusual thing they told him was that the recent upheavals in the lake had been caused by the giant squid. ***********. Quinn West, M.C., Moses. Ivy Potter, girl twin. This is him, isn't it? Harry Potter, boy twin, rapidly blinking in confusion. Lily Potter, professor, fan/promoter of the AID guides. Friar, Hufflepuff ghost, his belly shakes like a bowl full of jelly. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster, going through a sour candy phase. Chapter 110, Music, Scheme, and Promise. It was a time of the year that Quinn really enjoyed. Just as his second year when he completed the Icy Vault, this year, he had completed the Aquatic Vault, and now he was feeling as cool as a cucumber. There was spring in his steps and dance in his moves. At random times, he would break into a dance and enjoy the vibe he was feeling. The same thing happened when he finished the Icy Vault. While he very much enjoyed going through the vaults, there was always a sense of urgency in the back of Quinn's head in which he needed to complete one vault a year. So when he wrapped up the Aquatic Vault, Quinn felt he was done for the year. If he had to draw a very loose parallel, then the cursed vaults to him were what examinations were to students. When they ended, students rejoiced like they were part of a nation that just got independence from an oppressive power. The only difference was that Quinn enjoyed the time he spent down in the vaults, unlike many students who didn't enjoy exams. And for the first time in months, Quinn was free, so he took out his violin, and with it, decided to cast some magic to lighten up that extra high-tension exam mood that plagued the Ravenclaw house every year. He rested the violin on his shoulder and his fingers on the strings, the other hand grasped the bow. He then gently descended on the strings to play a vibrant tune with sweet calm tones. At first, the sound was only audible inside Quinn's dorm room and partially audible to the nearby rooms, but as the minutes progressed, the fiddle of the violin traveled all across the boys' dorm. Some of the boys didn't appreciate the sudden disturbance when they studied for the exams, which were close, but no one got up from their seats and asked the player to stop. Something in the sound made them keep still and listen. In his room, Quinn smiled with his eyes closed. Seeing that no one was here to stop him from playing meant that the magic was working and, thus, he could increase the radius. Streams of magic traveled down from Quinn's arms to the violin and bow, and the sound started to flow with an extra something behind it. The slow tempo mixed with magic carried all the way to the common room and the girls' dormitory on the other side, and filled the entire Ravenclaw dorms with Quinn's music. Anyone who heard the music felt the tension drain from their bones, and calm seep into their minds and bodies. The slow sound made them forget about the stress of the incoming exams. That moment made them stop running, stop and kick back to get a relaxing pit stop. Quinn, who had his eyes closed while playing the violin, mixed two types of magic together to create his desired effect. He blended mind magic together with the enchanting sorcery of sound and music to create magical melodies. Using the wings provided by the harmonies, Quinn spread the influence of the mind arts to sway the mood of those who listened. This idea came from two sources. The first was, of course, the dreaded Sin Vault, which had messed with his mind and emotion on a deep level. The second inspiration was from his mind magic teacher, Alan D. Baddeley, who had once used mind magic to forcefully calm him down. Like Alan, Quinn subtly altered the listener's present mood. It wasn't as intrusive as the Sin Vault, but did reside on the same mental magic line. The use of sound magic was to increase the range and effectiveness of magic. Quinn, who had studied illusion magic, knew how to influence the human senses and recognized its efficacy while manipulating a target. People would subconsciously concentrate on sounds, and this was especially true for magic. So when Quinn laced the music with mental magic, the listeners got quickly influenced because their minds were concentrating on the music. Of course, there were downsides to this usage. It wasn't particularly effective when people were at guard against it, or if they had earplugs on and couldn't listen to the music, or were outright deaf. Alright, let's hype up this performance, thought Quinn, and the tune went through a drastic change. The rhythm started to build up, and the sound turned from gentle and calming to upbeat and exciting. Everyone in Ravenclaw started to tap their feet and bob their head to the rhythm of the cheerful tune. Slowly they were being guided from the calmness of the earlier piece to the bop of the current one. The person who felt the most was Quinn himself, who channeled his current spirit into the animated funk. His moves while he played the violin were wild and crazy. Oh, yeah, let's blow the roof off this place. Come on, move it, thought Quinn as he continued to play. The more he got into playing, the more freely his magic flowed, making everyone who was listening to the melody felt their hearts beat faster with excitement and exhilaration. Rum, pum, tum, and we are done, thought Quinn as he finished his piece and bowed to no one. Woohoo! I'm going to ace these exams. Bring it on. I'm going to smash the OWLS. I'm going to get a girlfriend. Exams are nothing. I'm the smartest girl alive. Raxperts. I will recreate Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Where is Professor Flitwick? I challenge him to a duel. Quinn's piece had left the people in a hyped-up state and filled with confidence and enthusiasm. It caused them to feel exhilarated and happy. Quinn smiled at the shouts coming from the common room and the dorms around him and knew that his showcase of mental and sound magic was a huge success. Looking at the violin and bow in his hands, Quinn nodded with a grin. Yeah, I still got it. Scene break. A shady figure stood under the shade of a tree looking at the abandoned house with the windows and doors boarded up. The shrieking shack, muttered the figure looking at the building, which was supposed to be the most haunted in Britain. To think this shack would be hiding something of such importance. Riverslock smirked at the thought. It seems this building is just like me. And that's why it's going to get me what I want. The smirk from his face dropped like it was never there, and he thought about the circumstances that brought him here. A bunch of cowards, they are. How can they be scared when I'm planning their moves? Riverslock was the one who created and managed the group known as Novellus Oxyonites. Just within a couple years, he had been able to gather people together into his banner, and he did it without ever showing his face. But the series of raids from the Auror office had instilled fear in the members of Novellus Oxyonites, and when he tried to bring down the order, he didn't get much of a favorable response. I didn't ask them to go to those gatherings. Rivers clicked his tongue in distaste. If they wanted to mingle together like fools, they could have at least made sure they weren't tracked. The disadvantage of being a hidden leader was that he couldn't be involved too deeply without being in danger of revealing his identity. As such, he couldn't control what his followers did outside of the plans he drafted for them. He wanted people to be good with the disillusionment charm. People who would be able to get around without others noticing. But all he got was some dumb bozos who were absolutely shit at magic, who were complete rock brains and didn't have an ounce of cunning in them. But this opportunity was too critical for him to miss. The school was about to end soon, and if he didn't act, he would have to wait for the next few months to get the next chance. Rivers didn't have those months. The Aurors were striking hard on his minions, and he couldn't be sure what would be the situation down the line. And this opportunity was what he needed to gain the momentum back. If he could pull this off, then the world would know about Novellus Oxyonites, and all the members who refused his calls like cowards would come scurrying back. I guess I will have to do this on my own. This is too important for me to leave it to the idiots, muttered Rivers. He decided that he would be going inside on his own with a couple more members that were at his disposal. The gears in his mind turned as he continued to stare at the abandoned and decrepit shack. Scene break. Quinn shimmied his way to the hospital wing with a rabbit in a cage. The rabbit had been very sick, infected with rabbit calicivirus, which was an illness that had an incubation period of 48 to 72 hours. Poppy had given him the brown rabbit and told him that he had a day and a half to return with a perfectly healthy rabbit. He knew nothing about calicivirus. It was a type of hemorrhagic disease virus. So he had only 48 to 72 hours to learn everyone about the disease and then heal the rabbit before it died. The research had been easy but lengthy, so by the time Quinn was done learning about the rabbit calicivirus, the rabbit was suffering from lethargy and fever. Quinn eradicated the disease from the brown rabbit and then healed the fluffy bunny. He did it within the confines of the time Poppy had given him. The rabbit was back to new in 24 hours. Poppy is slowly getting used to my learning speed. If I was still spending time at the vault, it probably would have taken me a day and a half. Quinn walked across the tiled floor of the hospital wing towards Poppy's office as he looked to the sides at the beds to see if she was tending to some students. And at the end of the wing hallway, Quinn stopped because he came across two people who he wasn't expecting to see in the hospital wing. Daphne. Astoria. Said Quinn, finding the Greengrass sisters with Astoria sitting on the bed while Daphne sat on a stool by her side. Multiple thoughts ran through his mind within the second he first laid eyes on the sister. What came out of his mouth was, "Have you seen Madame Pomfrey? I have something to talk with her. She is out for the moment. Went down to the dungeon to meet Professor Snape to get some potion ingredients," replied Daphne, and while Quinn couldn't get a read from her expression, her body language told him that she was feeling uncomfortable. "You just missed her. She went out a minute ago," chimed in Astoria with a smile on her face. Quinn turned his eyes to the younger sister, and his stone-gray orbs noticed a pale pallor on her skin, a thin sheen of sweat on her face, her whites of eyes were muddled, and many other signs that Quinn had learned to pick up from his time with Poppy learning healing magic. She is obviously sick. The fact Poppy had to go out to obtain potion ingredients means this isn't a common ailment. I wonder what plagues her, thought Quinn before smiling and asking, "May I join you too, ladies?" Daphne opened her mouth to speak something, but Astoria beat it to her. "Yes, please. You're free to join us," spoke Astoria with a smile on her face. Daphne glanced at her sister with an inscrutable expression that Astoria ignored, as she continued to smile towards Quinn. Quinn nodded and pulled a stool from beneath the bed. He took a seat and set the rabbit cage down on the floor. Astoria was sick, and Quinn didn't want to make it worse by introducing a rabbit to the girl. She does look the type who loves fluffy and cute things. "How have you two been?" asked Quinn, opening up the conversation. "I hope you two are feeling fine, nothing serious, I hope." Quinn knew the topic would come with their location, so he decided to use it as an opener. "Thank you for asking, we are doing fine, just a small dip in health," replied Daphne, matching eyes with Quinn. "Ah, it is serious, then," thought Quinn, and then he heard Daphne speak up. She must be worried. Even though she had used "we" in his answer, all three knew who she was talking to. "You don't have to lie. We can't change anything about it, so why hide it?" sighed Astoria and softly glanced at her older sister. She turned to Quinn and spoke without hesitation. "I have dash." "Astoria." "No, I'm telling him. There is nothing to hide, and I don't get why you get to decide. I'm the one who has it." "I should be able to decide who to tell and who not to," answered Astoria in a firm tone, which was less weaker than her usual voice. Daphne softly sighed and closed her eyes in acceptance. She knew her little sister better than anyone and knew that when Astoria decided to do something, then even their parents wouldn't be able to change her mind. "I have a condition known as blood malediction." A blood malediction is a curse of the darkest type, passed down to the descendants for generations. Even the most common type of blood malediction is known to stay in the family for half a century, said Astoria with a smile on her face as she was retelling a fascinating story. "One of our ancestors was cursed with the curse, and from then on, the curse resurfaces even though it skips some generations. Our great-grandfather had it, and for 2 generations, our family was free of it, but it turned out that our generation wasn't so lucky because I got it." Quinn held his expression in place as he continued to listen to Astoria, and while the younger Greengrass spoke, Quinn felt the older sister glance at him from time to time. "There are many types of blood malediction. The one I have causes debilitation, leaving me frail and sickly. From time to time, I suffer from these lapses in health that will leave me in a very fragile state." The usually young and bubbly of the Greengrass sisters smiled helplessly and sighed, "Unfortunately, the curse also reduces my lifespan. None of my ancestors who suffered from the curse ever lived past 50. Quinn silently listened to Astoria tell her story without uttering a word, and while he heard all of it, 2 things stood out to him: the blood malediction and the resignation in her voice hidden behind her smile. "I see. So you have a blood malediction. Now, that is rare, isn't it?" started Quinn, and as he spoke, Quinn removed his Hogwarts robe from his shoulder. "A curse that carries down to the descendants. Descendants that suffer from their ancestors' mistakes or misfortune. I guess if you can get your ancestors' fortunes, then getting their misfortune is a fair part of the deal. And while getting the curse is unfortunate, and I might seem presumptuous for saying it, I don't think I like the fact that you have accepted you'll never get rid of the curse." Quinn folded up the sleeves on both of his hands and secured them in place so they wouldn't slip. "Astoria, don't get me wrong, I like the fact that you don't live your life in despair about your unfortunate circumstances, but your reason is wrong. You should happily live because you know that one day your curse will be erased and you will get to live just as everyone else does, not because you are trying to live the most of your limited life." He smiled a wide grin as he spoke. "Where is the fun in that? If you accept that, then there is no hope. That's no fun at all." Quinn put out both of his hands towards Astoria and gestured with his finger as he asked, "Give me your hands." Astoria and Daphne looked at Quinn with bewilderment. The light-hearted tone that Quinn spoke with made it seem that he was not taking this clearly heavy condition seriously. But the words did make some sense to them, and that left both the girls confused. "Come on, now, don't be scared. I won't eat you." "Give me your hands," asked Quinn once more. Astoria looked at Daphne for guidance, but the look in Daphne's eyes reflected the same confusion as her. So she hesitantly placed both her hands in Quinn's. "Excellent, thank you for trusting me," smiled Quinn and gently grasped Astoria's petite hands. "Now, let me show you some nifty magic. I think you two will like this." He pointed at his and Astoria's joined hands. The 2 Greengrass sisters looked down and witnessed the glowing red veins on Quinn's visible arms and hands. "Astoria, I don't think you realize that we, who possess magic, are in the presence of something truly grand and extraordinary." The 2 girls watched with wide eyes as the glowing red veins seemed to creep from Quinn's hands to Astoria's hands through the connections of their hands. Magic has infinite potential, infinite. There is nothing that magic can't accomplish. Those who possess magic can be saints, gods, devils, or anything they want if they understand and know how to use what was so graciously given to them. The glowing red veins traveled up Astoria's arm, and as Quinn spoke, her entire body was covered in fiery red glowing veins. Astoria could feel a comfortable heat all around her body. "I know this curse has been in your family for generations. And in all that time, there hasn't been a cure to this ailment that you don't deserve. But losing hope is losing the battle before even starting the fight. The glowing red veins on Quinn's forearms and Astoria's entire body turned into a sparkling blue color, showing a beautiful charm to the world. Astoria, who had been feeling a comfortable heat, now with the color change, felt a refreshing cool feeling envelope her body. She closed her eyes because it was the most pleasant she had ever felt. It felt like she was swimming in cool water, and she let go of everything and simply enjoying the bliss as she listlessly floated in the coolness. But then her eyes snapped open as she felt the frailness and sickness lessen and slowly disappear from her body. It wasn't just that, but the true shock was that her own delicate constitution felt strength and vitality that she had never felt before. She had never felt so lively. Astoria felt like she could do anything right now. Astoria looked up from her hands and looked at Quinn, who was smiling with confidence. Astoria Greengrass, I, Quinn West, here and now, declares this to you. From this moment onwards, I assure you that as long as I am alive, you will never ever again feel the presence of the blood curse. Quinn's smile widened, and as did the eyes of Astoria. I will ensure that you will never suffer and feel weak because of the blood malediction. You will live a long life, and it will be a healthy life just like anyone else's. Astoria felt Quinn's grip slightly tighten as he announced. It's my promise to you, and I will never forget it. Chapter 111, Cure, Dreams, and Another Deal. Astoria watched as Quinn's hand left her, the glowing veins disappear and the glow recede. She lifted her hands and clenched her fists, and surprisingly, she was able to clamp them hard instead of the weak fist that she usually made while suffering from the blood curse. Her body also no longer felt weak and fatigued, like she was feeling a few minutes ago. I feel strong, but how? She thought and looked up at the reason this was happening, who was pulling down his sleeves and buttoning them back into place. Astoria. She turned her face to her sister Daphne, still spinning from the shock and surprise. Hey, are you all right? You're crying. Is something wrong? Do you feel well? Asked Daphne in surprise and worry. Astoria touched her face, and indeed she felt her fingers stained wet with tears. And no, I am fine. Everything is fine, said Astoria, with her voice cracking with emotion. And with that, the dam broke, and Astoria started to cry, startling both Quinn and Daphne. Quinn, who was putting back his outer robe, became startled when he heard Astoria break down and looked at Daphne for assistance. Daphne leaped into action to her sister's side on the bed and hugged her close to provide comfort. Astoria grabbed onto her sister and hugged her tight. Quinn felt like he was intruding on a family moment, just as he did at the start of the year, so he once again stood very still to become invisible while his magic silently fixed his clothes. Astoria calmed down and gently pulled herself out of Daphne's embrace. She turned to face Quinn and swiftly got off the bed to trap Quinn in a very tight hug, surprising the boy with the strength coming from the small figure. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, repeated Astoria while trying to meld herself into Quinn. Quinn gently hugged the girl, who he felt was trying to perform a fusion with him, and patted her on the back. Don't mention it. Also, don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened. Astoria nodded into his shirt and gradually stopped crying before separating from Quinn. She looked up towards Quinn and smiled as he had told her to. See, that looks much better, smiled Quinn and booped Astoria on her nose. Also, we need to talk, so get back on the bed. Astoria nodded before climbing back onto the bed, and from the way she was sitting, anyone could tell that she was feeling much better. Quinn sat back down on his stool and spoke. Now, I fulfilled what I promised, but he stared at both the Greengrass sisters and continued after a pause. You can't tell anyone outside your family about what I did. Daphne and Astoria immediately had confused expressions on their faces. They couldn't understand why Quinn would want to hide the fact that he could erase the blood curse. I'm not supposed to know what I did. What I used to repress the curse isn't looked positively at by the world, spoke Quinn and rolled his eyes at the end of the sentence. What do you mean? Quinn knew that if he wanted to continue to treat Astoria, he would need to tell them what he was doing. She needed to know what he was using to help her. The curse is called blood malediction, so I used the same branch of magic to repress the effects of the curse. I used blood magic. Daphne and Astoria's eyes widened because they knew what Quinn was implying. Blood magic was considered dark magic and something not to dwell in. Thag branch of magic was associated with evil sacrifices, to defiance nature in twisted ways, cruelty, and was seen as forbidden theurgy. The blood malediction, as the name suggested, was a type of blood magic. It was the classic type of magic which was seen as dark magic. You might not know this, but I have been studying healing magic with Madame Pomfrey, so she especially can't know that I used blood magic to help you. If she knew what I did, she would definitely stop teaching me, and I don't want that, stated Quinn, and he was serious about the relationship that he had with Poppy and didn't want this to jeopardize what he had built over the years. Of course, we all know that blood magic is considered dark magic. But I couldn't give two hoots about that. Magic isn't dark or light, the labels are our creation. Your ancestor was cursed with blood magic, and now I use the same magic to cure you. This just shows you that magic can transform into whatever the user desires. Unfortunately, others and even you too might not see things as I do, and that is fine because I don't care. But I don't want others to know that I can use it because it will bring me a lot of trouble, which I would like to avoid, sighed Quinn when he thought about society's views. So if you don't want to continue with this, I completely understand, but then I'd have to pretend that this never happened. When Madame Pomfrey returns, you can simply tell her that you are feeling better. She won't know why you suddenly feel better if she doesn't know what to look for, so if you don't tell her, this entire treatment will go unnoticed. She will scratch her head for a while but, after a while, she'll attribute this to the curse's unpredictability, and you will be free. Quinn folded his hands over his lap and asked, so what is your decision? Any side effects and or backlashes that may come up because of this treatment? Daphne inquired because of the nature of the magic. As long as I'm not kicked in the face while I treating Astoria, she will not suffer from complications of any kind. The magic that Quinn had used on Astoria was a combination of his knowledge on 3 separate sources. He knew about blood magic from having studied for 2 years and he had never stopped learning it since then. Healing magic was in his current active rotation, and the last was the most recent enlightenment in water magic. One of the components that made up blood was plasma and constituted more than 50% of blood. And 90% of plasma was water. Having mastery over water magic didn't allow blood manipulation because it was closely tied to magic and a being's life force. But because Quinn knew both blood and water magic, he could apply the knowledge about water's connection to life and transfer it to blood, which was also connected to the life force. Quinn had a firm grasp on what he had done to Astoria. As long as he wasn't uprooted during the treatment, there were 0% chances that he would fail. Astoria, who was a first year and didn't consider herself knowledgeable about magic, left the decision to Daphne. Daphne thought for a while before answering, we will have to ask our parents before we make any decision. Of course, I have no complaints if you consult your parents. Talk it out, and if you feel comfortable, I will continue to help Astoria out, nodded Quinn. From my estimates, Astoria will be fine for another month and a week before the curse surfaces again. So get in contact with me before that. The Greengrass sisters nodded in response. Quinn got up from his stool, picked up the rabbit cage from the floor, and placed it on the bed. Good, I think it's time for me to leave. When Madame Pomfrey returns, please pass her this cage and tell her that I dropped by. But then he suddenly turned his head back and whispered, forget it, she is here. He turned back to the sisters and reminded, hush on what happened. A mischievous glint sparkled Quinn's eyes as a grin made its way to Quinn's face. He picked up the rabbit cage in his hands and jumped out from behind the curtains that covered the view of the bed. Madame Pomfrey, I'm here. Poppy, who had just entered the hospital wing after a trip to the dungeons and was thinking about the potion she needed to brew for the poor Astoria Greengrass, suddenly and unexpectedly came face to face with her student, Quinn West. Kaya. A surprised cry filled the hall as the small crate of ingredients she had brought dropped. Quinn, who wasn't expecting her to be holding things, moved very quickly and levitated the crate and all items inside it before any of them hit the floor and made them fly towards him. Now, he had the rabbit cage in one hand and the ingredient crate in the other. Poppy calmed down and was now glaring death beams at Quinn with a palm above her heart. Quinn blinked and half-chuckled in nervousness. Oops. Quinn, stand still and let me pelt you with stinging hexes. I promise it will hurt a lot, so just stand here, huffed Poppy and took out her wand with hands shaking in anger. Madame Pomfrey, you can hurt me later, but I believe you will want to check up on your patient. She tells me that her condition has suddenly changed, informed Quinn in an attempt to not get hit by stinging hexes. Poppy's anger vanished in an instant, and she hurried towards Astoria's bed to check up on her. What happened? How are you feeling? Did it get worse? Asked Poppy as soon as she laid her eyes upon Astoria and moved closer to observe her. No, it didn't get worse. I'm feeling much better, beamed Astoria, and her eyes subconsciously moved towards Quinn at the back. Poppy frowned at the response, but as she checked the signs, she did see that Astoria's complexion had improved, and she looked much more lively. Poppy cast some spells to check on her condition, and similar results came up. Astoria had indeed recovered, and the previous signs she had diagnosed were no longer evident. And just like Quinn had said, Poppy fussed for a while, but when she wasn't able to see any negative signs, Poppy concluded that Astoria was indeed healthy. Stay here today for observation. If there are no complications, you can leave, concluded Poppy. That's good, isn't it, Astoria? Grinned Quinn before turning to Poppy and speaking, Madame Pomfrey, here you go, this is the rabbit you gave me yesterday. I have cured and healed him, and he is ready to hop and hump like any other bunny." Quinn suddenly set the cage into Poppy's hands and waved goodbye to everybody. "See you all later. Madame Pomfrey, I will drop by tomorrow." He had to get out here before Poppy remembered that she needed to kill Quinn with stinging hexes. Astoria waved back before speaking to Daphne as she pushed. "I'm fine now, you should also leave." She faced Quinn and said, "Quinn, would you escort my sister?" Quinn, who was about to bolt, stopped and nodded. "Sure, I wouldn't mind." He turned to Daphne and asked, "Shall we?" "Are you sure you don't need me here?" asked Daphne. "No, I'm fine, and Madame Pomfrey is here to take care of me," smiled Astoria and once gave her sister a little push. Daphne observed Astoria for a moment before nodding. She walked towards Quinn and the two left the hospital wing. Should I say it?" Astoria looked at the now empty hospital wing and smacked her lips. She then faced Madame Pomfrey and spoke with a mischievous shine in her eyes. "Quinn escaped from the pinching hexes. He thinks that, but when he comes back tomorrow, I'm going to get him," snorted Poppy as she went through the ingredient crate to see if anything was broken. Astoria giggled before asking, "Anyway, Madame Pomfrey, what do you do in a day as the matron?" Poppy suddenly had a bad feeling, and when she looked up, she saw Astoria with a big smile on her face. She immediately knew the reason for the bad feeling, and the reason was the smile on Astoria's face was the same one Quinn had had when he came to the hospital wing and wanted to talk. "Oh, no. You're just like him, aren't you?" Scene break. Daphne and Quinn walked out of the hospital wing and, as Astoria had asked of him, Quinn escorted Daphne to the dungeons. He looked at Daphne and noticed that there was a lost expression on her face. "What are you thinking about?" Daphne looked up at Quinn and stared at him for a few seconds before opening up. "I want to become a healer." "A noble profession," responded Quinn shortly because he could see that Daphne had more to say. "I was 7 years old when Astoria showed the first sign of the curse. Our parents clearly explained what the curse was, and it took a while to understand the seriousness of the condition. But when I did, I decided to become a healer so that I would one day cure the blood curse from Astoria." There was a faraway look on her face while Daphne continued to speak. "As the years passed, I saw Astoria get sick every month because of the curse, and that strengthened my desire to become a healer." She paused for a second and took a deep breath before continuing. "She is the complete opposite of me. So lively, cheery, bright. She's a person that always wants to run to discover new things. But she can't do any of that because the curse will re-emerge if she gets too physically active. Her curse always gets in the way of doing the things she loves. She likes the outdoors but she can't go outside because she gets sick. She'd love to run around and fly on the broom all day long but she can't because of that curse." She turned to Quinn and looked Quinn straight in the eyes. "Do you know we were worried about whether she would be able to get around Hogwarts with all the corridors and staircase without the curse re-emerging. That's how much the curse affects her. We even worried if she would be able to attend the school." Quinn gently directed Daphne to the side of the corridor and stopped walking because Daphne was feeling very emotional right now. Something that surprised Quinn because this was the most emotion he had seen from Daphne. "Are you sure that Astoria will be free from the blood curse as long as you continue to treat her?" asked Daphne, and to assert the seriousness, she grabbed Quinn's wrist and maintained firm eye contact with him. "I'm assuming that you're wondering whether the curse will re-emerge if she gets more active?" asked Quinn. "Yes. No matter what she does, even if she somehow manages to move around so much that she collapses because of fatigue, the curse won't flare. As long as I continue to treat her, the curse won't ever re-emerge. Daphne, if I continue to treat Astoria, she won't even face the 50-year age limit. She will, without a doubt, live way past it and continue to her natural lifespan." Daphne exhaled a breath she didn't know she was holding. "I can tell you right now that if what you say is true, then our parents will agree no matter what. As long as this doesn't hurt Astoria, they will come to you and plead that you take care of her." Quinn noticed that Daphne didn't have a smile on her face even though her body had lost the tension that she had before Quinn answered her question. "What is it? Is there still something on your mind? If you have any doubts, then ask me because I can answer them." Daphne leaned against the wall, stayed silent, and stared at the floor for a good while before starting. "I wanted to become a healer because I could cure Astoria. But with you, I don't need to, do I? Now I feel a little lost and even though it might sound silly, a little sad." Ever since she understood Astoria's condition, Daphne had made it her life goal to become a healer to cure Astoria. And even though she was happy that Astoria would live a healthy life, Daphne wanted to be the one who helped her, but now with Quinn, that was over. "I think you are misunderstanding something here, Daphne," spoke Quinn, causing Daphne to look at him in confusion. "What do you mean? Astoria isn't cured. I'm simply repressing her curse, and that isn't a cure." If I stop, she will once again start to live as she has been until now. Daphne frowned because she knew all this but wasn't following what Quinn was trying to say. Life is unpredictable. I can die on a random day, and that would start the clock on Astoria's life. She can be struck with a curse that might hinder my ability to work blood magic without making things worse. As I said, magic has infinite potential, and that also means that things can go wrong in so many ways. Daphne's eyes widened, and she now got what Quinn was trying to convey. What Quinn had wasn't a permanent cure, and as he said, if things went wrong, Astoria would return to square one. So don't let go of that dream just yet because I have no idea how to actually cure Astoria. I might figure it out one day, but that day isn't anywhere soon. So, if you become a healer, you might be able to figure it out before me, shrugged Quinn. He was learning magic from an all-around perspective and didn't have any plans to specialize. Quinn wanted to learn everything and master everything, but that would take a long time, and that would also delay the discovering of Astoria's cure. I have no plans to die and will continue to treat Astoria. And you know what? See this as an opportunity, smiled Quinn and put a different perspective on things. I'm giving you time, I will keep Astoria healthy. So study, learn, experience magic while living your ideal life. And no matter how much time it takes, find the remedy and cure your sister. Quinn put out a hand forward for a handshake and asked, "Deal." Daphne looked at the outstretched hand and then at Quinn. She thought back to the things Quinn said, and a determined light appeared in her eyes. She grabbed Quinn's hand and shook it. "Deal." "Excellent," beamed Quinn. Chapter 112, Infiltration, Kidnapping, Shrieking Shack. 3 men stood at a shady and hidden corner of Hogsmeade. The 3 men had arrived individually and converged at the position they had been given. "Do you know what we're going to do today?" asked one of the 3 men. Another man glanced at the one who had said that and asked back, "Are you new? Is this your first time?" "I have been on one of the sweeps for Muggles and Muggleborns, but there were more people than this." He looked at the other 2 and said, "If you get what I mean." The 3rd man joined the discussion and shared his own experience. "This is different from the sweeps. If I am correct, this is going to be something different." "So you don't know what we are going to do today?" asked the first man. The other 2 looked at each other before shrugging and shaking their heads. "No, I was just asked to arrive at this place at a certain time," answered the second man. "The same instructions for me as well," said the 3rd man, but then he asked, "Were you guys asked to bring that?" "The uniform, you mean?" asked the man and pulled out a matchstick bag from his robes. "Yeah, the uniform. I mean, if that was asked. Do you think we have to?" As the 3 men talked, an invisible River's Lock, under cover of a disillusionment spell, was listening and observing the 3 men. These 3 men had been selected from the Oxyonites that had responded to his calls. All 3 were chosen because they were easy to control and had something that would help him in what he was trying to accomplish. But before he revealed himself, Rivers wanted to see how these 3 reacted to the other. How were they feeling today, what did they discuss, the information they exchanged, and other traits that would help him decide on the finer details of the plan. Rivers never shared the complete plan with anyone. He always made sure that other than him, no one knew the entire picture. This way, he could limit the flow of information and isolate leaks if anyone decided to switch to the other side. And today, these 3 knew nothing other than the fact they were asked to bring their Hogwarts uniforms with them. These 3 will work. Yes, these 3 will do just fine, thought Rivers and decided that it was time to start. He dropped the charm and revealed himself, startling them and caused them to take out their wands. "It's good that all of you are here on time. It would have been unfortunate if you were late," said Rivers before glancing at the wands and then at their owners. "Drop the wands. I'm your leader today." The 3 breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew their wands back into their robes. "Do you have the orders?" asked one of the men. "Yes, I do. I received the orders from one of the higher-ups. They said that this is quite important," replied Rivers and began establishing his image among the 3. "All right, who is A, B, and D?" asked Rivers. The 3 told Rivers about their assigned alphabets. "I see, here you go. These are your potion vials," said Rivers as he handed them potion vials with the letters A, B, and D and kept the vial with the letter C. Of course, he already knew about their letters, but he wanted to establish that he was just one of them and was assigned to be the leader. That is why he gave himself the alphabet C, as that would imply that he wasn't unique or separate from them. "What are we going to do?" Rivers took out a shrunk-down uniform from his robes and showed it to them. "I think you have already guessed it, but we are going to Hogwarts." He lifted his vial and continued. "These are reverse-aging potions. They will return your outer appearance to your Hogwarts years. We're going to drink these, put on our uniforms, and go inside the castle." "How are we going to get inside Hogwarts?" Today isn't a Hogsmeade weekend, asked the second man. Rivers put on a fake yet flawless grin as he answered. Through the shrieking shack. All three men shivered and looked at each other in worry. The building was famous for being haunted. None of them had ever approached the abandoned building in their school years. I have been briefed that there's a secret tunnel in there that opens up in the castle grounds. We are going to use the tunnel and get inside to complete the mission. What are we going to do inside? Asked the third man. The other two men also looked on with the same curiosity, wondering what they were about to do inside Hogwarts. Rivers dropped the grin and revealed today's objective in simple words. We are going to kidnap the boy who lived and kill him in front of everyone. He paused and put on a proud expression. For the Dark Lord. The three young, pureblood men, who had joined Novellus Oxyonites because they believed the Voldemort ideology, nodded and felt the fear of entering the Shrieking Shack lesson as they felt they were doing something revolutionary. Scene break. Are you sure we aren't going to be recognized? Asked one of the Oxyonites, looking uncomfortable in the state he was. He looked around the castle and, if the situation had been different, he would have felt nostalgia. Nonetheless, right now, all he felt was anxiety. Rivers looked at the men, who looked uncomfortable, and nodded. No one will be looking at your faces. You can hide behind your clothes, and people will turn blind. Within the school, if you have a uniform, no one will give you a second look. All four people had entered the castle wearing Gryffindor-styled Hogwarts uniforms. Rivers was also wearing a Gryffindor-styles robe, but he had been Slytherin in his time at Hogwarts. The three men had been chosen because they had been from Gryffindor and knew some key areas of the castle like the Gryffindor Tower. Tell me, where would be the best place to grab and stun a Gryffindor student? Asked Rivers, his body relaxed. Rivers had ordered one of the men to take him to the places where Gryffindors frequented so that he could scout the places where the nabbing could take place. He had left the rest of the group to one of the places he had found in his school career that wasn't frequented by students. I would say that the base of Gryffindor Tower is a good place. Every lion will have to pass through there to get to the common room, replied the Actionite grunt. Rivers hummed in thought before scratching the location out of the viable options. No. If every Gryffindor goes through there, then the chances of being seen are high. How about the passages around the quad, especially the ones near the suspension bridge? We can wait at the ones that lead to the Gryffindor Tower and get the brat there, offered them and turned into child. Rivers rolled his eyes in a way such that the grunt couldn't see it and internally sighed. Not there, students from all houses walk those passages. Too much risk and exposure, said Rivers, keeping his voice straight to hide the contempt towards the stupid plan. As they passed the Great Hall, Rivers' eyes caught the notice wall, which had, understandingly, all kinds of notices on it. He stopped and walked towards the wall to get a good look. The man-child grunt followed Rivers and gave the wall a cursory glance while Rivers read every notice, and it seemed it was the right move because he found something good. I found the perfect place, smiled Rivers, and a plan immediately formed in his mind. Huh, where? Asked the grunt in confusion. The Gryffindor team booked the pitch from after lunch till the closing time. Rivers pointed out the notice that mentioned the pitch's schedule. Harry Potter, the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history. Rivers' smile widened as he decided how he was going to pull his plan. This is going to work. Scene break. Ugh, I'm so tired, groaned Fred, wiping his body down with a towel. Oliver is going to kill us at this rate, continued George as he put a fresh shirt on his body. The Quidditch practice had just ended, and in the boys' locker room were the Weasley twins, Fred and George, along with Harry Potter. They were changing out from their Quidditch gear, while the captain was out to lock the ball kit into the storage closet. Harry sighed and stretched his hands above, trying to elevate the tension after keeping them at the broom for the entire practice. He was tired but not as much as Fred and George, who had to be on alert for the blood jars all the time and had to use extra energy and stamina in hitting the blood jars with their beater bats. Hey, did you hear about the new Ravenclaw chaser? What's his name? Asked Fred. He turned to George expecting an answer, but the other twin also couldn't recall. I don't know, but they're saying that he is the real deal. The Ravenclaw keeper can't stop him from scoring. They both turned to Harry and asked in unison. Harry, do you know? Harry shut his locker and spat out the name of the newly added chaser of the Ravenclaw team. Eddie Carmichael. Harry didn't like Eddie since their previous meeting. He hadn't talked to Eddie after that, but whenever their eyes would meet, Eddie would raise up his chin and look at him as if he was looking down at him. I mean, let the bloke play a game before putting him over the shoulders. Playing in practice and in a game is different, grumbled Harry. He had been hearing the name too much. Even Oliver, who had been strict with his praises, had sung some after scouting a single Ravenclaw practice in secret. Fred and George got dressed quickly and left the locker room with their stuff. Harry, we'll be waiting outside, so hurry up and come out. Harry turned and said, "I'll wait for Oliver. You guys go and see if the girls are ready." "All right, we will see you 2 outside." Harry heard the door close and started packing his thing into his bag. Then he heard the door open up. "Oliver, hurry up," said Harry, thinking that Oliver had come back. "The rest are waiting outside." He turned back to see 2 people dressed in Gryffindor robes standing at the door, and then his world went black. Scene break. "It has been a while since we have done this, hasn't it?" said James Potter, looking at the decrepit walls of the 2-store building. "It's been a while. We haven't done this since the wolfsbane potion was discovered," answered Sirius Black as he whipped out his wand to clean the room they were standing in. "You both didn't have to do this. With me on the potion, I usually just sleep after I transform," spoke Remus Lupin, looking at his 2 friends who were here to keep him company. The 3 marauders stood in a room, a very disordered, dusty room. Wallpaper was peeling from the walls. There were stains all over the floor. Every piece of furniture was broken as if somebody had smashed it. And the windows were all boarded up. "To be honest, we aren't doing this for you," grinned Sirius as he took 2 bottles out from his coat. "We just wanted an excuse to get together so we can get plastered." Sirius and James were quite busy with their jobs as senior aurors, and the load had been recently heavier, with them interrogating and preparing for trials of the people arrested from the raids. Plus, both of them were also occupied with their seats in Wisingamot. James had been involved with politics since a long time ago. But Sirius was new to the scene and had only been handed the position after his grandfather, Arcturus Black III, had died. In his will he had reinstated Sirius into the family before his death. Remus, too, had a busy schedule as a professor at Hogwarts. A professor at Hogwarts needed to handle 7 years' worth of students, and thus it was quite a hectic job. With 3 friends busy with their lives, they decided to use Remus' werewolf transformation as a short time to catch up with each other. It was also a nostalgic thing for them as they did it during their school life. James squatted in front of a broken chair and pointed it as he looked at Remus. "Hey, do you remember this chair? I remember lifting it up with my antlers and throwing it at you." "I don't think that it's that chair." "I'm not even sure it was this room," remarked Remus. "Though I might be wrong. I don't remember much of those days. I didn't have the potion back then. All of it was kind of a blur." Sirius lifted and shook the 2 booze bottles with a rascal-like grin. "That is what we are trying to do. Make things blurry, but more fun." "Are you sure you can drink?" asked James as he got up from the floor and turned to Remus. "Will the effects change when you transform? The last thing we need to look out for is a drunk werewolf." Remus chuckled and shook his head. "No, as long as I take the potion without any addition to it when I drink it. I'll be fine. As for any changes, I will just be more sleepy, more silent, and probably go to sleep more easily." "Ah, I wanted to wrestle like the old days," mock-whined Sirius, who had now sat down on a conjured sheet on the old floor with the booze bottles and glasses in front of him. He smacked the floor and called out, "Come on, now. Let's hurry. I want to get that buzz going." James and Remus chuckled before sitting down on the sheet as Sirius poured them drinks. Scene break. "What should we do with his stuff?" asked one of the Actionite grunt, holding up Harry's Quidditch. Rivers, who was making sure that Harry Potter was tightly bound and secured, looked at the grunt. "Drop it in here," replied Rivers. They had slowly and stealthily made their way back into the Shrieking Shack Whooping Willow secret tunnel. It had taken a while because Rivers wanted to make sure that they weren't seen. The task to smuggle the unconscious Harry Potter to this point had been difficult because they had to travel outdoors with nothing to hide them. Rivers had to purposely make the entire group move slower so as to not distort the effects of the disillusionment charm a lot. The grunt dropped the kit on the floor and asked, "Why did you make me take this?" If someone saw that the Potter brat was missing, but his things were still there, it would create some suspicion. But if his things aren't in view, they would think that he left on his own. And it would take time for them to figure out that he is missing, explained Rivers as he sat down on the ground of the rough tunnel. Unlike the grunts he had brought along, Rivers had thought about things and took steps that were beneficial to him and the success of this mission. "Why have you sat down?" asked another grunt. Rivers glanced at him and pointed at himself. "We're still under the effect of the potions. We can't go out like this. This isn't over, we still have work to do." Internally he was sighing at the idiocy of everyone around him. "What do we have to do more? We are going to kill the boy who lived and make him a showpiece in the middle of the Hogsmeade. I want the world to know that their savior is dead. That will start the revolution," said Rivers, but he didn't have a smile on his face as things were going in his mind. "But we have to do it, and we have to do it quickly." "Why?" "Someone will know that the boy who lived is missing, and when they do, the entire Aurors office will move to find him out. The general public, too, will start looking for him. The entire community will be looking for him. And I mean everyone, even Death Eaters. He stared at the three grunts and said very severely. And finally, Albus Dumbledore will look for him, and that is the worst threat. If Dumbledore starts looking, he'll find the boy quickly. That man is dangerous. Unlike almost everyone who looked at Dumbledore as he was the greatest thing under the sun, Rivers knew how much power Dumbledore held. He knew that Dumbledore had both political and magical power, and he had both of them in excess. To Rivers, Dumbledore was a person who was capable of controlling everything. He even thought that he was probably doing it already. We need to complete this quickly and then separate from this boy. The longer we stay with him, the greater the chance of us getting caught. As I said, people will be looking for him, and when they do find him, we will be there. He stared at them and ordered. We will move as soon as possible. And when they nodded, Rivers thought. Though you guys won't be coming out of it alive. They had seen his face, and that connected him to Novellus Oxyonites. He couldn't have that, so they needed to die. Scene break. Yeah, this is about it, I guess, smiled Quinn as he sat in front of Gary while approving some designs. Good, you will get them by next week, nodded Gary and collected all the design papers. Quinn had arrived at Hogsmeade quite early and had been inside the Scrivenshafts, deciding upon the designs on the new AID cards and ordering more copies of his notes. He had arrived quite early, but Gary had showed him some new stuff, and that got Quinn interested, and he ended up going into research mode. And because Gary was free, Gary and Quinn bounced ideas off each other. Then came lunch, tea, and what was planned to be a single-hour ordeal turned into a multiple-hour affair. I'm getting late. I need to get back to the castle, said Quinn as he looked at his pocket watch. He looked up and smiled. Today was fun, Gary. Let's do it again sometime. After saying goodbye to Gary, Quinn looked in different directions and wondered. Which passage should I take? 7 passages connected Hogsmeade and Hogwarts, and Quinn liked to not repeat the passages. Let's go through Shrieking Shack today, decided Quinn and started to walk towards the so-called haunted building. Without looking at all at the rising full moon that shone in the evening sky. Chapter 113, Three-Way Mexican Standoff. Is everyone ready? Asked Rivers, putting on his Novellus Actionite robe and throwing away the Hogwarts uniform. He looked at the soon-to-be-dead grunts and saw that they were still putting on their clothes. Hurry up, we need to get out of here and get to Hogsmeade, urged Rivers and looked at the watch on his wrist. Soon, the friends of Potter will realize he's missing. After everybody changed into their robes, Rivers ordered. One of you will be at the back with me, while 2 others will carry Potter. Levitate him, and let's get going. 2 pulled out their wands and targeted the ropes around Harry's body and levitated him off the ground. With Rivers at the back, the 4 with an unconscious Harry started to walk towards the Shrieking Shack. The grunt in front raised his wand to cast the wand lighting charm, Lumos. With the 3 guys in front of Rivers, their shadows hid Rivers' expression in the darkness, who looked at them with an apathetic expression. Scene break. Where is Harry? Asked Ron as Fred and George entered the Gryffindor common room through the portrait entrance guarded by the fat lady. We don't know dash, he suddenly disappeared dash, we think he's pulling dash, a joke, dash, we think he used dash, the invisibility cloak dash, to get past us, dash, sneaky boy, dash. When Oliver came out of the stadium, he came out alone. When Fred and George asked about Harry, Oliver said he thought Harry was waiting with them because he didn't see Harry in the locker room. Fred and George had been pulling practical jokes on people before Harry came to Hogwarts. When Harry came along, he showed his invisibility cloak to the Weasley twins, and it seemed to open up the possibilities. Harry and the Jester twins often collaborated to pull practical jokes on the students. After Harry didn't come out with Oliver, they thought Harry had used the invisibility cloak to get past them. That doesn't sound right. Harry couldn't have used the cloak, said Ivy, who was sitting beside Ron along with Hermione. She frowned in confusion and explained. Today is my day with the cloak. Harry has the map while I have the cloak. She opened her book bag and took out the folded silvery fabric cloak. I have it right here. Fred and George looked at each other before smiling as if they understood everything. You're kidding, too dash, aren't you, dash, Harry must have come here dash, and he's given you that dash, to make us confused. They walked towards Ivy, kneeled in front of her, and patted her shoulder in unison. To think dash, you would be dash, pulling dash jokes, too, dash, we are very dash, proud of you, dash, we will look dash, forward to working dash with you. Satisfied with their reasoning, the twins got up and walked towards their dorms to take a shower. The 3 members of the Golden Squad looked at each other in confusion. Do you have any idea where Harry is? Asked Ron, looking at his 2 companions. Probably somewhere pulling a joke on someone, humphed Hermione. The bushy-haired girl still didn't approve of her friend's jester antics. He'll be back in a while. After saying that, Hermione went back to studying. Ivy and Ron also thought that Harry was pulling a joke on someone and went back to their own things. If only they had the Marauders map. They would have seen that the map didn't show Harry's position. Scene break. I'll say this. Really, listen to me, laughed James as he snacked on Pig's Inn blanket as the three Marauders drank. Tell me, what are the three magical words? I love you, answered Remus, a light smile on his lips while feeling a little drunk. Let's have sex, shouted Sirius, already having drunk what James and Remus had. No. Let's have sex doesn't work, chuckled James and then pointed at Remus. Yes, it's I love you. Those are the words. He giggled before saying. I've been married for 15 years. I'm telling you. When you are married this long, the magical words are no longer, I love you. They change from I love you to I told you. Lily says I told you more than I love you. After having said that, James laughed loudly at his own joke. And even though Sirius and Remus didn't understand it, they too laughed because they were a little tipsy. As Remus laughed, his eyes widened as he felt something familiar come up. He looked at James and Remus and blurted. It's happening. Ready yourselves. James and Sirius immediately sobered up and stood up from their spots. As James vanished the glasses, Sirius pocketed the bottles. Both of them stepped back and got ready to transform into their animagus forms. Werewolf instincts didn't flare when surrounded by animals. They would still be feral, but as long as the animals didn't threaten the transformed lycanthrope, they wouldn't attack animals. While Remus had already taken the wolfsbane, there was no harm in being cautious. Remus transformed, his body started to shake with violent tremors. Remus' head lengthened and also his body. His shoulders hunched. His hair sprouted visibly on his face and hands, which curled into clawed paws. But then, as the werewolf reared, snapping its long jaws, the door of the secret entrance that connected the Shrieking Shack and the Whomping Willow opened up. The two senior Aurors and the in-control werewolf looked at the door and saw 4 people barge into the room. The man in front had a wand out and pointing forward. When he saw people in the room, he yelled out to his companions. There are people in here. What? Came out an exclamation from the back as the people entered the room. Suddenly, the room became crowded as everyone took out their wands and pointed at each other. There was a loud thump when the new people, the Oxyonites, pointed their wands at James, Sirius, and Remus. With my authority as an Auror, I order you to drop your wands, commanded James as he wielded his wand at the intruders. His mind rapidly worked as he thought about his current location, the door they had entered through, and what this all meant. They came from Hogwarts, thought James and glanced at Sirius, who nodded, showing that he understood what was happening. The lighting in the room was insufficient because of the boarded-up windows. Only the candle on the floor illuminated the room. So it took a brief moment for one of the Oxyonites to finally notice Remus. AAW werewolf. There is AF *** King W werewolf in here. Shit, the Actionite screamed and pointed his wand straight at Remus. And as this was happening, Sirius observed the intruders, and his eyes caught something on the floor. At first, he thought it was a sack, but when he looked carefully, he saw there was a person tied up. And when the person who freaked out seeing Remus moved, he saw the person's forehead. Sirius' eyes widened to the limit, and he yelled. James, they have Harry. These bastards kidnapped Harry. What? Thundered James, while furiously glaring at the intruders. Rivers, who was standing close to the door, positioned himself near Harry's bound body. He looked at the 3 people who weren't from his group. James Potter and Sirius Black. What are they doing here? He quickly thought and then looked at the third one. And a werewolf. This isn't making any sense. Rivers deduced that the werewolf was on Wolfsbane potion because he wasn't attacking anyone. He flinched when the werewolf growled at him threateningly with a savage glare in his eyes. Still very dangerous, he thought and started to think of a plan. 3 on 3, I can get out of here. Yes, I can get out here, thought Rivers and immediately moved. He swung his wand, and Harry's bound body flew up. Rivers levitated the body of the child that had a small build, of course, one suitable for playing Seeker. He then held it in front of him while pointing his wand at Harry's neck. No sudden moves, or the boy who lived is dead, threatened Rivers and then addressed his other companions. Point your wands at the 3, and immobilize them if any one of them moves as much as a squeak. Rivers understood that he had the best possible hostage he could have had in this situation. James Potter and Sirius Black wouldn't move a single bit as long as he had Harry Potter in his hands. And even though he wasn't sure about the werewolf, he could see that it was restrained and cautious. Keep a strong stand. This is for the Dark Lord. We will avenge him today. It'll be glorious, announced Rivers. He said that to make sure his meat shields were motivated and didn't surrender. This moment will go down in the annals of history. We will trump the likes of Lestrange and become his greatest followers. And his words seemed to do the work. Of course, he knew they would work. He had selected these three because they were the most fanatic of the followers. They had donated frequently amounts that were surprising given each of their salaries. Rivers had done his research when he chose them. He knew that they could be manipulated with a few words, and given their personalities, they would stay devoted and loyal under situations like the current one. You are one of those Novellus actionite shits, snarled Sirius as he gripped his wand tighter but didn't move because Harry could be in mortal danger. Yes, we are the most devoted followers of the Dark Lord. We are the messengers who will spread his teachings far and wide. We will erase the filth and give rise to true justice, replied Rivers fanatically. The truth was that Rivers didn't give a shit about Voldemort. Voldemort and his ideology was simply something he used because it would allow to further his goals. Rivers Locke had spent his entire life hiding his true personality. He had created Novellus Actionite so he could let loose and let his true self play out a bit. He wanted to manipulate and scheme. He craved to influence people in a way that wouldn't be seen as the norm to society. Rivers Locke wanted to spread chaos among the people who tied themselves in fake notions of morals and laws. He wished to disrupt the norm and spread the seed of turmoil, discord, and disorder. To do that, he needed laborers who would help him out. He needed people who would become his pawns and do his bidding while he sat back and watched. So he used something that would give him the quickest and most results. He used the influence of the now-dead Dark Lord. Appealing the young and brash. Calling out to their fake superiority, fanning their pureblood egos to make them believe that they were doing something of great importance. In actuality, Rivers was a man of wisdom, intelligence, and intellect. He didn't believe in pureblood supremacy and would spit on it if it didn't put him at a disadvantage. He only believed in one power, and that was intelligence. Rivers believed that if one had sufficient intellect, they could take down anyone. If you were unrivaled in terms of brainpower, even the strongest wizards and witches wouldn't do anything but submit. And Rivers had proved it by controlling many people without ever putting himself in the sights of authorities. Rivers Locke only wanted one thing. He wanted to see the world burn and look down at it burning like a god hidden in the shadows while controlling everything and everybody. This situation wasn't great, but Rivers wasn't going to let himself fail here. He had Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, in his hands. The death of the boy who lived would sow enough chaos to satisfy Rivers' soul. I'm the smartest man in the room. I can get out of here unharmed. Cover me, we're going to get out of here and complete our mission, ordered Rivers while moving behind his three meat shields. The Marauders couldn't do anything with Harry being held hostage. All three men would have thought better if the hostage hadn't been Harry, but right now, all three were drawing a blank in worry. As Rivers' group moved towards the door that led out of the room towards the main entrance of the shack, it suddenly opened up. Every single person immediately tensed up and looked at the door. Oh. Scene break. Quinn opened the door of the room that had the entrance to the passage. And, oh boy, he wasn't expecting what was waiting inside. He stared at 7 people and... Is that Harry Potter? One bound and unconscious Harry Potter being used as what seemed to be a hostage. Quinn almost did a double take when he saw a werewolf in the room. Oh, for magic's sake. Today's a full moon, he exclaimed in his mind and knew this was Remus Lupin in his Leakin form. What the hell is he doing here? Shouldn't he be in his residence sleeping? Quinn had monitored Remus on a few full moon nights. Remus, who had been getting his wolfsbane potion, didn't come to Shrieking Shack. He had enough control to just sleep in his residence inside Hogwarts. Then he looked at James Potter and Sirius Black and pieced together that these two were the reason for Remus' sudden change of location. And finally, Quinn looked at 4 people who were in the middle of the room. Whoa, they've kidnapped Harry. Now that's more than anyone has ever accomplished, thought Quinn. They're the Novellus Actionites. Yup, I'm pretty sure they are. He thought all of this within a few seconds, and after Quinn was done with speculating and observing, he said, Oh. Quinn didn't remove his left hand from the doorknob and raised his right hand to point a thumb back. Excuse me. I feel like I'm interrupting something important. How about I leave you to your thing here and let you continue? Yes, I'll do that, said Quinn and very slowly stepped back and tried to close the door. Trying to get out of the place so it won't turn into a Mexican standoff. Don't close that door. Kid, if you don't want to get hurt, I suggest that you do whatever I ask you to do, yelled Rivers, who stopped Quinn from closing the door. Rivers was slowly getting frustrated. This situation was already tough, but now, some kid had strolled into the situation and made things a little more complicated. Just how many people know about this secret passage, thought Rivers furiously. The matchup was 4-on-3, and he couldn't let it turn into 4-on-4, so he tried to intimidate Quinn. You see who I'm holding? This is Harry Potter, the boy who lived. If you don't do as I say, I'm going to blow up his brains. You don't want to be the person who let the boy who lived die, do you? Said Rivers, trying to make sure Quinn didn't make any erratic moves. See the man on the left? He's James Potter, the father of Harry Potter. If you don't do as I saw, I will kill his son, and he will blame you. You'll let his precious son die. Let me tell you something. James Potter here is a senior Auror and has a seat on Wisengamot, and that makes him a powerful man. He can ruin your family and put you in Azkaban, and you don't want that, do you? Quinn shook his head in response. There's no way in hell he could do that. If I was arrested, I'd be out before they could even think of harming me. George West would tear down the ministry walls if he ever heard that his grandson was under arrest. The richest man in the country and probably the magical world would bring down hell if he heard a word about putting Quinn in Azkaban. If Death Eaters were able to bribe their way out, George could do much, much more. Not only would George get Quinn out, but he would also cause massive problems for anyone involved. George would put so much pressure on the ministry higher-ups that they would have no choice but to tread very, very lightly, because their future would very well depend on their next decisions. Sure, James Potter was politically powerful, but George West was on another level. James Potter could gather the support of the Light faction, but George West could buy out the Grey and Dark factions and even get his hands on some of the Light faction. But of course, Rivers didn't know that the random kid he was threatening had such a background. And Quinn wasn't about to whip his background out. It wasn't time for that. He had different plans for the current situation. When Quinn shook his head, Rivers internally smiled and said, "Now back off and move to the side with your hands raised above your head. I don't want you reaching for your wand." Quinn raised his hands above his head and walked back as instructed, moving sideways, out of the view of everyone but Rivers. He showed complete compliance. Rivers nodded and slowly moved forward towards the open door while his grunts covered him. Quinn stared at Rivers with a silent gaze and waited for an opportunity. Just a little more and it will be the time. They were still behind the threshold of the door the moment Rivers got out of the room, as his grunts were still behind and bunched up. It's time, thought Quinn. Suddenly the wand in Rivers' hands went flying. Right after, the door snapped closed. Quinn lowered his hand and ran towards Rivers. He used magic to pull on Harry's binding to separate him from Rivers. Rivers became too stunned/shocked at the sudden change of events. He couldn't help but look to his side just to feel a kick planted in his stomach. The force of the kick knocked the air out of him, and he immediately knelt. The next second, he once again felt a kick, this time in his chest, and it made him lie on the ground. Suffering from panic, he looked through his shaky vision and saw Quinn as he descended on top of him. Then he felt his arms being trapped under Quinn's knees. "This will hurt, so brace yourself," said Quinn and raised his fist and brought it down onto Rivers' face. The solid fist impacted Rivers' jaw and cheeks, making a sickening sound. Scene break. As soon as the door closed, the Marauders took action. They raised their wands and shot spells on the actionite grunts. The grunts were surprised to see their path cut off, and in that lapse of concentration and focus, they were hit with spells. It was over for them. The Aurors and the Lycanthrope stunned and bound their opponents within seconds while using extra power just to make sure they wouldn't be waking anytime soon. The second the grunts' wands were retrieved, the three men ran towards the door, but when they opened the closed door, they were greeted with a shocking sight. In front of them was Harry's unconscious body. James immediately moved towards his son to check upon him. And on the side, Sirius and Remus saw the kid that had barged in standing up on top of the Novellus actionite who led the others. It shocked them to see him raining punches on the actionite's face. Then they heard him speak. "Damn it. My knuckles hurt. Oh, Rowena, I haven't punched anyone without gloves before and it hurts." They saw as the kid looked down. He then shrugged his shoulders and elbowed the actionite in the face. Sirius moved to stop the kid, but the kid stopped on his own and stood up. Sirius, who was closer to the kind, saw the bloodied face of the actionite. And from the looks of it, he was completely and totally out. Sirius looked up and saw that the teenager was facing him. He was scrunching his face and raised his hands to look at them. "I think I injured my hands. This really hurt. I definitely need to go to Madame Pomfrey. They don't look well." The tense situation inside the shrieking shack had come to a sudden and dramatic end. ************. Quinn West, MC, I think I fractured my knuckles. Shit, it hurts. Rivers Lock, wants chaos, broken face and knocked out. James Potter, Auror, off duty, tipsy, has been married for a long time. Sirius Black, Auror, off-duty, tipsier, have to collect the booze, first. Remus Lupin, lycanthrope, werewolf, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Chapter 114, Potter's Thoughts and Time Before Meeting. I think I injured my hands. This really hurts. I definitely need to go to Madame Pomfrey. They don't look well, said Quinn with his arms raised in front of him and his hands hung limply from below the wrist area. Who are you? Asked Sirius Black, while moving his eyes from Quinn to the bloodied face and back to Quinn. And what are you doing here? Quinn weaved magic into his hands and numbed the pain. He didn't attempt to heal his battered-up hands and only stuck to eliminating the pain from his injured knuckles and wrist. Oh, I'm Quinn West, a fourth-year student at Hogwarts, introduced Quinn while scrunching up his face to portray that he was feeling pain. He then focused on the werewolf in the room and said, Professor Lupin might know me from his classes. Sirius, Remus, and even James, who was checking up on his son, widened their eyes when they heard Quinn address Remus in his werewolf form as Professor Lupin. What are you talking about? Uttered Sirius, while trying to separate Remus Lupin from the werewolf that stood beside him. Oh, please. I already know that Professor Lupin is a werewolf, scoffed Quinn and turned his head to look at the lycanthrope. The signs were all there. He disappeared for a few days because of weak health and the absence period was always after the full moon. Quinn then brought in the statement that would close this line of conversation. Professor Snape tried really hard to point out that Professor Lupin is a werewolf. The preparation he did for the werewolf revision lesson was outstanding. For once, he was completely involved in teaching. He even asked if any one of us had doubts, shrugged Quinn and then finished with a smile. It was an unusual yet fascinating day. It made me think that people can accomplish anything if they put their hearts into it. What? That Snake did that, exclaimed Sirius, his hands tightening into fists at the thought of Snape trying to out his friend. I'll blast him when I see that twat. Werewolf Remus put his hairy paw on Sirius to wind his friend down. After calming down, Sirius continued the conversation. If you knew, why didn't you tell anyone? He paused and then slowly asked. Did you tell anyone? I didn't tell anyone. When I realized that Professor Lupin was a werewolf, I gave it a thought. Then I realized that if Professor was allowed to work here, then he must have been provided a supply of wolfsbane, said Quinn, and then glanced at Remus. From the looks of it, he's on the wolfsbane. Or else, he would have already tried to bite me. Werewolves, when transformed, had the instinct to bite anyone they could get their paws on. The average werewolf didn't aim to kill, their wild instincts knew that the only way to continue their race was to turn other people into werewolves, so the damage that a werewolf would do was a few bites. Sometimes, the bites would be at some of the body's vital spots, and the victim could die because of blood loss and shock. Of course, there were exceptions like Fenrir Greyback, who had that innate desire to kill and slaughter at times. Aren't you scared? Asked Sirius. Sirius knew from experience that werewolves were proper people and not monsters. He knew better than anyone that, even though werewolves were dangerous, a lot of them tried hard to live normally and had hopes and dreams like everyone else. But he asked because there was always a risk. He still asked, even with Remus right beside him. And Remus didn't mind because he understood where the question was coming from and was curious about Quinn's answer. Scared? No. I was cautious, not scared. I prepared myself and made sure that if one day Professor Lupin stood in front of me in his current form, I'd be ready, smiled Quinn as he unveiled his magic prep. I know the Homerfoo's charm and have practiced it a lot to get it down on my fingertips. The Homerfoo's charm was a charm used to temporarily change a transformed werewolf back into their human form. It would forcibly turn back the transformation and would revert the werewolf into a human. Quite valuable for stopping a werewolf in its tracks. In the room's darkness, Quinn's expression wasn't clearly visible. But Quinn was looking at Werewolf Remus as he was a test subject. He was thinking about how the spell would work against a werewolf. Because the spell only temporarily reverted the transformation, the Lycan transformation would come back very shortly. But that small window was enough to incapacitate the werewolf. However, Quinn's usage was a tad bit too powerful than your average user. His spell's effects would linger instead of ending after a bit. And that would cause a tussle between the Lycan transformation and Quinn's magic. Even though Quinn hadn't tested it out against a real werewolf, he, at some level, was sure that the tussle between the transformation and his magic would be very painful for the target. Two opposing forces trying to forcibly change a person's body wasn't optimal, and it would, in normal circumstances, cause immense pain. As Quinn finished his thinking, James spoke for the first time and informed everybody of Harry's condition. Harry's fine. He's just knocked out. I checked for the basic signs, but we should send him to Madame Pomfrey just to be sure, informed James with his eyes still on his son. All right, then let's divide the tasks, nodded Sirius and looked at everyone in the room. I will take these shits to Holdings and see if I can get something worthwhile out of them. James, you take Harry, and Quinn to Madame Pomfrey and inform Dumbledore of what happened here. Remus, you stay here. I know this isn't good for your body, so take a rest and go to sleep. Sirius took the lead and assigned everyone their tasks. All the conscious people nodded in consent and understanding. Scene break. James Potter, with Harry Potter on his back, walked with Quinn. They made their way through the secret tunnel that connected Shrieking Shack and Whomping Willow Tree. Harry was still unconscious while Quinn's hands were still injured. Sirius and James had tried to offer to cast healing spells on him, but Quinn had politely refused and said that he could wait for Poppy, the Medi-healer, to take a look at them. Why do you know about this passage? Initiated James to fill the very silent underground passage with conversation. Oh, I found it a few years back when I tried to get a good look at the Whomping Willow. Saw it when I finally figured out that I needed to shoot a poking hex at the knot at the base of the tree to make it calm down. The Whomping Willow would attack anyone who would come closer, but if he pressed the knot at the base of its trunk, the magical tree would calm down for a while. Pomona Sprout used this method when she needed to check if the Whomping Willow was healthy, and so did Quinn when he needed to use the secret passage. I know that, too, smiled James as he reminisced about the later of his school years when the Marauders would sneak in after Remus to keep him company. The elder Potter glanced at Quinn while wondering whether he should say it or not. He, then, decided to say it. Quinn, about the thing that person said about me doing those things to you and your family, said James carefully. None of those words hold any truth. I would never do any of that. Those actions wouldn't be ethical, and no matter what could have happened back there, I would have never blamed you for any of it. James wanted to erase the thought that Aurors would take advantage of their position. Aurors were the people who withheld justice, and he wanted to make sure that a child around the same as his son wouldn't build a negative image. Don't worry about it. I actually don't care about the threat, smiled Quinn. Even if things went south and you developed a grudge, I wouldn't be worried if you tried to do what that man said. You wouldn't? Questioned James confusedly. Not at all. I'm a West, smirked Quinn. If you tried to do things that you describe as unethical, you wouldn't be able to move a finger. I would have been out of your reach before you could have even thought about what to do. When Quinn mentioned his last name, James finally recalled Quinn's full name, and then it hit him what Quinn was trying to say. West, as in George West? Asked James, his eyes widening. He had only met George West a couple of times. He didn't know the man personally. But he knew who George West was. His work at Wisengamot and in the political circle made sure that he knew of the men who held a substantial amount of influence in every social and professional circle. James also knew that his parents knew George West. He sparsely recalled that his parents had been invited to dinner with George West a few times and had a business relationship with the head of the West business empire. Yes, West as in George West. He's my grandfather, confirmed Quinn, and that was why he wasn't worried. As long as Quinn didn't do anything wildly illegal or wrong, he would be fine. James was still surprised that Quinn was the grandson of George West, but then it dawned on him how dangerous things could have turned out. What would have happened if he had got severely injured or harmed? What if he had died, thought James in mild horror. He could almost imagine what George West would have done when he found that his only grandson had been involved in a potentially dangerous situation. James was sure that his life would have been terribly difficult for a long time. James looked at Quinn's hands and nervously thought, he won't make a big deal about this, right? He did that to himself on his own and isn't very bothered about it. So we are good, right? Right. While James was thinking about if he was in trouble, Quinn was silently thinking about what would happen when they reached Hogwarts. I need to handle this carefully. There will be only one chance for me to work with, thought Quinn. He saw the end of the tunnel. Let's hope he won't come out and stay inside. Scene break. Quinn and James, along with the unconscious Harry, entered the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey. I am here to visit, called out Quinn with a chipper voice. Both James and Quinn heard a sigh from the inside, and it brought a smile to Quinn's face. Quinn, it's almost dinner time. Why are you here right now? James and Quinn saw the matron walk out from her office. What do you want to ask that couldn't wait? Sighed Poppy as she walked out while straightening a crease on her clothes, but when she looked up, she saw that it wasn't just Quinn. James Potter? What are you doing here? Asked Poppy. She saw the former student and now Auror standing there beside Quinn, and, then, she saw Harry in his arms. Is this Harry Potter? Merlin, what happened to him? She walked forward and towards a bed that was beside the three. What are you standing there for? Lay the boy down on the bed. James moved as instructed and gingerly lay his son on the bed. Did you check up on him? Asked Poppy as she diagnosed Harry. I did. Harry is knocked out. He was dropped to the ground. I think he has a concussion on his head, nodded James as he replied. Huh. Poppy looked up from Harry at James. I was talking to Quinn. But, yes, you are an Auror, so I guess you have some elementary healing skills. James looked at Quinn with confusion. I was in a bit of a pinch, Madame Pomfrey. I couldn't concentrate with the pain, smiled Quinn. Pain. Poppy once again looked at Harry and saw Quinn raise his arms and show his hands. Quinn's hands had swollen from below the wrist, and the knuckles had turned green and purple. What really happened to the both of you? Asked Poppy, shocked. Quinn would have waved his hands if they weren't hurt, but he assured, oh, it's nothing. I just punched a man and, well, this happened. If you're concerned, then that man was more injured than I am. In any case, all's well when it ends well. I wasn't concerned about that, sighed Poppy in exasperation. Show me those hands. Poppy looked at Quinn's hands and pulled out her wand to cast healing spells on the bones and swollen areas. The fractures in the bones started to knit back while the swelling began to subside as the color in Quinn's hand returned to normal. Wait for a while, and they'll be good as new. Even stronger than before, said Poppy before turning to James. Your son is fine. He will be up in a few hours. I could wake him up now, but let him wake up on his own. James breathed a sigh of relief at the assurance of the healer. Good, then I'll go find McGonagall. She'll take me to Dumbledore. I need to talk to him, said James. I see. Wait for a second, stopped Poppy and then called out. Tipsy. A Hogwarts house elf appeared in the hospital wing after a pop. What can Tipsy do for Healy Lady Poppy? Said the house elf in her squeaky voice and looked at Poppy with her big eyes. Tipsy, where's Professor McGonagall? Asked Poppy. The house elf tilted her head and spoke after a short silence, Proffy can't be in her office. Poppy turned to James and said, you heard her. Minerva is in her office. You remember where her office is, right? James nodded, and after saying a short thank you, he left the hospital wing to find the Scottish professor. After James left, Poppy turned to Quinn. You're staying here till your hands are healed, don't even think of leaving before I give you my consent, warned Poppy as her eyes narrowed. Madame Pomfrey, have you ever seen me trying to leave your company early? I'll stay with you as long as you desire, grinned Quinn. I still don't know what happened. How did you get injured? And what about the person who you punched? Where is he? Doesn't he need medical attention? And why was an Auror here at Hogwarts? Rapid-fired Poppy, adamant about knowing what was happening. Quinn slightly smiled and narrated the events from his point of view, emphasizing his heroics that saved the day. Thus, a visit to Hogsme turned into an adventure where I saved the boy who lived and the Aurors from the Oxyonites. Not bad for a day's work, right? Beamed Quinn. Poppy stared at Quinn with her mouth slightly open and then smacked him on the back of his head. Why? Exclaimed Quinn, not expecting the sudden beating. You knew about Remus being a werewolf, fumed Poppy. You were messing with me that day when you brought up werewolves. Do you know how scared I was? Oh, uttered Quinn, and then a smile bloomed on his face. Yeah, that was fun. I loved the tea. We should do it again soon, how about next Thursday? How does that sound? Poppy raised her hand for another smack, but Quinn dodged it with a grin on his face. So you don't mind that Remus Lupin is a werewolf? I don't mind. As long as I or anyone else isn't bitten without their consent, spoke Quinn. Lycanthropy is a disease. I don't blame people who have it. As long as they don't try to spread it, I couldn't care less if they are werewolves. Without their consent, asked Poppy with a tiny bit of confusion. Yeah, people are stupid. If they went near a werewolf during a full moon intending to get bitten, I wouldn't blame the werewolf. Their instincts command them to bite. You can't blame someone for what they can't control. After talking to Poppy, Quinn sat down on a bed and closed his eyes. He needed to concentrate. He needed to be prepared for what was about to come. There were two possibilities, and Quinn needed to simulate how they would unfold. That's difficult given the fact that I haven't talked to him, thought Quinn. He had come to the hospital wing so that if the first possibility unfolded he would have an audience, which would restrict any possible foul play. And if the second possibility came to happen, then Quinn would need to be in a place where he would have the chance to gain backup. It depends on who will be the messenger. If they are good, I'll have a chance to explain it in depth, otherwise, if they aren't, I can still get the message across, but it'll have to be short, thought Quinn as he kept thinking about how things would unfold. Both possibilities had their own pros and cons. What Quinn needed was to think about how to maximize the pros and minimize the cons. Mr. West, you have gotten yourself involved in something big, haven't you? Quinn opened his eyes and saw his head of house standing there, arms crossed, looking up at him. Professor Flitwick. I hope I'm not in trouble, smiled Quinn, and at the same time, he thought, what will happen, though? You're in trouble, Mr. West. You're going to be in detention, sighed Flitwick. Now, if you are healed, let's go. The headmaster has called you to his office. The second one, it is, thought Quinn. The first meeting between Quinn West and Albus Dumbledore was ahead. Chapter 115, Preparations and Warm-Up. Quinn and Phileas exited the hospital wing after Quinn's hands had healed enough. Poppy had bandaged them up and told Quinn not to move them. She finally told him to return after he was done to complete his recovery. Professor, would it be all right if we take a detour? Requested Quinn to the diminutive goblin at his side. I would like to change out of these clothes. Quinn straightened his clothes to show that the front of his shirt was stained in blood. The bloodstains were from when Quinn had wiped his knuckles that had the Actionite's blood on them with his shirt. I wouldn't feel comfortable when I have blood on my clothes. Especially when I am about to visit the headmaster. Phileas looked at and saw that Quinn's clothes were indeed stained with blood. If you want, Mr. West, I can vanish that blood off your shirt, offered Phileas, knowing that it wouldn't be good for a child to walk around with blood on his clothes. I appreciate the offer, Professor, but I would like to change these out. Even if these clothes were cleaned of the blood, I'll still be uncomfortable in them, replied Quinn. Phileas nodded and accepted Quinn's request. If that is so, then we can take a detour to change your clothes. I'm sure that the headmaster won't mind. Excellent, he is indeed a good messenger, thought Quinn. He felt positive that things would end up without any complications. Quinn and Phileas climbed up to the 5th floor, but then, Quinn turned to the opposite direction from the Ravenclaw dorms. Phileas asked, Where are you going, Mr. West? To the AID classroom, Professor. I have a set of clothes there, answered Quinn. I don't want to go to the dorms and worry my friends. I understand, Mr. West. Let's proceed to your office, then, nodded Phileas, empathizing with Quinn. Quinn and Phileas walked to the AID office and Quinn invited his head of house inside. Professor, please, make yourself comfortable. I'll change my clothes, and we'll be off in no time, said Quinn. He aimed his hand at the client chairs while he unlocked the workshop door and entered inside. He closed the door behind him and immediately started to move quickly. I don't have much time. Let's get everything over with quickly, thought Quinn. A few things moved in the workshop. One of the drawers opened, and a few sheets of paper flew out from the ream of paper inside. From the same drawer, a fountain pen flew out after the sheet of paper. On the other side of the workshop, a cabinet opened, and from inside came a white short-sleeved t-shirt, a gray and white dynamic work jacket, and red-gray-black work trousers. As Quinn started to change his clothes, the fountain pen uncapped and glided across the page. It penned the words Quinn wanted. By the time Quinn was done dressing up, the pen had penned 2.5 pages of words. The pages flew towards a side of the room, and after 2 glows of light, Quinn exited the workshop. His work was done. Let's go, Professor. I'm ready, said Quinn, dressed in new clothes. His jacket wasn't zipped up, so the white t-shirt he was wearing inside could be seen. Phileas saw Quinn dressed up in new clothes and nodded before he hopped out of his chair. Excellent. Let's go, Mr. West. As the two exited the office, Phileas couldn't help but ask, What are you using to light up the room, Mr. West? I was surprised to see no candles in the room. I knew you would ask about them, Professor, laughed Quinn. I used rune applications on metal platings designed to work as light sources. I used the basic Lumos spell as a base inspiration and then worked up from there. I had to specify the dispersion, color tone, warmth, and intensity. The resulting rune cluster was what you saw up there. Quinn had already thought of pitching his light rune designs in the summer break to his grandfather and Leah. This was another thing that could bring a revolution in the existing industry and could replace the standard everlasting, long-lasting, candles that were used everywhere. Flitwick looked at his smiling student and asked, Why are you smiling, Mr. West? From what I've told you, you are in trouble. He was a little concerned because Quinn wasn't showing any of the signs that would be visible after what had transpired. Quinn was cavalier and engaging instead of silent and shocked. I'm all right, Professor. I understand the situation I was in and how things could have turned out if things had gone differently. If you are thinking why I am so casual about the situation, said Quinn as the smile drained from his face. This is my attempt at self-preservation through disassociation. I'm detaching myself from the situation by acting like it's nothing serious. I wanted to change clothes because they made me think that blood could very easily have been mine. Quinn sneakily glanced at Phileas to see if his lie worked. From the moment Quinn had opened the door, he hadn't been scared in the least. He had assessed the situation and made sure to secure his safety before taking any action. All of them would find that Quinn's behavior was consistent throughout the ordeal, as from the very first words in which Quinn had joked about disturbing the conversation between the Oxyonites and Marauders to him acting goofily with Poppy, he had acted in a similar way. "I see, Mr. West," said Phileas after a pause. "Please be assured that those people will be brought to justice, and the faculty will do its best to improve security. I personally will make sure that none of my students are harmed." "Thank you for your kind words, Professor." "They mean a lot," smiled Quinn. He chuckled as he continued. "I'm guessing that the Shrieking Shack passage will be closed down." "Definitely, Mr. West," smiled Phileas. "No more outside castle visits for you." "Ah, that's lame," laughed Quinn, not worried about it because he knew many more passageways that would allow him to sneak out of the castle. As the student and professor continued to talk, the pair arrived at the headmaster's office. "All right, let's see how this goes," thought Quinn as Phileas said the password. The entrance opened. Scene break. Lily and Ivy Potter practically rushed to the hospital wing. They had been told that Harry had come close to being kidnapped by the terrorist group called Novellus Oxyonites, who had infiltrated Hogwarts and had captured Harry in broad daylight. They were semi-relieved to hear that the attempt was thwarted because the Marauders had been partying in the Shrieking Shack. When they heard that Harry was resting at the hospital, both mother and sister ran to see Harry. Inside the hospital wing, they saw Poppy tending a sleeping Harry while casting some spells at Harry's head. "Poppy, how is he?" asked Lily, her eyes stuck to her son. Poppy turned to her colleague and gave her the same answer that she had given the father. "He hit his head on the ground. Other than that, he is fine. He's sleeping and will wake up in a while." She waved her wand, and 2 bar stools came gliding for Lily and Ivy to sit down. "This was close, wasn't it?" said Poppy as she herself took a seat. "To think they used the tunnel made for Remus. I used to guide him to that house every month when he was still a student here." Everything from the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack, including the passage that joined the two, had been added after Remus Lupin had sent back the reply in which he said he would be attending Hogwarts. The school had added these landmarks to ensure that Remus could go through his lycanthrope transformation in isolation and continue to study at the school with no one knowing about his condition. Every evening, Poppy would guide the then-teenager Remus to the Shrieking Shack. The house had been commissioned by the school and got its name because, in the absence of Wolfsbane potion, Remus would bite and scratch himself due to a lack of humans to infect. Albus Dumbledore encouraged the rumors about the house being haunted because they would keep people from approaching the building, making it a safe haven for Remus to go through his monthly transformation. James, Sirius, and Remus were lucky to be there. To think Remus's condition would help thwart the attempt, sighed Lily as she ran a hand through Harry's hair. They were indeed lucky, Poppy, too, sighed. To think not only those 3 were at the shack for Remus, but the kidnappers also used the same route, and finally Quinn also used the same passage. Lily and Ivy both looked up at the matron, who was shaking her head at her semi-apprentice's antics. "Quinn?" asked Ivy, surprised to hear that name in the current situation. Yes, apparently that child had been sneaking in and out of the castle to visit Hogsmeade outside of the Hogsmeade weekend. He used that passage as his sneak route. Today, after he was returning from Hogsmeade, he chanced upon the tense situation and saw wands pointed from both parties. "How's he?" asked Lily with wide eyes, looking around to see if Quinn was lying on another bed. "He's fine." Phileas took him to meet the headmaster. "Quinn punched the man who was holding Harry hostage," sighed Poppy, thinking about Quinn's hands. That child's hands were in bad shape. He, a 14-year-old, hit an adult enough times to draw blood and break his bones. Despite this, he smiled the entire time. A 14-year-old wasn't developed enough and had low strength. Poppy realized that, and when Quinn told her that he broke the man's jaw, she imagined from checking Quinn's hands how many times Quinn had to punch to break a person's face. Quinn's knuckles would have been injured way before accomplishing what he had. So Poppy realized that Quinn had ignored the pain and had kept hitting. While Poppy was thinking about Quinn, Ivy, too, was thinking about him. She couldn't believe that Quinn had once again saved Harry from another dangerous situation. Ivy had just managed to put aside the thoughts about Quinn's slip about the Chamber of Secrets, but now this happened, and she again thought about Quinn. From her very first year, Quinn West had been a part of her school life one way or another. He would always be connected to the bizarre and wild incidents that happened to her and her friends. In the first year, he had warned them about the Philosopher's Stone's chambers, and she was sure that he had been inside those chambers. In the second year, he had caught her trying to sneak into Slytherin's common room. He had told them about the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets and saved them from the monster inside the chamber. He had found things before anyone else and seemed to know everything about what was happening. In her third year, he had made Hermione take him to the past because he wanted to save himself by creating a time travel loop. How did he get injured? She still doesn't know because Quinn was somehow able to avoid that entire line of questioning. Then she saw Quinn produce the biggest Patronus she had ever seen. She thought that those few hours completed the yearly quota of interaction with Quinn West, but now that she heard this, Ivy realized she was wrong. He had saved her brother and had gotten injured while doing it. Ivy remained silent in her thoughts as Lily and Poppy continued to talk about the incident that took place today. Scene break. Quinn walked inside the headmaster's office and he had to say that Dumbledore's office was interesting, to say the least. It was a large and beautiful circular room, full of funny little noises. Several curious silver instruments stood on spindle-legged tables. They whirred and emitted little puffs of smoke. Portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses, some gently snoozing, covered the walls of the office. Every headmaster, or headmistress, had their names and their period of tenure on their frames. He also saw an enormous, claw-footed desk and, sitting on a shelf behind it, a shabby, tattered wizard's hat, the sorting hat. Quinn's eyes were also attracted to the shelves after shelves of old tomes and books that graced a knowledgeable presence to the headmaster's chaotic office. If Quinn had been left here with no supervision, he would have definitely opened every book and read through every page. As Quinn walked in, he looked over his shoulder and saw a golden perch beside the room's entrance. Quinn identified the golden perch as the Phoenix's resting place. After taking in the interior of the headmaster's office, Quinn nodded in satisfaction. "Mr. West, would you like to share your thoughts with us?" Quinn looked to his front and saw Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, clad in purple robes with stars, sitting behind his desk. He was looking at him through the half-moon glasses with a smile on his face. "Certainly, headmaster. I was thinking that, after observing your office's interior, my office on the 5th floor is better," a relaxed smile on his face as he spoke. A chuckle came from the right, and a deep hum from the left came in response as James Potter chuckled and Severus Snape looked at Quinn warningly. "Is that so? It saddens me a little to hear that. I have put in a lot of work to make my office unique and fun." The owner of the office smiled through his beard. "I even had to suffer from the nagging of the previous owners for years before they settled down." Dumbledore roamed his eyes at the sleeping portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses who occupied this office before him. "I'm not saying that your office isn't unique and fun, headmaster. I agree with you. Your office has a charm that sets it apart from others. It's just that mine is better," smiled Quinn. Dumbledore smiled and then looked at the other 3 men in the room. "James, Severus, Filius. You 3 can leave. James, you should join your family down in the hospital wing. My dear professors, it's almost dinner time, I'm sure you all are hungry. Please, proceed to the Great Hall," said Dumbledore before turning Quinn. "Mr. West and I will have a short talk before joining you at the Great Hall." James Potter and Severus Snape walked past Quinn. Both had different thoughts in their minds. James was thankful to Quinn for knocking out the Actionite, who was about to get away with his son. If Quinn hadn't interfered, James didn't know what he would be doing now. He wasn't sure where his son would be or if he would even be safe. Snape looked both pleased and conflicted. He was pleased that his attempt to convey that Remus Lupin was a werewolf was successful because, from what James had said, Quinn already knew about it and had understood what he was trying to do. Snape was conflicted because Quinn hadn't outed Remus as a werewolf to the school or family. Their eyes met and they immediately became hostile towards each other. Before Quinn had entered the office, they had been exchanging taunts to each other. They only stopped because Dumbledore scolded them both. Filius tagged along with his former students, so the 3 men exited the headmaster's office. They left behind Quinn and Dumbledore in the office. "Please take a seat, Mr. West," said Dumbledore, and with a wave of his hand, a chair was pulled back for Quinn. "Thank you, headmaster," said Quinn as he sat down. "You can call me professor like your other teachers, Mr. West," said Dumbledore as Quinn made himself comfortable. "You are the head of the school, headmaster." "I like to use the proper title when I address people," smiled Quinn. "Maybe if you teach the alchemy class in my 6th and 7th year, I'll call you professor." Dumbledore looked interested at the mention of alchemy. He asked with his eyes shining with interest. "You are interested in alchemy, Mr. West?" "I haven't seen many students who are interested in alchemy. The lack of interested students is the reason we have to cancel the alchemy subject every year." "Alchemy is magic, headmaster." "I'm interested in anything that is magic," stated Quinn as if he was stating a universal fact. "Your grades certainly show that." "They are truly impressive, Mr. West," said Dumbledore as he turned parchments on his desk. "Other than potions and history of magic. You have scored more than 100% in every exam of every subject in your 4 years at Hogwarts. Even in the 2 mentioned subjects, you haven't once scored anything less than an outstanding." Quinn shrugged and smiled, I do well in class, headmaster. It's what I like to do. Dumbledore continued to turn parchments, stopped at a certain parchment, and said, Your establishment of an office on the 5th floor, allowed by Phileas. You've called it the AID, and if I recall correctly, it has been a huge success. The notes that you release every year have been a great success, even though I haven't read them, the faculty have told me that they are excellent. You have been known to create interesting knickknacks that see great sales, and interestingly, none of them have been banned by our caretaker, something that I consider a big accomplishment. The AID has become popular for helping other students, which is another great and unique accomplishment. Tell me, Mr. West. Why did you start this initiative of yours? Asked Dumbledore, curious about the birth of the AID. He hadn't seen something like this in Hogwarts before. Usually, prefects, headboys, and headgirls would be the students who helped the other students. If they couldn't solve the problem, they would go to the professors. But ever since AID had opened up in Hogwarts, there had been a steady increase of students relying on Quinn to help them. In one of the faculty meetings this year, the faculty had noted that they had seen a dive in the number of younger students coming to them for help. They connected it to the presence and ever-growing popularity of AID. Every year the AID would gain a new batch of students. After the professors exchanged their experiences, they realized that the AID had been equally popular in every house. No student, regardless of their house, had ever turned away from the door of AID. If they had a problem, AID was the space. Pureblood students who had a strong sense of blood supremacy used AID's services because Quinn was a pureblood himself. Muggle-born students, who were on the opposite side of the spectrum, didn't shy away from the AID because it was a place that would explain anything they wanted to know about the new and unknown magical world. The AID was an establishment that reached every type of student present in Hogwarts. Dumbledore, who got informed about what was happening in the school from the faculty meeting, became impressed and curious about the AID and how it was able to rise up to this point in only 3 years. Originally, I wanted to do something different. Create something that nobody in Hogwarts had ever done and something different from what my schoolmates were currently doing, answered Quinn, not telling the real reason about AID's founding. He still provided Dumbledore with some actual facts, though. I wanted to create something of my own and, in process, use magic. I wasn't expecting it to get this big. But well, I guess I'm happy how things turned out. I have more than 100 students who would do what I ask of them, students from all houses on every step of the social ladder. Indeed, I guess I'm happy how things turned out, thought Quinn. I see, said Dumbledore and once again started to turn the parchments and stopped when he saw something that interested him. This here says that you had access to the restricted section of the library for the entire year, last year. He looked up at Quinn and said, It was given to you by Professor Lockhart. Quinn nodded and confirmed the statement from Dumbledore but didn't say a single word in response. Dumbledore waited for a moment for Quinn to speak something, but when he didn't say anything, Dumbledore asked, May I ask why did you ask for the pass to the restricted section? I was interested in the books there, Headmaster, replied Quinn, keeping it short. And Professor Lockhart gave you the pass for the entire year? Not a particular book, but an entire year, asked Dumbledore. Quinn shrugged in reply, I established his fan club at Hogwarts. I was the reason for his popularity in the school, so I guess he simply allowed me to browse through the library because of that. Yes, I recall hearing about Professor Lockhart's fan club, said Dumbledore before asking with a pause. Did you have contact with Professor Lockhart after he left the school? Unfortunately, I lost contact with Professor Lockhart after he left his post. He was a fun person to listen to and hang around. He had fascinating stories to tell, answered Quinn. What books interested you, Mr. West? Asked Dumbledore as he observed Quinn through his half-moon glasses. There were many, but mostly some advanced applications of what I was studying at the moment, answered Quinn, and he didn't lie. Dumbledore didn't know what level of magic he was studying at that point. Dumbledore once again waited for Quinn to explain what he meant by the vague answer, but Quinn didn't say a single more word. He once again looked down at his desk and turned some sheets before once again asking. You've been learning healing magic from Madame Pomfrey, stated Dumbledore as he looked at Quinn with surprise. Yes, answered Quinn with a single word. The third time around, Dumbledore finally caught up with what was happening. Do you want to become a healer, Mr. West? No, sir. Not at all. Healing is a type of magic, and I'm interested in anything that's magic, smiled Quinn. The headmaster stared at the student while the student looked around the office with a curious gaze. Headmaster, my view of your office is improving by the minute. It's growing on me, complimented Quinn. If Dumbledore didn't want to get straight to the point, Quinn also didn't mind stretching things along. Plus, he employed his usual strategy of letting the other person ask questions to control the flow of information. It seems I have gone off the topic, Mr. West, said Dumbledore and closed the file of parchments. It's just that I don't get to talk to students often. So whenever I do get to talk to a student, I get a little distracted as I want to know more about them. It's fine, sir. You are a busy man, the headmaster of Hogwarts, the supreme mugwump of the ICW, and the chief warlock of Wisingamot. All these titles and the responsibilities that come with them are time-consuming, said Quinn, and then suggested as he looked at Dumbledore. If you aren't enjoying your current workload and if it makes you feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could drop a position or two and concentrate on fewer things. Dumbledore watched Quinn, and as Quinn said the last sentence, the headmaster smiled widely, more widely than he had smiled since Quinn had entered the office. Let's get to the point, Mr. West. Let's talk about what happened at the Shrieking Shack. Quinn held back the smile that was threatening to break out on his face and nodded. Let's. Chapter 116, The Talk, and the Events That Built Up to It. What were you doing at the Shrieking Shack, Mr. West? Asked Dumbledore to the student sitting in front of him. I was returning from Hogsmeade, headmaster, answered Quinn to the question. And Shrieking Shack is the route that I used to travel back and forth from the castle and village. Today's situation had revealed that Quinn went out of the castle, so there was no reason for him to hide the fact that he went out to Hogsmeade. What were you doing in the village? Questioned Dumbledore. What prompted you to leave the castle? Quinn raised his right hand and snapped his fingers for a playing card, a joker, with a royal blue back appear in his hands. I was out at the village to confirm the new design on my business cards. He then, with a flick of his wrist, threw the playing card from his right to left at a snapping speed, making a faint noise as the card jumped hands. Dumbledore's eyes from Quinn's right to left, following the card, and they widened a fraction when instead of the throwing card, Quinn's left was holding a black card with golden lettering. These cards are my main source of advertisement, headmaster, said Quinn as he leaned forward and gracefully placed the card on Dumbledore's desk, and the black business card glided on top of the polished surface of the table towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore removed his surprised eyes from the business card on his desk and looked at Quinn's hand, which had returned to resting on his lap. And you couldn't do it from within the castle? Communicating via owls, perhaps, asked Dumbledore as he continued to stare at the card on the table. Some things come out better when you discuss them face to face, sir. As I said, these cards are my primary source of advertisement. I need for them to be perfect. Other than the slight widening of his eyes, the old headmaster didn't show any signs of surprise and picked up the card from the table to observe it. His experienced hands and knowledgeable eyes looked for magic laid into the cards. Dumbledore found that hidden under a layer of bogus charms laid animation charms and a protean charm, but other than that, no other magic was woven into the card. Dumbledore looked for how Quinn transformed a playing card into a business card, searching for a transfiguration charm or a simple cantrip, but there was nothing like that on the card. Which told Dumbledore that Quinn had accomplished it without magic, surprising him further. That was an impressive show of sleight of hand, Mr. West, complimented Dumbledore as he gently shook the card in his hand. I've heard that Muggle magicians do tricks like these, but this is my first time seeing something like this. Thank you for the praise, smiled Quinn. Sleight of hand seems like magic, a skill that requires pure skill and dexterity to fool people. The smile widened into a wide grin. And I have found that it does wonder when I show it to magicals. I can get individuals to look at me with funny and, quite frankly, dumb faces. Did I make the same expression that you see on others? Quinn shook his head with a shallow smile. You barely made an expression, headmaster. It made me think that I should have done something more, wilder. Oh no, Mr. West. I thoroughly enjoyed it and was surprised, answered Dumbledore. I'm an old dog, who was a little slow on the uptake, that's all. Oh, please, headmaster. You aren't that old. You are what? A little over 100 years old. You still have a full life ahead of you, chuckled Quinn and then gave a glance over to Dumbledore's face. You have the dressing sense. If you trim that beard off, you would immediately shave decades off your appearance. Dumbledore stroked his long beard and smiled. Is that so? I will give it a thought. I'm a little attached to my beard, it has been with me for a long time. Follow your heart, sire. It will take you ways. Dumbledore was about to laugh in agreement, but then he realized that Quinn had taken him off the tangent and blinked a bit at the smiling student in front of him. There was a slight pause after Quinn's statement, and Dumbledore directly brought the conversation back on track. James tells me that you ... Dumbledore started to speak, but Quinn cut him off. James, questioned Quinn, despite knowing who Dumbledore was talking about. The conversation a few seconds, even if it was off topic, was going smoothly, and Quinn wanted to break the rhythm, so he asked the question to which he already knew the answer. James Potter, the person who escorted you to the castle, said Dumbledore, who indeed was slightly thrown off his rhythm. He wasn't used to being interrupted or being pulled out of topic. It had been years, even decades, since Dumbledore had experienced close to what he was doing with Quinn. Auror Potter. I wasn't able to attribute the first name to him. Please do continue, gestured Quinn. Yes, as I was saying, James tells me that you knew that Professor Lupin is a werewolf. My question to you, Mr. West, is that if you understood what Professor Snape was trying to tell you, why didn't you reveal to anyone? Asked Dumbledore, and his eyes shined with curiosity. Dumbledore was shocked that Snape had tried to reveal Remus's identity despite his insistence and order to not disclose the condition. But to think that the childish feuds would carry over to adulthood and Snape would try to circumvent the rules he had set and attempt to point the students towards the answers. I understand that lycanthropy, or the more funny word, werewolfery, is a disease. As long as people with lycanthropy take proper precautions, I wouldn't treat them negatively. Professor Lupin, from my view, took those proper precautions and made sure that the surrounding people wouldn't be affected, answered Quinn, speaking things from his heart. I don't think that just because Professor Lupin was something he can't do anything about, he should be segregated. As for why I didn't reveal his identity, he and the faculty were clearly trying to keep it a secret. I can read the room, so I kept quiet. Of course, if he had been a danger to the students, I would have revealed his identity to the entire school and have him kicked out of the school. Quinn had already spoken these things at the Shrieking Shack, so he didn't mind repeating them. Anything to keep the conversation where and how Quinn wanted to go. Let's talk about the fact that you intercepted the terrorist. But Dumbledore was an experienced old goat. Even with Quinn's little tactics to keep the conversation moving in the direction he wanted, Dumbledore simply used blunt questions and his position as the headmaster to force the conversation back where he wanted. I wanted a little more time before we got here, but things are still within my expectations, thought Quinn, and once again waited for Dumbledore to front a question. From what James described, the men that held Harry hostage got out of the room, the door suddenly shut close, and when the others got out, you were on top of the men and beating his face red with your fists, recalled Dumbledore. The headmaster took a conscious pause in which he stared at Quinn before asking. You didn't have your wand in your hands, Mr. West. How were you able to shut the door that was clearly shut with magic? Quinn stared at Dumbledore for a good few moments before raising his hand and pointing it at the folder of parchments that Dumbledore was previously reading from. His face scrunched up in concentration as 5 seconds went by before the folder flew up from the table and zoomed into Quinn's hand. Quinn breathed out a heavy breath and lightly smiled. I can do a little wandless magic, headmasters. At that moment, I thought it was the best option for everyone if I separated the men from his associates. There, I established my limit, internally smiled Quinn. He looked down at the folder and opened it to read what Dumbledore had on him, but the speed at which he turned the pages made it seem like he was simply turning pages. I can't do any more than that. And that man had a wand pointed at Harry Potter, so I chose the physical route and forced him away from Harry, and then to make sure that he didn't have any other moment, I punched him. Quinn looked up from the parchments and continued. I've been told that you can't stop after an initial blow. You've to keep going until the hostile is no longer, well, hostile. Quinn rubbed his upper arm with his opposite hand and whispered, I was scared and just followed what came to me instinctually. Feeling frightened in that situation was natural, and Quinn, on some level, was scared. Even if he had planned things to ensure that he was safe, Quinn still felt the fear that the situation could go wrong. So, right now, Quinn was simply using that slight feeling of fear to portray a dread that brought out his instincts. I understand, Mr. West. Things must have been terrifying for you at that moment. I will tell you something that I've heard from several Aurors and hit wizards I have met. Most of them told me that even after doing what they do for years, they still feel afraid before going into a dangerous situation. They tell me that fear is what keeps them on their toes and keeps their mind cautious. Quinn nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing with the fact that a healthy dose of fear helped in dangerous situations. Dumbledore observed Quinn with an inspecting gaze. There was something about Quinn that was bothering him. Ever since Quinn had entered the room, there was something that had been bothering Dumbledore. Something that he couldn't put his finger on. Quinn didn't show any signs of nervousness or worry about being in his office. And while Dumbledore wasn't trying to make anyone nervous, he understood that his position and reputation did bring that something in people when they met him. Then there was the fact that Quinn had shown that even though he wasn't reluctant to talk, his answers told him that Quinn wasn't going to completely open up. Dumbledore wasn't dense or a greenhorn, he understood what Quinn was trying to do. Short and vague answers, going off topics, trying to interrupt the conversations, not providing anything new that he didn't already know. He had deduced that Quinn used wandless magic to close the door. There was no other reasoning for the door suddenly closing. And Quinn had simply confirmed the clear fact by showcasing that he had wandless capabilities just enough to shut a door. Quinn simply confirmed that he punched the men to stop him. Dumbledore already knew that. Other than a few additional background facts, Quinn hadn't told him anything that would add to the narrative. Even before the two started to talk about the incident, Quinn had simply agreed with statements that he had put forward. Lockhart gave him an all-access pass to the restricted section for an entire year. Quinn's answer? Yes. Short and simply confirming a recorded fact. Why? I don't know, maybe he liked me. Vague conjecture and nothing definitive. What did he study? Advanced concepts. Everything in restricted section was advance. Once again, too broad of an answer. He provided similar answers when asked about his healing lesson with Poppy. Dumbledore thought about it, what didn't fit into place. He is prepared, a bit too prepared. He is too relaxed, noticed Dumbledore. But when he thought about Quinn's background and what he had learned from his faculty, it was just barely within an acceptable behavior from Quinn. He is too accepting, thought Dumbledore. Yes, that's it. He transitioned a bit too quickly. When Quinn spoke about fear, he showed some emotion that would be normal given the situation he had been through. But when I told him about Aurors and hit wizards, he accepted it too easily, recalled Dumbledore and reflected on it. The look in his eyes wasn't relief at not being judged. It was as if he already knew it and was showing his agreement. This tipped the scales in Dumbledore's head. He wanted to know what Quinn West was thinking. Here in front of him was George West's grandson. The grandson of the person with immense wealth and resources, who he had tried to bring to his side. Dumbledore had failed to persuade George West to join his side and his cause. Fortunately for him, George West had also refused to go to the other side and join Voldemort. If George West had joined Voldemort, then Malfoy's financial support would have seemed like pocket money allowance. Dumbledore's bubbling curiosity about Quinn, along with his family background, made Dumbledore decide his next course of action. He was going to use some magic to see what was going inside Quinn's head. Quinn was looking around Dumbledore's office when he noticed something from the corner of his eyes. He turned to face Dumbledore and saw the headmaster's eyes glittering and shining with an unnatural light. Ah. He is using magic to attract my eyes to his, thought Quinn. He is going to use legilimency. But Quinn wasn't scared. Not at all. Instead, he was excited. Except for Alan, his teacher, no person had ever challenged his mental occlumency shields. He wanted to see if Dumbledore's attack could pass through. The invisible, omnipresent radiation matter is also ready and present in my mind, thought Quinn, and thought about the latest addition to his Mindscape. Let's see if he can even get to that point. Quinn slightly raised his chin in confidence and locked his eyes with Dumbledore. With a barely noticeable smile gracing his lips, his shields went into active mode as they solidified, and the radiation edges started emitting waves of mental probe degradation magic. Dumbledore, who saw Quinn lock eyes with him, gathered his magic and engaged his mental magic to cast legilimency. The mental probe went forward and was about to reach Quinn's mind when the two parties heard a pop. Dumbledore and Quinn broke eye contact and looked towards the direction of the sound. There they saw a house elf standing with a letter in his hands. I guess my ticket is here, thought Quinn when he saw the letter in the house elf's hands. It came at the right time. It's good to see I know him well. What is Gallery? Asked Dumbledore to the house elf who had the responsibility to clean up his office and was the only elf who was allowed to enter the headmaster's office. A letter came for the headmaster, said Gallery the house elf, and handed the letter to Dumbledore. One of me kind popped to Hogwarts and told us house elves to give this to you and give it fast. Gallery then twirled his fingers and spoke in a distracted voice. She wore pretty toga and was so pretty. Like the best elf Darley had ever seen, so pretty. Quinn's eye smiled when he heard the little house elf spoke in a dreamy tone. Of course, she is pretty. Dumbledore opened the letter as the Garly the Hogwarts house elf popped away. He began reading it, and Quinn didn't see any reaction on the headmaster's face before he looked up and spoke. It seems your grandfather doesn't want me to speak to you without his presence, Mr. West. I see. Rewinding back time to the moment Quinn had opened the door in the Shrieking Shack. The second Quinn saw the men inside the room, he was sure of one thing that was sure to happen. Quinn thought about the future, and no matter what decision he took, every path led to him meeting the old men in the tower and talking about what happened today. All paths lead to Albus Dumbledore. And at that time, the meeting with Dumbledore became his main priority, and Quinn started to prepare for it. The first thing Quinn had to do was to get out of there alive. And make sure Harry Potter wasn't hurt and taken away. Doing this was easy enough. But when he added Dumbledore to the equation, Quinn had to select his methods. He took the physical way rather than the magical way. Quinn started by discreetly disarming the hostage-taker. The door shutting close made sure that no one noticed that fact, meaning if Dumbledore examined the memory, he wouldn't find a wand flying because Quinn made sure that the wand went in a direction that wasn't visible to the marauders. Quinn didn't want to show his actual magical capabilities to Dumbledore. But because the door was closed with magic, Quinn decided to use his reputation as a prodigious student to explain that he had enough wandless skills to close the door. But that was it. Quinn couldn't show any more, so he turned to his trusty fists and battered the men into submission. Going physical and hurting wasn't only to hide his magic. Quinn needed time to prepare. He made sure the Marauders knew he was hurt so they would take him to the hospital wing. This went great because Harry Potter was unconscious and needed medical attention, and Quinn simply tagged along. The reason Quinn wanted to go to the hospital wing was to separate from James Potter. He didn't want to meet Dumbledore right off the bat and wanted to prepare his exit ticket in advance. In the hospital wing, there were two options. Number 1, Dumbledore would come to the hospital wing and talk to him there. In this option, Quinn wasn't able to set up the exit ticket, but he would have an audience who would see him and Dumbledore talk. He would have Poppy and most probably the rest of the Potter family in the hospital wing. If Dumbledore asked to talk in private, Quinn would have refused and would reply that they could talk about it in front of everyone. That he trusted Poppy and that the Potter family deserved to know what happened. This way, Dumbledore would have to carefully tread if he tried some hanky-panky. The second option was Quinn being called into the headmaster's office. Which was the version of events that happened. In this option, Quinn had further sub-possibilities. The possibility was the messenger, who would escort him to Dumbledore. On the scale, Quinn had someone like Severus Snape who wouldn't listen to any of his requests on one side and someone like Filius Flitwick, who was much more empathetic and would allow Quinn to go into his office. With everyone else in between these two people. Quinn's blood-stained clothes weren't an incident. He could have come out of the mess without a single speck of dust on him. Quinn needed to go to his office so that he could prepare his exit ticket. The exit ticket was a Magifax mail sent to every Magifax unit inside the West Manor. Quinn had sent the same 2 pages that he drafted while changing clothes to Ms. Rosie Elliot, his grandfather, and to the Magifax unit for general use at West Manor. The 2 pages covered the events, what was about to happen, and some instructions. If Snape had come to escort Quinn and had refused his request to change clothes, Quinn would have directly called Polly, who was the one who had delivered the letter to the Hogwarts house elves, and would have given her a short message for his grandfather. Quinn was confident that even with a short message, his grandfather would have pulled off the same thing as he had done now, and he would get his exit ticket. Quinn had used Magifax because Filius, the charms master, was sitting right outside. Quinn wasn't sure if Filius would be able to detect a sudden ward that Quinn would have cast to silence the elf-apparate pop of Polly arriving to collect the pages. He was okay with Snape seeing him speaking to Polly because after being refused a change of clothes, Quinn had the justification of complaining to his grandfather. Then came the talk with Dumbledore. Quinn didn't know what would happen in the office. The talk could have gone pleasantly where he and Dumbledore could have exchanged pleasantries, and after making sure that Quinn was fine, Dumbledore allowing Quinn to leave and rest. But Dumbledore pulled out a file on Quinn and started to ask questions that didn't have anything to do with today's incident. Dumbledore brought up everything from his grades to his thoughts about various subjects and his activities. Quinn knew that there was a possibility that Dumbledore would try something, and thus he wanted to get out of the office, and his grandfather's letter was enough to accomplish that. But to make sure that it got here in time, Quinn had to make sure that he extended the conversation without revealing too much. Dumbledore using legilimency was within Quinn's expectations. Quinn knew the power of legilimency, he used it every day. So, he knew that if Dumbledore could, he would use legilimency because if Quinn was in his place, he would have done the same thing. Sure, Quinn was confident in his occlumency, but his opponent was Dumbledore, and Quinn knew that the over 100-year-old man was strong. That is why Quinn went to all the trouble to create an exit ticket. In the words of George West, the exit ticket told Albus Dumbledore to back off and leave his grandson alone. Albus Dumbledore was magically and politically powerful, but he lacked the financial wealth that George West had plenty of. If Dumbledore refused to heed his warning, George would make his life difficult. The saying that money made the world go round was built on solid ground. Dumbledore looked up from the letter towards Quinn stated, "It seems your grandfather is aware of the incident." "So it seems," nodded Quinn. "I wonder how he got to know them so quickly," inquired Dumbledore. "I wouldn't know, Headmaster. My grandfather is a resourceful man." "I'm sure he has his way," replied Quinn, not admitting that he was the source. Quinn put the folder which held the information on him back on the desk. He had already glanced at it and just needed to use occlumency to strengthen what his eyes saw. "It seems we would have to end our talk, sir," smiled Quinn as he got up from his chair. "As much as I enjoyed our talk, my grandfather has the authority to ground me for the entire summer, and I don't want that." Dumbledore glanced between the letter and Quinn and nodded. Quinn turned back and walked towards the door but stopped when he heard Dumbledore speak. "Detentions till the end of the term, Mr. West. For sneaking outside the castle without permission." Quinn didn't turn back and simply replied with, "I understand, sir," and then walked out of the office, leaving behind Albus Dumbledore alone with the letter from George West. Outside the office, Quinn took a deep breath with a big smile and thought, that went rather well. The first meeting between Albus Dumbledore and Quinn West had come to an end. Chapter 117, Invitation, Interrogation, and Twins Talk. Quinn walked back to the hospital wing. He was stretching his limbs while thinking about his conversation with Dumbledore. It went well. I was pulled out at an appropriate time. I need to thank Grandfather for that. Quinn looked at his bandaged hands. They were almost healed, which was the reason he had been able to do a sleight of hand card swap in front of Dumbledore. I'll write him a letter after Madame Pomfrey gives me her consent. The matron had asked Quinn to return after his talk with the headmaster. Quinn knew that if he didn't return, Poppy would come to his dorms and drag him to the hospital wing. I'll probably have the reply waiting for me at the workshop, thought Quinn as he entered the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, I'm back, called out Quinn as he began to remove the bandages so as to make it easier for Poppy to cast the spells and get his hands healed. Quinn's attention was on the bandages wrapped around his hands. As such, he wasn't looking to his front, but then he sensed something in his front. He stopped. He looked up and saw Lily Potter standing in front of him. Suddenly, she walked to Quinn and hugged him. Quinn's arm immediately went up in the air as Lily Potter embraced him. What? What's this? What's she doing? Thought Quinn while being hugged tighter. He could look over her shoulder and saw Ivy Potter standing at a distance. After spotting her, Quinn mouthed out some words. What's happening? Ivy didn't say anything and simply gestured to Quinn to allow Lily to do whatever she was doing. Thank you. Thank you for saving Harry. Thank you so much. Lily finally spoke as she continued to hug Quinn. Quinn gingerly patted the lady with one arm on the back to soothe her. It's all right, Professor Potter. I simply did what seemed right at that moment. Lily finally let go of Quinn. She thanked him for the last time before stepping away from him. But it seemed this wasn't over as James Potter stepped forward after his wife. He heavily patted Quinn on both his shoulders. You did well out there, son, praised James with an approving smile on his face. Damn good quick thinking. You saved the day. Thank you for the compliment. It means a lot when it comes from the mouth of an aura of your caliber, replied Quinn humbly. James, too, was done thanking him and stepped back. This time Quinn was sure it was over and was about to go find Poppy, but he was wrong once again. He couldn't move as Ivy Potter walked near and stood in front of him. The two students stared at each other as Quinn waited for Ivy to say something. KY, said Ivy, not looking at Quinn. She seemed very interested in the floor between her and Quinn's feet. Pardon, I didn't catch that, said Quinn, not able to hear Ivy's words. Ivy bit her lower lip before looking up at Quinn and spoke again, this time loud enough for Quinn to hear. Thank you. Quinn was surprised for a moment. Not because of her words, but because of the expression the redhead had and the look in her eyes. Except for their first meeting, Ivy had always looked at Quinn with a guarded and cautious look. The way she looked at him worsened after Quinn slammed her into a wall as he threatened and blackmailed her. Right now, however, there was a true and honest thankfulness in her eyes. There wasn't any caution. There were no worries. It could be seen that her face truly reflected how she felt. You're welcome, replied Quinn. He had to recover from the surprise of seeing someone he was used to seeing explicitly angry with him in another way. Ivy wordlessly nodded and stepped away. She walked towards Harry's bed and disappeared behind the curtains that framed the beds. With his eyes following Ivy, Quinn didn't notice Lily step forward once again. Quinn, I would like to invite you for dinner at our house during the summer break, invited Lily. Quinn, who was watching Ivy, abruptly turned to Lily when her words landed on his ears. That won't be dash. He politely tried to decline the invitation, but the mother of the twins cut him off before he could even finish his sentence. I insist, Quinn, pressed Lily. You saved my son today. Please give me the chance to thank you for it. Quinn opened his mouth to once again refuse, but Lily's expression stopped him. He nodded. I would be delighted, Professor Potter. A beautiful smile bloomed on Lily's face when Quinn accepted her offer. I'll send an invitation to your house for your parents, smiled Lily. That would be helpful, Professor, nodded Quinn in reply. He then looked up and spoke. Please excuse me, Professor. I need to meet Madame Pomfrey so that she can complete the healing. Saying that, Quinn raised his unbandaged hands. Oh my, yes. Sorry for making you wait. These must hurt, said Lily hurriedly. Quinn politely nodded and walked past both the Potter parents towards the matron's office, who saw Quinn and noticed that his hands weren't bandaged. Quinn. Didn't I tell you not to remove the bandages? Why did you remove them? Scolded the matron. This is why children are foolish. They don't know what's good for them. Quinn blinked his eyes and opened and closed his mouth a few times before saying, I didn't. Liar. I can see from your hands that the bandages weren't removed right now. But. Don't make excuses. Now sit down and let me heal them. Quinn, who had been stopped because of the Potter family, sat down as Poppy focused on healing his hands while she lectured him about the importance of following the proper recuperation practices. Scene break. Sirius Black and his direct senior, Captain Aura Gawain Robards, sat inside an interrogation room. In front of them sat Rivers Locke. The two Aurors had the leader of the Novellus Actionites, but neither of them knew this crucial piece of information. With no one actually knowing Rivers' true identity, they had no idea that they were sitting in front of the Kingpin. Talk, Rivers, asked Gawain as he stared at the prisoner in front of him. You were caught trying to kidnap the boy who lived. Something that the court won't look lightly at. You're screwed, Locke, cackled Sirius at Gawain's side. A long stay awaits you in Azkaban. Rivers didn't say a single word. Not a peep could be heard from him ever since he came here. His face still wasn't fully healed. The Aurors had healed him enough to not feel pain, but if Rivers moved his face and expression too much, he'd feel the burning sting of his injuries. To Rivers, the pain was a reminder that he had failed. As Black here says, you'll be in Azkaban for a long time, Rivers. You tried to kidnap Harry Potter and, to boot directly from Hogwarts. That isn't something the heads will look lightly at, said Gawain and then leaned forward. But if you help us out, provide us with some information, and we will help you out. We'll ask the Chief Warlock to reduce your sentence based on your cooperation. Forget it, Captain, scoffed Sirius. This shrimp doesn't look like he knows something. We should just chuck him in Azkaban, and the world would be better for it. Gawain and Sirius had interrogated many Actionite members in the past few months. The aggressive raids had brought in many people through their doors. As such, they had tried to get information about them. Nonetheless, even if they had tried to get information about the internal structure of Novellus Actionite, the problem was that when they tried to build a clear view of the structure, there were blanks and misses one after another. After interrogating hundreds, they couldn't tell who was in the inner circle of the Novellus Actionites. There were some who led Muggle and Muggle-born hunts, so many people pointed at them when asked about the inner circle. But when the Aurors interrogated those people, they found that the people who had multiple leads under their belts knew absolutely nothing. Those people simply received detailed instructions about the hunts and were asked to complete them for people who had a higher position in the Novellus Actionites. Successful people would be granted titles and positions that would let them show superiority over others, but other than that, they had no control over the actual organization. It stunned the Aurors that such a big operation was built solely via communication through letters. Letters from an unknown source. The Auror department hadn't been able to find who was sending the letters. They wanted to get their hands on the people who planned everything because those were the true inner circle and not the people with bogus titles. Unfortunately, despite their rigorous attempts, they failed to locate the person or people who sent these letters. When Gawain heard about the attempted kidnapping while enjoying an early dinner with his wife, he immediately had to come to the Auror office because he thought something of this level would reveal something about the inner circle of the Novellus Actionites. Rivers, if you tell us about the people who write the mission plans, we won't not only try to reduce your sentence, but we will also make sure that you aren't in the area of Azkaban frequented by Dementors. But Rivers didn't even look at them. He kept staring at the table between the two parties. It looked like he wasn't going to cooperate. The thing was that even if Rivers wanted to cooperate, he couldn't. He was the person in the inner circle they were looking for. No other person drafted the mission plans. Rivers curated and created everything himself, so there was no one that Rivers could point at. And giving himself away was the last thing he would do. If they found that he was the person behind Novellus Actionites, the Aurors wouldn't bat an eye before chucking him into the deepest hells of Azkaban. This was the biggest failure of Rivers' life. In an attempt to become the sole controlling force hidden in the shadows, he had isolated himself from any friends or scapegoats. In his arrogance, Rivers had dug a hole to himself, and now there was no way to climb out of it. After seeing there wasn't any response from Rivers, Gawain and Rivers looked at each other and nodded to move on to the next stage. The bad Auror and good Auror tactic wasn't working, so they had to try something more aggressive to see it achieved something. Sirius slid a file to Gawain, who opened it and started reading it out loud. Rivers Locke. A clerk who works for the Ministry Memo Department, spoke Gawain as he read from the file in front of him. You've been working in the same position ever since graduating from Hogwarts. You've rented the same house from the time you started working. No partner. No friends. Nothing to look at, and absolutely nothing to work with. Gawain looked up at Rives and asked, "Tell me, Rivers Locke. Why were you made the leader on the kidnapping of the boy who lived? Why would someone as mediocre, ordinary, and average as you, who hasn't done anything relevant in his life, be chosen to front something as important as this?" The two Aurors finally saw reaction, as they saw Rivers clench the fist of the hand he had on the table. They had finally been able to elicit a reaction out of Rivers. It was the first reaction he had given ever since being brought to the holding cell. Inside Rivers, the words mediocre, ordinary, and average rung loudly. He had been used to hearing these and was able to control the rage he felt when someone said words like these to him. But right now, after the biggest failure and amid the crisis of his life, some of that rage leaked out. Gawain glanced at Sirius, and Auror Black pulled on a sneering face. "Haha, these Novellus Oxyanites must be complete idiots," he scoffed derisively. "To think they would handle something so important to someone like you. If it was me, I think any musclehead would have been a better choice than you." Sirius' voice dripped with mocking and belittlement. He drew those words directly from his family members from when he had been sorted into Gryffindor. He even was channeling the same tone he had gotten used to hearing whenever he was at home. And for once in his life, these words brought him joy, as he saw Rivers look up at him with a look full of hatred. "It's working," thought the Auror inside Sirius. He knew this was his job and he had work to do. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Huh?" Sirius leaned back into his chair and smirked. "Look at the difference between us. I'm the head of the Black House, while you're just an important son of a small pureblood family. I am an elite Auror while you are AF*** king useless clerk. I'm sitting here deciding your fate while you are sitting there with a broken face." Sirius laughed loudly and then continued to mock Rives. "Can you believe that this shit got beaten in by a 14-year-old? A 14-year-old? That's hilarious. Getting his face broken by a damn kid." Rivers started to shake as he looked at Sirius. Sirius's words were becoming super effective and were doing critical damage. Rivers knew that his entire plan had failed because a kid had beaten him. The kid that he had thought nothing of, had disarmed him. Then kicked him twice and punched him till he lost consciousness. Everything had failed because of one kid. And that thought haunted him from the moment he had regained his consciousness. Rivers considered it the darkest stain of his life. He wanted to tell the two in front of him that he wasn't ordinary. He wanted to reveal that he was anything but ordinary. That he was the one they were looking for. But Rivers Locke knew that if he spoke, he was dead. So he bit his tongue strong enough to draw blood and used the pain to regain logic. Spit. He spat saliva mixed with blood on the table. Rivers put on an ugly smirk and said, F*****ku. Sirius and Gawain looked at blood-mixed spit on the table, and something told them that Rivers wasn't going to talk. But Rivers wanted to get in one blow in, so he looked at Sirius Black and cackled. "Oi, Black." Sirius looked up from the table at Rivers, and when he did, Sirius saw superiority on Rivers' face as he spoke. "Peter Pettigrew says hello." Sirius and Gawain's eyes widened after they heard Rivers and immediately pressed to get answers, but Rives only laughed at them as the two Aurors coaxed him unsuccessfully in order to get him to talk. Scene break. Ivy Potter sat beside her brother under the cover of the Potter family's invisibility cloak. Harry was still sleeping and, although the Potter family had wanted to remain in the hospital wing, Poppy chased them out as it was late. James left Hogwarts to the Aurors office as he got a call from his seniors. Lily was kicked out because she had wanted to stay the entire night. Ivy was also kicked out of the hospital wing, but the girl twin returned under the invisibility cloak and sat down beside her twin just in case he woke up in the middle of the night. Her decision had been wise. Harry did wake up in the middle of the night. Ivy watched as Harry shifted in his bed. He then silently sat straight on his bed. He didn't seem to panic, so Ivy simply watched her brother while still under the cloak. Harry stretched his arms and blinked as he looked around with his sleepy eyes. It took him a full 5 seconds to shake the sleep of his eyes and recall where he was and what he was doing before going to sleep. What? Stuttered Harry as he looked around cautiously. Ivy pulled off her cloak to reveal herself when she saw Harry panicking. "Hey," called out Ivy to gain her brother's attention. Harry snapped his eyes towards the voice in surprise but calmed down when he saw Ivy. "Ivy, what am I doing in the hospital wing? I was in the locker room then everything went black. What happened?" "You were almost kidnapped by the Novellus Oxyanites," replied Ivy as she poured water from a pitcher into a glass. "What?" "Oh, thank you," spoke Harry as he took the glass, and after taking a short sip, he asked. "What do you mean?" "I was kidnapped." Ivy then proceeded to explain what had happened. She had listened to everything their father had told their mother while they talked in the hospital, so she had a good grasp of what happened in the Shrieking Shack. After Ivy finished talking, Harry collapsed back in his bed and stared up at the ceiling. Harry didn't know how to feel about this. He just went through a serious situation, but he couldn't relate to any of it because he hadn't been conscious. So in short, Quinn West stumbled upon my kidnapping and then saved me by beating the men into a pulp, summarized Harry. Yes, something like that, nodded Ivy. How do you feel about that? Asked Harry, still lying on his bed and looking at his twin. How do I feel? I feel relieved. What kind of question is that? Asked Ivy, looking at Harry's head, wondering if he was dropped too hard. What I mean is, how do you feel about Quinn West saving me? Ivy stared at Harry in confusion as she asked, what do you mean? I know that you don't like him, so I was wondering your thoughts about it, clarified Harry and observed his twin. Why would you think that? I don't hate him or anything, asked and replied Ivy suspiciously. Oh, come on. You become all jittery when we find Quinn West in the hallways. Don't try to deny it, pressed Harry. Ivy averted her eyes, but she still could feel Harry's gaze boring into her. She turned back to face Harry and sighed. I had something against him, but things are complicated now. I don't know what to think, said Ivy while looking at Harry. I don't want to talk about it right now. Harry wanted to press her more but decided against it. He really wanted to know what happened, but seeing that Ivy really didn't want to talk about it, he didn't force her to speak. I know I'm not supposed to tell anyone this, but I visited Quinn West alone once, said Harry, and it caught Ivy's attention at once. What? When? Why? He's the one who gave me the information on Peter Pettigrew. I wanted to get answers, and you know how everyone says that he has all of them. So I visited him, and he indeed answered all my questions in frightening detail, spoke Harry. Ivy instantly became worried and asked the first thing that came to her mind. Did he allow you to reveal that he was the one who gave you the information? Quinn had clearly specified to not let anyone know he was the one providing the information. Ivy and Hermione had been repeatedly warned not to leak the information he had provided them. She had been worried if he had given the same condition to Harry. I was the one who asked to keep things between us. West did say that if someone asked him whether he was the one to give me the information, he would straight out deny it, replied Harry. But he didn't say that I wasn't allowed to tell someone. He would just reply that I'm lying. He even asked me to copy the new article and magazine issues and then burned the paper with his handwriting on it. Ivy was able to relate to the last sentence. Quinn had burned every sheet of paper with the information he had ever given to her. He even burned the letter he had given to Hermione. He always made sure there weren't any physical traces of their communication. Harry observed his sister, and he deduced from her question that she had experienced something similar, or else she wouldn't have asked that specific question. She must have asked West something, thought Harry, and his curiosity grew. I wonder if Hermione knows something. Maybe I should ask her. No, Elle should wait. Perhaps I could go to West and ask him directly, or not. Yeah, I'll wait. Chapter 118, Year End, Platform Talk, Servant Meets the Master. Quinn entered the Great Hall with a newspaper tucked under his arms and walked towards the Ravenclaw table to get himself a seat. He found an empty area at the table, so he sat down on the seating bench. He put the newspaper on the table. Let's see what does this say, said Quinn and picked up one of the newspapers from the left stack. He started to look for what he was looking for. As expected, it's on the down low now. They pushed it down to the 6th page. Quinn's eyes read the article that interested him. Right after, he reached the end of the page and turned to the instructed page to read the article's continuation. As Quinn continued to read the newspaper, Ravenclaw students walked by, saw him, and went to sit to another spot on the bench. No one sat near Quinn. The Hogwarts students sat down at Great Hall thrice a day for meals, and because of that, the students from the same house knew about the groups and cliques that existed. As such, everyone knew not to sit adjacent to Quinn if he was sitting in a certain spot. Excellent, there's nothing at all, smiled Quinn as he folded the newspaper and placed it below the plate in front of him. Both Quinn and George knew that this incident would go viral. The newspapers, magazines, and any other form of media would definitely want to publish that story, so George had to silence any mentions of Quinn's name in any published articles. Most articles outright omitted there ever being someone else other than the Aurors and Oxyonites at the scene and only specified that the Aurors freed Harry Potter from the kidnappers. The few that mentioned there being someone else on the scene termed Quinn as an unidentified Hogwarts student, and even then, Quinn's role was disguised as a bystander. Quinn would check the newspapers daily to see if someone published his name and, in the following weeks, his name didn't come up even once. The people in Hogwarts who knew about the incident were instructed not to talk about the incident. This essentially placed a gag order in regards to the kidnapping incident. Thus, the general public ended up without knowing his identity, which ensured Quinn's anonymity. It was something he appreciated. Quinn was glad Hogwarts students who wanted to know what happened hadn't crowded him. Just when Quinn finished reading through the newspaper, he felt a tap on his shoulder and a soft pat on his head. He looked to the sides to see Eddie's hand on his shoulder and Luna on his other side, who had patted him on his head. Quinn looked at his front and smiled at Marcus, who sat down opposite to him. The newspaper stack was in front of him. "Good morning." "Ready to go home," said Quinn. Today was their last day at Hogwarts, and after eating breakfast, everyone would head to the Hogsmeade station, board the train, and go home. "Of course, I can't wait to get home," said Eddie and questioned back. "What about you? Are you happy to be free from the daily detentions?" Quinn had been serving detentions every day for weeks. Yesterday had been his last detention session. As the faculty had to mask Quinn's participation, another reason for his detention was required. The faculty and Quinn discussed it and decided to make Snape catch Quinn out of the dorm after hours, and because Snape was Snape, he'd dish out severe detention to him. Snape's bad reputation among the students had finally come to use, as after Quinn told everyone that Snape caught him, everyone instantly accepted he had to serve detention without question. Quinn had been a little miffed that his perfect record of not being caught while breaking curfew was tainted. To boot, he hadn't even been caught while breaking curfew. "Come on, my detentions haven't been that bad," smiled Quinn. "I've had a lot of fun hanging out with the professors. Even Filch is fun to hang out with, that man knows a whole lot about the castle." Quinn's detentions rotated among the faculty. Within his detention period, he had spent time with all the faculty members, including Poppy and Filch. "Your standard of fun is weird," said Marcus, shaking his head as he piled up food on his plate. "Weird, yes," nodded Luna fervently in agreement. She had had several talks with Quinn where he had tried to tell her what he thought of as fun and interesting. "Well, my definition is wide and refined." "It's not my fault you don't understand it," humphed Quinn with a smile. Quinn looked around the Great Hall and thought about the recent events that happened. His eyes turned to Draco Malfoy, who was laughing with his friends. He then thought about Buckbeak, and about the Hippogriff case, where Lucius Malfoy had tried to push for Buckbeak to be put down. But the case had been thrown out of Wizengamot. Unlike the canon, Hagrid and Buckbeak had the full support of the Light faction. The Light faction, in fact, had used this case to introduce Sirius Black to the Wizengamot as the holder of the Black seat. Sirius Black, and consequently the House of Black, had officially joined the Light faction. To commemorate that moment, they allowed Sirius to lead the opposition. He smoothly handled the case. It was decided that Buckbeak wouldn't be executed, although the third-year students wouldn't be allowed to interact with the Hippogriff. The only thing that Lucius Malfoy was able to achieve was light-slapping Hagrid and the Hogwarts administration. From the looks of it, Draco doesn't seem to be bothered with it, thought Quinn. Well, it wasn't a big deal. Quinn then looked at the high table. He noticed the entire staff was present. He looked at Remus and thought about the talk he and the lycanthrope had during one of his detentions. Quinn was seated in Remus Lupin's office as he helped him grade Lupin's students, except the 5th and 7th year for record purposes. "I'm leaving Hogwarts," said Remus, suddenly. Quinn stopped writing grades onto the parchment and looked up at Lupin. "I don't think your identity as a werewolf ever came up in any of the Action Eye trials," stated Quinn. "Those 4 Oxyonites did talk about a werewolf but, well, no one believed them." The Wizengamot had dismissed the talk about a werewolf. It was thought the 4 Oxyonites were trying to waste time, and the Auror prosecution did a fine job of keeping things on track. "James and Sirius omitted me being in the shack in their reports," spoke Remus, looking down. "They had to lie while being on duty because of me. I can't stay here. It might bite them in the future." Quinn looked at Remus to see if he was making a pun with the bite. But he didn't seem to, so Quinn continued the conversation. "Well, I also got out of the entire situation without anyone knowing." "I don't really blame those 2 for helping you out," replied Quinn. "But I guess you're right about this backfiring if you stay here. I figured out your identity, and the longer you stay, the greater the chance of someone else finding out." Both Quinn and Remus knew that the longer he stayed, the more familiar the students would get with him. So it wouldn't be long until someone noticed. "That's true. I'm sure that if I stay for another year, Severus will get more agitated and angry." "I wouldn't be surprised if he directly told the students," spoke Remus. "I guess you're right," chuckled Quinn. "Given Professor Snape's desire for the defense of dark arts position, his attempts to out you will get more direct." Remus nodded, and his mind wandered to his school days and the relationship he had had with Severus Snape. Snape had been the first student outside of his friends who had known he was a werewolf, and he had kept that secret for more than a decade. Remus knew that if he had come to Hogwarts, Snape would have never tried something like this. Remus Lupin, a Gryffindor, saw himself thinking about his school years, and he realized how much of a coward he had been. The friendship he had with James and Sirius also led him to not stop their bullying of other students. A most notable example being Snape. But Remus had been terrified of losing them, so he didn't do anything to stop them, something that he regretted to this day. "I only agreed to attend Hogwarts as a professor for a year," said Remus. "I'll get back my previous job. It's better this way." "Your previous job? What did you do before this?" asked Quinn. The canon Remus Lupin lived a disorderly life. He could only manage to work for short periods of time, so he was curious about what this version did for a living. "I'm a woodworker. I make furniture, sculptures, joinery, and cabinet making." "When you have magic on your side, you can create things quite easily," replied Remus with a wide smile. "I sell to both muggles and wizard kind. I have squib associates who run shops in the muggle world and sell my creations for me." Remus used magic to create intricate pieces of woodwork. With the help of James and Sirius, he had figured out a way to build woodworks that would be considered of excellent quality in the muggle world but were within the confines of wizarding laws of secrecy. Remus liked the job because he felt peaceful, level-headed, and calm while working. He could do it with his condition because it didn't take long to create things with magic, and he could rest for the period after he transformed. "Oh my, now, that's an excellent job. Great idea, turning the non-magical world into a stable asset." "I respect that," nodded Quinn. Remus had revealed what he was about to do next year, which was to return to his previous job. "Well, at least this will keep the canon timeline more or less the same." "At least, I hope so," hoped Quinn. It was to his benefit that the timeline had remained more or less the same. As long as the major events were more or less the same, Quinn would continue to have information beneficial to him. He would know the future. Next year is where it all starts, thought Quinn. The first 3 canon years had been just the opening act. An innocent world. Just magic and the Golden Trio, who got up to all sorts of mischief while they tried to solve the mysteries and its surrounding problems. But then, things changed. As the main characters grew older, the problems got heavier and the world got darker. That world of magical enjoyment became quite different. The Goblet of Fire had been the turning point. It had been the transition from the magical world of fantasy to a more complex world. And this complex social world came into play, and with that came new dynamics in the relationships between the characters. And because of that, jarring shifts happened as a result of those new relationships. Not to mention the Goblet of Fire is the book where Voldemort returns. Not as a specter, parasite, or a mind-controlling soul fragment, but a magical entity with a body that had his soul, this leading to him returning to his previous power. Quinn knew what that meant. He realized what the return of Voldemort signified and how it would affect the future. It will reintroduce a magical powerhouse to the playing field. And not just any powerhouse, a powerhouse with the backing of an entire political faction and the capability of changing political circles and converting others. After Voldemort returned in the canon timeline, the Dark Faction acquired the leader. The greedy and distrusting Dark Faction members were lacking. They got what they needed to come together under the same banner. Quinn turned his attention to Albus Dumbledore, who was conversing with other professors. If Albus Dumbledore is the Light Faction's backing, then Voldemort is the Dark Faction's backing, thought Quinn. Even though magical power wasn't needed to gain political power, the wizarding community considered magic as might. Lots of magical species considered themselves to be better than the non-magical kin because they had magic. And when one of their kind mastered the magic to a level considered impossible to others, they gained respect and standing. That was one of the reasons both Albus Dumbledore and Voldemort were at the top of their groups/factions. They had the skills to lead and the magical ability to back it up. Quinn turned his eye to the Slytherin table and focused his vision on Daphne and Astoria Greengrass. "I wonder whether Jacob and Sophie Greengrass will manage to keep the Grey Faction together," sighed Quinn. "I hope their efforts over this year will allow them to maintain firm control over the Grey Faction." The Grey Faction was a cooperative group and, while the Greengrass family acted as the leaders, they weren't leaders like Albus Dumbledore and Voldemort. The Greengrass couple, in fact, were more managers than leaders, and with the times that were ahead, managing the Grey Faction would become harder. "Hey, why are you brooding? Get some food, we have to leave soon." Quinn snapped out of his thoughts from Eddie's voice. "Yeah, let's eat." He collected himself and left his thoughts for a later time. Scene break. Quinn deboarded the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross Station and stepped on platform 9 3/4. As every year, there were groups of parents and guardians waiting for their children, eager to meet them after months of separation. "Now, where's my family?" murmured Quinn to himself while looking around. While looking around, Quinn noticed a familiar figure. "Oh my, someone's flirting with her," smiled Quinn as he watched a man try to hit on his sister, Leah West. A man was trying to talk to her but Leah stood there without bothering to show the man any attention. She even looked bored. Now, what should I do? Well, let's help her out, sighed Quinn, and as he walked towards her, he called out. Leah. I'm back. Leah West, who was tuning out whatever the man beside her was spewing, turned back when she heard her name and saw her precious baby brother walking towards her. Quinn, smiled Leah. She went towards her brother without even bothering to give the man a single glance. Quinn and Leah hugged for a moment. Then Quinn walked up to the man that had been talking to Leah and was now leering at her. Hey, smiled Quinn and beckoned the man to lean down a little. Do you want to know a secret? Quinn gave a discreet glance over his shoulder towards Leah. The man nodded and leaned down to Quinn's height level. Quinn calmly raised his head. Then, a barely visible mist of pink escaped his fingers and went into the man's forehead. The man's eyes glazed over and he became unaware of the current situation. Walk away. Walk, and keep walking, whispered Quinn into the ear of the man before leaning away and walking to Leah. As Quinn walked towards Leah, the man stood up straight and started to walk away, just as Quinn had told him. What did you do? Asked Leah as she watched the man walk away on the platform. A little confundus charm, nothing major, smiled Quinn. And what did you ask him to do? Asked Leah, knowing what the confundus charm did. I simply asked him to walk. Walking is easy enough to accomplish. No wonder he obeyed so easily, nodded Leah. I could have asked him to strip, given his mood. It would have taken just a little more magic, but I could have made him do all sorts of things, said Quinn. He then asked, and why were you standing there without bothering to talk to him? I had him as a white noise machine. Also, it kept others away, shrugged Leah. You could have used magic as I did. See how easy it was. He walked away without saying a word, replied Quinn. He especially knew how easy it was to influence people's minds temporarily. That man will probably wonder what he did after he snaps out, but then, after just a bit, he will continue on with his life, as simple as that. Leah ruffled Quinn's hair but then lightly gripped his head and rocked his head. You got in trouble once again, said Leah in a somewhat strict voice. This time, it was a kidnapping. Quinn raised his hand and a finger. First of all, I wasn't the one being kidnapped. Second, I wasn't planning to be a part of that thing. You just stumbled into it, finished Leah. Still, it was dangerous to confront that actionite and beat him up. You could have gotten seriously injured. Quinn wanted to tell her that he was in no danger but didn't say anything, as then, the conversation would ensue and Leah would get angry with him. He gave her a look of silent apology, and that seemed to do the trick, as she released his head, and she smiled. All right, let's get going. The others are waiting. Let's go. I hope you have gotten better at operating. Side operating with you isn't comfortable, and that is assuming that operating is comfortable, grinned Quinn. Shush, I don't apparate that often and even less bring someone with me. The West siblings turned to walk to the apparition point. Nonetheless, they stopped, as they heard two voices say in unison. Quinn. Leah and Quinn stopped, and Quinn turned to look back to see who was calling him. On his left side, Quinn saw the Potter family. Harry Potter, Lily Potter, and James Potter along with Ivy Potter. On his right side, Quinn turned to see the Greengrass family. Jacob Greengrass and Sophie Greengrass were there with their two daughters, Astoria Greengrass and Daphne Greengrass. There were the others who had called out Quinn. Leah suddenly looked very interested and excited as she saw two girls call out for Quinn. Yes, asked Quinn. He moved his head side to side to look at both parties. The two parties looked at each other. The fathers were the first to speak to each other. Potter, said Jacob Greengrass with a relaxed smile. Greengrass, returned James Potter with a barely discernible nod. Then it was time for the mothers to greet each other. Those two were much friendlier to each other than their husbands. Lily, it's been a while since we've seen each other, smiled Sophie as she stepped forward towards Lily Potter. You've been so busy with your new job that you seem to have forgotten me. Is this what our friendship has come to? Lily also stepped forward and hugged Sophie in greeting. Of course not. Don't tease me like that. You haven't written to me either in such a long time, replied Lily. It's summer, I'm free for a while. How about we get together to catch up? Just like the old times. Quinn scooted near Leah and asked, they've called for me, but then they ignore me. Isn't this a bit rude? Asked Quinn. But Leah wasn't listening to her brother. She was too busy looking at the two girls who had called for Quinn. She had seen and met Daphne Greengrass before, though Daphne hadn't talked much during that meeting. Her impression of the girl was that she was the quiet type who didn't speak to people she just met. Then there was this other girl. And Leah also recognized this girl as the sister to the boy who lived. She had never met Ivy Potter, but she could remember her from the pictures in the newspapers. And now, she was watching the two girls staring at each other. If she read them correctly, they were slightly glaring at each other. What's this? This is exciting. So exciting, thought Leah as she looked at the girls with interest. Astoria waved at Quinn and smiled. Quinn waved back. Harry Potter nodded and Quinn returned the nod. After Jacob and James finished staring at each other and the mothers finished making plans, the two families finally turned to Quinn and Leah. Quinn, it's been 2 years since we met. At the ministry ball, remember? Asked Jacob Greengrass, taking the initiative. Indeed, Mr. Greengrass. I remember, nodded Quinn. We were briefly introduced at the ball. Quinn then turned to Sophie Greengrass. And from the bottom of his heart came the most charming smile he had ever graced his face. Mrs. Greengrass. It's a pleasure to see you again after so much time. I can't believe we haven't had the opportunity to meet a second time till now. He was about to greet her physically but stopped when he felt a glare from a certain someone and stood in his spot before turning the other side. Auror and Professor Potter, I hope you are doing well. He didn't say anything more because he didn't want to spread any knowledge about what happened at the Shrieking Shack. Though he understood that the Potter family already knew about it. There was an excellent, close to 100% chance that Jacob Greengrass was aware of the actual events and, thus, the rest of his family. He gestured to Leah and briefly introduced, I believe you are already acquainted with her. He fixed his eyes on the Greengrass family. He then turned his head to the Potter family. This is my sister, Leah West. Leah nodded gracefully to everybody with a smart and beautiful smile. May I inquire what both of you want to talk about? Asked Quinn, cutting straight to the subject. Lily Potter was the first one to speak and brought up what the Potter family wanted with him. Quinn, about the dinner. When are you free for it? We can set it up whenever you want. From the corner of his eyes, Quinn saw that neither Jacob nor Sophie looked surprised or curious. Though Daphne and Astoria did have those looks that their parents lacked. So the sisters don't know, but the parents do. He does have a high enough position to know about it, I guess, thought Quinn and shrugged. It would be prudent for you to write a formal invitation addressed to my grandfather, George West. I'll be the one to reply and decide the date, but it's more convenient if you address the invitation to him, replied Quinn. I advise you to keep the invitation precise and polite. My grandfather will surely appreciate it. If he approves your invitation, I'll be at your house for dinner without any hitches. I understand. We will act as advised, replied Lily. We're looking forward to hosting you and your family. And I'm looking forward to the evening. I'm sure it will be a lot of fun, Professor, nodded Quinn. He then turned to the Greengrass side, and even though he knew what they wanted, he waited, as waiting was what the social protocol demanded. I wanted to talk about the deal and discuss the details, replied Jacob. As Daphne had said, Jacob and Sophie Greengrass would agree to whatever was needed as long as Astoria got healthy again. I believe you also need to write to my grandfather. This time, it should be a letter to set up a meeting with him to discuss the details. You'll probably have to come to visit us, I'm afraid, stated Quinn. Leah looked confused, as she didn't know what Jacob was talking about. Also, please make sure that the letter doesn't arrive today, tomorrow, or the following day. I haven't talked to him about it yet, so it would be beneficial to everyone if I have the necessary time to catch up with him. Jacob nodded. He wanted his daughter to become healthy. Following Quinn's instructions would be the best way to achieve that. Excellent, now that both of you know what to do, I'm afraid it's time for me to leave. I'm looking forward to your letters and our eventual meetings. He turned and walked away without turning his head back. Staying there any longer would attract attention to him and draw questions. Besides, there wasn't anything else to talk about. Any further fruitful talk would happen after they wrote to his grandfather. Leah looked at both families and, after a nod, she too walked away. She followed Quinn. The two families looked at each other, and its members wondered how and why they were connected to Quinn West. Scene break. Peter Pettigrew sat in an inn in Albania while enjoying a warm meal after weeks of traveling. He was currently under no guise. The people here, unlike Britain, didn't know his face. They didn't see his wanted posters daily. Not that it matters, thought Peter as he read a local newspaper. I look nothing like in those posters. The image for the posters had been taken before he had been brought to Azkaban. The physical appearance of his past self was totally different from the one he had now. The difference was substantial. But it turned out that Peter was wrong about people not recognizing him in Albania. He hadn't taken into account one type of person. Peter. Peter Pettigrew. Is that you? Peter froze. One of his hands sneaked into his robes and grasped a compatible wand he had stolen. He looked up and saw a plump woman standing in front of him. It took him a few moments to recognize her, but he did recognize her. Bertha Jorkins. What's she doing here, he thought, and then it struck him. Work. No, she's here for tourism. After years in Azkaban, Peter had gotten infinitely better at controlling his emotions and his actions. He was naturally able to control his emotions without the use of magic such as occlumency. Sorry, lady, but you've got the wrong chap. I don't know this Peter guy you're talking about. He kept a confused and slightly annoyed face as he said that. No, I know you. You're Peter Pettigrew, insisted Bertha Jorkins. Bertha Jorkins was a British witch. A Ministry of Magic employee who worked in the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Bertha Jorkins had been a few years ahead of James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew when they studied at Hogwarts. She had been a gossipy girl and not very bright, which Peter noted to not be a good combination. During her school years, she would regularly complain about the mistreatment other students apparently had. She would even spread rumors that had pushed Dumbledore to act on one occasion following one incident. Nope, not me. How about you sit down and tell me why you think I'm this Peter Pettigrew bloke, said Peter. He wanted to make sure whether his guess about Bertha's personality had been correct. He had his wand ready just in case. It turned out he had been right, as Bertha sat down at Peter's table and started to tell him why she thought he was Peter Pettigrew. Gossipy and not bright. Not a good combination, I'm afraid, thought Peter as he continued to listen to her while nodding and humming in response. After a while, Peter had his fill of food and drinks and was ready to leave. He turned to Bertha. Let's go take a walk. I want to talk more but I need to stretch my legs. He got up and went to the barkeep to pay for his food. He then walked out of the inn with Bertha following him out. Are you sure you aren't Peter Pettigrew? You look like him if he was thin, asked Bertha. I guess I'm Peter Pettigrew, after all, replied Peter when they were alone. So you say, but I think ... Then Bertha stopped when she heard what Peter said. You said it. You said that you're Peter, no take-backs. Peter smiled, calmly raised his wand, and pointed it at her. Imperio. Bertha's eyes glazed over, and she stopped talking and became silent. Follow me. Peter and the Imperio-ed Bertha Jorkins headed to the Albanian forest for a few hours without stopping. Peter Pettigrew was also Wormtail, a rat animagus. And with that transformation came the ability to talk to rats while in his animagus state. He had been at a loss as he didn't know how to find the Dark Lord, but then he heard some chatter among the rats. For years, there had been a dark shadow that lived in the Albanian forest. Someone who took over other animals, killed them, and then moved on. The Albanian forest had become a feared place for these creatures, and no one went there as their instincts screamed at them to run away. Peter had nothing to go on with, and as such he investigated the only lead he had. Where's he? Let him be here, thought Peter and looked at the sky to see the sun setting. I should leave before it gets dark. He looked to his side and thought. I should get rid of her. He had only brought Bertha along with him because the rats said that the shadow used bodies of animals. Peter had thought that a human body would be more suitable if the Dark Shadow was the Dark Lord. As he raised his wand to kill Bertha Jorkins, but then, Peter heard a loud and deep hissing sound. He looked around and saw nothing, yet the hissing sound continued to come from all around him. Then all of a sudden, it stopped, and the area went eerie silent. What followed put a smile on Peter's face. Wormtail, came a voice like a whisper, yet it was everywhere. Peter stood up straight and smiled. I'm here, my lord. At your service. End of Volume 5, Year 4. A/N, 1, same deal as the last time. We'll take a small break before returning. 2/3/4 days. A/N, 2, I will be floating a poll tomorrow so be sure to vote what you prefer. Chapter 119, Start of the Summer. Quinn sat down on the chair in a semi-ornate and elegant office. To his front was the office's owner, who sat behind a desk. I assume we're going to talk about the Greengrass and Potter matters, asked Quinn. Yes, we are, replied the older gentleman. I understand the Potters, but you didn't tell me anything about the Greengrass family. What relation do you have with them? It was the day after Quinn had returned from Hogwarts. He was sitting in his grandfather's office talking about his associations with children of affluent and well-connected families. The Potters want to invite me to show hospitality and their gratitude for having helped them out. When their invitations arrive, I'll reply at my own discretion, answered Quinn before moving on to the next family. The Greengrass matter is a bit more complicated and yet so simple, sighed Quinn. The Greengrass bloodline suffers from a blood curse, a generational curse that is passed along to the descendants. It causes them to have a limited lifespan and an even weaker constitution. The curse skips generations and doesn't affect everyone, but this generation was out of luck. This curse resurfaced. Who is it? Astoria Greengrass, the younger of the Greengrass children. She bears the curse and with it, all its malignant effects, answered Quinn, thinking about the weak Astoria that he saw in the hospital wing bed. And you have a way to cure the blood curse? Quinn shook his head in rejection. No, I'm not able to cure it. If I had the cure, we wouldn't have this talk. I would have cured her, and that would have been the end. It seems you've made friends. Friends you don't mind helping out with nothing in return. Yes, I have. I have made a few close friends, nodded Quinn. I gave Astoria my word that I would help her mitigate the symptoms of the blood curse whenever she needed. And I assured her older sister that I will continue to palliate Astoria's symptoms until a cure is found or discovered. And that can be in many, many years from now. How have you been able to help the younger daughter? I'm sure the Greengrass family must have been looking for the cure for centuries. Quinn sighed and then raised his hands. He willed his magic and his forearm glowed in a fiery red light, highlighting his veins. Blood magic, sighed Quinn. He didn't want to show magics that were questionable from a moral point of view. I used blood magic to repress the curse. It worked wonders because the blood curse has been created with the same branch of magic. He didn't go into the details of the magic as it wasn't necessary. Blood magic. Yes, I remember there being a few books in your collections. I just hoped it would be a while till you started to dabble in dangerous magic, sighed George West. The books weren't from around here, that's for sure. Are you sure it's safe for you? Any dangers in general? There aren't. It's just like any healing spell. I won't be in danger of any harm from the blood curse and neither will Astoria, answered Quinn. So what do you want me to do? She's your friend. Of course you can continue to heal her, said George. Astoria is my friend, but Jacob Greengrass isn't. He is the Greengrass householder, said Quinn. I was thinking you could use this opportunity to build some positive and profitable ties with the Greengrass family. I will leave the matters to you. I will continue to heal Astoria regardless of whether you get a partnership or not. You think Jacob Greengrass will likely show some goodwill towards us because you're healing his daughter? Yes, his daughter will continue to receive my treatment. If you could take advantage of the situation, strike a deal and start a business venture together, it will be a win-win for everyone. I'm sure Jacob Greengrass will be thrilled to do business with us and, thus, he will be quite proactive, suggested Quinn, seeing the situation as a viable business opportunity. George nodded. He agreed that this would indeed be a good business opportunity. All right, after Jacob Greengrass sends over a letter, I shall set up a meeting. We'll see if he wants to cooperate. Quinn nodded. He didn't want to be part of such matters. Now, about the Potters, asked George. What about them? Do you want us to go with you? If you want. You're welcome to join me, said Quinn. He shrugged. He didn't care whether his grandfather came along with him or not. I see, then I won't be coming along, declared George. I've nothing to talk about with the Potter family. You could ask Leah. Perhaps she'll want to come with you. All right, I'll ask Leah, nodded Quinn. Anything else you want to talk about, trying to end the conversation? He needed to leave for a meeting in a while. Oh, yes. I want to learn apparition, so I'll need you to book me an apparition course, said Quinn, and when he saw George didn't look averse to the idea, he continued. In Denmark. George was about to agree but then stopped at Quinn's words. In Denmark? Why? They have legalized under 17 apparition there, so I thought, if I am going to learn apparition, why not learn it where it's legal at my age, shrugged Quinn, explaining his reasoning to his grandfather. Also, I thought it would be fun to get out of the country for a week. A week, smiled George. Are you implying that it will take you only a week to learn how to apparate? That's too little time to learn apparition, don't you think? A smile of confidence surfaced on Quinn's face as he replied, Of course not, I'm sure it will take longer to become a master, but I'm sure I'll get the basics down in under a week. Enough to get around, I presume. George tapped his finger on his desk. He gazed at Quinn for a few seconds before nodding. All right, I will arrange your travel and stay. One of our associates will chaperone you while you stay in Denmark. I don't require a chaperone, rebuked Quinn. Of course, I understand, yet I insist that there be one, inquired George. Of course, whomever I choose won't restrict your movements. They will only make sure that you're safe. Quinn sighed. He knew that no matter what he said, it wouldn't work. George West had decided it, and Quinn wasn't feeling rebellious enough to defy his grandfather. Please choose someone fun. At least someone who is flexible. You know, not reluctant to do some exploration, asked Quinn. George smiled in reply. I shall see what I can do. Scene break. You've become sloppy. Your fingers are rigid, the flow is terrible, and the sound, oh my ears, the sound. It's like the chords have been substituted by arpeggios. Quinn winced as he played the piano. Listening to cutting taunts and criticism to his playing wasn't his cup of tea. Now I know why I never got the urge to play after I returned home, thought Quinn as he continued to play Diabelli Sonatina Op. 151. He glanced over his shoulder to see his strict piano teacher looking at him disapprovingly. I didn't have much time to regularly practice, Ms. Rosie, said Quinn. He was conscious that he had played the piano a little more than a handful of times. I didn't expect you to make excuses, young master, humphed Ms. Rosie as her eyes narrowed. If one wants to make time, they'll find the time. It's called time management. If you want to make excuses, at least choose a believable one. Quinn suppressed a groan but didn't stop playing, as stopping while playing a piece in the middle wasn't an option. He closed his eyes, and the efficiency aspect of his occlumency came into play. His mind became sharper, and so did his control over his body. The fingers became mechanical as the sound of the piano began to flow. It lacked individuality and emotions, but it was correct, precise, and how the piece was supposed to be played. Ms. Rosie looked at the piano, then at Quinn's hands, and finally at Quinn. She didn't say anything until Quinn was done finishing the piece. The piece was finally done, and Quinn's fingers finally came to a stop. He looked up at Ms. Rosie and asked, "How was the last act?" "It flowed, didn't it?" "It was more than decent," nodded Ms. Rosie. "But you used magic as an aid. It wasn't your natural skill. But I will allow it. It will, at least, shake off the rust." "I can't get a break," sighed Quinn. "I will get better than this by the end of the break," assured Quinn. "No magic." "No magic," nodded Quinn. "Pure skill." Quinn turned back to the piano and once again began playing. This time the piece was more mainstream, Mozart's Piano Sonata No. 12 in F major. He didn't use occlumency to improve his skill. The accuracy while playing was lower, but the individuality and emotion remained. "Better," complimented Ms. Rosie as she could tell the difference. As he continued to play, Quinn heard Ms. Rosie speak up again. "I heard you'll soon be going to the Potters for dinner." "Yes," replied with a furrow of his brow in confusion. "I see. Then we shall revise your table manners and other skills." "I want to see how bad you've gotten," sniffed Ms. Rosie. "I wonder how bad your manners have become after eating with children." Tang. Ms. Rosie, whined Quinn and stopped playing with a discordant note. "My manners are fine. I consciously made sure they stayed the same, as you taught me to." Quinn was expecting a hot retort in return, but he got a hand brushing through his hair. "How else am I supposed to spend time with you?" asked the woman who had been the motherly figure for Quinn. "If I don't try to nag you, would you spend time with me?" Quinn looked at the oldest person in the West Manor. She was even older than his grandfather. "Now, why would you say that?" asked Quinn as he stood up from his seat. "You just have to say it, and I'll spend all the time you want with you." Out of all adults in his life, Quinn considered Ms. Rosie to be the one who influenced him the most. More than his grandfather, more than sister, more than Elliot and, finally, more than Alan. Quinn's personality was an amalgam of qualities that he liked in the adults surrounding him. These qualities, along with his own base personality, had combined together to form the personality of Quinn West. But the thing that first attracted people to Quinn was the way he held himself. The way he walked, sat, and moved his body was all thanks to Ms. Rosie. People communicated in two ways. There was verbal and nonverbal communication. But what people often took for granted was body language, and the truth was that 70 to 93% of all communication was nonverbal. Quinn's current personality was based upon his old personality. His old self from his previous life was still the base for his new one. But Quinn's body language had nothing of his old one. Everything from his previous home had been erased, stripped away. He was the way he was now thanks to Ms. Rosie. Quinn's body language accompanied his words with the backbone and backing that they needed. The slight gestures he made while talking, such as the tilt of his head, the movement of his hands, the way he sat, the balance of his weight while he stood, were what made his words gain that plus that made people listen to him. Quinn liked magic, but what about the hard work that he put in? He was nowhere this hard-working in his previous life. It was Ms. Rosie's constant pestering that forced him to work on things. He wasn't good at any of the things Ms. Rosie taught him, but her tutelage was what showed Quinn how good it felt when hard work paid off. Quinn was sure that if he hadn't had Ms. Rosie in his life, Quinn wouldn't have been able to maintain the level of hard work he put in now. I promise that I will spend time with you, said Quinn as he gave Ms. Rosie a side hug. You know I can't live with you. If you weren't here, I'd be lazy, like Leah. Ms. Rosie lightly slapped Quinn's shoulder. She gave him a little smile. Your sister isn't lazy. I sometimes worry about that girl. Your grandfather makes Leah work a little too hard. Georgie needs to reel it in a little. While Ms. Rosie had raised Quinn ever since he was a 1-year-old baby, Ms. Rosie had also raised Leah ever since she was 11 years old. And similar to Quinn, she had been the only motherly figure to Leah, and that was even more important to Leah, as she was a girl. Quinn smiled after he heard Ms. Rosie calling his grandfather Georgie. That nickname would escape her mouth sometimes whenever she felt safe enough. She is fine after all, I guess, chuckled Quinn. I'm sure she has fun after work. Besides, I think she is a secret workaholic. Ms. Rosie shook her head before separating from Quinn. She, then, returned to her usual strict mode. Now, let's get to the piano, instructed Ms. Rosie. I need to see you better than now by the end of summer. Quinn smiled. As much as he enjoyed playing the piano on his own, as it calmed him down, playing with Ms. Rosie standing near his back let him feel nostalgia. It had another kind of charm. Scene break. Elliot watched as Quinn stood in their old wood shack near a herb garden that he and Quinn had built together when Quinn had been younger. No one other than Quinn used the shack, and it would be in the summer breaks when Quinn would use it. Aside from that time, the shack would remain closed. Nevertheless, Elliot made sure the shack was kept functional throughout the year. Last year, Quinn hadn't used it once because of his inability to use magic. He even refused to even touch the shack even after Elliot had offered to handle the magic portion of the potion brewing. So it was a pleasant sight to Elliot to see Quinn working on potion brewing in the old shack where he taught Quinn the art of brewing. What are you brewing? Quinn looked up to see Elliot standing near the shack's door. Uncle Elliot, I didn't see you there, smiled Quinn as he moved to another table and retrieved a light yellow powder. I'm performing some alchemy. Elliot's eyes widened when he heard Quinn. Alchemy. Young master, I didn't know you knew how to perform alchemy. Alchemy was an advanced branch of magic, and he didn't think that someone as young as Quinn would know how to perform alchemy. I know a thing or two, smiled Quinn as he carefully sprinkled the yellow powder into the bubbling cauldron. What are you doing? Asked Elliot in fascination and curiosity. He had only met a few alchemists in his life but he hadn't seen any of them work. So this was an exciting moment for him. I'm brewing a fertilizer of sorts, replied Quinn. I've been working on alchemic solutions that encourage and enhance plant growth. Quinn pointed at the cauldron in front of him and continued, this one here is a solution that would enable the growth of a magical herb that only grows near the radiating heat of volcanoes. If I add this solution to a soil patch in our garden, that magical plant will grow here even if the environment isn't suitable for it. A smile surfaced on Quinn's face as he observed the change inside the cauldron. It's almost ready, smiled Quinn. Elliot saw Quinn raise his hand. Suddenly, orange magic beams appeared and entered the cauldron. That made Elliot gasp because in potion brewing, inserting external magic into a boiling brew was inviting an explosion to the face. But this was alchemy, and it was all about external magic to push the magic essence of ingredients to create something extraordinary. After Quinn was done, he stepped back as the brew inside the cauldron started to flash in earthy colors. The flashing lights grew stronger and brighter before everything died down, and what remained was a sizzling sound from inside the cauldron. Quinn stepped closer, peeked inside the cauldron before turning to Elliot in satisfaction. It's a success. He collected the resulting solution, which had reduced from a full cauldron to a jug. Let's see this in action, grinned Quinn. He raised the jug full of the alchemic fertilizer and showed it to Elliot. Elliot and Quinn walked to the herb garden, where Quinn had prepared a wide and shallow reinforced claw pot filled with soil from the garden. I don't want the other plants to be affected, so I'll be using it in here, explained Quinn to Elliot, who listened thoroughly. The seeds are already in there, so let's pour it in and see the result. Quinn poured the jug of alchemic solution into the soil, and the effects were instant. The brown soil turned black as the solution seeped and spread throughout the pot. But it wasn't over, as the black soil also gained a red sheen that would very dully flash when the sun reflected on it. Elliot could feel that the color change wasn't the only thing it changed. He could feel an intense heat coming from the pot. If he weren't looking, he would have thought that he was standing near a blazing fire. Now we will have to wait for a few days to see the results, guessed Elliot. I'm looking forward to seeing how the plant will grow inside this soil. Oh, no, Uncle Elliot, chuckled Quinn. While it would indeed take weeks for the plant to grow to full maturity. This is alchemy, a wondrous art. Quinn pointed at the soil, and Elliot saw brown twigs emerge out of the hot black soil. The solution I brewed had a little boost in it. The sprouting of the seeds is the hardest part for this plant due to the conditions it grows in. But with alchemy, we'll be able to kick-start that sprouting, and now every seed will be able to grow to maturity. Elliot continued to watch as Quinn continued. This could also have been accomplished with potions, but it would have taken weeks or even months for me to brew a potion with similar effects, smiled Quinn. Luckily, this is alchemy. I've been able to recreate months of potion brewing within a day. Uncle. I know you once said potions are the ultimate transformative magic, but I think alchemy takes that crown. Elliot wordlessly nodded as he continued to see seeds sprout from inside the black soil. ***********. Quinn West, MC, back home and catching up. George West, grandfather, a lot of times, people can't refuse me. Ms. Rosie, motherly figure, raised 2 excellent and talented children. Elliot Dalton, potion master, finally saw alchemy in person. Chapter 120, Greengrasses visit the West Manor. George West and Elliot Dalton stood near the fireplace of West Manor, which was in an ornate room that was used to greet guests who arrived at the villa via flu travel. Are the flu wards adjusted? Asked George, making sure for the last time. A flu fireplace could be warded to block its connection to the flu network, and the West Manor flu fireplace had those wards always active until needed. So until the wards were adjusted, no one could enter the West Manor via the fireplace. Elliot nodded in reply. Yes, the wards were adjusted half an hour ago. Where's my grandson? Asked George, looking at Elliot, who was standing beside him. Ms. Rosie, on the other hand, was behind them, near the door. I am afraid I am not sure. Elliot shook his head. He looked back at Ms. Rosie to see whether she knew Quinn's whereabouts. He is in the rehearsal room, replied Ms. Rosie. George glanced back at Ms. Rosie and asked. Why isn't he here? Is he not aware of the time of arrival? I don't think he is aware, replied Elliot after thinking if Quinn had been made aware of today's events. It seems we forgot to tell him. They are coming because of him, sighed George and then looked at Ms. Rosie to ask. Is he presentable? Ms. Rosie nodded her head in confidence, as though that wasn't even a question. Good, nodded back George, before turning towards the fireplace. At that moment, the fire turned green, which signified the arrival of someone at the West Manor flu point. 4 figures came out of the fireplace. They gracefully stepped onto the floor of the flu room of the West Manor. All of them were dressed in smart, semi-casual clothing. George stepped forward and greeted the new arrivals. Welcome to the West Manor, greeted George. Mr. West, it has been a while, greeted Jacob Greengrass as he stepped forward to shake hands with George. It has been, Jacob. It's good to see you after such a long time. George turned to the lady beside Jacob and softly smiled. Lady Sophie, you're still as beautiful as I saw you the last time. He took the offered hand and kissed it on the knuckles. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. West, smiled Sophie gracefully. You, too, are as charming as ever. George turned to the remaining 2 of the 4 and greeted them with a friendly and calm smile. Daphne and Astoria, right, greeted George to the 2 Greengrass sisters. It's lovely to meet you too. Quinn has told me a lot about you too. The 2 girls curtsied as practiced and greeted Quinn's grandfather. Nice to meet you, Mr. West. George looked at the Greengrass parents and said. How about we adults move to the lounge? He turned to glance at Daphne and Astoria. And leave them alone. Let's not bore you with our talks. He turned back to face the door and face the door where Ms. Rosie stood. Ms. Rosie, would you lead these 2 ladies to Quinn, instructed George and then looked at the Greengrass sisters. If you 2 would follow Ms. Rosie, she will lead you to Quinn. Both daughters looked at their mother for permission, who nodded in agreement. Daphne and Astoria followed after Ms. Rosie. The 3 left the flu fireplace room. After the 3 left, George turned to Jacob and Sophie Greengrass. Let's talk. Scene break. How's Quinn when he is at home? Ms. Rosie looked to her left at the younger Greengrass sister, who looked at her with starry curiosity in her eyes as she asked the question. Could you elaborate, returned Ms. Rosie, as the 3 continued to walk to the rehearsal room. I mean, is he different at home than when he is outside, in front of others when he has company? Asked Astoria. She wanted to know if Quinn was the same at home as he was at school. Ms. Rosie briefly glanced at the girl. She thought about the question and how she should answer it before speaking. From what I have observed, the young master is the same at home as when he is outside. If there was a difference, then it would be that the young master is much more relaxed at home. He is much more carefree and unrestricted while he is at home. Astoria felt confused because, from what she had seen, Quinn was always carefree and relaxed. And from what she had heard from Daphne and Tracy, Quinn was pretty much the most unrestricted person in Hogwarts. So he isn't sloppy or a slob at home? Asked Astoria. She was secretly hoping that Quinn was the total opposite of what he was outside. Ms. Rosie raised her eyebrow. She had known Quinn since he was born and, from what she remembered, he had never been a slob or sloppy while he was at home. Astoria seemed to understand the answer from Ms. Rosie's look. Has Quinn lived in this manner ever since he was a babe? This time it was Daphne who asked the question. And while Astoria asked the questions, Daphne looked around. They were walking through the corridors of a really large home. The mansion at the Greengrass estate was large, but it was way smaller than West Manor. Yes, the young master has lived in this villa ever since he was a babe, replied Ms. Rosie with a smile as she recalled the days before Quinn started school. How was Quinn when he was a child? Asked Astoria. Even Daphne seemed thoroughly interested in how Quinn was when he was a child. The young master was a lively child. When he wasn't staying still, he would be moving all over the manor, smiled Ms. Rosie. If we didn't keep an eye on him, he would be gone before we knew it. He covered a lot of ground back in those days. Daphne and Astoria imagined a baby Quinn with a childish grin on his face as he ran away on his chubby feet while laughing with a baby chortle. We are here, informed Ms. Rosie. She stopped in front of a large double door. The young master is inside. She stepped forward and opened the door and a faint sound of a piano immediately leaked out. Ms. Rosie placed a finger on her lips before stepping inside. Daphne and Astoria looked at each other and then stepped inside the room. The sound of the piano became louder, more pronounced and clearer than when they were outside of the room. The rehearsal room was covered in sound charms that provided great acoustics. Originally, the grand piano inside the West Manor wasn't in this room. Quinn had moved it to this room to help him experiment with sound charms. Hence, he had gradually added charms to the room, so he built up and changed the charm scheme there was in the room. The result was the room achieved the best acoustics Quinn could accomplish with magic, which were much better than the acoustics there were in the original room. The three entered the rehearsal room, which opened into a corner of the room. Daphne and Astoria turned to their right and saw Quinn playing the piano. He had his back facing them. The music was fast and loud. The piece Quinn was playing didn't seem to have slow moments. Daphne and Astoria could see Quinn's head moving slightly as his fingers glided over the keys. Because of the pace, Quinn's fingers stuck close to the keys, while not getting a second of rest. Whereas Ms. Rosie listened to the music with her experienced ear and judged Quinn's playing, Daphne and Astoria became wholly entranced by the music that came out of the piano and was flowing around them. The music made them feel they needed to move around. It became impossible to stand still doing anything. Daphne softly tapped her foot and Astoria swayed her body. It took 2 minutes for Quinn to finish his piece. When the music ended, silence gained a hold on the room. Young master, you have guests, said Ms. Rosie after Quinn had stopped playing the piano. Quinn turned back, and his eyes widened in surprise when he saw Daphne and Astoria standing beside Ms. Rosie. He looked at Ms. Rosie and asked. They arrived today. Was I told about this? Did I forget? He did a shallow and quick dive into his mindscape and sorted memories, but he couldn't recall hearing about the Greengrass family coming today. It seems we forgot to inform you, replied Ms. Rosie. They've just arrived. Jacob and Sophie Greengrass are with your grandfather. She politely gestured to Daphne and Astoria. I was asked to escort these two ladies to you. Quinn stood up from his piano stool and walked towards the girls with a smile on his face. He wore a gray crew neck shirt and white shorts that went a little below his knees. On his feet were a pair of slippers that he wore for comfort while inside the house. What has it been, 2 weeks, smiled Quinn. It's good to see you too. He pointed at the piano at his back and continued. Did you like my playing? It was great. I felt I needed to move the entire time, nodded Astoria enthusiastically. Quinn looked at the other sister to see whether she had something to say. I didn't know that you played the piano, asked Daphne. I do, he gestured to Ms. Rosie by their side. Ms. Rosie has been teaching me since I was young. I can also play the violin. Quinn then addressed Ms. Rosie, where's grandfather and his guests? In the lounge. Then we will go to the living room, told Quinn. Please prepare refreshments for us. Yes, young master. Scene break. While the lounge was a sitting area with a more formal vibe, the living room was a sitting area with more of an informal feel. So while the adults did their thing, Quinn brought the Greengrass sisters to unwind in a relaxed setting. How are you two? Asked Quinn, as he sat down on the sofa. Daphne and Astoria took a seat on the sofa in front of Quinn. How's the summer break going? I rode a horse, exclaimed Astoria. It was my first time, and even though it was frightening at first, it became so much fun later on. The Greengrass estate had a working horse stable. The horses there were bred and taken care of by the family. Every member of the Greengrass family learned how to ride a horse. But because of Astoria's health, she hadn't been allowed to learn. Now, however, as the blood curse had been repressed, Astoria could finally do things she had missed out on. And learning how to ride a horse was one of the things she had on her list. As such, the first thing Astoria asked after she had been cured was to be taught horseback riding. Now isn't that great, smiled Quinn. I have only ridden horses a couple of times. I've ridden a winged horse, though, which is awesome. Really? That sounds fun. I want to try it, too, exclaimed Astoria. She mentally added that to her to-do list. Daphne, on the other hand, softly sighed. She could almost see what Astoria was thinking of. It had been tough for her and their parents to get used to the new hyperactive Astoria, who wanted to do everything she hadn't been able to do previously. They still had the necessity to treat Astoria as someone who couldn't do strenuous physical activities. Even after Quinn had repressed the curse, they would get urges to stop Astoria from moving around so much. The three had to consciously remind themselves that Astoria's curse was no longer a problem. Quinn glanced towards Daphne and asked her the same question. What about you, Daphne? What have you been doing? I've been busy keeping her company, sighed Daphne as she pointed at Astoria. She drags me everywhere and makes me do all the things she's doing. Honestly, I don't know how someone can have so much energy. She's been moving all day without taking a break. Astoria stuck out a tongue and then hugged Daphne's arm. Yet you still keep my company without complaining. Daphne shook her head with a sigh. Actually, she had been having fun. Astoria had been all smiles recently, and seeing her like that made Daphne joyous from the bottom of her heart. What have you been doing? Asked Daphne as she shifted in her spot to get comfortable. Astoria kept snuggling into her side. Quinn shrugged in reply. As of now, nothing new. I'm spending time with my family, relaxing, and doing things I can't do in Hogwarts. I've been going to many markets, too, both magical and non-magical. That surprised Daphne and Astoria as they didn't have much contact with the non-magical world. But unlike many of their pure-blood peers, the Greengrass sisters had a curiosity about the non-magical world. How is a Muggle market? Asked Daphne, interested. Is it different from something like Diagon Alley, for example? Markets are the same everywhere. Shops selling all sorts of items and assortments. The only difference is that the items are non-magicala, answered Quinn. Well, some items out there might interest you because of their exotic origin. How about I take you out to the non-magical world someday? It will be a fun trip, I'm sure. Daphne looked at Quinn, who had just offered to take her to the Muggle world, and thought. Is he talking about a date? Is he taking me out on a date? The mind of the adolescent girl began to whirl. Lots of thoughts began to revolve around her. Daphne ended up thinking that Quinn's offer of escorting her to the non-magical world was him asking out for a date. Daphne. 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 Daphne snapped out of her thoughts and looked at Quinn, who was calling her. Yes. Are you all right? You seem to zoom out there, asked Quinn. Something you'd like to share with us? It's nothing. I was just thinking about the Muggle world, replied Daphne. She then sat up straight. She became attentive. I will take you on that offer to show me the Muggle world. Quinn nodded with a lopsided smile. It would be my honor to escort you, my lady. Daphne held back the blush that was threatening to break out on her cheeks. It took all her will to not show how she was feeling. In the end, she simply nodded. Scene break. It was after lunchtime, and everyone had gathered in the living room to witness Quinn repressing Astoria's curse. The trace placed on wands by the Ministry to track underage magic didn't work in magical households. The trace functioned by detecting magic when it happened around traced wands. But inside a magical home, the detected magic could be from an adult, so the Ministry ignored any magic detections if the marked wands were inside magic-heavy areas. Not that it mattered because Quinn hadn't touched his wand in a year, and the wand that he was holding while sitting in front of Astoria was the fake that he had crafted before his first year. Are you ready, Astoria? Asked Quinn as he gazed at the condition of the girl in front of him. The curse was still a week away from resurfacing, but Quinn had decided that he would heal Astoria a week before the due date so she wouldn't ever feel the slightest of the effects. Yes, I am ready, answered Astoria, sounding nervous. The last time she hadn't known what Quinn was doing. It happened so abruptly and swiftly that she didn't have time to comprehend what was happening. But this time, she was aware of what Quinn was doing and, thus, it made her feel a little nervous in case something went wrong. It will be all right. You just need to sit back and relax. I will take care of everything, assured Quinn with a smile as if trying to calm a child before they got an injection. Concentrate on the pretty blue that will appear on your body and enjoy the process. It will be over before you even know it. Quinn put hands out just ahead of his lap, and Astoria placed her hands into Quinn's, though not before exhaling a deep sigh. For a few moments, Quinn did nothing but hold hands with Astoria, giving her time to adjust and get ready. After he thought she was ready, Quinn gently released his right from Astoria's left, held the fake wand in his hand, and did a bogus swing to get the wand out of the way. Red fiery glowing veins appeared on Quinn's forearms, covering his hands in a network of blood that was channeling blood magic. He gently grasped Astoria's hands and then looked at her to see that Astoria was still a little nervous. "Astoria, look at me," he called out, causing Astoria to look up from his hands to his face. "Look at my face if you are feeling nervous. Concentrate on my eyes and forget about the magic. It will feel relaxing in a minute." Astoria nodded and concentrated on Quinn's stone-gray eyes, which were smiling. She tried to ignore the magic in Quinn's arms. Jacob and Sophie Greengrass watched as the glowing red veins traveled up Astoria's arms and covered her entire body in a network of illuminated veins. They both felt anxious about the treatment that was happening in front of their eyes. They had had a healer who had been really experienced in curses check on Astoria when she returned home. And the healer confirmed that Astoria's blood curse had been repressed, and that she wasn't in any immediate danger. But even then, they were nervous about the current treatment. The two parents had no idea what Quinn was doing and only knew that blood magic was dangerous. It caused them to be anxious. As such, they prayed that everything would go smoothly. George, Elliot, and Ms. Rosie also watched Quinn healing Astoria. Aside from George, who had seen Quinn briefly activate blood magic, for the others it was the first time they had seen blood magic performed. None in the room knew Quinn's full capabilities in the room, and his family was no exception. His family knew Quinn was advanced for his age, but none of them knew the specifics. Hence, it was their first time seeing Quinn perform blood magic. They all watched. Then, the flashing veins covering Astoria's body and Quinn's forearms turned a sparkling blue. It was at that moment that the knowledge from healing magic and water magic came into play, as Quinn started to repress the blood curse to sleep for a while. Daphne sat perpendicular, and she breathed a sigh of relief as the color changed to blue, as she saw Astoria immediately relax and loosen up. It was clear that Astoria was feeling better already. Her eyes then went to Quinn, who she saw was still smiling, though she could see his eyes were observing Astoria with concentration and focus. It was clear he wanted to make sure nothing went wrong. As she watched, Daphne got lost watching Quinn, who was different from what she usually saw. She was used to seeing Quinn joking around, laughing, making jokes, joining up with Tracy to act silly. But she hadn't seen Quinn acting seriously that much. The only time she could recall him being that serious was when he chased away the Dementors. Nonetheless, at that time, she had been scared of the Dementor and wasn't paying much attention. By the time she returned to normal, Quinn was grinning and talking about chocolate. So this was Daphne's first time seeing Quinn really focused on something, and because she was so close to him, she couldn't help but find herself lost at the sight that was in front of her. It took a few minutes to complete the process. After finishing, Quinn breathed a sigh to release the magic. The blue-colored veins retreated from Astoria's body and his forearms. Then, he cut the connection by releasing Astoria's hands. "How are you feeling?" asked Quinn. "It felt good while you were doing magic, but right now, I don't feel any different from before," answered Astoria. "Maybe a little skippy, but nothing else." "Excellent, that means it went fine," nodded Quinn and then turned to the Greengrass parents. "She'll be quite energetic and active today. It would be something like a child hopped up on sugar, so let her run around and tire herself out, or she won't sleep at night," said Quinn, giving follow-up remarks to the parents of his patients. "She will be fine for the rest of the summer break. I think we should do this once more before going to school. For the rest of the sessions, I will take care of this inside the school itself." Sophie Greengrass stepped forwards towards and took his hands in hers. "Thank you, Quinn. You've done a great favor to my family. I can't express how grateful we are to you." It took Quinn a moment before he was able to speak. "Oh, not a problem at all, Mrs. Greengrass. It was my pleasure to help Astoria out. Astoria is more fun when she's like this." Jacob Greengrass, too, thanked Quinn for his help and told him that if Quinn ever needed any help, he only needed to ask. Scene break. It was time for the Greengrass to return home. Everyone was standing in the fireplace room. "Mr. West. Thank you for your hospitality," smiled Jacob Greengrass as he shook hands with George. "It was a pleasure to meet you again, and I look forward to our cooperation in the future." As Quinn had suggested, George had proposed a business proposition and, as Quinn had thought, Jacob had been open to participating in a profitable venture with the West family. "Let's meet soon to talk, Jacob," nodded George. As the adults talked, Astoria approached Quinn and beckoned him to lean down. "What is it?" asked Quinn as he leaned down. He wondered why Astoria wanted to whisper something in his ear. But Astoria had other plans as she placed her hand on Quinn's shoulder and then placed a soft peck on his cheek. "Astoria," exclaimed Daphne, who was standing nearby with her mother. She felt a little annoyed at Astoria's actions. "Oh my," smiled Sophie with a hand in front of her lips. She had watched with interest when her younger daughter kissed Quinn on his cheek. The younger Greengrass then shyly giggled and ran towards the fireplace, threw the Floo powder into the fireplace, and then jumped inside after speaking of her destination. Quinn couldn't help but be stunned. His hand went to his cheek. He suddenly became conscious of the eyes of others in the room and felt a little shy as everyone stared at him. Unfortunately for him, unlike Astoria, he couldn't disappear into the Floo fireplace. He could only stand still as the adults chuckled while a blonde girl glared at him from the corner of his eyes. **********. Quinn West, MC, don't just leave me alone here. Astoria Greengrass, escaped from the scene, hee. I kissed Quinn. Daphne Greengrass, stunned, feeling miffed and another emotion that she can't recognize. Alanel, editor, foo.